Ha ha ha. Ha ha. How amusing. What more can you rascals possibly say? Wu Mingyang erupted into a hearty, bell-like laughter as he gazed at his settlement in the game, where his happiness rating had soared to a perfect 100. Look at me. I have double the supplies of water, food, and electricity. I've constructed shops, hospitals, clothing stores, grocery stores, weapon shops, and even sports and amusement facilities. I've even built a damn slot machine. I've also taken it upon myself to care for 200 cats within the settlement. Go ahead, try to diminish my happiness rating and see what happens. The youth, known as Wu Yangming, was engrossed in a post-apocalyptic sandbox game titled Wasteland Survival, set in a world ravaged by nuclear war. Having completed every quest, maxed out his skills, and collected all skill books, this save file had become a blend of insipidness and reluctance to abandon it. Yet, after more than a month, he felt a twinge of nostalgia at the thought of starting anew and wished to play just a bit longer before doing so. Thus, Wu Yangming found himself obsessively striving to elevate the happiness ratings of each settlement to 100. However, this endeavor proved far from simple. What nonsense! They are merely a group of rascals scavenging in the wasteland. They should be grateful to have food, drink, and shelter, yet they audaciously demand so much more. In pursuit of ensuring their happiness reached a perfect score of 100, he had painstakingly gathered materials to construct a myriad of facilities, thus extending his gaming duration to over a month. At last, it is finally over. Aha, 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 ha, ha. With an exhilarated yet grotesque expression, saliva splattering onto the computer screen, Wu Yangming remained oblivious to his own pallid complexion, having gone without sleep for 4 days and nights, merely attributing his lightheadedness to fatigue. Then, his head slumped heavily onto the keyboard, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. When he regained consciousness, the first thing that greeted his gaze was an unfamiliar ceiling. He felt an unprecedented clarity, his body seemingly devoid of its usual weight. What? How is this? Is this really me? As he sat up, Wu Mingyang gasped upon seeing his reflection in the mirror facing the foot of the bed appeared a full decade younger. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly leapt from the bed and commenced an unusual search throughout the room, seeking any information that could elucidate his current predicament. As expected, it wasn't long before he unearthed a wallet, within which lay a compartment containing the identification of the room's owner. Or rather, it should now be referred to as his own identity card. The details on the ID matched his own perfectly, save for the fact that he appeared 10 years younger. Have I transcended time and space? Why? Wu Yangming found himself perplexed. After all, he had always maintained a regular routine, having only occasionally endured 4 sleepless nights in a row or a month of slumbering merely 4 or 5 hours each day while fixated on his computer screen. It was just, well, I believe I might have an inkling of the reason. However, there was little to be concerned about. After all, he hailed from an orphanage, devoid of parents or children. At 30 years of age, this solitary man, who could satisfy his own hunger without burdening anyone else, had inexplicably crossed over into another realm. Not only were the debts of his previous life rendered irrelevant, but he also found himself rejuvenated by a decade, transformed into an ambitious 20-year-old with a bright future. For him, it was akin to an unexpected windfall from the heavens. Who could possibly refuse the fortune of being granted 10 additional years of youth? Name: Wu Yangming. Level: 322 HP, 10001000 AP, 10001000 Attribute: Strength, 10 Intelligence, 10 Charisma, 10 Endurance, 10 Agility, 10 Perception, 10 Luck, 10 Skills. Items. Quests. Suddenly, a panel adorned with green text against a black background materialized before him, reminiscent of the classic video game interfaces of yore. Wu Yangming was taken aback, for he was intimately familiar with the panel before him. It was none other than the character attributes page from the game he had been utterly engrossed in prior to his transmigration, Wasteland Survival. Originally displayed on a small computer screen to his left, it now manifested directly before his eyes due to the modifications he had implemented. Having perused countless novels about transmigration, Wu Yangming immediately recognized this as his golden finger. A revolver, an automatic rifle, a rotary cannon, a miniature nuclear bomb. He stifled his excitement as he began to examine the various skills and items presented on the panel, each discovery igniting his enthusiasm further. He resolved to venture out for a meal to celebrate and to explore this new world. Grabbing his keys and slipping his wallet into his pocket, he opened the door, ready to embrace a life filled with bright prospects. At the very moment Wu Yangming opened the door directly across from his own swung open as well. A young couple emerged, beaming with smiles, each holding the hand of a similarly joyful little girl, approximately 10 or 11 years of age. Upon noticing Wu Yangming, they greeted him with cheerful waves. "Ah, hello. I am Bai Junji. Have you just moved in? We live right across from you." The young man spoke warmly, then turned to introduce his wife and daughter. "This is our new neighbor Lili. Quickly say hello to your new brother." "Hello, my name is Liu Shu," the wife said with a warm smile as she nodded, then introduced herself. The little girl obediently chimed in. "Hello, brother. My name is Bai Lili." Wu Yangming responded, "Greetings to you both. I recently moved here, and I hope to rely on your kindness in the future." "Haha, we are all neighbors, so feel free to reach out whenever you need," the man replied with a hearty laugh. "That sounds wonderful. Thank you very much." Wu Yangming expressed his gratitude. Thus, a few pleasant exchanges ensued, and the sense of distance between Wu Yangming and the amiable neighbors diminished significantly. "What are you planning to do as a family today?" Wu Yangming casually inquired, engrossed in their conversation. "Indeed, my wife isn't feeling well, so we plan to stop by the pharmacy for some medicine and then take Lily to the amusement park downtown," Bai Junji replied with ease. "I see. I was just about to venture out to gather some necessities for daily living." After a few more exchanges, Wu Yangming and the Bai family each resumed their respective tasks. Wu Yangming felt fortunate to have encountered such hospitable neighbors, which filled him with anticipation for his future life. Chapter 2. The spirited youth. As he descended the stairs, he took a moment to check his financial status on his phone, only to discover that in this world, he bore no loans or debts. Strangely, he found that there were no traces of any financial activity. He had not applied for any accounts, and the sole bank card he possessed bore no record of transactions. Apart from the rent for his current apartment, which had been paid at precisely noon yesterday, there were no other expenditures or employment records. It was as though he had never existed prior to this moment. This left Wu Yangming feeling perplexed, but what did it matter? After all, the force that had cast him into this alternate reality was beyond his comprehension. Instead of dwelling on inconsequential matters, he resolved to savor his new circumstances. This community is quite splendid. Exiting the elevator and stepping into the meticulously designed environment, Wu Yangming admired the intricately trimmed greenery that flourished throughout the area, the imposing artificial mountain at the center, and the vibrant koi fish swimming in the nearby pond. It was indeed a remarkable sight. According to the information he had just gleaned from his phone, the rent was $1,200 per month, and he had secured the lease for approximately 6 months. Oh my, how exorbitant! Nevertheless, at least he need not worry about accommodation for the next half year. His next pursuit would be to generate some income. In terms of finances, he harbored little concern, for within his inventory, the category labeled materials contained the illustrious gold. In this game, gold is an essential resource utilized for the crafting of various energy weapons and industrial facilities, an asset that, while not exceedingly rare, remains somewhat scarce. Yet, who is Wu Yangming? After completing the game, he found himself idly occupied, dedicating his efforts to constructing a plethora of basic infrastructure, medical facilities, and entertainment options for the unruly denizens of his settlement. He ensured that all materials were maintained in quantities exceeding 4 digits. Just in the category of gold alone, he possessed an astonishing 263 units. Casually retrieving a triangular gold bar, roughly the thickness of a finger, from his spatial storage, he weighed the hefty ingot in his hands. The appearance of the bar mirrored that of its in-game model, though its luster was far more akin to reality. My goodness, this is genuine gold. Although he had been mentally prepared for this moment, the weight of the gold bar stirred an undeniable excitement within him. Reflecting on his past life, he realized he had never touched gold in reality. How much could this single bar be worth? Moreover, how could he possibly liquidate it? Once he regained his composure, Wu Yangming began to contemplate the means of converting such a substantial quantity of gold into cash. After all, the provenance of such a sizable ingot was dubious at best. Reputable gold dealers would undoubtedly refuse to accept it and would inquire about its origins, likely involving the authorities in the process. As for less reputable avenues, he was uncertain of where to locate such establishments nearby. With no immediate solution at hand, he decided to take a step back and prioritize a meal first. After half a day, Wu Yongming began to wander around his neighborhood in certain shadowy corners of the city. Having recently arrived in this world with no means or connections, he had no choice but to seek opportunities himself. He was confident that with his current attributes of 10 in both intelligence and charisma, along with skills in persuasion and intimidation, he could navigate the alleys and find a way to procure some illicit gold. Thus, he spent several days frequenting hidden shops nestled in the back streets, using his remarkable charm and eloquence to discreetly inquire whether they accepted items of dubious origin. Even if they showed no interest, he could retreat unscathed. At last, his efforts bore fruit. Just after finishing dinner, as he prepared to explore a narrow alley further, he was approached by 3 ruffians. "Hey there, brother. We're a bit strapped for cash lately. Lend us some money, will you? Hand over your phone, wallet, and that watch and gold ring on your hand. Hurry up." Wu Yongming cast a glance at them. This group of scrawny miscreants appeared to be no older than 15 or 16, all clad in tight pants and wearing clunky shoes, sporting bowl-cut hairstyles that exuded a distinct air of juvenile foolishness. The 2 leading figures wore expressions of reckless bravado, while the third, evidently new to this life of crime, displayed signs of nervousness, struggling to articulate his demands. Wu Yongming's lips curled into a faint smile. After waiting for so many days, he finally reaped some rewards. "What kind of gaze is that?" A young thug, angered by Wu Yongming's disdainful look, suddenly produced a silver butterfly knife and clumsily brandished it towards him. "Oh, a little brat playing with a knife? Learning to rob from others. I see." Wu Yongming mocked in a tone laced with derision. "You." The young man was incensed by the taunt and lunged at Wu Yongming with the knife without a second thought. However, to Wu Yongming, the movement seemed to unfold in slow motion. He deftly sidestepped the thrust and seized the thug's wrist with ease. A firm grip caused the knife to slip from the young man's grasp, which Wu Yongming caught with his other hand. "You can't even handle this properly. It's mine now." With that, he performed a flourish with the knife before tucking it safely into his pocket. The young thug, his wrist in Wu Yongming's ironclad grip, struggled desperately to free himself, but no matter how hard he fought, Wu Yongming's hold remained unyielding, like a statue of steel. Eventually, boredom settled in, and with a casual flick of his wrist, he flung the thug to the ground. "You bastard. Let's all attack together." 2 other young ruffians joined their comrade, surrounding Wu Yongming as they launched their assault. How tiresome. It was nearly time to conclude this farce. Bang, 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 bang. In a mere second, Wu Yongming unleashed a flurry of 9 punches, striking the knees, abdomen, and faces of the 3 ruffians with remarkable precision, skillfully moderating his strength to avoid inflicting any life-threatening injuries, thus preventing them from losing consciousness. The trio lay sprawled on the ground, emitting piercing cries of anguish. Observing the fallen miscreants, Wu Yongming wore an expression of disdain. He had always harbored a deep-seated aversion towards these so-called spirited youths, who, despite their tender years, squandered their time in idleness and frivolity. They were often immature individuals, lacking a proper understanding of the law and society, and frequently mistook nefarious behaviors for trends. What he found most intolerable, however, was their belief that their youth rendered them immune to legal repercussions, allowing them to act with impunity. Due to their age, even when committing grave offenses, they were rarely sentenced to death, resulting in a plethora of heinous acts perpetrated by such youngsters. Chapter 3. The Golden Strike. "Hey, you worthless scoundrels, wake up. I have questions for you." Yet the 3 ruffians lay motionless on the ground, appearing as if lifeless. Not wishing to waste any further words, Wu Yongming raised his left foot, poised to stomp down between their legs. Wait, I'll get up right now." As he prepared to bring his foot down, the 3 young men, paralyzed with fear, quickly covered their groins and sat up, their faces etched with terror at the prospect of him delivering a crippling blow. "I ask, and you answer. Do you hear me?" Wu Yongming's tone was imbued with an unassailable authority, his fierce gaze fixed upon the trio of spirited youths. "Yes, we hear you." The 3 individuals trembled as they responded, their voices quaking to the point of barely forming coherent sentences. Witnessing their obedient reaction, Wu Yongming nodded with satisfaction and continued. "How long have you been in this line of work?" One of the young men stammered, "Well, it hasn't been long. Including this time, it's only the 3rd. Wu Yongming chuckled derisively, saying, "That's acceptable. The young man still has a chance for redemption. In the future, refrain from emulating others in robbery. If you cannot articulate properly, You ought not to engage in such activities. It's utterly disgraceful. Indeed, indeed. The three young men nodded vigorously, fearful of incurring the wrath of the demon before them. Inform me of your usual fencing locations, Wu Yangming inquired in a grave tone. Upon hearing this, the trio of bull-haired youths momentarily froze, then became instantly tense, stammering, brother. We don't know of any fencing spots. They spoke while casting terrified glances at Wu Yangming. Do not deceive me. You just expressed a desire for my watch and ring, which indicates you possess a place to sell such items. Reveal to me its location. Wu Yangming directly exposed their deceit. And no, wait. We cannot divulge that. If we do, our boss will surely beat us to a pulp. The three, sensing their inability to maintain the facade, began to plead for mercy, hoping Wu Yangming would show them leniency. However, the only response they received was a punch to the face, a punch delivered with careful restraint to avoid any lasting injuries, yet one that inflicted excruciating pain. The young man writhed on the ground, clutching his face in agony. Speak now, or face my wrath, Wu Yangming said, his face a mask of chilling menace, radiating an aura that suggested he would indeed make good on his threat if denied the answers he sought. Wait, we'll tell you. We'll take you. The trio blurted out, their courage utterly shattered, and they promptly agreed to lead him to their usual fencing den. After what seemed like an age, these wastrels finally led Wu Yangming to their destination, a dilapidated housing complex, its rusted gates and crumbling facade a testament to its age. It was quite a distance from where they had committed their robbery, indicating their awareness of the proverb about not fouling one's own nest. They led Wu Yangming to a narrow alley within the complex. It's here, the door at the end is, one of them said. Can we leave now? Yes. You're dismissed, Wu Yangming replied. But just as he was about to let them go, he had a change of heart and called them back. Is there anything else you require, sir? The youths asked, visibly shaken by his sudden command. Hand over your wallets, phones, and any other trinkets you're carrying, Wu Yangming demanded. A collective groan arose from the group. Reluctantly, they surrendered their possessions and were finally allowed to depart. Wu Yangming turned the handle and stepped inside the door, finding himself in a curio shop. The decor of the shop can only be described as exceedingly ordinary. The front hall, accessible to the public, merely displays a few pieces of antiquated furniture coated in red paint, alongside some calligraphy and paintings that serve merely as embellishments. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? Inquired a modestly dressed young attendant with polite curiosity. It's nothing of great consequence. I've heard from a few less fortunate individuals that you accept items that are typically overlooked by ordinary collectors. The attendant furrowed his brow, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features, before he quickly masked it with a look of perplexity, as though he were entirely unaware of the man's insinuation. Wu Yangming, not wishing to squander further time, stated plainly, I have no intention of engaging in trivialities. Summon your manager for a discussion. With that, he placed the mobile phones of those less fortunate on the table, accompanied by 20 gold bars, each resembling a triangular prism in varying lengths and thicknesses. Upon sighting the luminous gold bars, the attendant's eyes widened and his breath quickened, realizing that this man before him was no ordinary individual. This esteemed patron could potentially bring a substantial business opportunity to his employer. Very well, sir. I shall escort you to our manager at once. Please, follow me. He ceased his idle chatter and respectfully guided Wu Yangming deeper into the shop. Along the way, the attendant cautiously observed Wu Yangming, pondering the origins of both the man and the gold bars he held, while Wu Yangming maintained an air of calm as he followed the attendant. After traversing a narrow corridor, they finally arrived at the depths of the shop. The attendant gently rapped on the door, then pushed it open, inviting Wu Yangming inside. Upon entering the room, Wu Yangming was immediately enveloped by an aura of antiquity. The space was adorned with simplicity and elegance, featuring exquisite calligraphy and paintings on the walls, while the table showcased an array of magnifying glasses, microscopes, and various artifacts steeped in historical significance. Please wait a moment. Our owner will be here shortly, the attendant respectfully announced before softly closing the door. Wu Yangming quietly settled into a chair, surveying the surroundings filled with antiques. It appeared that the owner of this establishment was indeed an aficionado of antiquities. Hello, you must be Mr. Wu, am I correct? A voice resonated as the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man with a bald head, who greeted him with a broad smile. His appearance was quite distinctive. Devoid of hair, even his eyebrows and beard were absent, presenting a strikingly shiny dome. Such features were undeniably memorable. He took a seat across from Wu Yangming. My name is Chun Song. You may call me Old Chun. The bald gentleman introduced himself with a cheerful demeanor. I have heard from the staff about your situation, Mr. Wu. I understand you possess some gold that you wish to sell here? Yes, but I wonder how much you can accommodate, Wu Yangming replied. Haha. If it's 20 bars of gold, we naturally cannot manage that. However, might we take a look for verification? Indeed, there is no issue, Mr. Chun. Please make yourself comfortable. As he spoke, Wu Yangming placed the gold bar he had just examined upon the table. Chun Song produced a small weight and a pair of pliers, meticulously inspecting the gold bar. He first weighed it with the small weight, then used the pliers to clip off a corner, confirming each detail before nodding in satisfaction. He informed Wu Yangming, "This is indeed genuine gold with a remarkably high purity." Wu Yangming smiled, secretly relieved, for these gold bars were brought from a game, and he was uncertain of their equivalence to real gold. Fortunately, the other party's assessment yielded no discrepancies and confirmed their superior quality. So, Mr. Wu, at what price do you intend to sell these gold bars? Chun Song inquired. Wu Yangming pondered briefly before responding. I hope to calculate the price at 2/3 of the current market value, though a slight fluctuation would not be problematic. He intended to offer the other party a modest profit, recognizing that he might need to engage with him frequently in the future, thus cultivating a beneficial relationship and expanding his network. Chun Song's face betrayed an unmistakable expression of delight as he contemplated. Calculating at 2/3 of the market price means he could secure a substantial profit of at least 1/3 from this transaction. He was taken aback by the other's generosity, for typically he could only extract 1/5 or 1/6 of the profit. Yet here was this individual, Wu Yangming, who was willing to grant him a full 1/3 of the profits. Certainly, the composure of a businessman prevents him from displaying his emotions easily. He merely nodded slightly. We can certainly calculate it at 2/3 of the market price. Would it be acceptable for you to receive cash? Wu Yangming glanced at Chun Song and remarked. Then I must trouble Mr. Chun. Curious, Chun Song looked at him and said, Mr. Wu, please elaborate. As long as your esteemed establishment can accommodate it, we will undoubtedly assist you. Firstly, I wish for this transaction to remain confidential. My identity must not be disclosed to anyone. Secondly, I hope to receive the cash promptly. Lastly, I aspire to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with your esteemed establishment, prioritizing you for any similar business in the future. Upon articulating his requests, Wu Yangming silently regarded Chun Song. Considering the generous concessions offered, Chun Song promptly acquiesced, exclaiming, Mr. Wu, rest assured. Our establishment has always placed great importance on client confidentiality. As for the cash, we can procure it immediately. I will do my utmost to fulfill your requirements. Should you need anything further, do not hesitate to seek us out. We welcome you at any time, he added. Wu Yangming nodded and replied, I appreciate your assistance. A staggering 2 million yuan filled an entire suitcase, leaving Wu Yangming awestruck. He had never encountered such a sum in his lifetime. However, his brain, enhanced to the limits of human capability by a wisdom attribute of 10 points, enabled him to effortlessly control his facial expressions, preventing any embarrassing actions. Mr. Wu, shall I drive you for our next collaboration? Chun Song inquired with a smile, having profited immensely from this deal and displaying utmost courtesy towards Wu Yangming. No need. I can return by myself. After receiving his payment, Chun Song declined the offer to be driven back to his residence, politely rejecting the gesture before grabbing his bag and exiting the door. After dragging his suitcase for a considerable distance, he promptly found a secluded spot to store all the money from his suitcase into his spatial storage. Official currency of Donghua Kingdom, denomination 120,000. Gazing at the currency displayed in his system panel, Wu Yangming felt a wave of relief. Although the form of the money differed significantly from that of his previous world, its purchasing power remained unchanged. With this sum, he was assured that financial worries would not plague him for life. Now that he had arrived in this new world, he intended to live well. First, he needed to procure some emergency medical supplies, food, and some necessary furniture. Oh, and he must also find a job to conceal the origins of his daily expenses. As he contemplated while walking, he soon passed by a pharmacy and decided to enter, intending to start with commonly used medications. What is this? An injection? The pharmacy sells this too? Upon entering, Wu Yangming discovered a syringe encased in transparent plastic packaging displayed on the shelves. Out of curiosity, I picked up a syringe and examined it closely. Through the transparent viewing port adjacent to the needle, I could see an eerie blue liquid within. In my previous country, the regulation and safety concerning pharmaceuticals were exceedingly stringent. I had never encountered a pharmacy that sold both medication and syringes together. I directly accessed the item description panel, a feature within the game that allows players to review the details and lore of items, as well as the materials obtainable upon disassembly. Some particularly intriguing texts also appear in the item introduction section. Forced evolution serum. Effect. Upon injection, as long as one does not succumb to zombification, they will randomly acquire superpowers. Side effects. There is a 999 probability of zombification occurring after a certain period. The duration varies per individual. The lower the stamina attribute, the quicker the mutation. Use is not recommended. Disassembly yields. Alien biomatter, nutrient solution, compound Z. What is this? Zombification? Alien biomatter? Compound Z. What on earth is this? Good day, sir. Are you interested in this product? A brightly uniformed female attendant emerged from behind the counter, seemingly quite invested in this peculiar injection. Oh, yes. Could you provide me with more information? Certainly, sir. This is the latest product from Dawn Pharmaceuticals. Whether it's a common cold, fever, or gastric ulcer, most common ailments can be swiftly cured with a single injection. Its efficacy is remarkable. However, faced with the incessant chatter of the salesperson enthusiastically promoting her wares, Wu Yangming's thoughts drifted elsewhere. His gaze fell upon the information panel of the attendant before him. Name: Lili, age: 22, attributes: HP 60-60 AP 10-10 strength, 3 intelligence, 5 charisma, 6 endurance, 3 agility, 3 perception. For status, zombie infection incubation period. Remaining time, 48 hours 56 minutes 43 seconds. Chapter 5. The Mysterious Serum. Are you using it yourself? Upon seeing the displayed information, cold sweat broke out on Wu Yangming's brow as he incredulously inquired. Yes, just last night. Dear customer, I must tell you, the effects are indeed remarkable, and it's currently available nationwide. The young salesperson, evidently oblivious to the shift in Wu Yangming's tone, continued her presentation undeterred. It seemed this unfortunate saleswoman had drawn the short straw, but as she was ultimately a stranger, he had no justification to expend his resources to assist her. Retracting his gaze, Wu Yangming addressed her. Please procure for me a substantial quantity of anti-inflammatory medication, pain relievers, and other commonly used pharmaceuticals, as well as 200 vials of this injection. Certainly. Thank you for your patronage, sir. However, Wu Yangming had no intention of continuing to listen. After selecting a multitude of medications from the pharmacy, he casually purchased the previously encountered blue potion, eager to depart from the establishment. Subsequently, he hurried to a nearby wholesale food market and liquor store, acquiring a substantial quantity of provisions and alcoholic beverages. At this juncture, he no longer felt the need to concern himself with any scrutiny that might arise from such extensive purchases. Along the way, he repeatedly utilized his ability to access the information panels of passersby, observing the conditions of those around him. He discovered that at least half of these individuals displayed a status labeled zombie incubation period in their profiles. Thus, 2 days passed. During this time, Wu Yangming traversed various wholesale stations and liquor stores throughout the city, even purchasing a heavy-duty civilian Hummer outright. He converted a total of 2 million yuan into supplies such as food, medicine, and gasoline. Aside from the Hummer, all other items were stored in his inventory. Now, reclining on the sofa in his living room, he opened his phone to review the messages accumulated over this period. Aside from the landlord's rent increase notice and other trivial notifications, the majority comprised worthless spam messages. While idly scrolling, a news item seized his attention, a video posted by a self-media blogger, its title emblazoned in bold, "Cannibalistic Incident Unfolds in City." Upon opening, the video depicted an individual pinned to the ground, being mauled by another with conspicuously pallid skin and a contorted visage. The scene abruptly concluded with the arrival of law enforcement, who dispatched the assailant with a gunshot to the head. Beneath the video, a torrent of flippant jests and jeers filled the comments section, a predictable reaction, as few genuinely anticipate the disruption of their tranquil existence by a sudden zombie apocalypse. Subsequently, Wu Yangming turned on the television. Greetings, esteemed viewers. I am Wang Xiaofeng, a reporter for Huaqing City Television, currently on site with my cameraman to provide you with real-time coverage. A woman, adorned in a daffodil yellow trench coat, and sporting golden hair distinctly foreign to Donghua, delivered the news with palpable agitation. Before our lens lies the epicenter of the recent cannibalistic occurrences. Observe, as this gentleman, his features twisted in a ghastly manner, voraciously devours the lady he is currently assailing. Oh heavens! The gentleman has just extracted the woman's tongue. The news broadcast was a live and censored depiction of the gruesome scene. As the situation escalated, security personnel and police officers, wielding anti-riot tridents, swiftly subdued the evidently zombified man, pinning him to the ground. Alas, the matter was far from concluded. Just as the individuals in the news broadcast believed the man's capture signaled the end, people in the crowd abruptly began to collapse, convulsing spasmodically. They ultimately rose, their faces pallid and contorted, and lunged at those present. "Stay back." A ghoul advanced upon the reporter, only to be repelled by a swift kick from the other female camera operator. "Thank you, Seeing. What is transpiring? Who knows? Let us flee." "Martha." The shaken reporter expressed her gratitude to her colleague in a tremulous voice, before being pulled away in haste. As the scene descended into chaos and the camera lens spun erratically, the broadcast abruptly cut to a blue screen. "Esteemed citizens, we interrupt our regular programming with an urgent announcement. Unidentified viral infections are occurring across various locales. Those afflicted will, after a period of demise, revive and commence assaulting those in their vicinity, thereby propagating the contagion. We implore all citizens to remain indoors unless absolutely necessary. Repeating, refrain from venturing out unless." This was followed by an official news bulletin urging everyone to remain confined to their homes and to avoid all unnecessary travel. Witnessing the news unfold on television, Wu Yongming fell into a pensive silence. Time was of the essence. He had to locate someone to test the efficacy of his concoction without delay. On the table lay 2 syringes, one brimming with a vibrant blue liquid, embodying the essence of modern technological industry, while the other resembled an antiquated all-metal injector from the last century. The former was a concoction obtainable from a pharmacy, capable of transforming individuals into superhumans or zombies, whereas the latter was a coveted item known as the mystery serum, accessible only within the realm of gaming. This mystery serum was originally a limited edition consumable, acquired exclusively through a specific side quest. Once obtained, it could not be retrieved by conventional means in that save file. However, by utilizing a mod, upon completing the side quest, one could procure an item named Mystery Helmet from the final boss. Despite its name, the Mystery Helmet was not wearable, but rather categorized among miscellaneous items. As long as this item remained in one's inventory, one could synthesize the mystery serum at a chemistry workstation using either 2 units of radiation-contaminated blood or 10 blood packs. Thus, it was feasible to achieve complete self-sufficiency in the creation of the mystery serum. The current stock of mystery serum stood at 2,000 units. However, having recently extracted one, the inventory now counted 1,999 units. In the era of gaming, this serum possesses a multitude of formidable effects as a limited item. Among its capabilities is the complete negation of any negative effects of items for a duration of 24 hours. This includes, for instance, the radiation increase from certain food items or the health reduction associated with others, as well as the addictive properties of various drugs, all of which can be entirely disregarded, allowing one to solely enjoy the beneficial effects. Additionally, within the narrative, it is said to bestow upon its user the gift of immortality, leaving one to ponder whether such an effect might transcend into reality. Chapter 6. The Tragedy of the Wu Family. Wu Yongming plans to find an individual to experiment with the mysterious serum, alongside this blue injection, to determine if it can eliminate the 999 zombification side effects. Yet, the question remains, whom should he select for this trial? Although an experiment is inevitable, the thought of capturing someone to administer this blue serum is beyond his moral compass. He does not consider himself a virtuous person. Even if he were aware that this blue serum could transform individuals into zombies, he would refrain from disseminating warnings online to advise others against using such a drug. He is unwilling to shoulder unnecessary risks for strangers. Should the side effects of this serum be exposed, who knows if it would attract the wrath of those lurking in the shadows behind its distribution. Perhaps he could seek out someone who has already been injected. According to the properties of the mysterious serum, even while enduring the side effects of consumable items, its application could instantaneously dispel these adverse effects and restore one to their prior state. Hence, This approach remains feasible. But where might he locate someone who has already undergone this injection? Roar. Yushu, what has happened to you? Oh no. Mother, what is the matter? Suddenly, a child's piercing scream erupted from the neighboring house, jolting Wu Yangming from his reverie. He promptly rose from the sofa, straining to listen to the commotion next door. He recalled his neighbors, having only crossed paths with them a mere 2 or 3 days prior. He had met Bai Junjie and his wife, Li Yushu, along with their daughter, Bai Lili, a young couple accompanied by a little girl, warm and hospitable. Wu Yangming held a favorable impression of them. Though he had been preoccupied with gathering supplies over the past couple of days, rarely at home. What could have transpired? Suddenly, he recalled his encounter with their family 2 days ago, when they had mentioned that Mrs. Bai was feeling unwell and needed to visit the pharmacy. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Yangming retrieved 2 legendary weapons from his backpack, a sword, which he had modified and elongated to become the fiercely loyal corpse demon slayer, chainsaw, and an infinite laser rifle. In the game, legendary weapons are categorized into 3 tiers. With each additional tier, a prefix is added. The acquisition of these weapons is solely dependent on drops, and the identification of a legendary weapon is marked by the presence of black star symbols on its back. 1 star for Tier 1, 2 stars for Tier 2, and 3 stars for Tier 3. The Corpse Demon Slayer, as its name suggests, is specifically designed to combat the corpse demons, making it particularly suitable for dealing with infected individuals who may have undergone a transformation into the undead. Although the origins may differ, the game's depiction of corpse demons stems from the dual influences of a certain virus and radiation that have mutated humanity. As for infinite, it regrettably does not imply an endless supply of ammunition. Rather, it connects with the spare rounds in the backpack, allowing the user to fire without the need to change magazines until the ammunition is completely expended. Equipped with the chainsaw corpse demon slayer, tooth saw in his right hand and the infinite laser rifle in his left, Wu Yangming confidently pushed the door open, effortlessly unlocking his neighbor's door with a hairpin in a matter of seconds. However, upon entering, he was met with a gruesome sight. His neighbor, Bai Junjie, lay motionless on the floor, while his wife, Li Yushu, was hunched over his corpse, gnawing at him. Their daughter, Bai Lili, curled up in a corner, her face a portrait of terror. The joy and brightness that once adorned her features now entirely vanished. At the moment Wu Yangming opened the door, Li Yushu, her face a ghastly pale smeared with blood, turned towards him with a horrific smile. With the ferocity of a beast that has discovered fresh flesh, she abandoned the mangled remains of her previous prey and lunged toward race. Undead. Name, Li Yushu. Health points, 60-60. Action points, 30-30. Attributes, Strength, 7. Intelligence, 0. Charisma, 2. Stamina, 7. Agility, 7. Perception, 5. The ghastly scene before Wu Yangming evoked a profound sense of unease within him. While the misfortunes of unfamiliar individuals would have left him emotionally unscathed, the tragic fate that had befallen his neighbors, acquaintances with whom he had exchanged pleasantries and knew by name, stirred a deep ache in his heart. Rest in peace, he murmured, his voice heavy with sorrow. Raising his left hand, he aimed the infinite laser rifle and discharged a torrent of crimson laser beams, which instantaneously pierced through Li Yushu's reanimated form. Thus, one more of the undead was vanquished. Wu Yangming's gaze then turned to the prone figure of Bai Junjie. The man's body began to convulse violently, as if seized by an electric current. The spasms intensified, his eyes rolled back, and he rose to his feet in a grotesque manner. He had turned. Casting a fleeting glance at the little girl huddled in the corner, Wu Yangming felt a pang of sympathy. However, he knew that certain deeds, however unpleasant, were unavoidable. With a deliberate movement, he activated the laser rifle, and a crimson beam of energy pierced through Bai Junjie's body, granting the couple their final repose. In the brightly lit living room, 2 bodies lay side by side, shrouded in white cloths, arranged neatly in the center of the room. Though there was an intention to experiment with the corpses of zombies to explore the possibility of extracting something valuable, this time it involved acquaintances. Wu Yangming cast a glance towards the little girl cowering in the corner. He found himself unable to desecrate the remains of her parents in her presence. After all, the apocalypse had yet to fully unfold, and there would be ample opportunities in the future. Hey, little sister, what are you planning to do next? Do you have any other relatives, perhaps uncles or aunts? After carefully tending to the bodies of the couple, he scratched his head and cautiously inquired. his tone laced with concern and worry. The little girl buried her face in her hands, tears streaming down her delicate cheeks. It seemed that she would not recover from this sorrow anytime soon. Wu Yangming sighed, glancing at Bai Lili's status panel. Race, human, name, Bai Lili, HP 2020 AP 1010, attributes, strength, 2, intelligence, 2, charisma, 5, endurance, 1, agility, 3, perception, 2, status, zombie infection incubation period, remaining time, 4 hours, 56 minutes, and 43 seconds. Little sister, did you also take that medicine? She sobbed. Mommy and Daddy woo-woo. Ah yes, the young girl responded through her tears. Chapter 7. Resident 1. Upon receiving an affirmative response, Wu Yangming showed no hesitation. He swiftly approached the young girl, firmly grasped her arm, and promptly extracted a vial of mysterious serum from his pocket. Without a moment's pause, he plunged the needle into her arm and forcefully injected the serum into her bloodstream. The entire sequence of actions was executed with such fluidity that the girl barely had time to cry out. She was scarcely aware of what had transpired. In an instant, Wu Yangming withdrew the needle and casually discarded the syringe to the side. Following this, he gently caressed the girl's head, offering her tender reassurance. Do not be afraid. Your brother will protect you. After completing these actions, he rose and moved toward the corner of the room near the door, deliberately distancing himself from Bai Lili to ensure ample space for a potential escape should circumstances become uncontrollable. He seated himself against the wall, with no immediate intention of leaving, determined to observe whether the enigmatic serum could indeed neutralize the effects of zombification. Meanwhile, the young girl appeared somewhat bewildered by the recent events. Yet she distinctly felt a warm force coursing through her body, imparting a sense of comfort and security. She lay on the ground, gradually succumbing to sleep. Race, human, name, Bai Lili, HP 2020 AP 1010, attributes, slightly. Status, evolution, remaining time, 59 minutes, 43 seconds. His gaze was riveted to Bai Lili's information panel, not a blink escaping his eyes. He noticed that the label indicating zombie incubation period had inexplicably vanished. In its stead, a brand new label emerged, evolution. The sight of this new label stirred an indescribable excitement and anticipation within him. This signified that his earlier conjecture had indeed been correct. The mysterious serum had exerted its influence on Bai Lili, alleviating the threat of zombification and initiating a form of evolution. Moreover, the fact that this method proved effective for a child like Bai Lili suggested that it would likewise yield results for adults like himself. The 200 blue syringes he had procured, combined with his mysterious serum, could potentially enable the evolution of any 200 individuals into superhumans. The more he pondered this, the more exhilarated he became. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself. His experimentation had indeed borne fruit. Next, he needed to continue observing Bai Lili's condition, eager to discern the nature of her evolving abilities. Before long, an hour had slipped by, and the slumbering Bai Lili began to stir. Big brother. The awakened Lili called out to Wu Yangming. Race, human, name, Bai Lili, HP 2020 AP 1010, attributes, strength, 5 intelligence, 5 charisma, 5 endurance, 5 agility, 5 perception, 5 skill, telekinesis level 1. The possessor possesses the ability to manipulate the movement of objects within a certain range, although the use of this ability requires the expenditure of AP. As the skill level increases, the possessor will be able to control heavier and more distant objects while also gaining new capabilities. The enhancement of the intelligence attribute will also improve the quantity and precision of object control. Upon gazing at Lili's profile, Wu Yangming was astonished to discover that all her attributes had been significantly enhanced, each reaching a score of 5. Based on his observations over the past 2 days, 5 represents the average level of an ordinary adult male, and not all attributes can achieve such a score. This implies that Bai Lili, a mere child of around 10 years old, has now attained the physical prowess equivalent to that of an adult male. Most importantly, the skill section revealed the emergence of the brand new skill telekinesis, a skill never before seen in the gaming era. Reflecting on the skill settings in games, they predominantly consist of passive abilities, with some merely granting permissions for crafting or modifying items, rather than offering skills that can be triggered directly by pressing hotkeys, as in traditional RPGs. Although there are skills such as underwater breathing, lead belly, and corpse demon physique that gradually transcend ordinary human abilities, the situation at this moment is markedly different. From the descriptions provided, it appears that telekinesis can be directly activated by consuming AP points. Is this not a quintessential traditional skill? Wu Yangming inquired with concern. Lily, how do you feel? Are there any unusual changes in your body? Changes? Lily seemed unaware of the transformation occurring within her, responding with a perplexed expression. Observing this, Wu Yangming's lips curled into a subtle smile as he retrieved an aluminum spoon from his backpack and presented it to Bai Lili. Lily, hold this. Bai Lili accepted the spoon with some confusion, yet she trusted Wu Yangming, asking, what next? Wu Yangming gazed at her earnestly and gently instructed, Lily, trust me. Now, you can make this spoon float using your thoughts. The spoon? Float? Bai Lili's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly skeptical that such a phenomenon could occur. Nevertheless, she resolved to give it a try, closing her eyes and concentrating intently on the notion of making the spoon levitate. Indeed, as she focused her attention, the spoon in her hand began to rise slowly into the air. Bai Lili was nearly startled into exclamation, staring at the spoon hovering before her. It truly was floating. The spoon hovered mere centimeters above her hand, occasionally spinning in an erratic manner, clearly indicating that Lily was experimenting with her newfound abilities. Lily, see if you can distort this spoon and then restore it. Upon hearing Wu Yangming's words, the little girl began to concentrate intently, and the spoon started to twist and rotate in various directions. However, during the restoration process, an unexpected complication arose. Although the twisted spoon was turned back, the marks of distortion remained. It seemed that this was the limit of her ability, Wu Yangming surmised. As the exertion of her power continued, fatigue began to manifest, and the spoon fell from her hand as she collapsed to the ground. Race, human, name, Bai Lili, HP 2020 AP 10-0, attributes, strength, 5 intelligence, 5 charisma, 5 endurance, 5 agility, 5 perception, 5 skill, telekinesis. Is this truly the extent of her AP? Wu Yangming pondered, realizing that the use of such supernatural abilities indeed had its limitations, rendering them ineffective in the short term. However, with continued enhancement of her skills, the future held promise. Wu Yangming knelt down, gazing at the little girl before him, and gently inquired, Lily, would you like to come with me? Chapter 8. Ability Enhancement. By Lily, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears, seemed on the verge of breaking down. Upon hearing Wu Yangming's question, she nodded vigorously in agreement. Subsequently, she took small steps to approach Wu Yangming, tightly clutching the hem of his garment. Thus, Wu Yangming, with Bai Lili in tow, departed from her residence and arrived at his own home, located directly across from hers. Despite Wu Yangming's inquiry as to whether Bai Lili wished to accompany him, he harbored no genuine desire to leave this neighborhood. The environment was picturesque, adorned with lush greenery, clear waters, and an inviting landscape highlighted by a koi pond. It was a gated community, a veritable treasure trove of feng shui. With minor renovations, it could transform into an ideal settlement. Who would ever consider departing from such a place? Thus, Wu Yangming welcomed the first resident of the settlement. Upon returning home with Bai Lili, he assigned her to an unoccupied room. After enduring so much, Lily promptly fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Wu Yangming remained on the sofa in the living room, extracting a mysterious serum and a blue syringe. Having already discerned that the serum could negate the zombification side effects and forcibly induce evolution to attain superpowers, he saw no reason to refrain from utilizing it. He tied a rope around his arm, and when his veins engorged, he administered the 2 vials into his body, one after the other. Subsequently, he untied the rope and awaited the effects in silence. Before long, a wave of warmth surged through him, reminiscent of the soothing comfort of a sauna. Name, Wu Yangming. Level, 322 HP, 1000 AP, 1000. Attributes, strength, 11 intelligence, 10 charisma, 10 stamina, 11 agility, 10 perception, 11 luck, 10 skills, telekinesis. Level 1. The possessor is endowed with the ability to manipulate the movement of objects within a certain range. Although the execution of this ability requires the consumption of AP, with the continuous enhancement of skill levels. Abridged. Attributes have been elevated. The previous cap of 10 has been shattered. Yet, this is not the most significant aspect. The most crucial element is the awakening of a new ability. Wu Yangming's awakened capability is telekinesis, akin to that of Lily. There is a slight suspicion whether the effects of the mystical serum have resulted in the awakening of an ability limited to telekinesis. Nonetheless, it matters not. As long as one's imagination is sufficiently expansive, the potential of telekinesis is boundless. With but a thought, a soda can levitate effortlessly, drawn into his hand without physical contact, floating like a satellite, only to be suddenly crushed as if by an unseen force, and then instantaneously restored to its original form. After acquiring this ability, the first action he undertook was to experiment with his newfound power. Wu Yangming then endeavored to see if he could elevate heavier objects. Casting his gaze upon a nearby stool and focusing intently. Crack! However, the stool merely shifted slightly, emitting a sound of little consequence. It seemed that the capacity of level 1 could achieve only this much. Owing to the enhancement provided by his 10 points in intelligence, he found himself more adept at delicate maneuvers than Lili, such as restoring a crushed soda can to its original form. Reflecting on Lili's previous performance, Wu Yangming began to draw comparisons. When tasked with twisting a spoon, Lili had ultimately failed to restore it completely, while he managed to return the fully deformed can to a state devoid of any metallic creases. This observation suggested that the future training of his abilities should align with the succinct description of skills, focusing primarily on augmenting the levels of intelligence and telekinesis. The enhancement of telekinesis would significantly amplify output, while an increase in intelligence would facilitate meticulous operations. Intelligence does not merely pertain to the accumulation of knowledge, but rather to the efficacy of cerebral function, a realization he had come to since his transmigration. Since arriving in this new world, Wu Yangming felt his memory had sharpened, and his computational abilities had strengthened, as if his mind could simultaneously process several complex formulas. Thus, the advancement of intelligence attributes necessitates the cultivation of cognitive faculties, enhancing memory, computational prowess, and logical reasoning. Although his cerebral functions had improved due to his attributes, knowledge would not simply manifest in his mind. He lacked the specialized knowledge required for cultivating brain function, including training methods, content, and approaches. He attempted to allocate skill points towards his attributes, but despite surpassing 10 in attribute points, he found himself unable to increase the skill points. Damn it, had I known earlier, I would have crafted more modules or adjusted the console settings to a greater extent. Wu Yangming now harbors deep regret for neglecting relevant mods. Oh, and there are skill points. Although his attributes have reached their limits and can no longer be enhanced, skills remain a different matter. Within the realm of the game, there exists a skill that can be acquired by discovering magazines scattered across the wasteland. Each magazine read increases a skill level. Initially, he was too indolent to scour the wasteland for these magazines, so he installed a mod that allowed skill points to upgrade the magazine skills. With 4 skill points remaining and the telekinesis skill level cap set at 10, he has enough to advance to level 5. Skill telekinesis has been upgraded to level 2, acquired extended ability, X-ray vision. Ability description, see targets through obstacles. Skill telekinesis has been upgraded to level 3, acquired extended ability. Mind reading. Ability description, access the memories of the target. Skill telekinesis has been upgraded to level 4, acquired extended ability, mental burst. Ability description, directly assault the opponent's psyche. Skill telekinesis has been upgraded to level 5, acquired extended ability, penetration. Ability description, like a mirage, pass through obstacles, bullets, and enemies. With the acquisition of new abilities, the range of telekinesis has expanded to a radius of 500 meters, and the maximum force it can exert has increased to 500 tons. Wu Yangming can sense his mental power extending like tendrils from his being to every corner of the entire building, although unable to perceive the intricate details of every location. A general awareness of the situation prevails. For instance, one can ascertain the number of neighbors who have succumbed to transformation and those who still exist. Wu Yangming lifted his head and activated the ability of X-ray vision, rendering the surrounding walls and ceiling transparent, thereby revealing the external scenery and the conditions of the upper and lower floors. In his own bedroom, Bai Lili lay in a deep slumber, occasionally whimpering in her sleep. Chapter 9. The plan. Looking upwards, he observed a neighbor staggering within their home, their entire body covered in decaying skin, oozing repugnant pus, clearly transformed into a zombie. Shifting his gaze to another resident on the upper floor, who was cowering in their room, head buried beneath the covers, trembling in an attempt to escape reality. He activated mind reading towards both the zombie and the surviving tenant. Meat. Eat. Meat. What to do? Although the tap water remains intact, food supplies are dwindling. What should come next? If only I had stockpiled more provisions. When will rescue arrive? Lowering his head, he glanced downstairs. A middle-aged couple had now transformed into zombies, feasting upon a neighbor who had entered their home in search of sustenance. Meat, eat. The thoughts of the other party instantaneously manifested in his mind. This sensation was not akin to listening to another speak, but rather as the ground beneath Wu Yangming's feet was instantly breached, and he plummeted to the floor below. He deactivated his power, then crouched to dissipate the impact, immediately regaining his footing. Two zombies, engrossed in their meal inside the room, were startled by the commotion. They rose abruptly and lunged toward Wu Yangming. But before they could reach him, they were crushed into a pulp by a force from above. Wu Yangming was enraptured, standing motionless, reveling in the sensation. It was simply exhilarating. Within a radius of 500 meters, with himself at the epicenter, neither zombies nor survivors could approach him. Moreover, Wu Yangming didn't even need to be present. He could remain in his room and, at any moment, obliterate their heads with a telekinetic output of up to 500 tons. He had complete dominion over the actions and thoughts of those around him. Even if he were to develop his own army in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about rebellion, as long as his subordinates' power levels didn't surpass his own. Otherwise, they might meet their demise from mysterious cranial compression injuries in the dead of night. His hoarding tendencies, typical of a scavenger, were immediately ignited. He yearned to master those superpowers and elevate them to their zenith. He sensed that these supernatural abilities would become the nuclear weapons of the new era, symbols of national power on the international stage. Even if he couldn't acquire new abilities himself, he would seek out and recruit those who had awakened their powers, making them his own. Even though those endowed with supernatural abilities may not possess the capacity to elevate their skills to level 5 as I can, they remain relatively weak at present and are unlikely to draw excessive attention. However, it is certain that they will inevitably grow stronger, and it is probable that this transformation will not be delayed for long. Once the authorities regain their composure, they will undoubtedly leverage their vast resources to attract a multitude of capable individuals and nurture their potential. When that time comes, should I wish to display my prowess, it will become a formidable challenge. I must establish my own influence before the authorities restore order, as this will enable me to wield significant authority once equilibrium is re-established. Wu Yangming began to contemplate his future strategy. To achieve maximum efficiency, the construction of a settlement is imperative. In the era of gaming, the first step in establishing a settlement is to eliminate the perilous elements surrounding it, such as mutants, irradiated creatures, and feral ghouls, to ensure safety. Following this, it is essential to secure the fundamental resources within the settlement, including water, food, and electricity. With the assurance of water, food, and electricity, Wu Yangming has already conducted experiments and discovered that the products of the game function as perpetual motion machines. Water pumps and purifiers, when placed in a water source, will ceaselessly provide clean water, even if it is merely stagnant water collected from a clogged balcony drain. By cultivating a field and planting crops, and assigning either a resident or a robot to this task, one can reap a harvest daily, regardless of whether the field receives light or water. Though this may sound incredulous, it is indeed the reality. Utilizing this unique characteristic, he could subsequently exploit the labor of other survivors through the trade of food, allowing them to venture into the zombie-infested city on behalf of himself and his residents to gather essential supplies. Thus, Wu Yangming resolved to commence with the establishment of a rudimentary agricultural system. His initial plan involved disposing of the residents on each floor who had succumbed to the transformation, followed by dismantling the furniture within the premises to create arable land in the now vacant rooms. Besides agriculture, Wu Yangming also needed to contemplate other essential requirements. Solely relying on farming would prove insufficient. Without commensurate military strength, his settlement would merely become a granary for others. The subsequent consideration would inevitably turn to munitions. Wu Yangming pondered this matter. In the short term, he could rely on the provisions within his backpack, having amassed 200,000 rounds of each type of ammunition. Although this figure seemed substantial, it would hardly sustain a significant confrontation. He recalled a mod he had previously engaged with, known as the Armaments Company, which enabled the production of a greater variety of modifications and allowed for the manufacturing of weapons, equipment, ammunition, and vehicles that were typically limited in quantity within the game. This mod also boasted a notable advantage. As long as one possessed the corresponding mod, any materials and blueprints, or even a completed item, could be scanned and registered through a terminal, facilitating the production of any desired weaponry or equipment. For Wu Yangming, This was undoubtedly a tremendous boon. If such a weapon factory could be constructed, it would enable him to continuously acquire a plethora of formidable weaponry, either to arm his forces or to engage in arms trafficking, significantly augmenting his power. However, establishing the factory necessitates an appropriate location. While the production processes can be fully automated, a substantial amount of resources is required for sustenance. Firearms and ammunition are relatively manageable. Once the zombies within the vicinity are eradicated, ample space will be available to construct these minor production lines. As for larger manufacturing facilities for items such as powered armor, helicopters, and infantry fighting vehicles, there is certainly insufficient space within the community to establish such extensive production lines. Not to mention the lack of resources for their creation, this will have to be postponed for the time being. Regardless of the type of production line, the factory will require electricity. In this regard, Wu Yongming is not overly concerned, as he has previously utilized the relevant mods, which enhance the output of all power generation equipment tenfold, thus rendering it entirely feasible. If there is any issue to address, it pertains to the residents. Many of the modular construction facilities necessitate residents in corresponding job positions to function effectively. Chapter 10, Stealth Suit. Although it is possible to utilize robotic workstations to manufacture craftsmen or defender to substitute for resident labor, robots are not omnipotent. Vehicles such as the helicopter and infantry fighting vehicle must be operated by residents. Robots are unable to wield various weapons and tools or operate different modes of transportation like human inhabitants, although their hands can be modified. Such alterations necessitate the use of a robot workstation, rendering them incapable of adapting spontaneously to changing circumstances. In contrast, humans, despite their inherent fragility, experience an exponential increase in combat prowess when equipped with powered armor and an array of light and heavy weaponry. They can switch between different firearms, ammunition, and grenades depending on the situation at hand. There are three primary methods to acquire residents. The first involves constructing a broadcasting tower to recruit wandering humans in the vicinity of a stronghold. The individuals enlisted through this means are ordinary humans, though it remains uncertain whether the residents attracted by the broadcasting tower in the real world are mere game-generated entities or actual survivors from the nearby area. The second method entails establishing a synth production facility to manufacture synthetic beings. However, the creation of these synthetics requires a material known as biomass. Initially, after applying the corresponding mod, this process proved quite engaging, enabling the cloning of NPCs and observing their antics resembling the classic tale of the true and false Monkey King. Yet, over time, it became apparent that their AI merely replicated that of the original NPCs, and aside from rapidly increasing the population, it bore little distinction from generating NPCs through coding. Eventually, Wu Yongming grew weary of this and decided to store all biomass in the central repository, leaving him with scant biomass in his backpack. The third method involves a cloning machine, which also requires the consumption of biomass. Its function is straightforward: to clone biological entities, including humans, albeit similarly indistinguishable from those generated through coding. However, if the cloning machine aspires to replicate ordinary humans, it necessitates a genetic sample from a living individual, specifically one devoid of mutations. In the game, attempting to clone a corpse will yield only more corpses, while using a mutant will result in the creation of additional mutants. Should one attempt to clone a zombie, it is likely that only more zombies would emerge, and the cloned individual would bear an identical visage to the original sample. In the realm of gaming, this may not pose significant issues, even if numerous individuals with identical appearances were to appear. As long as they were not produced from the synthetic production workshop, other residents would likely regard them with indifference and engage in no special dialogue. However, the scenario diverges sharply in reality. A person bearing an exact resemblance to oneself could incite considerable turmoil. As for the survivors within this building, Wu Yongming presently disregards them, for they have yet to truly experience the apocalypse and are unlikely to heed his words. Wu Yongming's objectives are becoming increasingly lucid. First, he must eradicate the zombies within the 6 buildings of the community. Subsequently, he aims to establish fields, install water purification systems, and set up generators, with a vigorous focus on advancing agriculture and industry. In the initial phase, utilizing robots or synthetic beings to ensure safety is paramount. Once sufficient biomass has been accumulated, he can embark on the creation of absolutely loyal synthetic beings, equipping them with various heavy weaponry, including powered armor. Thus, he aspires to forge an immensely powerful army characterized by unwavering loyalty. With the support of this formidable army, we stand a far greater chance of achieving our ultimate goal, the complete annihilation of all zombies, and the restoration of order and tranquility in this world that rightfully belongs to me. Having determined the course of action, Wu Yongming promptly prepared to set his plans into motion. He opened his backpack, navigated through the equipment section, and soon discovered what he sought: a sleek black bodysuit composed of various hexagonal segments, each differing in size, with an amber mask enveloping his entire face, exuding an aura of futuristic technology. After donning the suit, Wu Yongming flexed his arms and moved his body to ensure comfort. Suddenly, hexagonal segments began to vanish from his limbs and torso until he became entirely transparent. His movements remained unimpeded, such as the marvel of the advanced technology from my esteemed university. He opened the door from his 6th-floor room to the 1st floor, where the administrator's quarters were located. Without hesitation, he activated his ability to pass through doors, entering the administrator's room without even bothering to use a lockpick. However, just as he stepped inside, a chilling and ominous growl echoed through the air. The administrator had transformed into a zombie. Yet, this development was fortuitous, as Wu Yongming had intended to use the stealth suit to acquire the spare keys to the entire building from the now undead administrator. After all, failing to do so could result in some unknown scavengers infiltrating this place and jeopardizing the farm and factory he had painstakingly established, a loss that would be utterly unacceptable. Extracting the corpse demon slayer chainsaw, Wu Yongming swiftly beheaded the approaching zombie with a single stroke. As he maneuvered past the fallen creature, he discovered 3 rows of keys affixed to 3 iron rods on the dormitory wall. His gaze then shifted to the lifeless body on the ground, prompting him to access the zombie's inventory. Administrator uniform, lighter, Donghua brand cigarettes pack 2, zombie spinal fluid. Zombie spinal fluid. Wu Yongming contemplated the vial labeled zombie spinal fluid in his hand. He stowed everything into his backpack except for the administrator uniform, taking special care to examine the liquid closely. Externally, it resembled an ordinary vial filled with an unknown substance, akin to a medical supply container. Although Wu Yongming had never encountered such an item during the gaming era, the vial bore an aesthetic consistent with the atomic punk theme prevalent in the game. His eyes fixated on the zombie spinal fluid. This item was clearly not derived from the real world, but rather a drop generated by his game interface. It must be some sort of synthetic material. He returned it to his backpack, then steadied his mind, murmuring internally, "Workshop." A green spectrum, visible solely to Wu Yongming, instantaneously enveloped the entire dormitory building. He surveyed his surroundings, focusing on the furniture cloaked in a deeper shade of green. Decompose. In an instant, all the furniture within the dormitory vanished, while the items within the safe and the cabinet were directly absorbed into the workshop. Shifting his attention to the center of the room, he directed his command towards the corpse of the administrator zombie. Decompose. Biomass. X10 serves as a material for the production of synthetic beings, obtained through the decomposition of biological remains. Chapter 11. Attribute Enhancement Serum. Speaking of which, did those 2 zombies earlier not yield any biomass? Perhaps it is best to let that be. After scavenging all available resources, Wu Yongming departed from the now desolate administrator's quarters. With the spare key in hand, alleviating his concerns, he returned to his abode. Upon reopening the workshop, he constructed a chemical workstation in the vacant space of the living room. He was eager to discover what this zombie spinal fluid could produce. Logically, upon acquiring this item, corresponding recipes requiring it should appear on the workstation, allowing for the synthesis of the desired item even if not all materials were gathered. Attribute Enhancement Serum. Effect. Randomly increases an attribute by 1. Recipe 1. Zombie Spinal Fluid X1. Mysterious Serum X1. Recipe 2. Zombie Spinal Fluid X4. Radiation Contaminated Blood X1. Blue Syringe X1. Recipe 3. Zombie Spinal Fluid X4. Radiation Contaminated Blood X2. Wu Yongming noted the variation in effects, as typically in the gaming realm. Attributes could only be augmented by directly allocating skill points to the respective attributes, with a general cap of 10 points. Once this limit was reached, no further enhancements were possible. However, having traversed into this reality, certain changes were inevitable, and he conveniently possessed the materials required to synthesize the Attribute Enhancement Serum. With a sense of anticipation, Wu Yongming opted for synthesis. Acquiring the item, Attribute Enhancement Serum 1. I gazed at the freshly produced Attribute Enhancement Serum and realized the necessity of finding someone to test its effects. With a decisive click, The door to Lily's room swung open, revealing the young girl, her hair tousled and her eyes bleary with sleep as she emerged. "Lily, could you come here for a moment? There is something I wish to discuss with you." The girl, clearly still shrouded in the sorrow of her parents' passing, bore an unmistakable sadness in her eyes. She responded softly, then took small steps to approach Wu Yangming. Facing Lily, Wu Yangming began, "Lily, do you know that what happened to your parents was not merely a natural disaster?" Lily remained silent. Having frequently accompanied her father to watch various horror films, her intellect had matured to a level akin to an adult, allowing her to roughly deduce the underlying truths. "Do you desire to avenge your parents?" Wu Yangming's gaze bore into Lily's eyes, his tone devoid of fluctuation, without a trace of hesitation. Lily met his gaze with unwavering determination and declared loudly, "Yes, I will make those who turn my father and mother into what they are pay for their actions." Her voice resonated with anger and resolve, as if she sought to unleash every emotion pinned up within her. Upon hearing Lily's fervent response, Wu Yangming produced the attribute enhancement serum from his possession and addressed her. Witnessing by Lily's resolute stance, Wu Yangming produced a property enhancement injection from his bosom, presenting it to her with gravity. This concoction possesses remarkable efficacy, capable of fortifying your physical constitution. Sustained administration can bestow upon you immense power. However, its adverse effects remain inscrutable, potentially engendering unforeseen ramifications. This represents the most expedient means of retribution I can presently conceive of and proffer. Do you consent to its employment? Upon concluding his address, Wu Yangming maintained an unwavering gaze upon Bai Lili's countenance. Bai Lili seized the injection with alacrity, unhesitatingly plunging it into her arm and introducing the serum into her system. Race: human. Name: Bai Lili, HP 2020 AP 1010. Attributes: strength, 5 intelligence, 5 charisma, 5 stamina, 5 dexterity, 6 perception, 5. The property enhancement injection proved efficacious, augmenting her dexterity by a solitary point, without manifesting any anomalous detriments or annotations. Observing Bai Lili's attribute array, Wu Yangming's lips subtly upturned. He now regarded the zombies within the vicinity as mere repositories of potential property enhancements, questioning whether the effects could transcend the attribute cap imposed during the gaming era. Each floor of the edifice housed 3 domiciles across a total of 20 stories, save for the unoccupied unit on his floor. The remaining abodes were generally inhabited by multiple individuals, resulting in a considerable number of zombies. From now on, these will be my own attribute enhancement serums. The concerns I had regarding attribute enhancement have been completely resolved. Starting tomorrow morning, I will begin to eradicate the zombies throughout the entire building, commencing from my own floor. For now, I shall take a respite, as it has already been 3 days since I last slept, yet I feel no hint of fatigue. It is not that I have lost the ability to sleep. I am aware that should I wish to rest, I could drift into slumber in an instant. However, as long as I do not desire sleep, I shall remain eternally alert. This is reminiscent of a scenario in a video game. Wu Yangming mused while lying in bed. He decided to take out his phone to browse. The network was still connected, and there were numerous messages and news updates on his device. Help? Is there anyone who can rescue me? Please, does anyone have antipyretics? My child has a fever. I am in room 3, 12th floor, building 6 of Fushin Community. When will the rescue team arrive? Citizens are advised to refrain from going outside. Please remain indoors and await rescue. The official news continued to update, indicating that, for now, the authorities had not lost control of the situation. The community where I reside consists of 6 residential buildings, each with 20 floors, and 3 households per floor, each occupying an area of 120 square meters. On the 7th floor, aside from myself and Lily's family, there is 1 vacant unit. Thus, the 7th floor requires no further clearance. Wu Yangming intended to commence his cleanup from the 6th floor. There were still survivors above him. While he had already dealt with 2 zombies below, only 1 household remained, which he had confirmed earlier through his ability to see through walls. The occupant had long since succumbed to the transformation, and it was time to reclaim the resources downstairs. Reflecting on his earlier impulsive action of crushing the 2 zombies into pulp, he wondered if he could still salvage any biomass from them. However, he decided to dismiss the thought, believing that whatever would be would be. Losing 1 or 2 resources was inconsequential. He decided to take a shower first. Holding his phone, he made his way to the bathroom, removing his stealth suit. He paused to admire himself in the full-length mirror. His body, akin to a marble sculpture, was impeccably sculpted. With sleek, jet-black hair, piercing eyes, and a chiseled face that exuded both authority and striking handsomeness. His attributes had reached a peak of 10, the utmost limit of human capability, and he had attained this pinnacle in physical form. Yet, this was not sufficient. He yearned to transcend humanity. After cleansing himself, Wu Yangming stepped out of the bathroom, the light from the living room chandelier illuminating him like a radiant future. Chapter 12. Attribute Enhancement on the Fourth Day Post-Apocalypse. Wu Yangming awoke from his slumber, stretching lazily. He picked up his phone, which was plugged into the charging cable beside his bed, and glanced at the screen displaying the message, fully charged, please unplug. He pondered if there were any living souls still in the building. If so, they should make their presence known. When would help arrive? Has anyone noticed any issues with the new medication developed by Dawn Pharmaceuticals? In our household, only my wife has succumbed. Now she has transformed, and I have locked her in the bathroom. Is this true? Inside, the news and messages from the community still circulate, indicating that the internet and electricity remain functional. Many relatives of survivors have already detected the issue with the blue syringe, it seems. Rising from the bed, I opened the door and stepped into the living room, just as Bai Lili emerged from her room. The two sat in silence at the dining table beside the living room. Wu Yangming gazed at the sullen expression on Bai Lili's face, unsure of what to say. Well, let us eat first. Yes, indeed. He struggled to find appropriate conversation for someone of her age, so he took out milk, bread, and ham from his backpack. And they began to eat together. This cannot continue. If it proves useless in the short term, wouldn't that mean the resources I invested would be squandered? Contemplating this, Wu Yangming swallowed the last bite of food and stood up. He turned to Lili across the table and declared, Lili, starting today, I shall cleanse our floors of the undead, and you cannot remain uninvolved. You must join me in this battle. As he spoke, he retrieved a 10mm handgun from his backpack, its cold gleam reflecting the light, and placed it firmly before Lili. Lili, you should recall what you said yesterday, how you wished for vengeance, to seek justice for the suffering endured by your parents. Lili, still stuffing food into her mouth, lifted her head in surprise, her gaze fixed on Wu Yangming, clearly taken aback by a sudden address. Wu Yangming produced a syringe encased in a plastic container, which he referred to as the blue syringe, although its full designation was the compulsory evolution syringe. Do you recognize the trademark on this? He inquired. Lili recalled her father's words, who had previously mentioned that this was a significant corporation known for saving numerous lives. The packaging bore the inscription Dawn Pharmaceutical Technology Company, accompanied by their emblem, a hexagon featuring the profile of a fully curled infant. This very medication was the reason her parents had transformed into those monstrous beings. Upon hearing this revelation, the young girl's shoulders began to tremble, her rising emotions a tumult of rage and sorrow. However, the entity behind this was extraordinarily powerful, capable of distributing such evidently substandard drugs globally. They undoubtedly wielded immense authority, likely positioning themselves as the holders of the world's most formidable military force. While Lili remained silent in response to Wu Yangming's words, the heaviness in her eyes gradually ignited with vitality, becoming resolute, revealing a glimmer of ferocity. Wu Yangming, not being an exceptional psychologist, found himself unable to console a child who had lost her parents, to coax a smile from her regarding the future. However, igniting the flames of vengeance within a person is astonishingly simple. Wu Yangming observed the silent Lili and continued, although you now possess telekinesis, it remains in a nascent and feeble state. It is wholly inadequate for confronting your adversaries. Therefore, you must learn to harness and wield greater power to better safeguard yourself in a perilous environment and to achieve your goals. Do you understand? Bai Lili nodded emphatically, her eyes regaining vitality and determination. Satisfied with her response, Wu Yangming smiled and said, in that case, let us hasten to our meal. Once we finish, we shall commence our actions. All right. The young girl began to devour bread and ham voraciously, washing it down with generous gulps of milk. Brother, is it truly sufficient to proceed in this manner? At that moment, Bai Lili held a 10mm handgun, standing with Wu Yangming in apartment 03 on the 6th floor. The dwelling Wu Yangming had left uncleaned the previous day. Indeed, firearms are not as complex as one might think. Pull the bolt and disengage the safety, just like that. Now, use the weapon in your hands to grant them peace, Wu Yangming instructed as he restrained the zombie with his telekinetic power, speaking calmly to Lili. Bang, 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 bang. On her first attempt to fire, she was unable to neutralize the target in one shot, and Lili discharged 6 rounds. Observing Bai Lili successfully eliminate the zombie, Wu Yangming felt a sense of satisfaction. Vengeance was a path she must tread, for her enemies were a formidable multinational corporation. After vanquishing the zombies, Wu Yongming discovered a vial of a zombie spinal fluid among the remains. He then proceeded to dismantle all usable items from the 6th floor of the workshop, transporting the materials with him. Gradually, he cleared the 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st floors until he had completely emptied the 7th floor and below. In total, he encountered over 80 zombies and acquired 56 vials of the zombie spinal fluid. Throughout this endeavor, Wu Yongming refrained from engaging in combat, allowing Bai Lili to handle all the threats single-handedly. Upon returning home, Wu Yongming combined the zombie spinal fluid with the mysterious serum to synthesize a total of 56 attribute enhancement serums. Without hesitation, he consumed 50 of them. A warm sensation surged through his body, making him feel remarkably lighter. His vision sharpened, and his senses became extraordinarily acute. He could even perceive the fluttering wings of a fly dancing within the room. This sensation was surreal, rendering his body almost foreign to him. Name: Wu Yongming. Level: 322 HP, 1000 AP, 1000. Attributes: Strength, 21 Intelligence, 20 Charisma, 16 Endurance, 18 Agility, 16 Perception, 14 Luck, 18. He opened the panel to examine his attributes. His strength need not be reiterated, and with an intellect now soaring to a score, he perceived his telekinesis to be more precise than the most adept physician's touch. He could, in essence, sculpt upon his very capillaries. Unleashing his telekinesis once more, he enveloped the entire edifice, no longer merely grasping vague impressions. Instead, he could now map the building's minutiae, the conduits within the walls, the wiring, and their internal attrition, rendering it all within his mind's eye with the acuity of a 24K color pinhole high-definition camera. Within the building, 15 souls persevered, somewhat dispirited. Yet their numbers remained constant. Chapter 13. Synthetics. However, Wu Yongming had no immediate plans to dispense beneficence upon them, for they were not yet his constituents. He must first fabricate several loyal synthetics to serve as his henchmen. Otherwise, even with the capacity to obliterate them with a mere thought, he could not rest easy. Lili, administer these. Understood. Having administered the remaining 6 attribute enhancement injections to Bai Lili, he accessed her attribute panel. Race: Human. Name: Bai Lili. HP: 2020 AP 1010. Attributes: Strength, 5-6 Intelligence, 5-7 Charisma, 5 Stamina, 5 Agility, 6-8 Perception, 5-7. It appears there are no issues. A score of 5 in attributes is already the average for an ordinary adult, and Lili has now surpassed the typical adult's level of capability. Holding the mobile phone, which possesses a walkie-talkie function, she was instructed by Wu Yongming. Just follow this operation. From here on, you will be responsible for clearing the zombies alone. Is that acceptable? If any issues arise, use the walkie-talkie to call me. Remember to utilize the walkie-talkie function. Understood. No problem. Even if it was just a sliver. She was determined to become stronger. Wu Yongming assigned her the task of clearing zombies above the 7th floor. With an additional 6 points in attributes and armed with a firearm, coupled with her own psychic abilities for oversight, the likelihood of encountering problems was minimal. Should any complications arise, he had the means to rectify them promptly. He aimed to train a capable subordinate within a short time frame. Meanwhile, Wu Yongming made his way to the rooftop. The space required for constructing the synthesis manufacturing platform was extensive and not something that could be accommodated within his own home. So he took the elevator to the terrace atop the building. Wu Yongming first established a synthesizer workstation, then proceeded to create a terminal and a generator, connecting the 3 machines with 2 wires. Android, synthetic gorilla, synthetic horse, and so forth. Activate the terminal and locate the option for androids. Android: ordinary human. Formula: biomass. Android: aberrant. Formula 1. Biomass: blue syringe, mystical serum. Ability: randomized. Formula 2. Biomass: blue eyeball, mystical serum. Ability type: specifiable. 2 additional formulas have emerged. What exactly is this blue eyeball? Originally, the interface for the Android should have contained only a single option. Yet now it astonishingly offers the capability to create androids endowed with extraordinary powers. This transformation appears to be a reflection of the shifting world around him. For the time being, he chooses to disregard these developments, unless he is in a position of absolute safety and can ascertain the dangers. He will categorically avoid utilizing these unverified formulas. What if this new type of android were to rebel, differing from the ordinary ones? First, he shall create a standard android. At least within the confines of the game, it has been confirmed that they exhibit unwavering loyalty. Should any complications arise, he can always obliterate them with his telekinesis. He decides to manufacture 10 of them, presses the activation button, and the workstation begins its operation, commencing with the assembly of bones piece by piece. Next, mechanical arms initiate the printing of vascular muscle, followed by the infusion of blood. Then electric shocks are employed to active, race, synth names, A001, A010, level, 10, HP, 100, 100 AP, 100, 100, attributes, strength, 5 intelligence, 5 charisma, 5 endurance, 5 agility, 5 perception, 5 luck, 5 comprising 5 males and 5 females. Each possesses the physical prowess and knowledge of an average university student, coupled with absolute obedience to commands. From this day forth, you shall be known as A001 to A010. Wu Yangming refrained from unnecessary discourse. Synthetics require little in the way of exhortation, for obedience is ingrained in their very consciousness. He provided each of the 5 synthetics, who were devoid of clothing, with a complete set of undergarments and garments fashioned from bulletproof fabric, allowing them to blend seamlessly with ordinary individuals. Furthermore, each was equipped with a handcrafted automatic rifle, resembling an AK, along with 5,000 rounds of ammunition. Wu Yangming also discerned that these synthetics, much like himself, possessed an intrinsic spatial backpack mechanism, enabling them to store their firearms and ammunition out of sight. Thus, their armaments remained concealed until they were summoned. After the production of the synthetics, Wu Yangming dismantled the synthetic workbench in the workshop, repurposing it into materials, and instructed several synthetics to tidy the rooftop terrace, subsequently relocating it to the 20th floor with remarkable efficiency. Situated on the 20th floor in Room 2, this abode spans 2 levels. The first floor resembles an ordinary room, featuring 3 compartments, while the second level leads directly to the rooftop, comprising only 2 chambers. However, it boasts splendid natural light and a panoramic view, with the rooftop serving as a courtyard. Both levels have been meticulously renovated, adorned with exquisite furnishings of the highest quality. It remains unclear whether the landlord intends to reside here personally, but for now, it has fortuitously fallen into the hands of Wu Yangming, who graciously accepts it. Lili, can you hear me? After dealing with the zombies, come directly to the 20th floor. We shall reside here from now on. Understood, the 20th floor. Thus, the day passed, yielding to nightfall. Brother, I'm back. Who are these older siblings? Upon her return from exterminating the zombies, Bai Lili expressed her confusion upon noticing the sudden presence of 10 men and women. They are our companions, individuals whom we can trust implicitly moving forward, Wu Yangming replied, observing the 10 enhanced beings standing like exemplary soldiers at attention. Our companions, I see. After speaking, she collapsed onto the sofa, finally allowing herself to relax after the taxing day. Wu Yangming tossed a set of car keys to A001. There is a Hummer in the parking lot on the first floor. You can take the elevator down. I need you to drive A002, A003, A004, and A005 to gather supplies. Anything will suffice, but prioritize food, medicine, and gasoline. Then, A006, I need you to take A007, A008, A009, and A010 to gather consumable food and medical supplies from this building. All the corpses of the zombies killed by Lili should be moved to Room 1 on the 20th floor. Avoid the rooms with survivors. Yes, Master. Chapter 14. The robots, all the androids responded to Wu Yangming's command with a distinct tone of cold indifference. Do not call me Master. Refer to me as General. Yes, General. The 5 androids then set off. After assigning the tasks, Wu Yangming called for Lili to have dinner, which consisted once again of bread, ham, and milk. Lili, it's time to eat. Yes, General, Lili joked. Citizens, commence your meals, shower, and then retire to your rooms for the night. On the 5th day. Hello. Is anyone there? Did you hear gunshots in the building? Yes, and there has been a group of people inside lately, though I'm not sure what they are doing. I thought it was rescue personnel. I even peered through the peephole. They are moving the zombie corpses upstairs. I don't understand why they are doing that. They could simply throw them out the window. Have the rescuers arrived? Help. I'm in Room 1 on the 12th floor. Please come rescue me. The network remained consistently problematic, however. Wu Yangming turned on the kitchen faucet, but not a single drop of water emerged. It appears that the water supply facilities have encountered issues. It is only the 5th day, and Wu Yangming had initially anticipated that they could last for at least another 2 weeks or even a month. Nevertheless, alternatives are not entirely absent. At least the electricity remains untroubled. After extinguishing the lights in the living room, Wu Yangming donned his stealth suit and layered it with a military overcoat. He opened his workshop and constructed several generators, subsequently connecting them to the walls using a shelter technology distribution device and electrical wiring, ensuring that, even in the absence of professional technicians, the electrical system in his room would remain functional. The products of the system are indeed remarkable. Simultaneously, he filled a space on the rooftop, originally intended for either flowers or a pond, with water and built a large water purifier to meet the demand for clean water. He also manufactured a robotic workstation, producing 20 units of craftsmen. These craftsmen are characterized by a massive spherical body, equipped with 3 mechanical eyes atop their heads and 3 mechanical arms fitted with a circular saw, a flamethrower, and mechanical pincers. Their versatility is astounding, enabling them to perform tasks ranging from household chores and yard maintenance to agricultural care and assembly line work in factories. In the game, these craftsmen do not require recharging, and their ammunition is inexhaustible. If one were to cite a flaw, it would be that they are rather easy to manage, excluding those special individuals with names and those bearing legendary prefixes in the wild. Consequently, he also produced 20 units of radar for armed defense. Overall, it appears to be a humanoid robot with somewhat feminine proportions, equipped with a powerful laser cannon mounted on its head. The right hand has been outfitted with a mechanical blade tailored for close combat, while the left hand remains a conventional mechanical appendage, facilitating various operations. The torso is integrated with a cloaking module, allowing it to stealthily ambush any intruders that may arise. It is worth noting that both the Mr. Handy and the Raider units are equipped with cloaking modules to minimize the likelihood of being detected by survivors. After deploying 5 Mr. Handys and 5 Raiders for the organization, cleaning, and security of the 20th floor, Wu Yangming proceeded to room 1 on that floor, which was filled with zombies swathed in white cloth. The corpses of Bai Lili's parents were specifically requested by Wu Yangming to remain in their original room. Wu Yangming activated the workshop, and a green luminescent screen instantly enveloped the entire room, disassembling everything within. He then moved to room 3 on the opposite side of the 20th floor, which was cluttered with large pieces of furniture, such as refrigerators and coffee tables, that could not be stored in his backpack. Again, he activated the workshop, and in a moment, the items were disassembled. After managing all of this, he returned to the rooftop. As for the floors below, there were no survivors on the 19th, 18th, 17th, 16th, and 15th floors. The 15 survivors were distributed among the 13th, 12th, 11th, and 8th floors. Aside from the 20th floor, which serves his personal needs, Wu Yangming intends to establish a weapon production line on the 19th floor for the manufacture of ammunition. With the assistance of the workshop, the arrangement of the entire floor can be accomplished in a mere 10 minutes. The generator, enhanced by modifications, provides a 100-fold power supply, rendering a small generator sufficient for the operation of the entire production line. Raw materials have been thoroughly scavenged from the various rooms within the building during this time, ensuring an ample supply for ammunition production. The manufacturing process commenced immediately, with 3 handy helpers assigned to oversee the production line and collect the finished products, while 3 raiders served as their guardians. It must be noted that these robots have become significantly more intelligent since their arrival in the real world, particularly the handy helpers, who, as housekeeping robots, excel in performing tasks with remarkable precision. The remaining 2 floors are dedicated to agriculture. After constructing numerous fields, an equal number of handy helpers and raiders were dispatched to carry out the work. As for the other 6 handy helpers and 6 raiders, they naturally accompanied me and Lily to scavenge, for this is the apocalypse, and certain tasks must be undertaken in such dire times. We must seize this opportunity to collect resources before order is restored. Our exploration begins with the other buildings in the neighborhood. Wu Yangming and his companions reside in the 6th building, and our current objective is the 5th. Accompanied by Lily, 6 handy helpers, 6 raiders, and 5 synths, Wu Yangming arrived at the foot of the 5th building and activated his invisibility. He then unleashed his telekinetic abilities, allowing his mental prowess to envelop the entire structure, instantly revealing the conditions within. How tragic it is that merely 5 days have passed, and not a single living soul remains in this building. The exploration commenced, eradicating all zombies and collecting every usable resource. Items that could not be stored in the backpack were relocated to a room on the 1st floor. The robots and androids began their meticulous tasks, and after approximately half a day, by noon, over 100 bottles of zombie spinal fluid and more than 300 units of biological materials were amassed, along with a plethora of industrial resources. A bountiful harvest indeed. Moreover, all of this required no personal effort. One merely had to wait on the 1st floor. Upon completing the scavenging, They immediately proceeded to the next building. Thus, a day slipped by, with the robots working tirelessly. Wu Yongming instructed them to continue their efforts in other buildings, searching for resources, eliminating zombies, and gathering larger items and corpses that could not fit in the backpack, consolidating them in the first floor room. Chapter 15. Guessed at this pace and efficiency. By producing additional androids and robots, he could thoroughly scour the entire complex. Subsequently, he intended to expand the search perimeter to the surrounding area. He returned to his residence on the 20th floor of Building 6, accompanied by the androids and Bai Lili. However, that evening, two unexpected guests arrived at their 20th floor abode. Wu Yongming recognized these individuals. They were a couple residing in room 3 on the 12th floor. The husband, surnamed Shi, was named Shi Chaorong. Their family also included a pair of twin sons, approximately 17 or 18 years old, along with a young girl of a similar age to Lily. Previously, I had encountered this family of 5 in the homeowners group. Remarkably, they had not succumbed to the terrifying fate of becoming zombies. I had seen their desperate plea for help in the group, as their child was suffering from a fever. This family was indeed fortunate to have miraculously avoided the dreadful transformation. Good day, sir. I am truly sorry to trouble you, but my child has been running a fever for 4 whole days now, and it shows no signs of abating. We have exhausted our supply of medicine. Would you happen to have any antipyretics on hand? I implore you to assist us, the anxious mother pleaded, her eyes shimmering with hope. Beside her, her husband quickly added, My friend, I am Shi Chaorong. I noticed that you have been out gathering supplies these past few days. I wonder if you might have any surplus medication. If so, we would be profoundly grateful for your generosity. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. We would never refuse. His words resonated with sincerity and determination as they sought the help of Wu Yongming. Seeing the urgent distress of the middle-aged couple, Wu Yongming reassured them, Do not worry. We will do our utmost to assist you. Though he offered his verbal commitment, internally, Wu Yongming began to weigh the pros and cons. In terms of manpower, they had synthetic beings that mirrored humans entirely, while in terms of labor, they could not compete with robots that never tired or faltered. If one were to insist, the only merit they possess is their ability to procreate. Should there arise an intention to establish a nation in some foreign land, it would necessitate the presence of individuals capable of bearing offspring. As for the indigenous population of those regions, Mr. Wu has no intention of considering them. However, that is a matter for a distant future. By that time, the absence of a singular entity would hardly be a concern, and at present, there exists no need for such deliberation. What should one do, assist or refrain? Wu Yongming pondered. Mr. Wu, it is as follows. I still maintain some connections within the municipal sector. The middle-aged man spoke, seemingly anticipating Wu Yongming's potential hesitation. Ah, so you are one of those within the system. Please, come in. Ha ha ha. We have ample medicine. No need for formality. Feel free to take as much as you wish. Upon hearing of the other party's connections, Wu Yongming's demeanor shifted dramatically. He ushered the two individuals into the room, arranging for them to sit on the sofa in the living room. A 008. Go fetch some anti-inflammatory and fever-reducing medication for me. He instructed the synthetic being standing nearby. Understood. Master, a 008 responded promptly. Following the command, a 008 swiftly departed from the living room, striding towards the inner chambers. Before long, a 008 returned, cradling a white medical box in its hands. It carefully placed the box upon the glass coffee table at the center of the living room, then returned to its original position, standing rigidly like a statue, awaiting further instructions, the entire process executed with impeccable efficiency. I am profoundly grateful to you. Without your assistance, I would have been at a loss for what to do. My child is finally saved. The woman beside me, upon seeing the medicine box, immediately expressed her gratitude, her voice trembling with emotion as she tightly clutched the box, her eyes brimming with appreciation and tears welling up. In stark contrast, her husband stood nearby with a grave expression, subtly observing the individual referred to as a 008 with a hint of astonishment. This person exhibited an unwavering demeanor, executing every action with precision, clearly indicative of professional training. The designation A008 was evidently a mere identification number. When retrieving the medicine box, he made not a single superfluous motion, operating with the efficiency of a finely tuned machine. Words like calm and competent barely suffice to describe him. Though it may be inappropriate to liken a savior to a machine, it is as if he were a robot. The middle-aged man observed A008's tranquil countenance, noting how he acknowledged the woman's heartfelt thanks with a slight nod, yet spoke little. He pondered privately. This young man is undoubtedly extraordinary. The mere fact that he hesitated briefly before ultimately procuring the precious medicine for us speaks volumes. Such actions are beyond the capacity of an ordinary individual. One must understand that in these times of crisis, when chaos reigns, no one knows when order will be restored. And the value of medicine in such circumstances is something any adult should comprehend. Yet, all of this pales in comparison to the fact that he aided himself, offering invaluable medicine to save his own child. Brother Wu, the municipal government intends to assemble personnel to establish a temporary safe zone, gathering all survivors from the city. They are in dire need of manpower at this moment. If you are inclined to join, they would likely grant you a more relaxed position owing to my influence. I appreciate your kind offer, yet I have no intention of departing from here for the time being. After some contemplation, Wu Yangming ultimately declined the proposal. You see, our supplies here are relatively ample, and we reside on a higher floor, which should afford us a degree of safety for now. Moving towards the safe zone might indeed pose certain dangers. Wouldn't you agree? Haha. Oh, I see. That is indeed the case. Since Brother Wu is unwilling to come, I shall not insist further. The middle-aged man recognized that the other party's decision to remain was not merely due to concerns over safety or resources. Where could be safer than the safe zone? The food left in various residential buildings, supermarkets, and department stores could last for years. Should the safe zone dispatch search teams to forage, food would not be an issue. However, since he chooses not to leave, there must be his reasons, and there is no need to pry. Well then, my wife and I shall take our leave. We have a child at home awaiting the medicine we need to bring back. Nevertheless, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek us out. My wife and I will certainly do our utmost to help, the middle-aged man stated earnestly. Chapter 16. Exceptional Individuals. I shall rely on you then, my dear brother. Haha. After bidding farewell to his guests, Wu Yangming closed the door. It was astonishing that he could deduce so much from just a single encounter. This gentleman seemed to possess connections that transcended mere acquaintance. Since the beginning, Wu Yangming had been employing his mind-reading abilities to discern the intentions of others. Should anyone harbor malicious thoughts, he would not hesitate to work late into the night to eliminate their entire family. Fortunately, this family appeared to be quite decent. They recognized his earlier hesitations and, understanding the importance of gratitude, sought to assist him in establishing a safe zone. Moreover, now that a safe zone was being established, it was likely that all survivors within the community would migrate there, correct? If that were the case, he could monopolize an entire neighborhood. This was indeed monumental news for him. After being cared for by this obedient cadre of robots, he had no desire to serve the unruly populace any longer. As long as he remained alive and there was sufficient biomass, the population of the synthetics would continue to flourish. Aside from the inability to naturally procreate, they possessed no shortcomings. For the time being, relying on the synthetics would suffice. If they were indeed proceeding to establish a safe zone, then the pace of my own progress must accelerate. Once they vacated on the 6th day, Wu Yangming instructed the 10 previously created humanoids and robots to remain within the confines of the residential community, continuing their quest for supplies. He, alongside Bai Lili and an additional 20 newly manufactured humanoids, as well as 20 craftsmen and 20 raider units, set forth. The appearances of the craftsmen and raiders had been transformed to embody a post-apocalyptic aesthetic, reminiscent of the Rust Gang, with their exteriors constructed entirely from various salvage materials. The raiders sported menacing skull-like helmets that added to their intimidating presence. Their destination was the large wholesale supermarket situated across from the community, a target determined in their plans from the previous day. Outside the thick gates of the community, a swarm of zombies crawled menacingly. Brother, where do they all come from? Bai Lili shuddered at the sight of the undead. Who knows? It seems we might be the only living souls in the vicinity, attracting them all here. Gazing at the horde of zombies outside, Wu Yangming, who had never witnessed such a multitude of the deceased in 2 lifetimes, felt a surge of displeasure and anger towards the unseen puppeteer behind this chaos. Everyone, open fire. With Wu Yangming's command, the humanoids unleashed their crude firearms, makeshift rifles and pistols, firing through the barricade at the approaching zombies, while their backpacks contained more advanced weaponry. The presence of civilians within the community necessitated discretion, prompting Wu Yangming to order them to utilize the rudimentary weaponry typical of their gaming world under ordinary circumstances. The appearance of these weapons is as evocative as their names, resembling crude contrivances fashioned from table legs, wooden sticks, and rusted iron frames. Should one encounter a situation demanding explanation, it could easily be attributed to an overabundance of technical prowess. Similarly, those transformed into the Rusty Gang style. The crafty hands and raiders, share this principle. In the face of formidable adversaries, they may deploy the energy weapons enhanced by Wu Yangming, stored in their backpacks. Moreover, due to mechanical peculiarities, these hybrids possess a unique advantage: unlimited ammunition. Provided with even a single round, they can unleash an inexhaustible torrent of bullets, an exhilarating prospect indeed. Naturally, this mechanism does not extend to grenades, rockets, or small nuclear devices. With an overwhelming barrage of firepower, the zombies outside were swiftly eliminated. Once assured of safety, Wu Yangming pried open the door to the security room of the community. Inside, he discovered the key to the small gate beside the main entrance. Nestled beside the corpse of a security guard who had perished from starvation, he had no intention of using the main entrance, as its mechanism was rather sluggish. For precaution, he preferred to lead everyone out through the smaller gate. The raiders forged ahead to clear the path, followed closely by the crafty hands, while the hybrids, from A011 to A020, formed a protective circle around him, and those from A021 to A030 took up positions on the periphery, beginning to move. Along the way, they collected supplies from the fallen zombies as they made their way into the supermarket across the street. Thus, with a command from Wu Yangming, approximately 60 individuals, comprising both cyborgs and robots, commenced a thorough search for all available resources along the route. They diligently collected various items left behind by the deceased, including remnants from the clothing of the zombies and belongings found within vehicles that had been overturned and abandoned by the roadside. The corpses of the zombies were momentarily left in place, as the recovery of biomass could be addressed later. The immediate priority was to secure the supermarket across the street. With the robots forming a protective perimeter, they swiftly crossed the road and approached the entrance of the supermarket. Bang! The sound of a gunshot echoed as the lock of the supermarket door was shattered. The robots led the way inside, and remarkably, there were no zombies to be found within. Whether it was due to the supermarket being closed at the onset of the zombie crisis or some other reason, the shelves were impeccably arranged and brimming with an array of products. The order was given to turn on the lights, and the raiding team was tasked with searching for potential dangers while the resourceful individuals collected supplies from within the supermarket. Wu Yangming had no intention of disassembling these modern industrial products into raw materials, as they possess considerable intrinsic value and could serve as valuable resources for trade with the survivor base that was to be established in the future. Just as the operation was progressing with fervor, two raiders suddenly reported via wireless intercom that there was a peculiar situation in the underground storage of the supermarket. One of the rooms contained an abnormally shaped zombie. Upon receiving this news, Wu Yangming immediately hurried with his subordinates to the underground warehouse. Upon arriving at the subterranean facility, he discovered that the entire warehouse was divided into several smaller compartments. Peering through the iron bars of a small window on the door, he could not help but exclaim. The zombie inside stood over 2 meters tall, its skin a typical grayish-green hue. From the thighs upwards, it bore a striking resemblance to ordinary zombies. However, much of its towering height was attributed to its uniquely specialized legs, reminiscent of those of an ostrich or velociraptor. A sign hung on the door, adorned with crooked handwriting that read, "Do not open." Chapter 17. Spinal Fluid, Species, Zombie, Speedster, HP, 100 AP, 150 Attributes, Strength, 10 Intelligence, 3 Charm, 5 Endurance, 7 Agility, 19 Perception, 12. This creature can only emerge from zombies that have reached the grayish-green stage or beyond. Its legs have undergone specialization from the calves, evolving into a beast-like digitigrade structure, significantly enhancing both height and running speed. Note: Speed-type specialized mutants have a chance to drop Speed-type mutant zombie spinal fluid. Yet, Wu Yangming had no intention of heeding the warning displayed on the door, for he had discerned the attributes of the zombie within through his extraordinary vision. The spinal fluid of a speed-type zombie was an unencountered synthetic item. Bang! The zombies within seemed to sense the approach of prey, darting about the walls of the room like acrobats on motorcycles, leaping and racing before delivering a powerful kick to the door. It appeared they intended to use the accumulated potential energy to force the door open. Is this truly a zombie? Indeed. What say you, Lili? Shall we engage it in combat? Perhaps not. The information is insufficient, and our abilities are lacking. Lili shook her head in refusal. Upon hearing her denial, Wu Yangming did not press further and swiftly activated his psychic powers. A blade formed of psychic energy sliced through the door, instantly severing the legs of the speed-specialized zombie within. The legless creature crashed into the wall like an uncontrolled motorcycle, producing a resounding thud, akin to a squashed frog, its body fracturing and embedding into the wall before sliding down to the floor, reduced to a grotesque mass of flesh. Wu Yangming yanked the now warped door open with his psychic force and stepped inside, casting his gaze around the room. The once formidable zombie now lay in a corner. A puddle of mangled flesh, while in another corner, a key lay abandoned. It appeared that before its mutation, this zombie had locked itself away to prevent causing harm after its transformation. Zombie spinal fluid, speed type, a specialized spinal fluid from certain mutated zombies. Useful for synthesizing advanced attribute-enhancing serums. Blue eyeball, description, a rare mutated organ that grows only in the brains of a select few zombies. The loss of cerebrospinal fluid velocity is relatively comprehensible, but what of the entity known as the blue eyeball? Upon extraction, a blue orb-like object was placed within a specially designed glass container. Through the vessel, one could discern that this azure sphere was connected to tendrils resembling an optic nerve. Presumably, it is composed of some synthetic material, which I shall investigate further upon my return. After addressing the immediate threats, Wu Yangming ascended back to the workshop and activated the workshop mode, initiating the disassembly of the large shelves and goods within the supermarket into raw materials. Thus, half a day passed, during which Wu Yangming emptied the entire structure, rendering the supermarket desolate, with all items transformed into cold digits nestled within his backpack. Subsequently, he commenced the establishment of a power armor production line according to his plans. To mitigate potential risks, he opted not to utilize the supermarket's original power source directly. Instead, he constructed a shelter technology reactor in the basement, connecting it with cables to prevent external disconnection in the event of armed conflict. Thus, he toiled until evening, completing the entire production line, and commenced the creation of the world's first power armor. The models included T-45, T-51, and T-60, with T-51 boasting the highest defensive capability and optimal performance. T-60, an upgraded version of T-45, utilized more materials, although its performance did not match that of T-51. Its manufacturing cost was lower, making it the model employed by America prior to the war to suppress domestic unrest. It is not as fragile as the T-45, making it perfectly suited for combating zombies and the treacherous survivors. Given the limited resources at his disposal, there is no immediate necessity to manufacture an excessive number of power armors. Producing approximately 15 units would suffice. The production line operates efficiently, as these are devices within a game environment, and it is inconceivable for players to wait for 10 to 20 minutes for a single piece of equipment. Soon enough, 15 brand new T-60 power armors emerged, resplendent in their striking silver-gray hue, radiating a dazzling metallic sheen. The shoulder armor features a distinctive composite dual-layer structure, significantly enhancing the protective capabilities while simultaneously augmenting flexibility and maneuverability. Whether engaged in intense combat or executing intricate tasks, the wearer can move with unencumbered ease. On either side of the chest armor, two handles have been thoughtfully integrated, in extreme circumstances, should the user become incapacitated. These allow comrades to swiftly recover and drag them to safety, thereby mitigating further losses. The rear of the power armor is equipped with an elegant switch valve to activate the suit, while the helmet is fitted with an LED headlamp, providing formidable illumination support to allies in dimly lit environments during joint operations with light infantry, thus enabling them to better perceive their surroundings and identify potential threats. Additionally, the helmet houses an efficient night vision capability. Even in the face of complete darkness or sudden power outages, users are still able to observe their surroundings with clarity, swiftly responding to various complex and ever-changing battlefield scenarios. When the power armor was finally completed, Wu Yangming could hardly contain his excitement and eagerness. He never imagined that one day he would personally pilot the power armor. He hurriedly made his way to the rear of one of the suit's units. With utmost care, he retrieved a yellow-coated fusion core from his personal belongings. He then delicately installed the core into the designated slot of the power armor's valve and turned the valve. A crisp sound echoed, accompanied by a deep and powerful mechanical hum, as the entire power armor gradually unfolded from the back. Wu Yangming took a deep breath and, following the countless movements he had practiced in the game, agilely slipped into the interior of the power armor. In that instant, he felt like a paladin of the Brotherhood, poised to step onto the battlefield and engage in fierce combat against the undead, mutants, and the Inker. He skillfully operated the mechanisms, sealing the power armor once more. Instantly, the previously dim interior was illuminated by electronic dashboards displaying the armor's intact status, remaining power, and various other critical information, providing Wu Yangming with detailed and precise data support. Chapter 18, Power Armor. Wu Yangming raised his left hand to rotate the wrist of the armor. then lifted his right hand, fists clasped together. He raised his right foot, flexing the armor's legs. Oh, yes. Invincible in battle. Victory is ours. Ha ha ha. His exuberant laughter echoed through the spacious supermarket. Even with the mechanical undertone of his helmet, the gleaming silver armor he wore shimmered under the lights, resembling a futuristic warrior who had traversed time. Operating powered armor in reality is an entirely different experience from seeing it on screen. What do you think, Lili? Is this powered armor not magnificent? He turned to Lili, who stood nearby, his face brimming with excitement behind the helmet. Indeed, it is quite impressive, Lili replied, smiling in agreement at the enthusiastic Wu Yaming clad in powered armor. Although she could not fully comprehend the fascination boys had with such rigid armor, she felt it polite to respond. Yet, she recalled the moments when her father passionately introduced model aircraft to her mother, his eyes dancing with excitement as he described every detail. While her mother smiled and chimed in harmoniously, she thought that by responding in a similar manner, she could bring joy to him. Now, you can divide the remaining 14 units amongst yourselves, equip them, and establish your positions. From this moment forth, this supermarket shall serve as our newly claimed stronghold. Should any intruders approach, I grant you permission to employ heavy weaponry, including small nuclear devices. Yes, General. The rest of the team, the skilled craftsmen and raiders, were tasked with reclaiming the zombies outside. Under the cover of night, Wu Yangming planned to gather the biomass. After a long day of toil, Wu Yaming and Lili returned to their home on the 20th floor of Building 6 in their community. After taking turns to shower and change their attire, aboard Wu Yangming switched on the television, allowing it to serve as ambient music, while he perused messages on his mobile phone. Greetings, I am Shurjarong. May the surviving residents of each building kindly report their names. The survivor base will soon arrive to evacuate individuals. Please prepare your clothing, luggage, and any supplies you can carry. It was the same Mr. Shur who had previously come to borrow medicine. He was now coordinating the evacuation of the populace within the group. Is it true? Rescue has finally arrived. Oh. You cannot fathom how I have endured these past few hundred days. I haven't dared to step outside for days. Indeed, staying home has proven to be a wise choice. Me too. Thankfully, it has only been 5 or 6 days. Had it extended any longer, I would have been at a loss as to how to persevere. Upon hearing the news of the evacuation, the residents' group chat erupted with excitement. The surviving homeowners were abuzz. In preparation for this evacuation, Shurjarong had also included other survivors from the buildings in the community into the group. At last, we are leaving. You cannot imagine, our building has been haunted recently. The doors of other units have inexplicably opened, and their contents have vanished. Perhaps it is simply the individual in our building who is hoarding supplies. It's nothing to worry about, probably. No, certainly not. Yesterday, I glimpsed through the peephole and witnessed an intangible entity opening the door, followed by the harrowing sounds of zombie growls and fierce struggles from within. Afterward, there was a commotion of rummaging. And then the corpses of the zombies were inexplicably dragged out, suspended in midair, vanishing into the unknown. I saw it too. It terrified me. Is this for real? A zombie apocalypse accompanied by hauntings. Observing the chat in the WeChat group, Wu Yaming couldn't help but click his tongue. Clearly, the intelligence of those robots requires further enhancement. Indeed, reality diverges vastly from the realm of games. Even with an invisibility module, the disturbances it creates cannot simply dissipate. The game mechanics that allow one to vanish before an enemy's eyes merely by crouching are utterly implausible in real life. As long as the noise is significant enough, it can still attract attention. Nevertheless, Wu Yangming had no intention of concealing these matters for long. The prospect of mass-producing robots, each equipped with an invisibility module, would entail considerable resource expenditure. Fortunately, they were set to withdraw entirely by tomorrow, thus the entire community would belong to him. The production of synthetic humans and robots could be liberated on a grand scale, establishing his dominion over the nearby supermarkets, clinics, and other facilities centered around this neighborhood. First, he would convert today's zombie spinal fluids into foundational attribute enhancement serums. Since the authorities have begun to restore order, it is imperative to accumulate strength in various domains to ensure ample discourse power once stability is reinstated. Approaching the chemistry workstation, Wu Yaming activated the apparatus to commence synthesis. Today, he successfully harvested over 200 vials of zombie spinal fluid. He proceeded to manufacture more than 200 attribute enhancement serums, utilizing half of them in the process. Name: Wu Yangming. Level: 322 HP, 1000 AP, 1000 Attributes: Strength, 2130 Intelligence, 2030 Charisma, 1630 stamina, 1830 agility, 1630 perception, 1430 luck, 1830 upon reaching the 87th application. All attributes halted at the value of 30. He then employed 3 additional serums to ascertain whether he had indeed reached the attribute cap. As he had surmised, the attribute enhancement serum could only elevate attributes to a maximum of 30. However, Wu Yangming remained unperturbed, for he had already glimpsed a new synthesis formula. Advanced Attribute Enhancement Serum, Agility. Effect. When the agility attribute is below 30, using it will increase agility by 2. When the agility attribute is between 30 and 60, usage will yield an increase of 1. If the agility attribute reaches 60 or above, further applications will have no effect. Formula 1. Zombie Spinal Fluid, Speed Type, 1. Mysterious Serum 1. Formula 2. Zombie Spinal Fluid, Speed Type, 4. Radiation Contaminated Blood 1. Blue Injection 1. Formula 3. Zombie Spinal Fluid, Speed Type, 4. Radiation Contaminated Blood 2. Following the first formula, he produced the Attribute Enhancement Injection and, without hesitation, consumed it. Name: Wu Yangming. Level: 322 HP, 1000 AP, 1000. Attributes: Strength, 30 Intelligence, 30 Charm, 30 Endurance, 30 Agility, 31 Perception, 30 Luck, 30 Chapter 19. Reaching the limit indeed. His agility attribute surpassed 30, reaching 31. The high-level attribute enhancement injection, Speed Type, proved effective. Wu Yangming, while elated, also felt a twinge of worry. Although the likelihood of encountering such specialized zombies may not diminish, the inability to acquire them consistently left him unsettled. What was once easily obtained by slaying a few zombies now required him to specifically hunt for the corresponding mutants. Consequently, the remaining attribute enhancement injections held little value for him, compelling him to pay special attention to those specialized zombies in the future. Wu Yangming felt quite helpless. He decided to administer the remaining injections to Lili, enhancing her attributes until they all reached 30. A rhythmic and heavy knocking resounded abruptly through the stillness of the night. Wu Yangming, inside the house, furrowed his brow slightly. His mind stirred as he activated his ability of perception. His gaze penetrated the sturdy door, revealing the figure standing outside, Shi Zhaorong. After confirming the identity of the visitor, Wu Yangming stepped toward the entrance. As the sound of the lock turning echoed, the door creaked open, unveiling the familiar visage of Shi Zhaorong. "Good evening, Brother Wu." "Haraha." Before Wu Yangming could utter a word, Shi Zhaorong's hearty laughter filled the room. His face beamed with joy, and his eyes radiated sincerity and delight. Observing this, Wu Yangming reciprocated with a warm smile, replying, "Good evening, Mr. Shi. What brings you here at this late hour?" Shi Zhaorong waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Oh, it's nothing much. Just a special visit to express my gratitude. My daughter was ill not long ago, and thanks to the box of medicine you provided, her condition has significantly improved. She can now get out of bed and move around. So, I came specifically to thank you today." Upon hearing this, Wu Yangming hastily replied, "Oh, Mr. Shi. You are far too kind. Children often recover quickly from illnesses. It's quite common, really. There's no need to dwell on it. Besides, we all encounter difficulties when we venture out, and it is only natural for us to help one another." As he spoke, he warmly ushered Shi Zhaorong inside, inviting him to take a seat and pouring him a cup of hot tea. "Brother Wu, allow me to speak candidly. The safety zone on our side has essentially been established, although it may never fully return to the state it was in prior to the outbreak of the zombie crisis. At the very least, fundamental necessities such as medical care can be assured." Shi Zhaorong set down his teacup and slightly turned towards his companion, Wu Yangming. He continued, "Yesterday, I observed how you have not only attracted numerous devoted followers, but have also mastered the art of robotics and developed those earthen weapons. Our safety zone is in dire need of someone as versatile and exceptionally skilled as you. Therefore, Mr. Wu, have you truly considered this matter thoroughly? With your manpower and expertise, you could undoubtedly secure a significant position within the safety zone." At that moment, the two gentlemen were comfortably seated on a plush sofa, a steaming pot of fragrant tea placed upon the coffee table before them. They sipped their tea while engaging in casual conversation, with the nearby android occasionally refilling their cups. The discussion initially centered around the illness of Shi Zhaorong's daughter, gradually shifting towards the recruitment efforts for the safety zone. Despite having been previously declined by Wu Yangming, Shi Zhaorong was reluctant to relinquish the prospect of such talent after witnessing the technological prowess and manpower at Wu's command. Should Wu Yangming choose to join, The survival rate of the safety zone and the efficiency of locating the remaining populace would markedly improve. Thus, before departing the following morning, he resolved to make another attempt to win him over. Upon hearing these words, Wu Yangming gently sipped his tea, then slowly set down the cup, smiling as he replied, "Mr. Shi, I appreciate your kind intentions, and I am truly grateful. However, I must confess that I have my own reasons for my decision. Nevertheless, should the safe zone require any assistance, I shall certainly lend my utmost support. Given this, there is no need for further insistence, my brother will. As I mentioned before, this remains true for the future as well. Should you ever change your mind, you are always welcome to seek me out in the safe zone." After this exchange, the two engaged in light conversation for a while longer, after which Shi Zhaorong departed to prepare for the relocation of survivors the following day. Wu Yangming closed the door and let out a sigh of relief. To be candid, he had been somewhat tempted earlier. After all, controlling a safe zone could alleviate many of his burdens. Had this proposal been presented to him a few days earlier, he might have readily agreed. However, he had since established a production line for powered armor, and the number of synthetic robots was steadily increasing. He now found no necessity to serve ungrateful individuals in a safe zone or shelter. On the seventh day, approximately 50 survivors emerged from their homes within the community. Gathering at the entrance, each person carried or dragged various bundles, their demeanor resembling that of a group setting out for a spring outing rather than fleeing for their lives. A bus, specially modified with thick iron plating and reinforced armor, stood quietly at the community entrance. The vehicle glimmered with a cold metallic sheen, imparting an impression of invulnerability. Among the 5 fully armed security personnel tasked with escorting this group of survivors, each was equipped with various firearms and donned heavy bulletproof vests, their expressions serious as they remained vigilant to the surroundings of the vehicle. Amidst this contingent, one member seemed to find the prevailing atmosphere excessively tense and oppressive. As he absently caressed his weapon, he turned to his companion beside him and casually remarked, "Hey, don't you think there aren't many zombies around here?" In response, another security officer slightly turned his head, casting a sidelong glance at his inquiring teammate, displaying a hint of impatience as he replied, "Who knows? Perhaps these folks are just lucky, and all the zombies have wandered off to wreak havoc elsewhere." With that, he dismissed the conversation, redirecting his focus back to the area he was tasked with guarding, unwilling to let his guard down in the slightest. Meanwhile, Shi Zhaorong, the organizer of this operation, and the person in charge of the rescue were engaged in a light-hearted conversation, both wearing smiles of contentment. Standing on the rooftop terrace was Wu Yangming, facing the wind, his deep and piercing eyes akin to those of a hawk, absorbing all that transpired at the entrance of the community. A subtle smile graced Wu Yangming's lips as he thought to himself, "From this day forth, this community and all the surrounding buildings shall belong to me." Chapter 20, Expansion. "Lili, do you not intend to accompany them?" Wu Yangming did not turn his head, but continued to gaze at the convoy preparing to depart from the community entrance. He turned to the young girl beside him and inquired. Lili gently shook her head and replied, "Following them will not make me stronger, nor will it aid me in my quest for vengeance." Through their time together, Wu Yangming had provided her with an array of extraordinary items that could empower her, along with a strengthening serum that had elevated her intelligence attribute to level 30. She had come to understand that the strength and power for revenge she sought could only be attained in Wu Yangming's presence. Perhaps there were other means to grow stronger elsewhere, but she was unwilling to gamble her chance for revenge on uncertain possibilities. "General, I will always stand by your side." Unlike her previous jest, this time her tone was imbued with unwavering resolve and loyalty. Lili, perhaps it's best to forego the title of general." "Very well, General." As the bus carrying the survivors of calamity receded into the distance, Wu Yangming finally felt free to unleash his prowess without reservation. He first directed his attention to the 5th and 4th buildings, which were in close proximity to his residence in the 6th building, deciding to transform them into an armory. The 3rd and 1st buildings, located on the outskirts, would take on the vital tasks of producing food and water. The building in which he resides is a multifunctional structure. Aside from a few floors designated as a weapons factory and a food cultivation base for contingencies, the remainder has been converted into dormitories. These dormitories, while labeled as such, are devoid of excessive amenities, containing only beds and cabinets for food supplies. Although the emotional connection of the androids appears rather tenuous at present, it is anticipated that, with time, human-like sentiments will gradually manifest. Consequently, Wu Yangming has arranged for a lounge and recreational facilities for their leisure. However, the entertainment options available are limited to those found in the nuclear amusement park, which he cannot praise. they are not entirely devoid of enjoyment. Yet they are far from engaging. This meticulously delineated plan, seemingly flawless, has encountered unforeseen challenges during its execution. One particularly troublesome issue has arisen. The entire community is experiencing a power outage. Not only is the building affected, but even the supermarket across the street has succumbed to the same fate, as its primary power source has been ruthlessly severed. Wu Yangming speculates that this is likely a strategic measure implemented by the municipal authorities to conserve limited electricity resources, opting instead to concentrate supply to the survivor base. While he harbors some dissatisfaction regarding this situation, it is not entirely unacceptable. After all, in such trying times, the rational allocation of resources is to be expected. With the survivors evacuated, there is little justification for providing electricity to those unwilling to leave. It is the reluctance of these individuals that has led to their predicament. Fortunately, Wu Yangming had previously installed a reliable generator within the supermarket. Thus, even in the absence of free electricity supply, the power armor production line at the supermarket would not come to a standstill. Similarly, each building within the community was equipped with independent power generation facilities, rationally distributing energy through pipelines and distribution cabinets in the shelters. Moreover, with the population of synthetic humans increasing to 5,000, the equipment allocation became insufficient. The gear he carried with him could arm at most around 1,000 individuals, while various rifles, machine guns, and energy weapons were manageable. Each person could be equipped with 2 or 3 rounds of ammunition to ensure an endless supply. Unfortunately, heavy weaponry such as rocket launchers and small nuclear bombs did not adhere to this mechanism, and Wu Yangming could not currently procure nuclear materials. The small nuclear bombs needed to be conserved. Consequently, Wu Yangming commenced extensive scavenging of the surrounding areas. What others deemed as refuse were, to him, valuable materials for decomposition. In fact, he need not personally dismantle them. Simply placing them into the raw material input of the production line would suffice, as the resultant products would naturally yield surplus useless materials that could be separately decomposed. Thus, as time passed, Wu Yangming's settlement gradually flourished. Before long, approximately half a month had elapsed. During these past 15 days, Wu Yangming had been exceedingly busy, yet he reaped abundant rewards, successfully resolving the issue of armament for his personnel by producing 500 units of T-60 power armor. The configuration of these equipments undoubtedly significantly bolstered the combat capabilities of his settlement, achieving comprehensive outfitting in terms of energy weaponry. Not far from the residential area lies a grand stadium, where the remnants of the undead have long been eradicated. 500 soldiers clad in T-60 power armor stand in impeccable formation, wielding laser rifles with an imposing presence. Observing the array of formidable power armor and an assortment of potent energy weapons, Wu Yangming feels a profound sense of accomplishment. It is time to embark on the establishment of production lines for aircraft and large airships. With manpower and firepower secured, the next imperative is to enhance transportation capabilities. For limited troop movements, helicopters and armored personnel carriers provide viable options, each capable of transporting a squad of 4 to 5 armored soldiers, particularly within the urban combat zones. These vehicles exhibit exceptional performance, delivering troops swiftly and efficiently to mission objectives. However, for long-distance troop transport, one must rely on airships to undertake this formidable task. In the game, the Steel Brotherhood employs this extraordinary technology in a post-apocalyptic world. In an era where basic industrial capabilities have nearly collapsed, they embark on grand expeditions from the wasteland of Washington, D.C., to the far reaches of the federal wasteland. These colossal flying machines are capable of carrying substantial numbers of personnel and supplies, maintaining stable flight over considerable distances. Their spacious interiors can accommodate numerous soldiers and their requisite gear, ensuring that large contingents can reach distant battlefields with ease. Whether traversing vast expanses of land or crossing tumultuous seas, airships uniquely fulfill the mission of long-range troop transportation. The most crucial point is that he is undeniably handsome. Strikingly so, Wu Yangming, the elder of this brotherhood, is also determined to make his mark. Just a few days prior, he had dispatched troops to eliminate the zombies that had infested the stadium. It is indeed fitting for a sports arena, as it harbored a considerable number of specialized zombies, yielding several vials of their spinal fluid. Now, the time has come to commence construction. Chapter 21. Enhancement of abilities. This stadium occupies a substantial area, roughly equivalent to 2 or 3 standard football fields. Although it is equipped with a myriad of diverse sports facilities, once these assorted items are dismantled, A vast expanse of open land will be freed. This expansive space can be utilized by Wu Yangming for his construction endeavors as he sees fit. At this moment, he already harbors a preliminary plan in his mind. He aims to start with aerial reconnaissance, establishing a reliable means to transport troops and gain control over the city. This aerial capability will undoubtedly grant him a pivotal position in the post-apocalyptic world and the society that will eventually be rebuilt. Naturally, it is reinforced through modifications, ensuring it cannot be easily brought down by rudimentary weapons. Lili approached with measured steps, her slightly cherubic face adorned with excitement and anticipation. In a soft voice, she addressed him, "General." Upon hearing this title, Wu Yangming turned to meet the beaming smile of Bai Lili. Wu Yangming's lips twitched momentarily, but soon relaxed as he let out a resigned sigh. "Ah, did I not tell you not to call me General? Nevertheless, it seems I must concede to this title. Pray, what business do you have with me?" A glimmer of delight flickered in Lili's eyes as she promptly replied, "General, after this period of training and practical experience, I feel that my ability has indeed grown." As she spoke, she instinctively clenched her fist, sensing the powerful energy surging within her. Previously, although Lili's intelligence attribute had been enhanced to 30, resulting in improved precision, her intrinsic, none, had not advanced, thus her output remained unchanged. Now, with unwavering conviction, she claimed that her abilities had significantly increased, which undoubtedly suggested that her skill level had ascended to a new echelon. Wu Yangming's curiosity was piqued, for he had yet to witness anyone achieve an enhancement of abilities without the aid of tools or the expenditure of skill points. Just then, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before him. With a slight curl of her index finger, the 2-meter-long sofa, which had been peacefully resting on the rooftop, suddenly levitated as if enchanted. It began to move gracefully, first rising and falling in the air, then gliding effortlessly from side to side, as though liberated from the constraints of gravity. What followed was even more astounding. Under Lili's command, the sofa began to disassemble, its components methodically scattering in an orderly fashion. However, the performance did not conclude there. The scattered components miraculously reassembled themselves, swiftly restoring the original form of the sofa. The entire spectacle lasted approximately 2 minutes, while the reconstruction of the sofa took merely a matter of seconds. Ultimately, it came to an abrupt halt, as if it had exhausted all its energy. "Phew. How was that?" Lili gasped, casting a hopeful glance at Wu Yangming, her eyes brimming with eager anticipation, seemingly longing for affirmation and praise from him. "Well, I would rate your execution a 99. The last point, I fear, might inflate your pride." If Lili's abilities had indeed progressed further, she ought to possess a level of X-ray vision akin to his own. "Lili, give it a try and see if you can peer through the wall before you and glimpse what lies beyond. Given your strength, it should be within your capabilities." Upon hearing this, Lili paused momentarily, then responded, Really?" Her face lit up with a blend of astonishment and excitement. "I will try right away." With that, she focused intently, her gaze fixed on the thick wall before her, endeavoring to harness the power within her. After a brief struggle, Lili suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, it seems I can actually see what's behind the wall." Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Suddenly, she staggered, and after a misstep, she fell heavily onto the cold, hard ground. "Ouch. What just happened?" I find myself engulfed in a sensation as though the entire world is spinning, a dizzying world that leaves me lightheaded. Bai Lili feels as if she is ascending into the heavens. Observing her state, Wu Yangming cautions her, "It must be that your AP value is insufficient. Quickly find a place to rest, as that is the only way to restore yourself." Upon hearing this, Lili nods as if awakening from a dream, responding, "AP value. Oh, all right. I shall immediately seek a place to sleep." Although Lili remains unaware of what Wu Yangming refers to as the AP value, she surmises that a mere slumber will suffice. With great effort, she rises unsteadily from the ground and wobbles towards her room. Is it true that depleting one's AP value leads to such dizziness? Is this a unique trait of the natives of this world? Or could it be the same for me? And what are the synthetics? After temporarily dismissing the young girl, Wu Yangming begins to contemplate how to adeptly utilize Lili's combat abilities alongside her limitations. After all, they are two of the very few endowed with powers. And now Lili's abilities can function as an independent combat unit. It is essential to ensure she contributes in battle. He has long held a clear objective, to venture to the area located somewhat distant from his current influence, within the heart of the city's academic district. Just yesterday, Shi Zhaorong had contacted him, seeking personnel to assist the survivors congregating in the educational district. Is it possible that in such a densely populated area at the city's center, survivors still exist? Upon receiving the news, Wu Yongming was initially taken aback. However, after listening to Shi Zhaorong's explanation, he learned that the principal was not one to casually misuse drugs, which resulted in the school staff and students being kept away from the compulsory evolution agents. The district operated as a public institution, encompassing an elementary, middle, and high school within a fully enclosed environment. Following the outbreak of the apocalypse, the principal rallied the surviving teachers, campus security, maintenance staff, and high school students to reinforce the walls and enforce a strict confinement policy. Generally, students were prohibited from leaving their dormitories without cause, and any roommates exhibiting symptoms of fever or cold were required to promptly report to the supervising teachers. Food distribution was overseen by designated staff members who ensured delivery to the dormitories, thereby preventing the majority of students, teachers, and maintenance workers from undergoing mutation, with only a few cases of zombification contained within the dormitory confines. However, in the span of merely half a month, the district's food reserves were nearing depletion, and it seemed that there had been a recent surge in zombie activity in the area, prompting a request for assistance from the survivor base in the city center. Chapter 22. Crisis in the district. Due to its location in the city center, the population density was high, resulting in an increased number of zombies and insufficient personnel at the base. Shi Zhaorong sought to enlist Wu Yongming's forces to clear the surrounding zombies and escort the convoy heading towards the base for support and deployment. Wu Yongming found no reason to decline. Providing aid to the district would translate into tangible political achievements once order was restored. Conveniently, he had 3 newly completed Phoenix helicopters at his disposal, allowing him to demonstrate strength to other factions and organizations within the city. Initially, Wu Yongming intended to lead the mission alone, leaving Lili behind, but now he considered bringing her along as well. The crisp and urgent sound of gunfire echoed continuously through the streets surrounding the school district. The once tranquil and peaceful area had descended into a realm of terror and chaos. Countless zombies surged towards the district like an overwhelming tide, their grotesque and twisted faces, along with their foul-smelling bodies, instilling a sense of dread. For reasons unbeknownst to anyone, these mindless creatures had abandoned their aimless wandering, converging ominously upon the school district. The few soldiers initially dispatched to secure the area were fiercely engaging the oncoming horde, yet their weapons seemed woefully inadequate, despite bullets raining down upon the frenzied zombies. The sheer magnitude of the advancing tide rendered their efforts merely a temporary reprieve. Damn it! Why are these wretched monsters attacking so ferociously all of a sudden? One soldier gritted his teeth as he squeezed the trigger, his voice laced with fury. I have no idea. They were just aimlessly roaming around before, another soldier replied, his face etched with terror. Could it be that someone is manipulating them? How else can we explain this bizarre behavior? A third soldier voiced his growing apprehension. Just then, a massive, grotesque zombie, resembling a mound of decaying flesh, broke through their defenses, lunging with its gaping maw towards one of the soldiers. As doom seemed imminent, a sniper's bullet pierced the giant's skull, saving the soldier from certain death. Hey, you wretched fool, return to me at once. Do not dare to burden me with additional work. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the voice seemed to pierce through the very membranes of human ears, reverberating like thunder through the earpieces worn by the onlookers. The soldier, who had narrowly escaped becoming a meal for the undead, now bore a visage of sheer terror, tears streaming down his face. He fervently nodded in agreement, repeatedly uttering, "Yes, yes, I apologize." Meanwhile, his trembling legs appeared to have lost all strength, leaving his comrades to drag him back to safety, tumbling and scrambling in a most undignified manner. Not far away, atop the highest point of an educational building, lay a woman clad in dark tactical attire, her hood obscuring her features. With a sniper rifle in hand, she remained utterly still, resembling a statue as she maintained her position. Her keen eyes, sharp as a hawk's, peered through the scope, observing the battlefield with calm intensity. Given the current situation, I fear I cannot endure for long, she murmured to herself, clicking her tongue softly. In a battle of such intensity, even if we were to gather every piece of ammunition and weaponry available in the safe zone, it would scarcely suffice. With a slight furrow of her brow, she glanced down at the soldiers steadfastly defending their positions, a flicker of concern crossing her face. Moreover, these soldiers were hastily trained from the gathered survivors, who were mere ordinary civilians just half a month prior. In this brief span, they have managed to proficiently wield firearms, with the majority of bullets striking their intended targets adequately. Yet, in the face of such dire circumstances, it remains insufficient. Captain Wong, there is still no response. The military district has yet to provide any news whatsoever. Do not tell me that they have completely succumbed to this calamity, even worse than the academic district. Must we truly place our hopes upon the reinforcements that old Sher mentioned? Alas. She sighed softly, inwardly praying for the swift arrival of support. Hoping that the so-called reinforcements would prove reliable. Otherwise, the consequences would be too dreadful to contemplate. Several kilometers away, in the urban neighborhoods beyond the academic district, countless distorted figures surged like a relentless tide. Some of these figures sported skin as pale as parchment, while others exhibited an eerie, dull green hue. Further still, some bore skin as dark as coal, their eyes glimmering with a disquieting blue light. This throng of figures comprised the chilling black zombies. They traversed the towering edifices and various structures with an unsettling fervor. Some zombies extended their sharp claws, gripping the walls tightly, and climbed upward with the agility of geckos. Others, propelled by their specialized leg muscles, raced down the streets, effortlessly leaping over abandoned vehicles. All the zombies seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, converging unerringly towards the direction of the academic district. From a distance, an immense army composed of the undead surged forth, stretching endlessly into the horizon. In their wake lay a scene of utter devastation, leaving only an abyss of fear. Within one of the buildings traversed by this horde, two individuals clad in pristine white jumpsuits, emblazoned with a hexagonal insignia depicting a side profile of an infant, stood in a somewhat dilapidated room. What a waste of my efforts. After more than 10 days, I have finally completed this task. Why must I be relegated to dealing with the remnants of humanity? One of them remarked with disdain, leaning against the window and casting a contemptuous gaze upon the throng of zombies below, before turning his attention towards the direction of the educational district. Although there might be a few fortunate souls awakening their abilities in such dire circumstances, newly awakened individuals would find it impossible to escape from a tide of this magnitude. The other person, displaying signs of exhaustion, briefly reflected a hint of regret in his eyes, though it vanished almost instantly. It matters not. After all, our numbers are sufficiently ample. The individual against the wall scoffed. As they observed the dwindling remnants of the undead below, they noted that only a few stragglers remained. With that, they turned to leave through the door behind them, intent on returning to report their findings. Chapter 23. Crisis on the Expansive Thoroughfare. 3 armored personnel carriers, ingeniously converted from buses, roared past like ferocious beasts, each brimming with soldiers clad in full marine reconnaissance gear. Their faces, concealed beneath masks, were stern and resolute, hands firmly gripping fully loaded 5.56 assault rifles and rocket launchers, exuding an aura of dread. Simultaneously, a meticulously modified bus belonging to the secure zone trailed closely behind the convoy. This bus, fortified to the utmost, boasted bulletproof windows, resembling a moving fortress. Moreover, surrounding these vehicles was a contingent of armed personnel from the secure zone, skillfully navigating through the traffic, ever vigilant, safeguarding the flanks and rear of the convoy. This formidable procession surged forward with great speed, stirring up clouds of dust, their destination the beleaguered school district besieged by zombies. There, chaos reigned, smoke billowing amidst the cacophony of gunfire. This elite force bore a grave responsibility. They must reach the school district swiftly to eradicate the undead, for the periphery was on the brink of collapse. Cursed, one after another. A soldier stationed at the forefront of the defense cursed vehemently, expertly swapping out empty magazines. His automatic rifle never ceasing fire as bullets rained down like a tide upon the relentless horde. As he expended his last round and reached for his sidearm, he realized his spare magazines were depleted. The surrounding undead surged toward him relentlessly. No, not like this. He was instantly engulfed and torn asunder. Old Luo. The surrounding soldiers, witnessing the demise of their comrade of half a month, cried out in anguish. Their own ammunition dwindling, they began a retreat, unable to recover his remains. Such scenes unfolded across the entire defensive line. Insolent fiends. Damn it, I'll take some of you with me. A soldier, having exhausted his ammunition, refused to be devoured. He cast aside his empty weapon in fury, retrieved a grenade, and pulled the pin. With a roar, he charged toward the horde, intent on a heroic demise. However, before he could sacrifice himself, a woman in police uniform executed a series of martial maneuvers, redirecting him behind the lines. The grenade was seized and hurled into the throng. Boom. A violent explosion sent gore flying in all directions. Captain Wang, the soldier, now safe behind the lines, stared in astonishment. The woman, addressed as Captain Wang, offered no words but tossed him 2 magazines. It is not yet time to yield. Stand and fight, soldier. Yes, ma'am. He swiftly retrieved his discarded rifle, loaded the magazines, and returned to the front lines. Having executed this series of actions, the woman did not pause for even a moment's respite. Her indomitable physique, seemingly impervious to fatigue, propelled her without hesitation toward another breach in the battle line. In her right hand, she clutched the keen-edged kukri, its blade glinting with a frigid light. Her left hand firmly cradled the automatic rifle, its dark muzzle spewing forth a volley of lethal fire upon the encroaching undead. With a swift, decisive sweep of her arm, the kukri traced a sharp arc through the air, unerringly severing the neck of a zombie that had breached the defensive perimeter. In an instant, the grotesque head tumbled to the ground, splattering gore in its wake. Immediately following this, she rapidly squeezed the trigger, the automatic rifle erupting in a furious roar, unleashing a torrent of bullets upon the swarming horde of zombies. Each projectile carried with it the woman's wrath and resolve, accurately striking its mark, tearing through the flesh of one zombie after another. Despite her efforts, the surrounding undead continued to multiply, and even as the woman displayed unwavering resolve, the battle line inexorably contracted. Abruptly, a piercing shriek rent the air, and a spectral shadow materialized from the darkness with the velocity of a lightning strike. The shadowy figure hurtled toward her position at an astonishing pace, stirring up a tempestuous gust of wind, rendering its true form nearly indiscernible. As it drew nearer, it became apparent that the silhouette was a grotesque creature, contorted and moving on all fours. Its body was arranged in a bizarre posture, its emaciated frame a ghastly shade of gray-green, with taut, desiccated muscles barely concealed beneath its skin, and a skull-like head that inspired dread. A mutated entity. With a mere glance, Captain Wong identified the creature. What was even more appalling was its unimaginable velocity, akin to a dark whirlwind sweeping across the terrain. In the blink of an eye, it had encroached upon her immediate vicinity. A potent combat instinct compelled her to raise her left arm in defense of her neck. Then, accompanied by an ear-splitting screech, a flash of frigid light materialized. Captain Wong's gun-wielding left hand was instantly severed from her body, resulting in a burst of blood. Excruciating agony surged through her entire being, causing Captain Wong to emit a blood-curdling shriek. Ugh. Even a person as resolute and seasoned as Captain Wong, who had weathered countless life-or-death trials, could not suppress the harrowing scream in the face of such sudden trauma and excruciating pain. Captain Wong, damnation, we need backup. Soldiers in closer proximity to the scene, witnessing the captain's plight, promptly requested fire support. Crossfire from all directions swiftly repelled the dreadful monster, followed by the launch of several grenades in its direction. The expansive range of the explosive force promptly annihilated the creature. Captain, are you all right? A soldier hastened to assist her. I'm unharmed. Withdraw, fall back to the perimeter of the academic district. After merely tightening the severed limb with a strip of cloth to staunch the bleeding, Captain Wong retrieved her rifle with her uninjured right hand, simultaneously opening fire on the encroaching horde of corpses and issuing retreat orders to the surrounding soldiers. The soldiers stationed at the school gates swiftly swung open the entrance, allowing the remaining troops from various fronts to hasten their retreat. Once all surviving soldiers had safely returned within the walls, the gate was promptly shut. As if fatigue had suddenly washed over him, Captain Wong collapsed to the ground, the pain and exhaustion that had been suppressed by adrenaline crashing down upon him. Medical team. The prepared medical unit quickly began attending to Captain Wong's wounds. Chapter 24. The Black Military Force Wang Xiao. A middle-aged man clad in a black and white suit approached. He was the principal of the school and had taken the initiative to organize self-rescue efforts in the wake of the disaster. Uncle Lu. I'm sorry we couldn't hold the line, Wang Xiao said weakly. Principal Lu placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and, with resolute determination, replied, You have all done your utmost. Your survival is far more important than anything else. Everyone, let us move quickly. From this moment on, collect all available food, medicine, and supplies as much as possible. Work swiftly, but remember to prioritize safety. The crowd responded in unison. Yes. Principal Lu continued to shout, additionally. Inform the high school students to prepare themselves and arm up. The soldiers in the safe zone will lead and guide them as we retreat to the elementary and middle school buildings. Remember, we must maintain order and not panic. Understood. The response echoed once more before the group dispersed, each person embarking on their respective tasks. Despite the tension pervading the scene, chaos was notably absent. Each individual was acutely aware of their responsibilities at that moment. Meanwhile, within a secluded corner of the campus's teaching building, the atmosphere was exceptionally grave. Students wore strained expressions, their anxiety reaching a fever pitch. Hey, did you hear that? It seems something monumental is occurring outside, a slender boy whispered, his eyes betraying a flicker of fear and unease. Could it be that our defenses have been breached? If that were the case, the repercussions would be unimaginable, speculated a bespectacled girl, her face etched with concern. It's not that simple to lose ground. They are merely a horde of zombies. They are sluggish and dull-witted. A tall boy interjected confidently, thumping his chest. When I assisted in reinforcing the walls, I witnessed the guards within the safe zone effortlessly dispatching a zombie with a single shot. That cannot be the whole truth. While the pale-skinned zombies are indeed manageable, there are those grayish-green ones whose agility is quite remarkable. Their movements are nearly indistinguishable from those of a normal human. Another student chimed in anxiously. Indeed. Remember the last time the teachers dealt with them? They encountered considerable difficulties, even climbing over those high reinforced walls. Such abilities surpassed the norm. Another classmate echoed. Terror etched across their features. This is infuriating. This is far from the apocalyptic scenario I had originally envisioned. How has it become so intricate and perilous? A chubby boy could not help but voice his discontent, a sheen of perspiration forming on his forehead. Just as they were chattering animatedly, the classroom door was abruptly pushed open. A stern-faced teacher strode in, followed closely by a tin soldier clad in full combat gear. Once the teacher came to a halt, he surveyed the classroom filled with students and, with a hint of urgency in his tone, declared, "Students, please quiet down. The situation is critical, and we need you to prepare for some tasks. We will divide you into two groups. One will head to the elementary school building, while the other will proceed to the middle school building." Upon hearing this, the previously raucous classroom fell into a profound silence. After a considerable pause, a student stammered nervously. No. It can't be that we are truly on the brink of collapse here, can it? He laughed awkwardly, attempting to mask the fear that lurked within. Another student chimed in. This is too much. Is it really this dangerous? The rest of the students merely exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. At that moment, a relatively composed student rose and stated, "There's no alternative. Since matters have escalated to this point, we should follow the arrangements. Perhaps, if we unite our efforts, we can overcome this crisis." Although the words spoken lacked unwavering conviction, they offered a semblance of reassurance to the other students. Thus, under the guidance of the teachers and soldiers, the students began to mobilize, forming groups and organizing the items they required. The scene appeared somewhat chaotic, yet each individual endeavored to maintain composure, striving to fulfill the tasks assigned to them. Shortly after the students and staff completed their preparations, the zombies breached the fortified walls of the school district, surging into the campus in a terrifying display reminiscent of a human pyramid. Layer upon layer, these grotesque creatures scaled the walls, constructing a ramp made entirely of the undead, relentlessly advancing towards the summit. Upon reaching the top, countless zombies poured into the campus like a relentless tide, instantly saturating every corner. The once tranquil and harmonious grounds transformed into a nightmarish hellscape in the blink of an eye. 3 spacious and robust buses roared down the road like 3 ferocious iron beasts, racing with lightning speed. In merely half an hour, they arrived at the school district's location in a flash. Without halting, they plunged directly into the horde, obliterating any zombies in their path. The reinforced chassis, combined with the steady hands of the synthetic drivers, ensured that the vehicles would not topple over despite the carnage surrounding them. As the vehicle came to a standstill, its doors opened gradually, and a cohort of warriors clad in ebony armor, shimmering with the frigid gleam of metal, emerged in an orderly fashion. Their movements were synchronized, their training impeccable, and their discipline unwavering. Each warrior raised their 5.56 assault rifle, their gaze sweeping the surroundings with a ruthless and resolute air. "Open fire," the lead android commanded. Instantly, the sound of gunfire erupted, like thunderclaps rending the air. A dense volley of bullets hurtled towards the grotesque, gesticulating zombies. Sparks flew, and smoke filled the air as each bullet struck its mark with lethal precision. The bodies of the stricken zombies exploded in a shower of gore, their ichor and fragmented flesh scattering in all directions, painting a scene of carnage and horror. Yet, the black-armored warriors pressed forward undaunted, maintaining a relentless barrage that felled wave after wave of the undead. Subsequently, they advanced into the campus in a swift and methodical manner. Chapter 25, Zombie Extermination. A deafening roar reverberated through the heavens, the chilling cry of the undead, like an inexorable tide. They assailed the barricaded windows and main doors of the academic buildings with tireless ferocity. In this moment of dire peril, the teachers and high school students stood firm, united in their resolve to repel the onslaught. They swiftly grasped everyday items such as tables, chairs, and mops, and after a few simple modifications, transformed them into rudimentary anti-zombie spears, bravely thrusting them against the advancing hordes of ravenous undead. Although manpower was relatively sufficient, allowing for a rotation of rest, the number of windows requiring defense was overwhelming. Each window resembled a fragile line of defense, vulnerable to being breached by the relentless onslaught of zombies. These relentless creatures seemed to possess boundless energy, charging forward one after another, utterly disregarding their own demise. In the face of such a fierce assault, the faculty and students exerted every ounce of strength to resist, yet the situation remained perilous, teetering on the brink of catastrophe. Was this truly the end? In Principal Lu's bloodshot eyes, a profound despair emerged. He gazed at the densely packed throng of zombies surging like a tidal wave before him, his heart heavy with helplessness and fear. Meanwhile, others sat on the ground, their faces ashen, seemingly resigned to the imminent conclusion of their lives. However, at that critical juncture, a sharp and resounding gunshot suddenly rang out from behind the horde of zombies. This unexpected sound pierced the suffocating silence, akin to a bolt of lightning cleaving through the dark night sky. The previously frenzied zombies, clawing desperately at the windows in their quest to invade, abruptly halted as if ensnared by an unseen force and began to turn away slowly. Soon, their grotesque and menacing visages displayed a flicker of confusion and bewilderment. Yet, this confusion was swiftly supplanted by an instinctual predatory impulse as they stumbled towards the source of the gunfire. At the entrance of the campus, a relentless tide of zombies surged forth. However, for the augmented individuals equipped with formidable firepower, these undead posed little threat. 3 specially modified black buses, fortified with heavy armor, stood in a precise line. The formidable armor formed an impregnable barrier against the zombies' advance. From this stronghold, the augmented soldiers swiftly established a new defense line at the entrance of the academic district, methodically initiating their operations. Some soldiers wielded their weapons, utilizing the armored buses as steadfast cover, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the ceaselessly advancing horde. The air was thick with the sound of gunfire, bullets cascading like rain, striking the zombies with deadly accuracy, causing them to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Meanwhile, another contingent of augmented soldiers collaborated closely with warriors from the safe zone, forming an elite coalition. With resolute strides, they advanced into the depths of the academic district, methodically infiltrating the buildings to eradicate the zombies that had spread throughout the hallways. Each classroom and corridor transformed into a fierce battleground. The augmented soldiers, with their seemingly endless ammunition, unleashed a torrent of fire, weaving a dense web of death that ensnared the roaming zombies within the campus. The echoes of gunfire reverberated as the once dominant zombies fell one after another into pools of crimson under the relentless assault of firepower. In a short span, the majority of the undead within the campus had been vanquished. Meanwhile, the synthetic beings, having fulfilled their mission, wasted no time and swiftly began to execute the directives laid out by Wu Yangming prior to their departure. Their objective was to present themselves before the survivors of the district, namely the students and teachers, etching the image of saviors into their memories. A hush fell over the outside world. "It's quiet now," exclaimed a student, his voice shattering the previously tense and oppressive atmosphere, allowing the tightly wounded hearts of those present to relax slightly. "Should we venture out?" That recent barrage of gunfire might signify the arrival of reinforcements from the safe zone. One soldier from the safe zone's ranks gazed with glimmering hope, his expression a blend of anxiety and anticipation. "Very well, I'll investigate," another soldier replied. "Everyone, heed my commands. Once I open the door, rush out swiftly and cover my retreat." He inhaled deeply, as though attempting to suppress the fears that resided within him. Just as they prepared to take action, a voice suddenly called from beyond the door. "Is anyone in there? I am a soldier under General Wu Yangming, dispatched to provide assistance." This unexpected proclamation rang out like a celestial melody, igniting a surge of joy and exhilaration deep within the hearts of all present. "It's truly a rescue. How wonderful! Help has finally arrived." In an instant, the room erupted into resounding cheers, a cacophony of elation. The teachers and students embraced one another, overwhelmed with joy and tears. The soldiers in the safe zone brandished their weapons, exuberantly expressing their elation at surviving the ordeal. The survivors, without hesitation, pried open the heavily barricaded door sealed with thick wooden planks. "Thank you. If you hadn't arrived just in time, I shudder to think of the horrors that might have ensued." "I am truly grateful," Principal Lu exclaimed, his face alight with excitement and gratitude, his voice trembling slightly as he addressed the approaching synthetic soldier. In response to Principal Lu's expression of thanks, the synthetic soldier remained remarkably composed, offering a curt reply, "There is no need for gratitude. He felt that excessive words would seem insincere and did not align with his stoic, professional demeanor as a soldier. So he refrained from further comment. With that, he turned and swiftly departed with the other soldiers, continuing their mission to cleanse other areas of the chilling zombie threat. They were so cool, reminiscent of the Terminator. Clad in marine reconnaissance armor and wielding 5.56 assault rifles, their formidable presence captivated the attention of the students on site. Outside the campus, the horde of corpses remained, but now they were to confront synthetic soldiers who were even more disciplined, professional, and composed than those in the safe zone, equipped with advanced gear, unrestrained by ammunition limitations or logistical concerns, promising a distinctly different experience. Chapter 26, Dawn Pharmaceuticals. With deafening explosions and a barrage of gunfire echoing, bullets intertwined like a fishing net, trailing fiery rockets unleashed a torrent of devastating firepower akin to a tempest. The conflagration soared skyward, and acrid smoke filled the air as the advancing horde of corpses outside the school district was decimated. Under the overwhelming firepower, their advance faltered, then retreated with astonishing celerity. Their roars and snarls devolved into wails of anguish. Within a mere half-day, the undead were expunged. With the synthetics having successfully purged the environs of the undead, the school's faculty, students, and reinforcements from the safe zone mobilized. They organized into squads, each with delineated tasks, and commenced the cleanup. One contingent gathered the cadaverous remains scattered about the campus and its vicinity. The grotesque bodies lay strewn haphazardly, emanating a nauseating stench. Undeterred, they donned masks and gloves, gingerly conveying the corpses to designated disposal sites. Another group undertook the fortification of the breached perimeter walls. They hauled hefty bricks, meticulously filling the fissures and gaps with a mortar of cement and sand. Through their endeavors, the once ramshackle wall was restored to its former impregnability. Once more a bulwark against external threats. Synthetics and their accompanying Mr. Handy units joined the effort. Their primary objective being the retrieval of salvageable materials such as zombie spinal fluid and azure eyeballs. There is no need to worry about any exposure with the search mechanism. One can effortlessly retrieve necessary supplies from the zombie inventory merely by remaining nearby. As night descended, the reception room of the academic district was ablaze with light. Principal Liu gazed at the support personnel from the safe zone and the stern-faced captain of the synthetic team with profound gratitude, his voice trembling slightly as he said, "Once again, I sincerely thank you for your tremendous support. Had you not arrived in the nick of time, we would have been utterly at a loss in confronting the dire predicament before us." The liaison from the safe zone smiled and waved his hand dismissively, promptly replying, "Oh, Principal Liu, you are far too kind. We are all here for the future of Donghuan Nation. This assistance is but a trifling matter." Meanwhile, the synthetic team captain maintained a serious demeanor, nodding slightly in agreement with the liaison's words but refraining from further comments. As he observed the captain clad in black armor, a glimmer of hope flickered in Principal Liu's eyes, prompting him to inquire, "By the way, may I ask who these brave and fearless individuals are? Moreover, have you managed to successfully establish contact with the military district?" His gaze was fixed intently upon them, eagerly anticipating a response. Upon hearing this question, a hint of helplessness crossed the liaison's face. After letting out a soft sigh, he replied, "I truly apologize for disappointing you, Principal Liu. Since the sudden disruption of the network 5 days ago, we have lost contact with our superiors. Thus far, we have been unable to re-establish an effective communication channel. However, the team that has come to our aid this time was actually dispatched through the connections of Chairman Schur, who sought the assistance of a friend." "Oh, I see. It is an unavoidable circumstance, and for now, we must rely on our own efforts for salvation." Upon receiving a negative response, Principal Liu felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet he understood the situation was beyond his control. At least with these reinforcements, the likelihood of encountering a more dire predicament seemed diminished. Observing their well-equipped and highly trained demeanor, it was evident they were an elite regular army, even if they were private troops. They were the private forces of the Donghuan Nation and would undoubtedly play a crucial role in restoring order in the future. Meanwhile, in a subterranean refuge tucked away in a certain area of the city, a spacious and brightly lit conference room was enveloped in a tense atmosphere. At the center of the room stood a grand oval conference table, surrounded by a dozen comfortable chairs. At this moment, a group of individuals clad in immaculate white jumpsuits sat in a circle, their expressions grave as they deliberated the recent events in the district. How could this be possible? I exerted so much effort to gather these zombies, and yet they managed to defend successfully, exclaimed a young man, just returned from a mission, his voice filled with agitation. His face flushed, veins bulging on his forehead, and his eyes ablaze with fury, intermingled with profound disbelief and frustration. Upon hearing his words, the attendees exchanged glances, momentarily engulfed in silence. Moments later, a bespectacled individual adjusted his thick glasses and slowly began to speak, in my opinion. Could it be that one of the survivors has suddenly awakened a unique and formidable power? After all, we have encountered such situations numerous times before. Haha. If that were truly the case, would it not be a fortuitous development? To be able to safeguard the academic district amidst such a vast horde of corpses. The emergence of such a powerful compatriot would surely be a boon for us new humans. We should attempt to engage with them as we have always done. Before he could finish, another individual, who had been squinting slightly with his head tilted back, leisurely leaning against his chair with his hands clasped behind his head, interjected with a smile. But he may not necessarily align with our interests, right? Haven't we encountered several instances of this nature over the past fortnight? Each time we approached them with hope, articulating our philosophies, we were met instead with their furious backlash and unreasonable attacks. The speaker was a female member, her once enchanting visage now marred by deep concern and unease. This is why I continually stress the importance of vigilance. Even those antelopes surrounded by a pride of lions, trapped in dire straits, may occasionally summon immense courage to fiercely thrust their sharp horns at the enemy. The voice belonged to a tall, muscular man seated quietly to the left of the main chair, his face devoid of expression. Yet his words resonated with an unreserved admiration for the indomitable spirit of life as struggle. Ultimately, they are merely a handful of survivors. How much chaos can they truly incite? If they lack the capacity to manage such matters, one can only blame the incompetence of those tasked with the mission. While voicing this sentiment, a mocking glint sparkled in their eyes as they directed their scorn towards the individual currently engulfed in fury. In Chapter 27, The Black Giant. It is indeed the ineptitude of those who cannot even handle trivial matters that is at fault. Ha ha ha. Having made this observation, the tone shifted dramatically as they continued. In contrast, the primary focus must be on the offensive against the military district. It is essential to recognize that it is an exceptionally formidable challenge. What the hell are you saying? The man, who had been the target of the mocking comments, was on the verge of erupting in anger. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, he was interrupted. Enough, enough. We are all part of the same family. Let us keep this civil. A bespectacled figure, clad in a jumpsuit with a white lab coat over it, exuded an air reminiscent of a scholar. Intervening to quell the impending altercation. Young Shao, this is a matter you have failed to manage adequately. Therefore, you shall be responsible for bringing it to a close. However, there is no need for undue haste. Our schedule remains relatively flexible, so you may rest assured on that front. As he spoke, the department head's tone suggested a desire to conclude this protracted and tense meeting on a positive note. I understand, department head. Please rest assured that I shall handle this matter appropriately. Just moments ago, the furious Yang Shao, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, managed to suppress the raging fire of his anger upon hearing the orders issued by the branch leader. Gradually, a semblance of calm returned to his countenance. As the silence enveloped the room, the branch leader, seated at the head of the table, cleared his throat and spoke slowly. Since there is nothing else for us to discuss, let us conclude this meeting. Thank you all for your hard work. With his words, the meeting finally came to an end. However, just as everyone began to rise and prepare to leave, the man who had previously ridiculed Yang Shao with scornful remarks suddenly halted, turned to Yang Shao, and with a feigned smile, said, "Heh. Let us hope you don't mess up this time, Yang Shao." Ha ha ha. With that, he strode away. Once all the attendees had vacated the spacious conference room, Yang Shao remained standing alone in the now empty chamber. If anyone had observed his expression at that moment, they would have been struck by the intense fervor emanating from his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly, the veins on the back of his hands protruding. His jaw set in a firm grip, seemingly striving to contain an emotion that threatened to burst forth. How infuriating it was that a mere gathering point could. The individual known as Yang Shao held no objections to this decision, yet harbored a profound resentment towards a group of old humans he deemed inferior, who had managed to survive under the weight of his onslaught. This time, I shall invest a little more. As a gesture of my respect for you primitive beings, may you embrace your demise with gratitude. A shadow of gloom flickered in his eyes. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the school district remained blissfully unaware, immersed in the serene aftermath of their survival, completely oblivious to the immense crisis encroaching upon them. They busied themselves with their studies and work or relished in the rare moments of leisure, ignorant of the impending calamity. Time slipped by unnoticed, and dawn gradually approached. with the morning sunlight enveloping the entire district. After a night of relentless toil, the construction crew of students was utterly exhausted. They leaned against the freshly repaired wall, inhaling deeply in an attempt to regain some strength. "Oh, I am utterly worn out. Once the shift change arrives, let us hurry back to the dormitory for a well-deserved slumber," remarked one weary-faced young man. "Indeed, this night has completely drained us," another student echoed. At that moment, a piercing scream shattered the calm. "Oh my goodness. Look over there. What on earth is that?" Instantly, everyone's gaze was drawn in that direction, where a group of figures emerged in the distance. Those figures swayed unsteadily as they approached the school district, drawing nearer with each passing moment. When they finally discerned the true nature of these entities, their faces paled in terror. Yet another horde of grotesque zombies. Among them, one zombie stood out distinctly, towering and imposing. It appeared to be over 3 meters tall, its muscular frame as solid as steel, presenting a perfect inverted triangle. Its skin was as dark as ink, reminiscent of ebony, exuding an eerie sheen. Most terrifying was the fact that this zombie's left arm had been severed at the elbow and replaced with a custom-made Gatling gun. The weapon gleamed with a deep metallic luster, and a lengthy belt of ammunition extended from an enormous ammunition box strapped to its back, directly connecting to the gun itself. Clearly, it could sustain fire without the need to change magazines. Its right hand remained intact. The formidable and imposing figure was interlaced with numerous tubes of indeterminate purpose, which had evidently been affixed later, creating an appearance that was both jarring and bizarre. Surrounding it was a horde of zombies, varying in height and girth. Although their forms were broadly similar, a closer inspection revealed that each zombie bore a unique physical mutation. Some had arms of such massive girth that they appeared capable of effortlessly breaking steel. Others possessed long and agile legs, moving with lightning speed, while some exhibited disproportionately enlarged heads, with blue lightning occasionally crackling from the sides of their bodies. These zombies were also adorned with various modifications, the purposes of which remained unclear. Some sported uniquely designed hydraulic pincers that glimmered ominously, seemingly ready to shred their prey. Others were connected through tubes to mysterious canisters on their backs, storing unknown substances. The area was densely packed with an astonishing number of pale, ghastly zombies. They surged forth with menacing ferocity, a scene reminiscent of a nightmare far more terrifying than yesterday's horrors. How could this be? A second wave of assault? Surely, this must be a cruel jest. Confronted by this chilling tableau, both individuals succumbed to profound despair. Recalling the harrowing battle of the previous day, even the formidable black-armored reinforcements, akin to specters of dread, must surely be devoid of ammunition to confront this impending onslaught. Yet, they were not the only ones to recognize this grim reality. At that very moment, atop the roof, Captain Wang Xiao of the safe zone held a rifle scope removed from a sniper rifle, anxiously surveying the surroundings of the district. Chapter 28, Reinforcements. How infuriating. Why have these zombies returned? What secrets lie hidden within this district that draws them in so irresistibly? As they beheld the encroaching adversaries, cries of anger and confusion escaped their lips. "Uncle Lu, we have a new situation," Wang Xiao exclaimed, her face etched with tension as she hastily pressed the talk button on her walkie-talkie, urgently relaying the report to Uncle Lu on the other end. Although Wang Xiao had lost an arm, which undeniably impacted her once formidable combat prowess, she resolutely remained at her post, unwavering in her commitment to fulfill the vital duty of vigilance for her comrades. At this moment, in stark contrast to the surrounding turmoil, the true mastermind behind the chaos, Yang Xiao, was leisurely concealing himself in a safe and discreet corner far removed from the school district. Armed with a laptop, he deftly maneuvered an exceptionally advanced drone, meticulously monitoring every subtle movement and change occurring within the confines of the school district through the real-time footage transmitted by its high-definition camera. "Ha ha ha, behold my masterpiece." Yang Xiao cackled triumphantly, his eyes gleaming with fury, adorned with a peculiar amplification device atop his head. "This is the culmination of half a month's meticulous gathering, meticulously curated from my collection of diminutive creatures. And let us not forget the Vanguard, Type 1, bioengineered soldier, acquired through a significant expenditure of contributions. Today marks the end for you antiquated humans." In a bid to avenge past humiliations and minimize his losses, Yang Xiao was determined to invest heavily in this endeavor. Without hesitation, he brought forth 2/3 of his cherished collection, resolute in his intent to breach the defenses of the school district with utmost speed and minimal cost. For the future of humanity, cease to be a nuisance and succumb swiftly. Yang Xiao glared at the computer screen, uttering curses with malevolence, as if he could already envision the scene of impending victory. Meanwhile, the soldiers stationed atop the school district's walls stood vigilant, including the synthetic allies dispatched by Wu Yangming. The gravity of the situation was far more severe than the previous day. They could sense that the looming black giant was unlike any zombie they had encountered thus far. "Do you still have enough ammunition?" Wang Xiao furrowed her brow, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. Her voice betrayed a profound sense of despair and helplessness, as if she had lost all hope in the face of their dire predicament, and asked despondently. Upon hearing Wang Xiao's inquiry, the captain of the synthetic team fell silent for a moment, inhaled deeply, and then spoke slowly. "There is no need to worry about the ammunition. Our previous stockpile is still quite sufficient to sustain us for a while. Although the rockets do not benefit from the NPC's infinite ammunition mechanism and will be consumed normally, Wu Yangming has prepared 500 rounds for each of us, so we are well supplied." However, at this point, he paused, a grave expression crossing his face, and continued, "That black giant cannot be easily dealt with solely by ample ammunition." Upon hearing this, Yang Zhao's heart sank, but she quickly steeled herself, gripping her somewhat worn automatic rifle tightly with her remaining right hand. She clenched her teeth, silently encouraging herself as her gaze gradually became resolute. After all, they could not afford to do nothing. In response, the captain of the synthetic team nodded in agreement and swiftly reacted. He raised his right hand vigorously and shouted, "Prepare heavy firepower. Open fire." With this command, 5 black-armored warriors, shouldering rocket launchers, aimed their weapons at the target. Dozens of rockets, trailing long tails of flame, surged toward the imposing black giant at the center of the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, the rockets had closed in on their target. However, just as they were about to strike the black giant with tremendous force, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The black giant exhibited an astonishing agility, formidable strength, and remarkable reflexes beyond ordinary imagination. With a swift pivot, it evaded the oncoming rocket, simultaneously extending its robust arm like lightning to seize several nearby, thrashing zombies. Then, with the force of a cannonball, it hurled them away. The thrown zombies traced a precise arc through the air, colliding with the approaching rockets with uncanny accuracy. In an instant, a deafening roar erupted, marking the conclusion of this volley. Although the surrounding zombies were disoriented by the explosion, the black giant remained unscathed. Indeed, this ebony titan was the true powerhouse. The captain of the combined forces exhaled, his gaze fixed intently on the black giant. "Ha ha ha, futile, utterly futile. This, Type 1 Vanguard, is not merely brawny. Its reaction speed is such that it can catch bullets." Far from the battlefield, Yang Xiao chuckled as he observed the situation on his computer screen. As a member of the leadership, he naturally considered potential heavy firepower left behind, which is why he had expended contribution points to acquire such a biological weapon. "Furthermore, I have rocket launchers too. Hee. Suddenly, the horde of zombies on the battlefield parted like a tide, revealing a group of zombies with mechanized arms, armed with rocket launchers. "Everyone, be cautious." The distance was not particularly great, and those on the city wall could naturally see the zombies, modified by unknown forces, wielding rocket launchers. In a hurried retreat from the wall, they realized they were too late. Several rockets were launched from the cannon, striking the fortifications with a thunderous roar. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the cacophony, the wall, which had withstood the siege for 2 days and been repaired, was ultimately breached, leaving a gaping hole amidst the flames. Those who had not managed to escape were engulfed by the flying debris, their screams piercing the air, as everyone wore expressions of grave concern, gritting their teeth in preparation for a life-and-death struggle against the relentless tide of zombies. The synthetic team leader, who had remained silent throughout, unexpectedly broke his silence, stating, "Reinforcements have arrived." His deep voice resonated in the suffocating tension, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. "Reinforcements? Where?" Yang Xiao, standing nearby, scanned the front and rear of the horde but saw no sign of the support vehicles. Confused, she turned to the leader of the reinforcements, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their comrades from the safety zone. Chapter 29, The Bird and the Helicopter. The synthetic leader remained expressionless, his gaze fixed intently on the sky above the horde. Wang Xiao widened her eyes, scrutinizing the seemingly indifferent synthetic leader. She sensed that he might be jesting, yet his serious demeanor suggested otherwise. She could not comprehend what the term support truly meant at such a critical moment of life and death. Nevertheless, she was skeptical that anyone could muster sufficient firepower to confront this horde of monsters, especially given the communication blackout with the military district. However, just as this thought flickered through her mind, a sudden roar echoed from the distant horizon. Instinctively, she looked up and beheld three dark silhouettes swiftly cutting across the sky, racing towards their location. As they drew nearer, the true nature of these enigmatic flying machines gradually revealed itself. They were three uniquely designed helicopters. Each helicopter boasted two massive rotor blades, positioned on either side of the fuselage, emitting a piercing shriek as they whirled at high speed. Additionally, a powerful thruster was mounted at the rear, providing an unceasing force for propulsion. The entire structure featured an open design, with a manually operated rotary machine gun affixed to the side, its ominous muzzle gleaming with a metallic sheen. At the front of the helicopters, two formidable grenade launchers were also installed. The synergy of these weapons rendered the helicopters akin to ferocious beasts from the depths of hell, exuding an unsettling aura. Helicopters. They were indeed helicopters. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as people raised their heads, their gazes fixated on the approaching aircraft. Wonderful! Could it be the military has arrived? We are saved, someone exclaimed, their face alight with anticipation and hope. Look at their advanced equipment. What is that? Is that some kind of heavy armor? Another person inquired, pointing curiously at the peculiar devices suspended beneath the helicopter. At that moment, the attention of most individuals present was captivated by the sudden arrival of these three aerial vehicles, save for Yang Xiao and a captain from the secure zone, who stood beside the team leader. Almost everyone else was convinced that these helicopters were reinforcements dispatched by the military. In the realm of Donghua, it was difficult to fathom any other force possessing such formidable aerial capabilities to come to their aid from afar. Yang Xiao, have you managed to get in touch with the military district? Principal Lu hastened to Yang Xiao's side, his anxiety palpable. Although he had never encountered this type of helicopter before, its appearance and equipment clearly indicated a military classification. In his understanding, the only entities capable of mobilizing such resources were either the military itself, the Donghua authorities, or the private armies of certain prominent families. In response to Principal Lu's urgent inquiry, Yang Xiao could only manage a wry smile. I fear this may disappoint you once more, Principal. This is not assistance from the military district, but rather reinforcements sent by a friend of Chairman Sher. Could it be that those soldiers clad in black armor, along with the helicopters, imply that Lu Tao has been outmatched by the military district? He chuckled. How laughable. Just a moment ago, he was so boastful. And this is the outcome? Truly absurd, given his limited understanding of the situation through the screen. Yang Xiao naturally assumed that these three helicopters were indeed a manifestation of military strength. Nevertheless, this is of little consequence, for I can seize this opportunity to thoroughly address this chaotic situation. With this leverage in hand, a sly smile crept across Yang Xiao's face. Armed with this advantage, he could subsequently unleash a scathing critique of Lu Tao during the meeting. The rocket-launching zombie, which had previously directed its ire toward the members of the school district, suddenly seemed to receive a directive, pivoting sharply to aim its ominous barrel directly at the three helicopters led by Wu Yangming. Be careful. Witnessing this heart-stopping moment, everyone present involuntarily held their breath, their hearts racing to their throats, their expressions turning tense and anxious. Hey, don't you have any effective means of communication? Quickly contact your comrades. It will soon be too late. They are about to be shot down. A voice rang out, filled with urgency and concern. We have no choice. Everyone, provide fire support for our allies with the weapons at hand. Wang Xiao gritted his teeth, preparing to command the others to open fire on the zombies wielding rocket launchers. However, despair washed over them as, before he could finish his sentence, the rockets, trailing long tails of fire, surged forth like arrows released from a bow, racing toward the three helicopters in the sky. No helicopter could possibly withstand a direct hit from such a rocket. Everyone's hearts sank. Yang Zhao's face bore a sinister grin, convinced of his impending victory. Yet all of this was destined to lead to his disillusionment. On the aircraft, Wu Yangming harnessed his psychic abilities, causing the rocket's trailing flames to come to an abrupt halt in midair, their flickering tails frozen in place around the flying bird helicopter. As if ensnared by an invisible force, with a mere gesture, he crushed the suspended rockets, the ensuing explosions contained by an unseen power. At that moment, Wu Yangming donned the modified Tesla T60 power armor. However, with attribute soaring to 30, the enhancements of the armor held little significance, serving merely to fulfill Wu Yangming's desire for an imposing appearance. Lily, what age are we in? Could it be that zombies can evolve mechanical limbs now? That is truly absurd, Wu Yangming remarked, a half-smile dancing upon his lips as he observed the zombies below. Beside him, Bai Lili furrowed her brow thoughtfully before responding. I believe these zombies are not products of natural mutation, especially that one in black, which bears obvious signs of artificial modification. Her tone was resolute. Upon hearing this, Wu Yangming narrowed his eyes, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. If that is the case, we are quite close to uncovering the mastermind behind this matter. Should we trace the lead and identify this puppeteer, even uncovering the slightest relevant clue would be an extraordinary achievement. Once the apocalypse concludes, my reputation and prestige will undoubtedly soar. At this moment, Bai Lili's thoughts diverged from those of Wu Yangming. For her, uncovering the mastermind behind the scenes signified a step closer to avenging her parents' enemies. Chapter 30, Type 1 Vanguard. Ever since that calamitous event snatched away her parents' lives, Bai Lili vowed to unearth the perpetrator lurking in the shadows and ensure they paid in blood for their crimes. Now, with potential leads within her grasp, her gaze grew increasingly resolute, as if ignited by a fervent flame of vengeance. However, the most pressing concern was the support from the academic district. Wu Yangming shifted his attention back to the scene. Whether for political achievements or public favor, one must strive to secure both sides for true completeness. Among the crew for this operation, aside from the 2 pilots of the aircraft, the remaining 4 crew members were all equipped with powered armor. The 3 Fingyu helicopters boasted a total of 12 members clad in this formidable gear, each armed with heavy laser weaponry. The Fengyao helicopter that Wu Yangming occupied streaked through the sky like a lightning bolt, hurtling toward the enormous black giant that loomed like a mountain. The monstrous figure, with its fearsome visage, unhesitatingly extended its powerful right arm, seizing a nearby zombie that was clawing and thrashing about, and hurled it toward the rapidly approaching Fengyao as if it were a projectile. Yet, a flicker of disdain crossed Wu Yangming's eyes as he unleashed his formidable telekinetic power. In an instant, an invisible force surged forth, suspending the airborne zombie's body in midair. Then, as he harnessed his telekinetic power, a chilling sound of tearing filled the air as the zombie's body disintegrated midair, transforming into a gruesome spray of flesh and blood. Meanwhile, Wu Yangming, with an air of nonchalance, deftly manipulated his telekinesis to collect the scattered mechanical components before him. Curiously, he picked up a metallic part, examining it with great interest. However, after merely a glance, he disdainfully shook his head. What purpose could these bewildering mechanical structures possibly serve? They were nothing more than a haphazard assembly of an amateur, devoid of any practicality. Truly, they sparked not an ounce of intrigue in him, and he carelessly tossed the component aside, as though it were inconsequential refuse. Standing approximately 50 to 60 meters from the colossal black figure, Wu Yangming, clad in powered armor, leapt directly from the aircraft, followed in succession by his synthetic soldier subordinates. Boom. At the point of impact, all zombies within a 5-meter radius were violently thrown aside, with those directly beneath being reduced to mere pulp. Roar. Crack. Undeterred by the prospect of death and devoid of fear, the zombies surged forward relentlessly towards the armored synthetic soldiers. They emitted deep, guttural growls. Roar. Crack. Like a relentless tide, they charged forth with reckless abandon towards the synthetic soldiers clad in T-60 powered armor. Faced with this frenzied onslaught, the synthetic soldiers remained resolute and unflinching. With impassive countenances, they brandished rotary machine guns and laser Gatling guns, unleashing a deluge of ammunition and crimson beams upon the horde of zombies. Instantly, the battlefield was engulfed in a sanguinary haze of scarlet light and acrid smoke, akin to a meat grinder. Wu Yangming advanced deliberately towards the obsidian behemoth, casually cleaving encroaching zombies asunder with the corpse fiend slayer chainsword in his right hand, while his unencumbered left hand seized a zombie lunging at him, crushing its skull with brutal force. Flanking him were 2 synthetic soldiers clad in identical Tesla T-60 power armor, one wielding a power hammer, the other a laser Gatling gun, vigilantly dispatching any zombies attempting to assail Wu Yangming from the rear with concussive blows or searing laser fire. As the adversary drew nearer, the sable giant raised its gun-mounted arm, unleashing a tempest of bullets towards Wu Yangming, which ricocheted harmlessly off the armor plating of his power suit. Race: Vanguard Type 1 HP, 300 AP, 200 Attributes: Strength, 20 Intelligence, 23 Charisma, 25 Endurance, 22 Agility, 23 Perception, 21. Wu Yangming stood resolute before the ebon giant, the fierce conflagration from the surrounding explosions illuminating his stern visage. His frigid gaze, devoid of emotion, was fixed upon the ominous figure before him. In his gaze, There was not the slightest indication of viewing the opponent as a formidable adversary. Rather, it resembled the scrutiny of a trivial object. However, at that moment, the colossal figure suddenly sprang into action, unleashing a punch with an unimaginable swiftness. That ebony fist moved like lightning, swiftly breaking the sound barrier and generating a piercing, thunderous crack as it hurtled toward Wu Yangming. The entire maneuver was executed with seamless precision, devoid of any hesitation or warning. Not a single roar or alert was issued. For this biological weapon, such behaviors were alien, as its sole purpose was to obliterate any foe standing in its path. Yet, confronted with such a ferocious and unyielding strike, Wu Yangming merely raised a hand with nonchalance. This seemingly casual gesture effortlessly deflected the formidable blow of the ebony giant. Wu Yangming possessed an impressive 30 points in both strength and agility, rendering the effort to counter this punch akin to fending off a child's feeble attack. Now, it was my turn. With that declaration, he swung his right arm vigorously, the steel fist of his power armor delivering a powerful straight punch aimed squarely at the massive black giant. In an instant, his fist collided forcefully with the giant's abdomen, producing a resounding thud. The ebony giant's iron-like, obsidian flesh bent as if it were a shrimp cooked to perfection. Immediately thereafter, a tremendous force erupted upon its abdomen, propelling the black giant backward with astonishing velocity akin to a cannonball being launched. It collided heavily against an undamaged section of the school district's sturdy wall, which had been reinforced twice, yet at that moment, it appeared as fragile as paper, instantly yielding to the impact and creating a large breach. Nevertheless, the black giant continued to soar backward at an unrelenting speed, crashing directly into the wall of a classroom building that stood empty not far away. The deafening sound of the collision reverberated as the black giant smashed through 2 or 3 substantial walls before finally coming to a halt, lying motionless amidst the rubble. It had evidently lost all semblance of life. The scene was utterly harrowing, leaving those on the wall in a state of shock at the spectacle before them. Chapter 31 concluded. "Wow, that was close," exclaimed a soldier from the safety zone, collapsing to the ground. Merely 2 or 3 meters from him lay the massive hole created by the black giant's impact. "Thank goodness, it's finally over. Surely there won't be a third round, right? Wonderful. It's finally finished." Oh. Meanwhile, young Xiao, watching the outcome unfold on the screen, was engulfed by an uncontrollable rage. His gaze fixed intently on the display. He could scarcely fathom the emergence of a sudden power that had so brazenly disrupted his plans. Alongside his fury, an indescribable sense of trepidation surged from the depths of his being. Damn it, how could this happen? Indeed, there truly exists a compatriot who has awakened such formidable power. Moreover, judging by appearances, it seems to be a physical enhancement type akin to that of the deputy director. Yang Xiao gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, entirely failing to associate that terrifying strength with the power armor, for in his understanding, such things were constrained by material science, and their power could not be so exaggerated. The thought of that singular punch which sent the Vanguard Type 1 flying sent a shiver down his spine. He recalled the telekinetic waves that had momentarily stalled the rocket near the helicopter, his brows knitting tightly. It appears that besides the individual with physical enhancements, there must be another telekinetic awakened as well. Yet, the extent of this telekinesis remains unknown. Nevertheless, despite the turmoil of anger and apprehension within him, Yang Xiao was not one to be easily swayed by emotions. Before long, he compelled himself to regain his composure and began pondering countermeasures. Alas, since events had escalated to this point, lamenting would serve no purpose. Faced with the might of the black armored army and these 2 formidable compatriots, along with the equipment that resembled power armor, it was indeed impossible for him to contend alone. Yang Xiao sighed in resignation. In this light, he had found a relatively reasonable justification for the failure of the mission, one he could report to his superiors. Without even recovering the drones, he closed his computer and withdrew from the scene. Under the guidance and leadership of Bai Lili, the synthetic beings commenced their methodical elimination of the zombies surrounding the school district, meticulously retrieving those evidently modified individuals, hoping to uncover something of value within them. Meanwhile, Wu Yangming made his way to the reception room, where the leaders of the secure zone congregated, preparing to initiate a diplomatic endeavor. In the spacious, well-lit reception room, adorned with elegant decor, Wu Yangming sat composedly upon a soft, comfortable sofa. He leisurely lifted a cup of freshly brewed hot tea, savoring a delicate sip. His Tesla T60 power armor was parked beside the sofa. Opposite him sat the personnel previously responsible for liaising with the secure zone, along with the esteemed principal of the school district, Lu Shufeng. Wu had heard of this principal, who had successfully shielded students from unknown substances before the apocalypse, thereby preventing their transformation into zombies, and who had adeptly organized self-rescue efforts post-catastrophe. With a smile, Lu Shufeng was the first to speak. Greetings. You must be General Wu Yangming. I have heard of you through your subordinates, but I must admit, I did not anticipate such youthful prowess. It is truly admirable. At this moment, he sensed that further pleasantries would be superfluous. Thus, he felt it unnecessary to prolong the conversation. Our school district earnestly hopes that you might dispatch a contingent of troops to provide support and establish a long-term presence here. Principal Lu stated with a serious yet sincere demeanor, directly articulating the need for protection without any circumlocution. Upon hearing these words, Wu Yangming nodded without hesitation and replied, "No problem. I can certainly mobilize forces to support you. However, this assistance will not be without cost, as we seek to take control of the district. What I currently lack the least is manpower. As long as I possess ample biomass, my subordinates, those synthetic soldiers, will continuously and inexhaustibly be produced. Therefore, dispatching troops to aid 1 or 2 survivor enclaves is exceedingly simple. Of course, we are not requesting your military assistance without compensation. In return, we willingly accept your comprehensive oversight and command. Furthermore, all existing resources and personnel within the district shall be entrusted to you for unified allocation and arrangement." Principal Lu added, "However, I must ensure that the basic human rights of all students, teachers, and staff within this district are upheld." "That is certainly not an issue," Wu Yangming responded. He had no reason to refuse Principal Lu's request, as the ultimate objective was to shelter as many survivors as possible before the end of the apocalypse, thereby gaining greater influence. "Thank you." Then, Lu said with a sigh of relief. Although he appeared to handle the situation with ease, he had been on edge for the past half-month since the onset of the apocalypse. Just days prior, a horde of zombies had besieged them for reasons unknown. He was utterly exhausted, but now it seemed that safety was no longer a major concern. "Mr. Wu, might I inquire when you would be available to visit the safe zone? All of us are survivors from the same city, and several committee leaders from our safe zone wish to converse with you." The personnel from the safe zone interjected after the initial exchange. "Certainly. The timing is entirely at your discretion. I am at your service." Wu Yangming, initially planning to postpone his engagement with the safe zone, decided to expedite his visit upon their proactive outreach. "Very well, Mr. Wu. I shall make arrangements to contact the safe zone immediately." In stark contrast to the conclusive matters within the educational district, a palpable tension permeated the air in the conference room of a clandestine underground refuge. The atmosphere was charged with gravity, following the recent intelligence brought forth by an individual, which had instigated a tumultuous upheaval akin to a boulder cast into a serene lake. "This is preposterous. When have I ever faltered?" Lu Tao exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table, his eyes wide with fury, his voice reverberating throughout the conference room. "The military district has yet to breach our defenses. Suddenly appearing black armored troops? Powered armor? Energy weapons? Are you still half asleep?" Lu Tao, amidst his outrage over being misunderstood and ridiculed, vociferously expressed his skepticism. Chapter 32, Cadre Meeting Breach Our Defenses? "Huh. Lu Tao, how have you become the defender?" Yang Shao dismissed the inquiry without a second thought. Without mercy, he seized upon the key words in his speech to mock him, prompting a few others nearby to chuckle discreetly. Lu Tao's countenance grew increasingly grim. Yang Shao, as if intent on pressing the advantage, shot Lu Tao a fierce glare and proclaimed loudly, "Believe it or not. The relevant videos and reports are right here, crystal clear. If you doubt it, feel free to verify for yourself. It is not your place to question my words before the branch chief and deputy chief have spoken." With that, he forcefully slammed a stack of photocopied reports onto the conference table. At that moment, the branch chief and deputy chief, who had been mentioned by the others, were fixated on the data displayed on the computer screen and the meticulously crafted report submitted by Yang Shao. The entire room fell silent. The two exchanged glances before. In unison, their eyes shifted towards the report, their expressions growing increasingly grave, particularly upon reading about the enigmatic figure capable of effortlessly dispatching Vanguard Type 1. According to the report, this individual was likely a formidable enhancer possessing terrifying powers. However, what truly astonished them was not merely the existence of this ability user. The report also referenced a mysterious army clad in black armor that had seemingly appeared from nowhere, equipped with advanced powered armor and even wielding energy weapons. The emergence of individuals with extraordinary abilities was perhaps somewhat anticipated, especially considering the widespread deployment of mandatory evolution serums by their organization across the globe, which would inevitably lead to the appearance of a significant number of such individuals. However, the existence of powered armor and energy weapons capable of emitting lethally potent beams of laser was far beyond their wildest imagination. While powered armor could be somewhat rationalized due to its exorbitant research and development costs and suboptimal performance in actual combat, its mass production had not yet been realized. Nevertheless, if there were a strong resolve to manufacture it, the current technological capabilities could make it feasible. In stark contrast, the energy weapons displayed were an entirely different matter. Could such weapons, capable of unleashing such formidable beams of light, genuinely exist within the realm of reality? This was a profound challenge to conventional understanding. What materials could possibly sustain such high power output? And what of the miniaturization of energy sources? The ammunition they observed being replaced was merely batteries. Batteries? What a farcical notion. Had the authorities truly concealed such advancements? Around them, fervent discussions erupted. The director and deputy director exchanged bewildered glances, their minds swirling with uncertainty. Yet, despite their myriad doubts, they could not deny an undeniable truth. The powerful weapons that had only existed in the realm of science fiction had manifested tangibly before their very eyes. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that their opponents represented a well-organized military force. Not only does it possess heavy weaponry equipped on the ground forces, but it also has the support of aerial power. Although the current scale of their appearance is not particularly large, it is evident that they have undergone meticulous organization and training. The chief of staff, seated at the main position, furrowed his brow as he analyzed the situation. The robust and towering deputy minister beside him promptly raised a question. Does this imply that the authorities have been concealing such a trump card all along? If so, why have they not revealed this ace sooner? Could it be that certain special circumstances have prevented them from deploying it until now? At that moment, Yang Xiao, who had been engaged in mutual mockery with Lu Tao, suddenly interjected. Chief, there is another user on the opposing side. I observed through a drone just as I was preparing to withdraw. A young girl was able to dismantle one of my zombies piece by piece using her own psychic power. In my opinion, the one who intercepted the rocket midair is most likely her. Upon hearing this, the two individuals rewound the video until the moment the helicopter appeared, capturing the scene where a rocket was launched towards the aircraft, only to be halted by an unseen force, which was now vividly displayed before everyone. Even Lu Tao, who had been incessantly noisy, paused to gaze at the screen, staring in astonishment. The zombies appeared as though hurled by an invisible giant hand. There next the girl meticulously scrutinized every detail of each component, as if determined not to overlook any clue. Such precision astonished those present. Could the individuals from headquarters, who also possessed abilities, truly achieve such a level of expertise? Their initial impression was of a formidable and promising peer, embodying the essence of what humanity ought to represent in this new era. They must swiftly recover this child before other branches could intervene. The usually composed branch leader suddenly erupted into a grotesque grin. This was a potential leap forward for him, an opportunity to etch his name into the annals of the future of humanity. It cannot be that simple, branch leader, interjected the vice branch leader, who sat nearby, interrupting the fervent speech. Though I regret to dampen your enthusiasm, the primary task assigned to us by headquarters is to contend with the military. Currently, we lack the resources and manpower to seize an ability user from such a formidable force, contrary to his robust appearance. The copy minister calmly analyzed the situation and conveyed his conclusions to the branch leader. I am aware of that, but what shall we do? We cannot simply disregard this. Such a promising peer cannot be left to the hands of these doomed remnants of humanity, especially considering the likelihood that those opposing us are affiliated with the government. Let us notify headquarters. Of course, we might also deploy 1 or 2 reconnaissance teams to probe their stronghold. This would serve to pave the way for the personnel from headquarters. Very well, then. The department head leaned back in his chair, letting out a long, resigned sigh. As if surrendering to fate, a modified bus sped down the highway, racing towards the safety zone. On board were Wu Yaming, clad in powered armor, along with 2 humanoid companions who had been by his side throughout the previous day, accompanied by personnel from the security liaison of the academic district. Chapter 33, The Leaders of the Safety Zone. As for Bai Lili, she did not accompany Wu Yaming. He had arranged for her to join the troops arriving later, tasked with escorting the remains of the biomechanical behemoth known as Type Vanguard back to the stronghold. Yesterday on the battlefield, Wu Yongming had immediately taken a liking to that black giant, igniting his obsession with collection. Despite having endured a powerful blow without being reduced to mere fragments, merely sustaining a gaping wound in its abdomen, the creature's resilience and impressive appearance stirred a profound desire within him. He envisioned incorporating this black giant into both the list of humanoid constructs and the cloning apparatus, thus realizing the freedom to create such titans. However, a pressing matter lay before Wu Yongming. He was to journey to the safety zone and meet its leaders. Although he felt a strong curiosity regarding the biomechanical giant's remains, he momentarily set aside that thought, fully concentrating on the various matters that the upcoming negotiations would entail. Wu Yongming intended to expand his influence over the entire city. And naturally, the safety zone was a part of his ambitions. Within this safety zone, he already had acquaintances. In the beginning, when Shi Chaorong urgently sought assistance from Wu Yongming due to his daughter's pressing medical needs, Wu unhesitatingly extended his helping hand. Consequently, Shi Chaorong found himself indebted to Wu Yongming for a significant favor. Moreover, Wu Yongming had also dispatched personnel to provide robust support to the school district. With these bonds of goodwill and the display of his own martial prowess, it can be surmised that the forthcoming meeting with the leaders of the safe zone would likely not encounter insurmountable challenges. Mr. Wu, we are nearing our destination. As Wu Yongming pondered these matters, the safe zone came into view, visible through the window. The entire safe zone resembled a fortress, with its core situated within the grand municipal building at the heart of the city. This edifice, aside from sealing the lower-level windows and doors with steel plates, had undergone minimal alterations. However, the perimeter fence surrounding the municipal building had been fortified in a manner reminiscent of the school district's defenses, albeit with a more robust reinforced concrete structure. Its height surpassed that of the school district's barriers, and its thickness was truly astonishing. This impregnable barrier meticulously safeguarded everything within the safe zone, serving as a formidable bastion for its inhabitants against external threats. Upon these fortified walls, platforms constructed from wood and scaffolding rose high. Guards, armed with exquisite rifles and shotguns, patrolled vigilantly atop these platforms, their expressions grave. Their keen eyes missed not a single rustle, remaining ever ready to confront any potential peril that might arise. Before long, the modified bus carrying Wu Yongming came to a gentle halt at the entrance of the safety zone, the driver lightly tapping the horn as a signal. Shortly thereafter, a uniformed individual swiftly emerged from within the gates, approaching the vehicle to converse with the driver. With his extraordinary hearing, Wu Yongming could discern their exchange with clarity. Though it consisted merely of routine formalities devoid of any significant content, the individual then waved towards the gate. Almost immediately, accompanied by a deep rumbling sound, 3 massive cranes began to coordinate their efforts, lifting the immensely heavy, all-metal gate. As the cranes moved slowly, the gate gradually opened from the bottom, revealing a wide thoroughfare before them. The driver maneuvered the vehicle gently into the safety zone, and as they crossed the threshold, the view beyond the walls unfolded. A series of blue tents, prominently adorned with the words disaster relief, stood neatly arranged behind the barricades. The spacing between each tent was impeccably calculated, ensuring ample room while maintaining an orderly appearance, with the occasional disaster survivor emerging to brush their teeth or wash their face. A gentle breeze caressed the area, causing the colorful flags atop the tents to flutter lightly, infusing the surroundings with a sense of vitality and vigor. The vehicle gradually entered a designated parking area for such modified buses, coming to a steady stop. Other personnel from the safety zone disembarked first, with Wu Yongming following closely behind, stepping down from the vehicle. It was fortunate indeed that this was a modified bus. The car doors and interior space were sufficiently spacious. Otherwise, Wu Yongming and his 2 companions in powered armor might have found themselves cramped within, engulfed in a state of anxiety. Wu Yongming mused to himself, "Mr. Wu, please follow me." Upon disembarking, a tall and graceful woman approached with a respectful tone. Wu nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "Thank you, lead the way." He took deliberate steps, accompanied by the 2 cyborgs, leisurely following the woman. The trio, clad in Tesla T60 powered armor, made their way forward, each footfall resonating with the weighty sound of mechanical clashing and the dull thud upon the ground. The unadorned metallic armor gleamed under the sunlight, exuding an aura of indestructibility. The transistors scattered across the armor emitted a brilliant glow, occasionally sparking with arcs of blue electricity, captivating the attention of onlookers. This extraordinary spectacle naturally drew the gaze of numerous survivors from the safety zone, who paused to observe and whispered among themselves, speculating about the origins and identities of the trio. Some even took out their phones to capture photographs and videos, eager to immortalize the moment. Under the curious scrutiny of the crowd, the three continued along the street, ultimately entering the municipal building. The commotion they stirred did not wane. Rather, it intensified, adding an air of mystery to their presence as they were invited into this significant edifice. Hello? In a spacious and solemn conference hall within the municipal building, they found themselves before an enormous circular conference table crafted from mahogany. The digital leaders of the secure zone sat around the table, some exuding confidence, while others appeared visibly anxious. I regarded them with palpable disdain, or perhaps with indifference. The focal point of their attention was none other than Wu Yangming and two others. One of the leaders broke the silence, greeting Wu Yangming. Hello. Wu Yangming, encased in his heavily armored exoskeleton, slightly stirred, and through the thick helmet, a voice imbued with a mechanical timbre responded, Hello. Haha. I have heard much about you from Comrade Sure. When his daughter fell ill, it was you who lent him precious medical supplies during these apocalyptic times. Such generosity is indeed commendable, exclaimed one leader, his hearty laughter echoing as he appraised Wu Yangming with admiration. Chapter 34. Greed. Another leader quickly chimed in. Indeed. It was said that a few chose to remain within the community, and who would have thought that in such a brief span? You not only located numerous survivors, but also amassed an impressive stockpile of resources and equipment. Mr. Wu, you are truly young and accomplished, exceptionally capable. Their conversation flowed naturally, deftly sidestepping inquiries regarding the origins of the power armor and military gear donned by Wu Yangming and his companions. Seasoned by years in the political arena, they understood the nuances of conversation, discerning which questions were appropriate to ask and which were best left unspoken. In the face of such accolades, Wu Yangming maintained an expressionless demeanor within his helmet, humbly gesturing with his hand and stating, You all flatter me. In truth, this is all thanks to the collective effort and mutual assistance of everyone in the settlement. It is through the support of the community that I am able to speak a few words. You are far too modest. A voice interjected. Oh, I've been so engrossed in conversation that I haven't introduced myself. My name is Wang Tan, the chief of the municipal police department. And I am also one of the organizers responsible for managing the daily affairs of the safe zone. Everyone calls me Chairman Wang. And I happen to be an old classmate of Lao Shi. Wang Tan smiled warmly as he introduced himself to Wu Yangming. The man across from him replied with equal politeness, It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Wu Yangming. Since I hold a bit of esteem in the settlement, the others jokingly refer to me as General. However, please do not call me that. Simply refer to me as Xiao Wu. Wang Tan laughed heartily. Very well, Brother Xiao Wu. Now that we are formally acquainted. Upon saying this, Wang Tan produced a briefcase and opened it, revealing a dazzling array of gold bars neatly arranged inside. Xiao Wu, your settlement has contributed significantly in terms of resources and materials to support the safe zone. This is a token of our gratitude. I understand that your settlement has a considerable population, which surely means a substantial demand for electricity. I will speak with the relevant authorities to ensure that your power supply system is activated promptly so that everything operates smoothly in your area. Should there be any further areas where our safe zone may offer assistance, do not hesitate to voice your needs. Please feel free to ask. With that said, thank you. Chairman Wang. Upon concluding his remarks, Wu Yangming gestured for one of the androids beside him to close the suitcase and return it to his side. Now that the pleasantries had been exchanged, it was time to address the matters concerning your community. Just as Wu Yangming and several others were engaging in formalities, an incongruous voice interrupted the conversation. The sound elicited slight twitches on the faces of the surrounding chairpersons, indicating that this individual was rather unpopular. The speaker was an awakened, endowed with the ability to manipulate flames. Due to his awakened powers, he had amassed a considerable following and, being among the earliest contributors to the establishment of the safe zone, he now held one of the highest leadership positions within it. Apart from Wang Tan, the other chairpersons found themselves at a disadvantage, as he wielded both force and manpower. He scanned the room, noticing that no one seemed inclined to voice dissent, and thus cleared his throat to address the assembly once more. Very well, since there are no objections, I shall refrain from indulging in further superfluous discourse. First and foremost, I express my profound gratitude for the substantial support you have extended to our educational district. However, we find ourselves in the dire straits of this apocalyptic era, where each individual bears significant responsibilities and missions. Thus, it is imperative that everyone contributes their utmost efforts and adheres strictly to the unified arrangements and directives of the organization. In light of this, I solemnly request that you promptly relinquish command. Furthermore, concerning the community you inhabit, we will be dispatching personnel to take over the relevant affairs. I hope you can understand and actively cooperate with our endeavors. After all, it is only through collective effort and unity that we may navigate through this dreadful calamity and ultimately witness the dawn of victory. Wu Yangming observed the audacious individual before him, who spoke incessantly with an air of self-importance. This presumptuous demeanor irked Wu Yangming, though he was not particularly surprised. Throughout the encounter, he had been utilizing his telepathic abilities to glean the memories and thoughts of the leaders from the safe zone present. The individual in question, named Zhang Yan, had merely been a petty thug prior to the outbreak of the zombie crisis. After receiving a mysterious injection, he fortuitously avoided becoming a zombie and successfully awakened the ability to manipulate fire. Since acquiring this formidable power, Zhang Yan's ambitions had burgeoned rapidly, attracting a following within the first few days of the apocalypse and securing influence as the safe zone was established. Now, upon witnessing the vast arsenal, personnel, equipment, and supplies under Wu Yangming's command, Zhang Yan's intentions were glaringly evident. He sought to claim them all for himself. However, due to concerns regarding face and the astonishing show of force exhibited by Wu Yangming, he dared not recklessly attempt to seize power. Thus, for the time being, he could only resort to verbal maneuvering in hopes of gaining some advantage. Wu Yangming understood this sentiment. Once one acquires extraordinary abilities, it is only natural for a transformation to occur. One might feel as though they have become the protagonist of the world. Even Wu Yangming himself occasionally felt this way. Nonetheless, it is crucial to align one's aspirations with their actual capabilities. Upon delving into this individual's memories, he found that while his abilities were indeed formidable, able to unleash flames from the palm and consume a compact car in an instant, his basic physical attributes were merely at the level of an average person, a mere 5 to 6, achieved through training. The subordinates he gathered were primarily unstable elements, akin to petty thugs, most of whom had now been replaced by Chairman Wang Tan's officers. Did this fellow not realize the frequency with which his personnel had been swapped? He couldn't help but chuckle at the thought, a smile creeping up the corners of his mouth beneath the helmet, accompanied by a suppressed laugh that echoed lightly in his throat. This laughter carried a hint of disdain and derision, resonating with a mechanical tone that reached Zhang Yan's ears. At that moment, he acutely sensed that he was being mocked. Feeling the sting of ridicule, Zhang Yan abruptly stood up from his seat, his eyes wide and his face contorted with anger as he shouted towards Wu Yangming. "What are you laughing at?" Chapter 35 Departure. Confronted with Zhang Yan's fury, Wu Yangming paid him no heed, regarding him as an inconsequential character. His gaze slowly traversed the other attendees, particularly those leaders with official backgrounds. In his eyes, these individuals were the true objects of interest. In contrast, a mere ruffian who had awakened superpowers by chance posed no threat whatsoever. Once the military base on the outskirts of the city regained its composure, it would be a trivial matter to eliminate this band of miscreants. Indeed, they were perilously close to being outmaneuvered by the cunning old foxes within the safety zone. As leaders of the safety zone, they were secretly plotting to gradually dismantle his influence, aiming to absorb his cohorts into the safety zone for unified management. Compared to the likes of Zhang Yan, their methods were akin to boiling a frog in warm water, far more insidious. What infuriated him further was the fact that these individuals sought to exploit him to create a balance of power with Zhang Yan, attempting to restrain each other. What level of mediocrity did that penniless fool think he possessed to engage in such a balance? Enclosed within the powered armor helmet, his eyes narrowed slightly as he fell into contemplation. He certainly would not consider relinquishing the power in his grasp. However, seizing this opportunity to plant a synthetic individual within the safety zone, who could achieve merit and rise through the ranks, eventually seizing control of a safety zone, could indeed be a wise strategy. After all, Wu Yangming cherished peace and preferred to avoid conflict whenever possible. After careful consideration, he resolved not to take direct action against the leaders of several other safe zones for the time being. Instead, he contemplated whether to first deploy his synthetic troops into their midst, followed by a display of merit to secure promotions. Essentially, these leaders of the safe zones were merely ordinary humans. Having already accessed their thoughts and memories, he possessed comprehensive intelligence on them, rendering them incapable of posing any substantial threat. After deliberation, Wu Yangming spoke. "It is not impossible, but I can only arrange for my own subordinates, who will only heed my directives. As for the other personnel, you must consult with the other captains in our gathering place." Wu Yangming fabricated several fictitious captains to create the illusion that he could not unilaterally control the settlement. "I will send 500 soldiers to occupy your critical positions," Wu Yangming continued. "Furthermore, I will appoint someone to command them." Upon hearing this, the leaders of the safe zones exchanged smiles. Typically, it would be challenging to negotiate with someone capable of gathering manpower, procuring supplies, and even acquiring helicopter-powered armor in this post-apocalyptic world. However, it seemed surprisingly straightforward. As long as he agreed, they could gradually win over and divide his subordinates, taking advantage of their desire to avoid remaining subordinate for long. "Wait a moment. The personnel will be arranged by us, and all individuals, equipment, and supplies must be subject to our allocation." Just as Wang Tan was about to acquiesce, Zhang Yan astutely interjected, causing the faces of several committee chairpersons present to darken, their foreheads etched with veins, clearly vexed by the interruption at such a critical juncture. With this, Wang Tan decided to let it go, stating, "If there is nothing further, then esteemed colleagues, my companions and I shall take our leave." Wu Yangming exhibited no intent to linger. He abruptly rose, his displeasure unmistakable, and resolutely strode toward the exit, as if the very act of remaining even a moment longer would engender his distaste. "Ah, what a pity," Wang Tan lamented, witnessing the discussions culminate in futility. As the authoritative figure of the safe zone, he hastily retrieved an object resembling an IC card from his pocket. Swiftly catching up to Wu Yangming and extending it toward him with a beaming smile, saying, "This is our safe zone's pass. I kindly ask Mr. Wu to accept it and feel welcome to visit at any time. Mr. Wu, please travel safely." The other leaders maintained their professional smiles. Yet their darkened gazes betrayed their ire as they waved and bid farewell in unison. However, at that moment, a furious shout shattered the seemingly harmonious atmosphere. "Hey, stop right there. Who permitted you to leave like this?" Zhang Yan, his face flushed with rage, sprang from his seat, hands clenched into fists. His joints paling from the exertion, his fiery gaze fixed intently on Wu Yangming's retreating figure. "Zhang Yan, do not be so impulsive." Seated beside him, another leader of the safety zone hastily reached out to grasp Zhang Yan, attempting to coax him back into his seat. However, Wu Yangming did not falter in his stride, resolutely continuing his exit and disregarding the farcical commotion. At opportune moments, exhibiting one's temperament and stance to the outside world not only serves to uphold one's dignity and authority, but also deters those with ulterior motives from overstepping their bounds. Thus, Wu Yangming departed the premises without hesitation, accompanied by his two synthetic subordinates. Upon reaching the entrance of the building, they were met by an individual who had been waiting there respectfully for some time. Upon sighting Wu Yangming and his companions, the person swiftly approached and, with utmost reverence, stated, "Mr. Wu, the vehicle has been prepared for you. Allow us to escort you and your companions back to the settlement." With that, he intended to guide them towards the vehicle parked nearby. "That will not be necessary," Wu Yangming replied, his expression devoid of emotion. He then produced a signal flare and hurled it forcefully towards a relatively spacious area beside them. In an instant, crimson smoke billowed into the air, resembling a blooming red lotus, capturing the attention of all those in the vicinity. Before long, the distant roar of helicopter blades grew increasingly louder. The onlookers turned their gaze towards the sound, witnessing a uniquely designed helicopter, equipped with two propellers, slicing through the sky and swiftly approaching the open ground. Ultimately, it landed with precision, stirring up a cloud of dust. The hatch opened slowly, and two fully armed, upright androids nimbly descended from the aircraft. Their movements synchronized and indicative of rigorous training. They swiftly surveyed their surroundings, ensuring safety. Wu Yangming adeptly climbed aboard the helicopter, followed closely by the two androids who entered the cabin. As the engine roared to life once more, the rotor blades of the helicopter began to spin at high speed, generating a powerful gust of air. The helicopter ascended gradually, soaring higher and higher until it vanished from sight. Meanwhile, in a distant government building, Zhang Yan observed this scene through the window. His eyes widened, revealing an unmistakable glimmer of greed and desire as he fixated on the receding helicopter, his mind racing with unspoken calculations. Chapter 36. District Garrison. The swiftly flying helicopter sped towards its target community, and as Wu Yangming looked down at the diminishing safety zone building below, he activated the communication device embedded in his powered armor helmet to establish contact with the community. "Hello, Connect me to the android responsible for information within the community. Moments later, a response came through the communicator. General, connection established. Wu Yangming promptly issued his command. Immediately dispatch a contingent of 200 armed personnel and 50 powered armor troops to garrison the district and construct defensive fortifications. Act swiftly. Yes. General, we will ensure the arrangements are executed, the other party replied succinctly. Reflecting on the memories and intelligence gleaned from those individuals, it was evident that they were reluctant to relinquish the vital territory of the school district without contest. Wu Yangming understood profoundly the significance of this area for post-disaster reconstruction. Retreat was not an option. Since it was a domain he had defended, there was no possibility of yielding it lightly to others. Seated comfortably in the spacious confines of the aircraft, Wu Yangming gazed through the open cabin at the densely clustered skyscrapers below. Soaring like a forest of steel into the clouds, exuding the unique vibrancy of a modern metropolis. Although he had directly departed from the safety zone, he harbored no concerns about their potential withdrawal, for he was acutely aware that such a fortified enclave would never allow a formidable personal armed force like his to exist unchallenged. The leaders of the safety zone would not miss the opportunity to divide and absorb them, even if they could not successfully fracture his influence. They would seek various forms of cooperation, frequently sending synthetic beings to infiltrate their ranks. Among them was an individual named Zhang Yin, whose capabilities intrigued Wu Yangming, causing him to squint slightly. Prior to his departure, Wu Yangming had discerned through his mind-reading abilities that Zhang Yin intended to create trouble. However, at that time, Zhang Yin's mind was clouded by rage, leaving no room for strategic planning or scheming, which hindered Wu Yangming's ability to extract any useful intelligence. TSK. The image of Zhang Yan's clownish demeanor resurfaced in Wu Yangming's mind, prompting him to click his tongue in irritation. Although he could sense the undercurrents of malice lurking within that vacuous mind, Zhang Yan's intentions to engage in covert machinations were all too apparent. Zhang Yan, I sincerely hope you do not disappoint me too much, Wu Yangming murmured softly to himself. Since the other party dared to set their sights upon him, Wu Yangming had no qualms about attempting to make use of them, perhaps yielding unexpected benefits. He hoped that the rustic individual could muster some formidable capabilities, thus providing him with ample maneuvering space for his own ambitions. He pondered whether special entities such as human abilities would drop items akin to cerebrospinal fluid upon their demise. Leaning back in his chair, he removed his helmet, supporting his chin with one hand as he gazed down upon the concrete jungle below. In a matter of minutes, akin to a bird in flight, Wu Yangming returned to his residence. The first order of business upon arriving home was to cleanse himself and freshen up. Once completed, he proceeded to the laboratory, where he found Bai Lili engrossed in analyzing data on her computer screen, surrounded by a plethora of books that appeared to have been brought over from the academic district. These volumes were meticulously arranged, yet curiously. Each one was stuffed with an array of colorful and variably shaped sticky notes. Some were petite and delicate, while others were broad and substantial, in hues of yellow, green, pink, and blue, their purpose unknown. Wu Yangming reached out to gently grasp one of the books, his fingers deftly gliding across its pages. With an attentive gaze, he swiftly and accurately scanned each line of text, turning page after page in the blink of an eye. With an extraordinary dynamic vision and an astonishingly powerful memory, the contents of the books were swiftly and vividly imprinted in his mind. The speed at which he read was almost imperceptible, making it difficult to capture the specific actions of his reading. In just over 10 minutes, Wu Yangming had comprehensively absorbed all the books that formed a mountain on the table. These volumes spanned a vast array of fields, most notably anatomy, biology, and mechanical electronic engineering. His remarkable understanding, bolstered by a wisdom attribute of 30, rendered even the most obscure and highly specialized terminology as comprehensible as everyday language in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, he had fully grasped and synthesized the essential knowledge contained within the texts. Any new discoveries? Wu Yangming gently closed the last book in his hands and carefully set it aside. His gaze traversed the mountain of materials and documents, landing directly on Bai Lili, who was engrossed in her work. He inquired softly. Responding to Wu Yangming's question, Bai Lili, who had been entirely immersed in her own world of work, returned to reality. She lifted her head, her eyes focusing on Wu Yangming's face. Shaking her head, she replied in a calm tone, "At present, there are no particularly significant discoveries. However," she paused momentarily before continuing, "we did unexpectedly uncover a remarkably peculiar device within the mind of that black giant. From a preliminary observation, it seems highly likely that this device is intended to control his actions. If we can locate a compatible and suitable device, we could trace the signals in reverse, thereby uncovering the hidden puppeteers manipulating him from behind the scenes. After stating this, Lili picked up a cup from the table and took a sip. As she gazed at Bai Lili, who was meticulously analyzing the issue before her, Wu Yangming felt an odd sense of dissonance arise within him. At merely 10 years of age, she was engaging in the study and dissection of complex problems, a sight that was indeed somewhat unsettling. The signal tracing device is not particularly difficult to construct. Such devices have existed since the era of gaming, where the main storyline involved tracking the signals of the Academy's teleportation devices using signal tracing technology. We could simply wait until we traced the signal back to its source, then construct a teleportation device, allowing a battalion of armored warriors to be airdropped into their stronghold. Wu Yangming resolutely patted his chest, confidently declaring, "Rest assured. The signal tracing device is my responsibility. I shall handle this matter, and we will deliver a surprise to our adversaries." A surge of exhilaration akin to reaching a pivotal plot twist in the main storyline rushed through him, causing his mind to tremble with anticipation. Chapter 37, Survivor? Upon hearing this, Bai Lili's eyes instantly sparkled, as if she could already envision herself one step closer to unraveling the truth behind the murderers of her parents. However, before we proceed, we must first gather a formidable force. After all, who can truly ascertain the level of our adversaries? It seems prudent to first assemble a mechanized army of approximately 10,000 troops. Wu Yangming spoke with a grave expression, punctuating his words by gently tapping the table, as if contemplating a detailed course of action. Beside him, Bai Lili nodded slightly in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom of his statement. Indeed, launching an offensive against an organization of global stature necessitates careful deliberation, she softly affirmed. Rushing into vengeance without precise intelligence on the enemy could result in catastrophic defeat within their stronghold. Wu Yangming pondered further, considering the potential utility of the colossal black figure. Utilizing the cloning apparatus, he could replicate several hundred of these giants and deploy them to wreak havoc within the enemy's base. With this thought in mind, he approached the adjacent cloning workstation. His hands deftly maneuvered across the controls, and the cloning options for the black giant materialized upon the screen. Observing the confirmation message displayed, he realized that, should the need arise in the future, a mere click would instantaneously summon forth a legion of formidable black giants at his command. The aspect of control posed no concern, as among the numerous modules he had loaded, one titled Animal Friends contained a specialized chip designed for insertion into the brains of hostile units, effectively turning them into allies. A satisfied smile crept across Wu Yangming's face as he mused to himself, "This plan is foolproof. When the time for the assault arrives, he would first send a few hundred to test the waters, followed by the mechanized units to conclude the operation. No. Should we first launch a few small nuclear bombs to create a stir? What to do?" Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps interrupted his thoughts. A synthetic soldier rushed in, came to attention, and reported loudly, "Report, General, we have survivors seeking refuge." Upon hearing this, Wu Yangming furrowed his brow in confusion and inquired, "Seeking refuge? Here with us?" It was evident that there were official shelters, safe zones, established within the city, where survivors ought to seek asylum. It was perplexing that these individuals would travel such a distance to come to them, clearly indicating something amiss. Nevertheless, Wu Yangming was not one to dither or hesitate. After a brief contemplation, he decisively commanded, "Take me to meet them." Since the truth could not be discerned from appearances, he would simply delve into their memories. In any case, it was imperative to ascertain the reality of the situation first. Thus, guided by the soldier, Wu Yangming strode swiftly toward the gathering of survivors. Upon arriving at the congregation, he cast a cold, scrutinizing gaze over the crowd. Although these survivors appeared tattered and weary, Wu Yangming understood that appearances could often be misleading. "Leader, please, you must save us. We truly have nowhere else to turn, and that is why we have come here seeking help." A group of ragged, haggard individuals huddled together, gazing at the formidable presence of Wu Yangming before them. Wu Yangming approached the group of individuals with an expressionless demeanor, his sharp eyes scanning each face before him. Despite their desperate pleas, he remained utterly unmoved, not even deigning to utter a single superfluous word. Wu Yangming activated his ability, memory retrieval. In an instant, a torrent of intangible information surged into his mind, rendering the identities and motives of these individuals crystal clear. As anticipated, They were far from mere refugees. Instead, they were spies dispatched from Tianqi Pharmaceuticals, a subsidiary of a colossal corporation in that realm, specifically stationed in this city. Moreover, they were all endowed with abilities. Their intent was to masquerade as refugees, infiltrating his settlement to gather vital intelligence, which they intended to relay to their operatives outside, while simultaneously coordinating an assault with the imminent armed forces. With a thorough understanding of the situation at hand, Wu Yangming felt no inclination to engage in further discourse with them. He had always been merciless towards those with ulterior motives. Contemplating this, a subtle smirk appeared at the corners of his mouth, revealing a chilling smile. He abruptly extended a hand, striking like lightning towards a seemingly timid man in the crowd who had persistently attempted to approach him from the outset. Clearly, this man was no ordinary foe. Upon being seized by Wu Yangming, he reacted with remarkable swiftness. With astonishing alacrity, he unsheathed a gleaming, military-grade dagger from his vestments, lunging towards Wu Yangming without hesitation. Simultaneously, cerulean arcs of electricity materialized in his other hand, poised to unleash a devastating assault upon Wu Yangming. Alas, his velocity was eclipsed by Wu Yangming's superior celerity. Before the crackling energy could be discharged, Wu Yangming seized his cranium with implacable force. A muffled detonation echoed as the man's head ruptured like an overripe melon, splattering gore and cerebral matter across the vicinity. This gruesome spectacle petrified the onlookers, particularly the refugees, who were utterly aghast. One among them, trembling with trepidation, stammered, pointing a shaky finger at Wu Yangming. How could you commit such a heinous act? Is there no authority to restrain you? Spare me the theatrics, progeny of the apocalypse. Wu Yangming's lips curled into a disdainful sneer as his gaze swept over the assembly of so-called refugees, each feigning terror and helplessness with practiced ease. At these words, the lamentations and histrionics that had erupted in the wake of their compatriots' demise were abruptly suspended, as if time itself had been arrested. The refugees' countenances swiftly metamorphosed from abject fear to composed serenity, revealing the preceding display as a meticulously crafted charade. Just then, a particularly burly man, his eyes ablaze with resentment and fury, resolved not to succumb passively. He lifted a massive, robust foot and brought it down upon the earth with tremendous force. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though the very earth trembled in response, accompanied by a resounding, muffled roar. The once unyielding concrete beneath shattered like fragile biscuits, sending countless fragments scattering in all directions. Chapter 38, The Spy. The man, propelled by this immense recoil, surged forward towards Wu Yangming with astonishing velocity, resembling a cannonball in flight. In the blink of an eye, he found himself face to face with Wu Yangming. Then, a fierce gust of wind accompanied the swift motion as the man raised his colossal fist, akin to a hammer, and with all his might, he brought it crashing down. This punch, imbued with a force capable of overwhelming mountains, barreled straight towards the impressive Tesla T60 power armor adorning Wu Yangming. In an instant, a deafening thud reverberated, reminiscent of two mountains colliding. However, contrary to his expectations, the punch did not penetrate or shatter the armor. Instead, the power armor merely quivered slightly, its surface unmarred by even the slightest scratch. Witnessing this spectacle, the man's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a canvas of astonishment. He bellowed in rage. How is this possible? My fist possesses a terrifying force of 10 tons. Even the power armor should have been reduced to pulp beneath my strike. But why? Why are you able to withstand my assault unscathed? In response to the furious outburst from his adversary, Wu Yangming expressed his agreement. Within the context of the game, powered armor is portrayed as capable of reclaiming a position under heavy fire on a futuristic battlefield. However, it is utterly incongruous that in the game, such armor can be shattered by a band of marauders wielding makeshift weapons. Consequently, Wu Yangming invested considerable effort into enhancing his armor with numerous mods. This particular suit now boasts immunity to certain types of damage, and its durability is so formidable that even 100 small nuclear detonations would merely graze its surface. Naturally, Wu Yangming bore no obligation to divulge his intelligence. As the saying goes, villains perish by their own verbosity. The only response to his inquiries was a single, unadorned fist from Wu Yangming, a straightforward jab delivered with the iron fist of his powered armor, which struck the robust man squarely in the abdomen. With a resounding, thunderous crash, the man's upper body was instantaneously transformed into a crimson mist, blooming like a death flower in the darkness. Yet, His lower half remained resolutely upright, akin to steel, as if defiantly resisting this grim fate. This harrowing spectacle struck the hearts of every spy present like a bolt of lightning. They were paralyzed with terror, their bodies trembling involuntarily, eyes wide with shock, fixated on the blood-soaked remnants. Zhao Chonghe, he had perished just once again, a voice trembled, murmuring in disbelief at the gruesome spectacle before them. He was a practitioner of physical enhancement. Even if a speeding Hummer were to collide with him, it would be the vehicle that would suffer destruction. But what should we do now? Are we to sit idly by and await our doom? Panic spread like a contagion, and the eyes of all the spies reflected profound fear and helplessness. They began to anxiously glance around, seeking a glimmer of hope for escape, yet within this confined space, everything seemed so bleak. However, amidst this chaos and intertwining fear, one figure remained unbowed by the dread surrounding them. She stood quietly among the crowd, her expression grave, her gaze resolute. A young woman, appearing to be in her 20s, stepped forward firmly. Her dark eyes met Wu Yangming's unwaveringly. Her lips parted slightly as she spoke softly. Sir, given the circumstances, and since you are already aware of our Dawn Pharmaceuticals, I be having spoken. He produced a gleaming metallic collar from his bosom, gently shaking it. Faced with such intimidation, the woman could not help but smirk inwardly. What utter nonsense about experimental materials. In her eyes, this man was clearly driven by lust, attempting to obscure his nefarious intentions with such despicable tactics. Nevertheless, this posed no challenge for her, as her extraordinary ability lay in manipulating the air to create an impenetrable barrier. With but a thought, she could instantaneously erect an indestructible wall of air, albeit limited in size, yet sufficient to securely encase the lethal bomb collar within. How much explosive power could a mere collar contain? Even if it were entirely composed of TNT, her air barrier could effectively contain the explosion, rendering the collar devoid of any threat. She could even continue with the mission assigned to her. At this realization, a subtle glimmer of confidence flickered in her eyes. No problem. As long as you spare them, I will comply with anything, she declared resolutely, her gaze betraying a sense of determination and resolve. Before her words had fully left her lips, as if fearing that Ouyang Ming might suddenly waver, she snatched the collar from his hands and unhesitatingly fastened it around her slender, fair neck. However, the moment the collar touched her skin, an unsettling tumult surged within her, as if an invisible force had abruptly severed the connection between her and her powers. In the blink of an eye, she was horrified to discover that her abilities had been rendered completely inaccessible, as if sealed away. Meanwhile, an indescribable wave of fatigue and weakness surged forth like a relentless tide, swiftly engulfing her entire being, causing her legs to buckle and leaving her to collapse onto the ground. Humph, do you truly believe this is merely an ordinary bomb collar? How naive. Observing this, Wu Yangming's lips curled into a subtle smirk, revealing a blend of smugness and cunning as he mockingly remarked. This seemingly inconspicuous collar is, in fact, a product of a unique modification. As for its specific purpose, well, those who understand, understand. Even in the entirety of the game, the sole NPC possessing superpowers, who drops the mysterious helmet, Luo Luanzhua, finds himself unable to utilize his abilities once adorned with such a collar. Chapter 39, Capture. Thus, Wu Yangming, with a mindset of experimentation, had taken out this collar to deal with the ability user before him. To his astonishment, it proved remarkably effective. Wu Yangming turned his gaze toward the woman kneeling before him. I admire your courage. Bravery is indeed one of the commendable traits possessed by those exceptional and outstanding individuals among humanity. Within the helmet of his power armor, Wu Yangming narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile gracing his lips as if he was genuinely appreciating the person before him. Wu Yangming then called out loudly to the surrounding cyborgs, urging, Hey, you lot, move swiftly and resolve all these troublesome matters at once. His command was unmistakably conveyed. Upon hearing this, the cyborgs, who had been standing idly by, sprang into action, marching with synchronized and vigorous steps towards their objective. Hold on. Wait. This is not what we had previously agreed upon. The towering figure clad in powered armor showed no intention of sparing her companions, and the menacing aura of impending violence left her in a state of shock. Filled with despair and sorrow, the individuals present, or rather, the entirety of the organization, had been taken in as children, some even as infants, nurtured and trained under the organization's care. They had lived, grown, and learned together, akin to a family. Now, The thought of watching her family perish before her very eyes was unbearable, evoking profound anguish and grief. Yet, in response to her anguished cries, Wu Yongming did not even so much as lift his eyelids to glance at her. With an expressionless demeanor, he fixed his gaze ahead and instructed the dozen or so fully armed soldiers, clad in powered armor and wielding rotary machine guns, preserve the specimen as intact as possible. Do not inconvenience the researchers. Upon the issuance of Wu Yongming's command, the soldiers sheathed their massive rotary machine guns and drew forth colossal daggers designed for use with their powered armor, advancing towards the unfortunate spies. No, wait, they pleaded, but their words were cut short as the iron grip of the powered armor seized their heads, and a dagger swiftly silenced them. Value? Your sole value lies in becoming a part of my experimental data. Such is your fate, came the chilling laughter emanating from the helm of his powered armor. Accompanied by the chilling echoes of terror, a colossal dagger severed the throat of the spy, blood gushing forth like a fountain from the wound, instantly staining the concrete floor beneath. At this moment, Wu Yongming stood quietly to the side, a cold observer of this one-sided massacre. The intelligence he sought had long been extracted through his mind-reading abilities, which naturally included the coordinates of the headquarters of the Apocalypse Pharmaceutical Company. The assault was merely a matter of time. Thus, for him, the existence of these individuals had lost any semblance of utilitarian value. Witnessing his comrades fall beneath the hail of gunfire, the woman now fixated on Wu Yongming with bloodshot eyes, as if attempting to etch his visage into her memory. Even through the barrier of powered armor, she found herself unable to truly see him. "Haha, do not glare at me so," he remarked. "I have expressed my admiration for your courage, therefore." Wu Yongming suddenly faltered, narrowing his eyes slightly, the corners of his mouth curling into a cryptic smile. He then spoke slowly. "Immediately take her to the laboratory. Remember, a comprehensive report must be submitted to me by tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes widened in sheer terror as she gazed at Wu Yongming, seemingly unable to comprehend the gravity of his words. Her lips trembled as she stammered, attempting to articulate a protest. You fiend." Yet, before she could finish, her words became lodged in her throat. Her complexion drained of color. Her body instinctively recoiling, she clasped her hands tightly over her mouth. Her once lively, expressive eyes were now filled with terror and despair, tears brimming at the edges, poised to cascade down at any moment. "Wait. No, it cannot be. You mustn't. You cannot do this." The woman finally regained her voice, shouting hoarsely. Yet, Wu Yongming remained unfazed, his face contorted in disgust as he impatiently gestured to the two synthetic beings beside him. How ridiculous. These young girls seem perpetually consumed by nonsensical thoughts. Hurry up and drag her away. Do not sully my vision. As he spoke, Wu Yongming disdainfully waved his hand toward the surrounding synthetic soldiers. Thanks to his ability to access memories, he was fully aware of the tumultuous thoughts racing through her mind. Wu Yongming was not a man to be trifled with, possessing his own standards and principles regarding matters of intimacy. "Wait, please, just a moment." The woman cried out in desperation, her voice laced with despair and pleading. "I still hold value. Trust me, I can connect you and our organization. This is absolutely true. I beg you, do not send me there." Her body trembled violently from sheer terror, her complexion as pale as parchment. At that moment, she finally awoke from her stupor, realizing the dreadful fate that awaited her, being sent to the laboratory. Recalling the inhumane experiments she had witnessed within the organization, a wave of indescribable fear surged from the depths of her soul, swiftly enveloping every cell in her body. However, no matter how desperately the woman struggled and pleaded, all was in vain. Two formidable men clad in heavy power armor stood like immovable mountains, firmly grasping the woman's slender arms and effortlessly dragging her forward. Her feet barely touched the ground, and she could only weakly flail in the air, attempting a futile last stand, but all was in vain. Ultimately, she was mercilessly taken to the laboratory, specifically established by Wu Yongming for the study of the physiological structure of mutated zombies. The researchers within were enhanced synthetic beings, each possessing an IQ of 30. Every individual was an expert in their respective fields, assured to provide Wu Yongming with the desired research results. Infuriating. How dare these wretched savages brazenly slaughter our brothers and sisters, a horde of filthy beasts, despicable and shameless monkeys. One man, his face a mask of fury, veins bulging on his forehead, cursed incessantly. Chapter 40, Lu Tao. This man was Lu Tao, clad in a fitted black combat suit that accentuated his robust physique, rendering him even more gallant. Adorned with advanced night vision goggles, he exuded an air of coldness. He was the very individual who had previously engaged in a fierce argument with Yang Xiao at the Dawn pharmaceutical base. Just a short while ago, the operation against the military district had ultimately ended in failure. This outcome not only inflicted significant losses upon them, but also exacerbated an already tense situation. More importantly, his position within the organization has become exceedingly precarious, with whispers of a potential motion to dismiss him from his post. The more he contemplates, the more his anger boils. He knows all too well who is orchestrating this. Due to his own failures, compounded by the tumultuous events of the past fortnight, the local branch is compelled to take urgent measures, reaching out to the headquarters for support. Hence, Lu Tao has been dispatched to confront the enigmatic and formidable force that is Wu Yangming, which seemingly emerged from nowhere. Boss, we can no longer afford to wait. Let us launch a direct assault, one subordinate boldly suggested, observing the stormy expression on Lu Tao's face, which was dark enough to seem like it could rain. He understood that Lu Tao's mood had plummeted to its nadir. This subordinate believed that if decisive action was not taken soon, the entire situation might spiral out of control. Thus, despite recognizing the potential risks of his proposal, he found the courage to voice it. No, we must not act impulsively. It is wiser to wait until nightfall before proceeding. The 6th, Type 1 Vanguard, have yet to be fully calibrated, Lu Tao firmly countered. Clearly, the subordinate underestimated Lu Tao's composure. Although a raging inferno of anger burned within him, he was still a cadre of the organization and could not allow fury to cloud his judgment or compromise his rationality. Furthermore, the organization could no longer tolerate his continued failures. Therefore, he resolved to suppress his emotions and patiently await the arrival of night. When darkness envelopes the world and silence prevails, that will be their opportune moment to act. What a nuisance. The revelation of those individuals implies that no one can dismantle those peculiar turrets from within. Lu Tao muttered under his breath, his brow furrowed, his face etched with despair. They had initially devised a plan to coordinate efforts from the inside, intending to launch a concerted assault on the colossal base that had inexplicably materialized. Yet, this sudden turn of events was unforeseen. They had believed their strategy to be foolproof. But who could have anticipated that the operatives tasked with infiltrating the enemy lines would be discovered and exposed so swiftly? Even more astonishing was the enemy's ruthless response, mercilessly eradicating them without hesitation, a course of action that defied all logic. Conventionally, one would expect such individuals to be retained as bargaining chips for negotiations or interrogated for vital intelligence. Furthermore, as he peered through the satellite telescope, he was met with an even more astonishing sight. A spacious stadium adjacent to the residential area housed a helicopter manufacturing facility. The adversary had evidently developed formidable industrial capabilities to independently research and produce advanced aircraft. Although he had gleaned some insight from the report of that scoundrel Yang Xiao, witnessing the reality with his own eyes was an entirely different experience. At this moment, a profound sense of shock enveloped him. What kind of abilities and resources could facilitate the miraculous construction of such extensive and large-scale industrial complexes within a mere fortnight? After much contemplation, it seems that there is but one plausible explanation. These individuals must undoubtedly possess formidable official support and backing. Otherwise, it would be utterly inconceivable for ordinary civilian forces or corporate organizations to undertake such an arduous and monumental construction endeavor. At this realization, Lu Tao could not suppress a disdainful snort. Ah, so they have concealed such immense power. However, even our headquarters' exceptionally capable intelligence department failed to procure accurate information in this regard. Had I known that their organization had infiltrated even the official ranks, I might have anticipated my previous failures against the military district. As he murmured to himself, Lu Tao sought a somewhat acceptable excuse and rationale for his earlier setbacks. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully extricated himself from his reminiscences and reflections, directing his full attention to the current situation. The circumstances at hand were indeed far from optimistic. Yet there remained a glimmer of hope. Not long ago, he keenly observed several critical details. On the opposing enemy's front, approximately 200 personnel and a dozen three-legged robots, resembling tanks, were methodically vacating their positions. Furthermore, he noted that 3 helicopters, of an unfamiliar model, which had previously been stationed there, returned in pairs after departing. Drawing from his experience, Lu Tao inferred that these forces were likely being redeployed to fortify the educational district. With this thought, a slight sense of relief washed over him. After all, the withdrawal of enemy personnel signifies a substantial alleviation of the pressure they face, though it remains far from effortless. A rough estimation reveals that over 200 adversaries still remain entrenched at their positions. Compounding the situation, these foes are fully equipped, clad in powered armor. They not only possess formidable defensive capabilities, but may also bestow the wearer with additional unique functions, such as radar scanning of enemy forces. Each individual wields an array of weaponry, varying in shape and specifications, with some resembling laser guns and others akin to electromagnetic cannons. Moreover, the battlefield is dotted with numerous robots and turrets, perpetually vigilant as they patrol the vicinity, poised to unleash merciless attacks upon the detection of a target. According to the video footage, even a single beam from those energy weapons would effortlessly pierce the flesh of the modified, specialized zombies. Now, considering our own circumstances, we have brought along 6 squads for this operation, each consisting of merely 10 members. Even including myself, the overall count only amounts to a meager 61 individuals. While this contingent is relatively well-equipped, comprising reconnaissance specialists, experts in assault operations, and adept operators of heavy weaponry, it can be deemed comprehensive. Furthermore, each member has undergone professional training, honing their combat capabilities to a specialized degree. Chapter 41. The Synth B001 Nevertheless. In comparison to the formidable and overwhelming firepower of the adversary, this meager strength appeared utterly insufficient. The mere thought of the impending operation sent shivers down his spine, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Thus, the question arose, how to navigate such a challenging predicament. Lu Tao furrowed his brow tightly, his mind racing with potential strategies to unravel the situation. What if they launched a surprise assault on the enemy's power armor production line? It seemed that the target was located within the supermarket directly opposite their residential complex, not too far away. Alternatively, should they focus their efforts on the helicopter production facility? These thoughts swirled in Lu Tao's mind. He considered the feasibility of this plan. However, higher authorities had explicitly instructed that the production line must remain intact. This undoubtedly placed additional pressure and complexity on Lu Tao's mission. If they merely executed peripheral harassment attacks, the integrity of the production line would be preserved, simultaneously drawing the enemy's reinforcements. Deploying 2 squads to simultaneously launch a blitzkrieg on 2 separate targets could swiftly attract the enemy's military strength. As their forces diverted for reinforcement, Lu Tao could infiltrate the residential area for a decisive strike. The more he contemplated this approach, the more viable it appeared. Sacrificing 2 squads seemed a trivial cost. No. To err on the side of caution, perhaps dispatch 4 squads divided into 2 groups. Thus, after much contemplation, Lu Tao resolutely finalized the operational plan for the night. As time quietly slips away, the night deepens. Under the cover of a pitch-black veil, 4 teams swiftly and silently divide into 2 paths. One group stealthily advances toward the brilliantly illuminated stadium situated not far from the residential area, while the other resolutely heads towards the supermarket, which lies in stark contrast to their location. Each member moves with such practiced fluidity and skill, their footsteps as light as if treading upon cotton, producing almost no sound. The 2 teams targeting the power armor production line at the supermarket arrive first at their destination. They discreetly neutralize several sentry posts guarded by peculiar, skeletal biomechanical robots. Then, they swiftly penetrate the workshop's interior. However, the enemy was well prepared. As soon as the 2 squads entered the workshop, the lights blazed to life, glaring intensely into the eyes of the assault team. Indeed, they were unwelcome guests. Before them stood a thick concrete wall, behind which was a squad of approximately 50 soldiers clad in power armor, along with a man wearing a dark gray jumpsuit, the Brotherhood officer's uniform, standing behind them. As they met for the first time, the man introduced himself as B001, inquiring if they might consider surrendering, for the noise and commotion at such a late hour was rather fire, attack, engage with full force, leaving no restraint. Then, he could only respond to the orders for offense. Their 2 squads were specifically dispatched to draw fire. The moment he laid eyes on the squad of powered armor soldiers and the distinctly peculiar man, he realized his failure. Their remaining task was merely to create as much commotion as possible, luring enough enemies to facilitate a decisive strike against the higher-ups. Suddenly, gunfire erupted. Countless bullets were unleashed towards the powered armor soldiers, while some team members exhaled torrents of flames and unleashed bolts of lightning from their palms. The wielders of power. It seemed they would provide the general with some splendid spoils. Ha ha ha. Countless bullets struck the powered armor, producing only a crystalline sound before ricocheting off in various directions. Surrounding the B-001, who stood behind the powered armor soldiers, a ghostly blue energy field wall materialized. The barrage of grenades and bullets merely stirred a slight ripple upon its surface. Really, must you resort to violence at the slightest provocation, you primitive beings? Wielders of power. There are wielders of power on the opposing side. A member of the assault team exclaimed in astonishment. The leader of the assault squad clenched his teeth at this sight. Although they had encountered wild wielders of power over the past half-month, most were unable to contend with them. In previous missions, they had always looked down upon wild wielders outside their organization with absolute superiority, yet now it was they who found themselves beneath the gaze of another. Is this what they call karmic retribution? Ha ha ha. The leader of the assault team, while utilizing an energy shield to fend off the incoming barrage of stray bullets and beams of light, found himself bitterly chuckling internally. As if to affirm his suspicions, the opposing ability user spoke up. Well, since our adversaries have extended such generous hospitality, it is only fitting that we reciprocate. With those words, the 50 armored soldiers unleashed a thunderous roar from their rotary machine guns and laser Gatling guns, unleashing a torrent of 5mm bullets and laser beams upon the 20 individuals. Faced with firepower far exceeding their own, the members of the assault team could only scramble to defend themselves, hastily erecting energy shields, earthen walls, or ice barriers to withstand the onslaught. However, in stark contrast to the flawless defense exhibited by the opposing ability user, these energy shields, earthen walls, and ice barriers were swiftly penetrated and obliterated by the various ballistic and energy weapons. Even though they mitigated a significant portion of the assault, several energy beams and stray bullets still managed to breach their defenses, striking their thighs and arms. The entire assault team found themselves swiftly overwhelmed by the ferocious firepower. How tedious. It is nearly time to conclude this, B-001 remarked, seemingly weary, and snapped his fingers nonchalantly. The two squads, comprising 20 individuals, were contorted and broken by an unknown force, rendering them incapacitated. General, this is B-001. The situation has been addressed as anticipated. They indeed attempted to assault the armored production line. Well, the captives have been secured and await your instructions. All intact. Oh, the brains are definitely intact. Meanwhile, within the helicopter production workshops situated at the stadium, in a certain area of its periphery, a seasoned squad leader was sternly directing his subordinates to spring into action. The team members swiftly and adeptly positioned their heavy weaponry, rocket launchers, mortars, and the like, while meticulously aiming towards the workshop located within the stadium. Chapter 42. The failed assault. It was evident that this squad leader had no intention of engaging in a frontal confrontation, a decision that was undoubtedly prudent given the stark disparity in firepower. Fully aware of the arduous and intricate nature of their mission, and in accordance with the directives of Commander Lu Tao, they were tasked with instigating chaos to divert the enemy's attention. The paramount concern, however, was to avoid causing excessive damage to the critically important aircraft production line. According to the higher-ups, preserving the integrity of this production line would significantly benefit the branch. Any irreparable destruction would lead to severe repercussions from above. To avoid harming the production machinery and electronic devices within the workshop, the team could not employ heavy weaponry or explosives. They were limited to light arms for a more precise assault. The strategy involved eliminating the perimeter guards to draw them in. Yet with great caution, he raised the high-powered binoculars in his hands, directing his gaze towards the distant workshop entrance. There stood several soldiers clad in heavy, metallic-powered armor, wielding formidable weaponry, vigilantly observing their surroundings for any signs of movement. He then cast his gaze slowly towards the ceiling of the workshop. There, a contingent of soldiers was patrolling back and forth, their steps synchronized and powerful, causing the ground to tremble slightly with each stride. The moonlight cascaded upon their armor, refracting dazzling beams of light. Subsequently, he adjusted the angle of his binoculars and began to survey the various corners both inside and outside the stadium, whether at the entrance or beside the spectator stands. The silhouettes of soldiers clad in powered armor were unmistakable. They moved in pairs or operated alone, yet all exhibited a heightened state of vigilance, leaving no potential threat unnoticed. With mere light weaponry, it was impossible to even approach, let alone launch an attack. Moreover, it seemed that the opposition was entirely unconcerned with the production equipment within, as they were all armed with heavy weaponry. Such a scenario would undoubtedly result in significant casualties. For this squad leader, his subordinates were friends, companions, and family he had grown up with. The safety of their lives was far more paramount than anything else. He was unwilling to risk even the slightest possibility that could jeopardize the lives of his loved ones. He was determined to lead his team, along with their families, to witness the bright future that the organization had promised them. Thus, even knowing that this course of action might invite trouble or punishment, he was resolute. If only a minor part of the facilities could be damaged, he believed that the majority inside would rush to conduct repairs upon witnessing such a situation. Even if we ultimately fail to preserve the entire production line, as long as we capture the relevant technical personnel afterward, it is unlikely that the organization will pursue our accountability too stringently. At worst, I shall shoulder all the blame alone. With this thought in mind, the squad leader took a deep breath and resolutely issued the attack command. In the sky, dozens of rockets and mortars descended like a torrential storm, trailing long, crimson flames and hurtling at astonishing speed toward the vast structure of the Flying Bird production workshop. Just as these lethal weapons were about to strike their target, they inexplicably halted midair. It was as though time had frozen. The rockets and mortars were suspended by an invisible force, immobile in the sky. This scene was hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of countless images they had perused in their files. It was precisely how Wu Yangming had once halted the attacking rockets in midair when he flew 3 Flying Bird helicopters to provide support in the district. How could this be possible? The squad leader's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the unfolding spectacle. According to their intelligence gathered during the day, that formidable girl with telekinetic abilities should still be within the residential area. Yet now, could it be that there were more than 2 ability users among them? An overwhelming pressure bore down on the squad leader, rendering him breathless. Overwhelmed by shock, the binoculars he had gripped tightly slipped from his hands, dangling below his neck and swaying with the tremors of his body. In the face of this unforeseen upheaval, the squad leader demonstrated no hesitation, promptly issuing the command to retreat. Retreat! Retreat! Everyone, run as fast as you can. Flee as far as possible. Having previously accompanied the division leader to headquarters, he was acutely aware of the terrifying capabilities of the psychics. He understood that remaining here to confront them would likely lead to a dead end. Thus, spurred on by the squad leader's frantic shouts, the team members turned and dashed away, disregarding everything in their path, wishing fervently that their feet could sprout wheels of fire to facilitate a swift escape from this perilous location. Hey, do you really think you can simply walk away after attacking someone else's home? With this furious roar, a figure descended from the sky like a meteor, crashing heavily not far in front of them and stirring up a thick cloud of dust that rapidly enveloped the area. Soon after, a powerful wave of psychic energy swept through like an invisible tempest, dispersing the dust into nothingness. As the dust settled, they beheld a woman before them. She was adorned in a peculiar suit of powered armor, reminiscent of the design they had seen in previous video footage, embellished with an array of bizarre transistors. Without a helmet to obscure her features, the woman's furious countenance was vividly apparent. Her long, lustrous black hair danced wildly in the wind, reminiscent of a sorceress's flowing tresses. In one hand, she wielded an enormous power hammer, its formidable heft instilling a sense of dread in all who gazed upon it. Moreover, radiant arcs of electricity incessantly flickered around her, as if resonating with the fury within her heart, joyfully leaping and crackling with sound. Gazing upon this formidable woman, the squad leader could not help but reveal a trace of unfeigned bitterness. Alas, it appears that escape is ultimately futile. So, do you intend to surrender obediently and submit, or do you wish to resist with all your might? The woman cast a piercing gaze over the group, her tone icy as she inquired. Upon hearing this, the squad leader, without a moment's hesitation, quickly responded, "Surrender. We are willing to submit directly. Please show mercy and do not harm my subordinates." The woman nodded slightly, expressing her satisfaction. Very well, then hastened to put on these collars. With that, she retrieved a bundle of metal collars from her waist and tossed them onto the ground. Chapter 43, Lu Tao's Desperate Gamble. Subsequently, the squad leader hastily picked up the collars and signaled to his subordinates to don them one by one. Once everyone had secured the collars, the woman activated the communication device, reporting, "Report to the general. This is B002. The target has been completely captured." Indeed, they are all intact. "This is the squad responsible for the power armor production line. We have encountered unprecedented and tenacious resistance. The enemy is clad in advanced power armor, wielding a variety of formidable weapons, and their firepower is astonishingly fierce. Damn it, their firepower is overwhelming. It is impossible to approach." A piercing and anguished scream suddenly erupted. "No. Immediately thereafter, a prolonged beep resonated from the communicator, followed by an oppressive silence akin to death itself. This scream appeared to serve as a death knell, plunging the hearts of all present into a profound abyss of despair. The unit responsible for the offensive power armor production line seemed to be facing dire peril, while the situation at the stadium was even graver, with communication completely severed. Lu Tao stood at a distance, surveying the battlefield through his binoculars, internally lamenting the dire turn of events. What had once been a meticulously orchestrated operation was now ensnared in a quagmire, and he feared that their plans were already half doomed to failure. Yet, at this moment, he understood the necessity of composure. He must remain calm and lead the remaining personnel in the execution of their original strategy. Taking a deep breath, Lu Tao gestured to his team behind him, signaling them to infiltrate the designated area as planned. The team members nodded silently, gripping their weapons tightly, and cautiously followed Lu Tao towards their objective. In stark contrast to the two units whose primary aim was to draw attention, Lu Tao's squad, tasked with a crucial mission, opted for a more discreet approach by relinquishing the heavy and conspicuous weaponry to the other two teams. They chose to be lightly armed, carrying only light weaponry such as rifles and specialized weapons meticulously developed within their organization to counteract those with abilities. Dawn Pharmaceuticals, in its audacious recklessness, has embarked on a global campaign to disseminate a mandatory evolutionary agent. Nature, having long anticipated the myriad of potential scenarios, has meticulously crafted contingency plans and analyses. This is particularly critical when faced with formidable adversaries whose power far surpasses that of the organization itself, necessitating effective strategies to navigate such confrontations. A clandestine weapon is being donned by Lu Tao like a second skin, ingeniously connected to a battery pack on his back through several wires. With a mere press of the activation button, a unique ray wave can be unleashed from the coil at his chest, propelling forth with astonishing velocity toward a designated target. Any organism exposed to this extraordinary thermal wave faces obliteration. Their forms will begin to dissolve, akin to a candle succumbing to flame. For ordinary beings, this process may transpire within mere seconds, reducing them to a mere puddle of flesh. While those with abilities may endure slightly longer, it is only a marginal reprieve. These individuals will endure excruciating torment for months, their bodies contorting grotesquely until they ultimately devolve into a hideous mass of distorted flesh, writhing in agony. To date, no empowered individual has managed to withstand the onslaught of this unique ray wave, not even Lu Tao himself. However, this radiation weapon possesses a rather significant flaw: its lightweight. Portable design limits its effective range due to size and energy constraints, allowing it to reach only about 6 to 7 meters ahead. Nevertheless, he possesses a unique ability, electromagnetic manipulation, that compensates for this deficiency. By adeptly controlling microcurrents, he can effortlessly infiltrate various electronic devices and manipulate them at will. Consequently, compared to other users, he operates this formidable weapon with remarkable ease. He can not only precisely control the directed energy waves, ensuring he remains unharmed, but also flexibly adjust their size and shape according to actual needs within the firing range. For instance, when confronted with a densely clustered group of adversaries, he can expand the directed energy waves into a fan shape, achieving widespread devastation. Conversely, when targeting a solitary enemy at a greater distance, he can compress the energy wave into a slender line, enhancing its penetrative power and destructive capability, thereby directly incapacitating vital organs of his opponents. In this manner, even formidable physical enhancers can be assassinated without a trace, making him more than capable of dealing with both a physically enhanced adversary and an inexperienced psychic. It is precisely due to his extraordinary abilities and adept command of this equipment that he caught the attention of that organization, which tasked him with assaulting a heavily fortified military district. As a result, that mission ended in failure. The department head had sought an opportunity to redeem himself. Yet if this endeavor were to falter as well, his position would be utterly precarious. The objective of this mission was to assassinate the leader of that community, a physical enhancement ability user, while simultaneously attempting to retrieve the young girl possessing psychic abilities. Should they be unable to enlist the girl with psychic powers, they would have to decisively eliminate her and bring back her remains. This was the explicit directive received by Lu Tao. If they could further expand the effective range of this radiation weapon and develop it into a powerful armament akin to an electromagnetic bomb, one that boasts a considerable lethal radius and supports long-range deployment, it would be nothing short of perfection. This way, they would no longer need to infiltrate the enemy lines at the peril of their lives. They could eliminate the opposing leader from a distance, leaving the young girl an easy target. Bringing his thoughts back to the present, Lu Tao took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. The infiltration commenced. With a low, resolute command issued, the operation officially began. Each operative was clad in a high-tech optical camouflage suit meticulously developed by a clandestine organization. Though this equipment did not provide complete invisibility, it significantly reduced their chances of detection under the cloak of the inky darkness. However, the unfolding events took everyone by surprise. The moment they set foot in the community, for reasons unknown, they were suddenly exposed. Chapter 44. The Death of Lu Tao. In an instant, the previously silent surroundings, or the swaying artillery, resembled a colossal beast that had suddenly awakened, as they all pivoted their gun barrels directly towards the direction of the small squad. Following this, an overwhelming barrage of blinding laser beams, missiles trailing long tails of fire, and a deluge of bullets cascaded down upon them. Defensive measures were swiftly enacted by Lu Tao, who remained composed amidst the chaos. The skilled individuals within the team reacted promptly to his commands. Multiple layers of energy shields surged forth, effectively repelling the bullets, shells, and fiery explosions that threatened to engulf them. The energy shields, strained under the relentless bombardment, rippled violently before shattering, only to be replaced by new shields rising in succession. Simultaneously, a multitude of humanoid robots emerged from the surroundings like a tidal wave. These robots, resembling human figures, were cloaked in a layer of milky white gelatinous armor and moved with remarkable agility, quickly encircling Lu Tao and his companions. Lu Tao scrutinized the robots before him and noticed that each one wielded a white firearm. The material appeared to possess a pronounced plasticity, yet the intricate and unique design suggested they were far from ordinary weapons. Fixated on these firearms, Lu Tao, drawing upon years of accumulated experience and keen observation, swiftly concluded, these must be the fabled energy weapons. Although the designs of the weapons before him differed from those he had seen in prior video footage, his analysis of the barrel's construction provided him with sufficient confidence to ascertain that they undoubtedly belonged to the realm of energy weaponry. Lu Tao silently lamented that this time the odds were decidedly against him. Nevertheless, he gripped his weapon tightly, his gaze resolute, prepared to fight to the death. Even the faintest glimmer of hope warranted a struggle, for it was far superior to retreating in defeat. Suddenly, for reasons unknown, all the turrets ceased their bombardment. A second-generation synthetic humanoid, clad in a white, gelatinous exterior, gradually approached Lu Tao and his companions, and then spoke. "Sir, you have trespassed into a private area. Please comply." However, as it drew nearer, Lu Tao decisively unleashed his abilities, causing the synthetic humanoid before him to convulse uncontrollably, its mechanical voice faltering. Seizing the moment, he lunged forward, snatching the firearm from the synthetic's grasp, his powers swiftly infiltrating it, allowing him to master the weapon's operation almost instantaneously. Lu Tao raised the gun and pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of blue lasers that pierced through the synthetic humanoid, creating several gaping holes. To his astonishment, he found himself unable to control it. No matter how sophisticated the encryption of any machine, it should never evade his intrusion, yet this robot was utterly beyond his command. The remaining second-generation synthetics reacted swiftly. They raised their weapons and aimed at the intruder before them. Countless blue lasers erupted in their line of sight, and the surrounding turrets resumed their assault. In addition to Lu Tao and his 7 formidable subordinates, who valiantly broke through the encirclement and dashed into the residential building, the remaining individuals continued to operate their energy shields. They retaliated against the exterior assault of the white humanoid robots with lightweight weapons and special rays emitted from unique armaments designed for combat against ability users, systematically dismantling the second-generation hybrids. Meanwhile, Lu Tao deftly evaded the concentrated fire that had diminished due to their own fallen comrades, swiftly making his way into the building. Although the remaining fighters persisted in their defensive efforts while launching effective counterattacks, they were soon overwhelmed by the sheer volume of enemy fire, ultimately vanishing into the blaze without even a sound of despair. Gasping for breath in the dimly lit corridor, one of the ability users who had narrowly escaped that harrowing ordeal leaned heavily on his knees, his face etched with terror as he exclaimed. His gaze darted around, still grappling with the shock of the recent chaos. Another individual, pale as a ghost and trembling, whispered, "Are we truly the only 8 left? What has become of the others?" He could not bear to finish the thought, as a lump formed in his throat. What are we to do now? Should we consider surrendering? Perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope. This suggestion was swiftly met with opposition from the others. No, we cannot simply give up. Our mission must continue. A robust man with a resolute expression declared loudly. He clenched his fists, his gaze resolute and unwavering, as if he had steeled himself to confront any formidable challenges that lay ahead. "Captain, can't you devise a solution with your abilities? Aren't they just machines?" "No, I just attempted that, or else those robots would already be under my control," Lu Tao replied with a sense of resignation. This operation had far exceeded expectations. The enemy's military strength, firepower, and resources seemed virtually limitless, not to mention those robots. Where had they emerged from? Although it had yet to reach the scale of a military district, you were perilously close. Initially, it was thought to be merely a small survivor settlement, perhaps comparable to the prominent families in the imperial capital, merely a bit more than a group of privately raised soldiers. Who would have anticipated such a tough challenge? Silence enveloped the group, each person contemplating their next course of action. The atmosphere was so tense it felt nearly suffocating. Everyone, I believe, just as Lu Tao was about to continue, an excruciating pain suddenly pierced through his chest, as if a transparent blade had emerged from within him. Simultaneously, his body was lifted into the air by this ethereal weapon. Lu Tao let out a blood-curdling scream, leaving everyone in shock. Despite the agonizing sensation of being impaled, he desperately turned his head to see what had struck him. Yet, all that met his eyes was a crimson glow. The red light amassed in the empty air behind him, directed toward him, and beyond that, there was nothing visible. Invisible. The word lingered in the minds of the 8 individuals present. They had grown numb. The notion of laser weapons or powered armor rendering an object completely invisible was beyond their comprehension. If it were not for Lu Tao, suspended in midair like an antelope caught on a branch, they would have never entertained the possibility of such technology's existence. "Run!" Lu Tao shouted with great difficulty. Suspended as he was, the remaining 7 swiftly responded, hastening their ascent to the upper floors. Chapter 45. The flight. Seeing his comrades flee to a safe distance, Lu Tao, pale as a ghost, trembled involuntarily. His quivering hand slowly reached for his waist, as though each movement required every ounce of his strength. At last, he shakily retrieved a grenade from his belt. Taking a deep breath, he fumbled with the pin of the grenade. After several attempts, he finally succeeded in pulling the pin free. At that moment, a violent coughing fit seized him. Cough, cough. His voice had grown hoarse and weak, yet his eyes gleamed with resolute determination. Lu Tao was not the kind to accept fate easily. He would not succumb to death so simply. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a deafening explosion erupted. Boom. The sound was akin to the earth shattering, instantly engulfing everything around in a torrent of thick smoke and raging flames. Lu Tao, came the terrified and desperate cries of his teammates, who had ascended 3 or 4 floors. "Captain!" Witnessing the conflagration engulf the lower floor, they were consumed by a maelstrom of grief and indignation, certain of the grim fate that had befallen those below. The grenade, a product of meticulous craftsmanship by apocalyptic pharmaceuticals, possessed an explosive force of terrifying magnitude. Detonation would unleash a cataclysmic shockwave, capable of obliterating a living being in an instant, scattering fragments of flesh and bone. Yet, impervious to such destructive power, the cloaked automaton remained unscathed. As the inferno subsided, the scene revealed a macabre tableau of charred human remains. Amidst the crimson-stained debris stood the robot. Its head ascended, its eyes blazing with an ominous crimson luminescence, resembling flickering flames. The scarlet beam, akin to a venomous serpent, fixed upon the fleeing figures, poised to unleash a sanguinary pursuit. However, as it prepared to advance, an enigmatic command seemed to intervene. Its taut frame relaxed, its eager steps faltered. Abruptly, it pivoted, resuming its preordained patrol with the stilted gait characteristic of automatons, as if the preceding confrontation had been a mere figment of imagination. Flee. Escape at all costs. At this moment, the remaining 7 individuals found their minds utterly blank, unable to conceive any viable strategies for response. The most pressing concern was to exert every effort to reach a relatively safe haven. Thus, without hesitation, they set off at a frantic pace, racing onward. After sprinting up several flights of stairs, they finally paused, breathless. Each one was drenched in sweat, as if they had just emerged from water, gasping for air. They surely haven't caught up with us, have they? Ha, ha ha. One of them exclaimed, still shaken. I reckon we outpaced those infernal machines, cursed robots. Another retorted with indignation. Once they confirmed a temporary escape from danger, the tension in their hearts began to ease slightly. They leaned against the walls or collapsed onto the ground, striving to regulate their breathing and steal a moment of respite. However, despite the brief physical reprieve, a deep-seated anxiety and confusion lingered within them. This mission had undeniably failed, and what path lay ahead? After a prolonged silence, someone finally broke the stalemate. Regardless, we must first find a way to escape this wretched place. This statement was like a glimmer of dawn amidst darkness, instilling a flicker of hope in everyone. Indeed, we must hasten our retreat. The military might of this survivor stronghold far exceeds our initial expectations. Given the gravity of the situation, we must report to our superiors without delay, the speaker asserted with unwavering conviction, a glimmer of determination evident in his gaze. Having reached a resolute decision, the small team commenced their search for a safe exit from this place. However, at that moment, an exceedingly faint sound of footsteps abruptly echoed through the previously silent corridor. The sound, akin to that of a specter, gently reverberated in the vast hallway, sending shivers down their spines. Upon hearing this unusual noise, everyone instantly tensed, gripping their various weapons as if facing a formidable foe. Could it be another robot? The 7 individuals fixed their vigilant stares towards the direction of the footsteps. As the sound drew nearer, a vague figure gradually emerged from the darkness. Must I work overtime again? The general certainly knows how to keep one busy, he muttered, a hint of exasperation in his tone. But then again, who could blame me for being so exceptionally capable? It seems this little settlement cannot do without me. As he complained under his breath, the newcomer leisurely sauntered towards the group. He was a man clad in an elegant black jumpsuit, exuding an air of self-importance. Despite approaching them, there was not a trace of regard in his eyes. The distinctive fabric of his attire suggested it was designed for high-ranking individuals, underscoring the extraordinary status of its wearer. His handsome face bore a hint of narcissism, with the corners of his mouth subtly curling into a barely discernible smile. Despite the man advancing towards them step by step, his gaze revealed no regard for the individuals before him. His eyes flitted over the crowd as if surveying a mere throng of inconsequential ants, his contempt and disdain unmistakable. In his mind, these people were little more than weeds by the roadside, utterly unworthy of his consideration. Nonetheless, he thought, let us commence. Never mind. Brace yourselves for my onslaught. In the terrified eyes of the 7, the man who identified himself as B001 raised his left hand, extending a single finger towards them. In that instant, a profound sense of impending danger surged forth, the alarms in their minds blaring at maximum volume to alert them. Almost instinctively, they summoned their utmost energy to erect a shield, an icy wall forming a protective barrier before them. Chapter 46. Escape? Almost as soon as the barrier was established, a tremendous force shattered their defenses, propelling both the shield and its defenders away. A cacophony of cries erupted, as they exerted every ounce of effort to defend themselves, yet failed to endure even for a fleeting second. In an instant, the overwhelming impact surged like a relentless tide, violently sweeping the 7 individuals away into a secure passage. In the wake of this sudden upheaval, 5 of them, gritting their teeth against the excruciating pain coursing through their bodies, struggled to rise from the cold, unyielding ground. Hey, is everyone all right? Are there any injuries? A voice called out anxiously, echoing through the narrow corridor. I am fine. I can still carry on, came the response from another. Though his tone bore a hint of frailty, yet still conveyed a sense of determination. Tragically, however, two others lay motionless on the ground, evidently incapacitated. They had suffered grievous injuries under the ferocious onslaught of their adversaries, their limbs broken and contorted, spines bent at unimaginable angles, shattered bones piercing the skin, blood splattering as they collapsed, their fates hanging in the balance. Just as despair and panic enveloped the group, one individual suddenly discerned a ventilation duct not far away. Grasping this as a last glimmer of hope, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Quick! We can escape through there." Upon hearing this, the remaining five, disregarding their fears, rushed toward the duct with utmost urgency and swiftly squeezed through. Within the dark, narrow space, thick with the scent of dust, the five struggled forward. Using hands and feet, time dragged on, each heartbeat echoing in their throats. After what felt like an eternity of crawling, a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead. That light, akin to the dawn before daybreak, offered a sliver of hope to the weary and near-collapse group. It was the exit to the outside world. As they neared the prospect of escaping this dreadful place, an indescribable surge of joy and exhilaration erupted within them. Yet, it seemed that fate had a penchant for cruel twists. As they were on the verge of emerging from the ventilation shaft, an unforeseen event transpired once more. Outside, three soldiers clad in powered armor, wielding formidable weaponry, appeared, their ominous gun barrels aimed squarely at them. They were right there. The voices of the armored soldiers resonated through their heavy helmets, imbued with an irresistible aura of authority. That brief utterance fell upon them like a deluge of icy water, extinguishing the flicker of hope that had ignited in their hearts moments before. The five individuals, who had harbored a glimmer of anticipation, found their spirits plummeting from the heights of optimism into an unfathomable abyss. Nevertheless, even in the face of such a seemingly insurmountable predicament, two among them stepped forward without hesitation. One turned to the three behind and shouted, "Run, you three." His gaze was resolute and unwavering, devoid of any semblance of retreat or fear. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down the faces of the three, who gazed at their brave companions, desperate to utter something. Yet their throats felt constricted as if choked by an unseen force, rendering them voiceless. They could only watch helplessly as the two strode forward, resolutely charging towards the trio of fully armed soldiers, resembling colossal iron sentinels, while simultaneously striving to distance themselves from their companions. The two raised their fists high, and though they appeared feeble, those fists contained boundless courage and determination. Meanwhile, confronted by the charge of the two individuals, the three armored soldiers simultaneously emitted a disdainful chuckle. "Umph." The first soldier scoffed, his voice resonating with a metallic timbre through his helmet, creating an especially jarring sound. "Hee." The second soldier joined in, a look of contempt gracing his face within the confines of his helmet. "Ha-ha." The third soldier erupted into a hearty laugh, as if he were witnessing the most ludicrous spectacle in existence. Just as the two approached them, the soldiers extended their armored hands, intending to seize their heads, when a peculiar device affixed to their chests suddenly emitted a blinding flash, as if it had been overloaded. What on earth is happening? Before the three armored soldiers could recover from their astonishment, an invisible explosion of rays abruptly occurred. An intangible wave of energy surged forth, radiating uncontrollably in all directions like a wild stallion. In an instant, the three armored soldiers appeared as though they had suffered a severe blow to their midsections, their bodies curling slightly in response. At that moment, the remaining three seized the fleeting opportunity without hesitation, swiftly turning to flee the scene. Their movements were as agile as the wind, darting towards the inexplicable gap in the surrounding wall, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished into the vastness of the night. After the three individuals successfully escaped, the original trio of soldiers, who had been slightly curled up due to the assault, slowly straightened their bodies. They then skillfully operated the automatic injection devices within their powered armor, administering doses of rutinine and healing serum into their systems. As the medication gradually took effect, their previously contorted faces began to regain a semblance of calm. Simultaneously, one of the soldiers gently pressed the communication button inside his helmet, reporting in a steady voice to headquarters. "Report, the mission has been successfully completed. The target is advancing as per the predetermined plan." Once the report was concluded, the three powered armor soldiers approached the two individuals, who were curled on the ground in agony, and hoisted them up, their figures vanishing into the darkness. After departing from the residential complex of Wu Yangming, the trio sprinted recklessly down the wide road. Their hearts raced violently, seemingly on the verge of bursting from their chests. They were acutely aware that pursuers could emerge at any moment. Their comrades had sacrificed their precious lives to grant them this fleeting chance of survival. Thus, they resolutely vowed not to let this hard-won hope dissipate so easily. Chapter 47. An unexpected visitor at this moment. Their sole thought was to reach the designated extraction point that their organization had arranged for them as swiftly as possible. However, fate seemed to revel in its capriciousness. Just as they were desperately fleeing, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from above. Gazing upward, one beheld a uniquely designed combat helicopter menacingly hovering in the sky, its rotors stirring the air with a chilling wail. Undoubtedly, this war machine was headed straight for them. At the forefront of the aircraft were two grenade launchers gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, which, accompanied by a dull thud, unleashed a barrage of formidable grenades. Almost immediately, a series of thunderous explosions erupted around them as the grenades detonated with ferocity. In an instant, flames soared skyward, and thick smoke billowed forth. The violent shockwaves from the explosions crashed over them like tumultuous ocean waves, violently toppling them to the ground. The earth trembled violently, as if the very world was on the brink of collapse. Was this the end? One individual murmured in despair, his heart heavy with hopelessness and reluctance. Just moments ago, he had been saved from the brink by a comrade who had sacrificed their own life for his. Could it truly be that merely a few fleeting minutes later, his fate was to be sealed? Another person, thrown down beside a precariously swaying street lamp, lay battered and bruised, utterly unable to rise again. He gazed skyward, his eyes gradually losing their luster, as if he had surrendered all will to fight. Perhaps this is for the best. It could be seen as poetic justice. With that thought, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength to turn over, lying supine on the dust-laden ground strewn with rubble. As he lay there, memories of his tumultuous life began to flood back. From a tender age, he had been orphaned, left alone and desolate, until he was taken in by an orphanage run by an organization. During those days spent in the welfare institution, although there was food and clothing, he could never truly feel warmth or affection. Later, as he matured into adulthood, he chose to join an organization, believing he could carve out a niche for himself and realize his life's worth. However, fate dealt him a cruel hand. Now he found himself on the verge of death in a place that seemed utterly inconsequential and devoid of value. Contemplating this, he clenched his fists tightly, his heart brimming with resentment and discontent towards the injustices of fate. Just as he was engulfed in painful memories, a powerful hand suddenly reached out, lifting him off the ground and effortlessly resting him upon broad shoulders. This unexpected act of assistance left him in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. "Who are you?" he stammered, his eyes wide as he gazed at this unfamiliar yet resolute figure, his voice trembling with emotion. "It is too early to give up," the person declared, not turning back, his tone calm yet forceful, as if imbued with infinite strength and hope. Upon closer inspection, his eyes widened in astonishment. The individual before him was none other than his comrade, Lu Tao, who had previously been presumed dead. "Lu Tao? You are alive." His voice conveyed an indescribable mix of elation and disbelief. Despite the many suspicions surrounding Lu Tao's sudden appearance, in that moment, the three of them, overwhelmed by a surge of hope, had no time to ponder such matters. They clung to Lu Tao as if he were a lifeline, instantly elevating him to the status of their anchor. At that moment, the helicopter that had been hovering above suddenly changed its course, its massive rotor blades churning the air and producing a thunderous roar as the nose pointed directly at the crowd below. "Be careful." The onlookers gasped as they recalled the perilous machine looming above them, now menacingly fixed on not just 3 individuals, but 4. Yet, in the face of such imminent danger, Lu Tao remained remarkably composed. A subtle smile, imbued with confidence, graced his lips as he softly uttered, "Do not worry." Before his words could fade, a crimson beam of laser erupted from a rooftop nearby, darting forth like a bolt of lightning toward the helicopter. Sensing the incoming threat, the helicopter swiftly maneuvered to evade, its body lurching violently in the air. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Tao nimbly dashed to a nearby manhole cover, exerting force to lift it, and shouted to the others, "Now's your chance. Quickly, get into the sewer." Responding to his as the deafening roar of the propeller gradually faded into the distant horizon. A few individuals concealed within the dark, damp confines of the sewer finally exhaled a long-held breath. Their taut nerves relaxed in an instant, and their bodies seemed to be drained of all strength, slumping against the filthy, moss-covered walls of the sewer. "Lu Tao, it's quite remarkable that you managed to escape," exclaimed a teammate who had just narrowly evaded death, his expression a mix of admiration and relief, though traces of terror and fatigue lingered on his face. The predominant emotion was one of gratitude for surviving the ordeal. Lu Tao grinned broadly, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. "Haha, perhaps it simply wasn't my time to go. The situation was truly perilous. That robot was formidable. At the last moment, it suddenly exerted its force and flung me away with great force. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly and hurled a grenade in its direction, which struck it squarely, severing its dual blades and damaging a portion of its head." At this juncture, Lu Tao paused, a flicker of trepidation crossing his eyes. "I cannot say for certain if I inadvertently damaged some critical component, but when we attempted to hack into that robot again, it was noticeably less challenging than before. Thus, I had the robot, now partially incapacitated, carry on with me. Though the journey was fraught with danger, we ultimately emerged unscathed." Lu Tao then casually recounted the subsequent events. "Later on, I inadvertently stumbled upon a medical supplies depot. After tending to his wound and securing a proper bandage, he was about to head towards the designated evacuation point when he unexpectedly encountered a few individuals." Chapter 48. The Synthesized Human. Lu Tao. Upon hearing Lu Tao's account, the three exchanged glances, their hearts brimming with emotion. They had never anticipated that their usually acerbic, unsympathetic, and sardonic leader, known for his biting remarks, would, in such a perilous moment, forego the option of solitary escape and instead risk his life to rescue them. This act of camaraderie deeply moved them and offered a newfound perspective on Lu Tao. "All right, everyone, I have brought some medical supplies. Let us take a moment to recuperate and swiftly proceed to the evacuation point. We must report what we witnessed tonight to the organization," Lu Tao declared, producing 5 small medical packets which he distributed among the three. "Understood, Captain." Meanwhile, within Wu Yangming's residential complex, Wu Yangming sat comfortably in an armchair, his hands clasped beneath his chin. He inquired, "How are things progressing? Have all tasks been completed?" Standing before him, a synthesized individual immediately straightened up and respectfully responded. "Report. Everything has been executed according to your directives. We have successfully positioned the synthesized human Lu Tao at the target location, and the entire process was remarkably smooth, with no errors or unforeseen circumstances." Upon receiving this news, a satisfied smile crept across Wu Yangming's face. The technological prowess within this game was truly unparalleled. Merely utilizing a fragment of biological sample, they could flawlessly replicate a being endowed with complete memories. Next, one simply needs to methodically advance the plan, gradually replacing key personnel within Apocalypse Pharmaceuticals with androids. This process should take no more than a fortnight. As for the potential discovery of their true identities, Wu Yangming harbors no concerns. After all, the concept of android technology is non-existent in this reality. Even within the game's narrative framework, the Brotherhood discerned that the Paladin, Dancer, was an android only after meticulously analyzing the synthetic DNA records obtained from the Academy. The environment of the current world starkly contrasts with that of the game, thus eliminating any apprehension of being unmasked. In today's reality, the notion of android technology is entirely fictional, despite significant advancements in science. We remain at the mere level of cloning. The sophisticated technologies, such as memory transfer, reside solely within the realm of science fiction. Consequently, it is inconceivable for individuals to consider issues through the lens of androids. As for the rationale behind this elaborate endeavor, initially, Wu Yangming intended to acquire the coordinates and directly utilize a teleportation device to drop a nuclear bomb, thereby obliterating the opposition in one fell swoop. However, Lili unexpectedly suggested seizing the deeply buried shelter and eliminating all within. Upon reflection, this strategy merely stems from the consideration of the potential future value for scientific research. In regard to this decision, Wu Yangming unequivocally expressed his support, as, from a practical standpoint, such action is indeed warranted. At this moment, Wu Yangming reached for the report that lay upon the table, which had been specially delivered by the laboratory, containing a comprehensive account of various information pertaining to the ability users. In the current world, Those ability users who have not employed the mysterious serum to awaken their powers tend to exhibit relatively feeble abilities. Although these individuals may barely attain levels 2 or 3 in strength, they evidently lack the diverse characteristics that Wu Yangming and Bai Lili possess. It is important to note that the telekinetic abilities held by both Wu Yangming and Bai Lili gain an additional branch of power with each level of enhancement. Furthermore, the newly created B001 and B002, two superhuman hybrids, also exhibit this remarkable trait. One cannot help but acknowledge the exceptional stability of the telekinetic abilities generated by the gaming system. However, it appears that those ability users from Dawn Pharmaceuticals suffer from significant specialization issues. Take, for instance, the female ability user whose power is the creation of air walls. While this may sound impressive, as its strength is sufficient to withstand explosions akin to that of a grenade, the issue lies in the exceedingly limited range of this air wall. It can only protect a small area, and although it can envelop the source of an explosion, one must question who would have the time and reflexes during battle to shield themselves from an incoming grenade. Upon further examination of those captured abilities, it becomes evident that their circumstances are far from favorable. Among them, some individuals can merely conjure defensive measures such as ice walls, earth walls, or energy barriers, and even these structures exhibit great variability in scale and strength. Although their current performance appears rife with shortcomings, Wu Yangming perceives potential within this technology. The abilities he has engineered undoubtedly possess remarkable prowess. However, strength, no matter how formidable, is bound to encounter limitations eventually, should they reach that threshold in the future. The unpredictability of the world looms large. One can never know when a formidable entity, perhaps an extraterrestrial aberration or a subspace demon, might emerge from the shadows, surpassing the capabilities of his creations. In such a scenario, despite exerting their utmost efforts, defeating such an opponent could prove insurmountable. Without alternative technologies to bolster their efforts, they might find themselves resorting to sheer numbers to vanquish the enemy. Wu Yangming's apprehensions are not mere figments of imagination. They are grounded in reality. Within the materials he has synthesized for the so-called forced evolution serum, the blue serum, there exists a substance labeled extraterrestrial biomatter. Who can ascertain what this extraterrestrial biomatter resembled in its native form, or what formidable powers and characteristics it harbors? Yet, Wu Yangming is certain that it is far from weak. After all, their concoction can awaken humans into superhuman abilities, implying that their innate strength must be considerable. Wu Yangming harbors a profound aversion to the unknown, for it embodies risks and unforeseen changes beyond one's control. Yet it is precisely due to this uncertainty that Wu Yangming is compelled to make preparations in advance, to take precautions against future adversities. To delve deeply into a particular technology, one must undoubtedly rely on a solid foundation of knowledge and a robust accumulation of technical expertise as a formidable support. Conveniently, deep beneath the city lies a collection of already established research achievements. Faced with such an alluring treasure, how could Wu Yangming possibly let it slip away? It can be said that this group of enigmatic individuals from Tianqi Pharmaceutical has made a contribution to the future of humanity. Chapter 49, Surviving the Aftermath. At this moment, within the clandestine sanctuary of Dawn Pharmaceutical, concealed beneath the earth, dim lights barely illuminate the narrow and oppressive space. 3 survivors sit in a corner of the medical room, constructed from pristine composite resin, their faces pale and expressions weary. Yet their eyes betray the lingering terror and unease of having narrowly escaped disaster. Accompanying them is a synthetic being disguised as Lu Tao, whose visage mirrors that of the other 3, seemingly infused with the same fear of survival. The 4 gather together, recounting their harrowing encounter to the branch chief and deputy chief, who have come to ascertain the situation. Is what you are saying truly accurate? The branch chief inquires, his brow furrowed in concern. Absolutely. One survivor exclaims, rising in agitation, his voice trembling slightly with fear. Those robots moved with astonishing speed and precision, equipped with heavy weaponry of immense power, and their powered armor was utterly indomitable. Another survivor subsequently added, the weaponry we encountered seemed as if it had stepped straight out of a science fiction novel, with a potency far exceeding its outward appearance. The third survivor, his head bowed and voice laden with sorrow, remarked, almost all of our comrades who embarked on this mission perished. Only the 4 of us remain. Merely us. At this juncture, he could not suppress a sob. Upon hearing these words, The two section chiefs exchanged glances, their faces betraying a mixture of helplessness and concern. After a moment's pause, the deputy chief sighed, slowly extending his hand to gently pat one of the survivors on the shoulder, offering words of solace. You have endured much. It is indeed a remarkable feat that you have returned safely. You may rest assured that the organization will handle the subsequent matters. What you need now is to recuperate, restoring your strength and spirit. As he spoke, the chief gestured for them to ease their minds. The intelligence they had gathered was utterly astonishing, so shocking that it bordered on incredulity. It was said that even a punch capable of delivering 10 tons of force could not breach that enigmatic power armor. Was this truly the case? The members of Dawn Pharmaceuticals found themselves engulfed in a haze of doubt and astonishment. What materials were employed in the creation of this power armor? Was it a secret weapon long concealed by the authorities? Contemplating this, the expressions of all present grew solemn. Furthermore, the mere existence of that crimson laser was enough to instill a profound sense of dread. Even without relying on the detailed reports from the 4 fortunate survivors, they were able to witness the formidable power of the advanced surveillance system established on the ground of the shelter from a considerable distance. According to the accounts of these survivors, that terrifying crimson laser was merely a weapon mounted on the head of a humanoid robot. Even more shocking was the revelation that such a highly lethal robot was a mass-produced model, and its numbers were quite substantial. Previously, they had assumed that the enemy's technological capabilities had only progressed to the level of conventional firearms as demonstrated in the video footage. However, it now appeared that the situation was far more dire than they had imagined. Should the enemy indeed deploy those high-powered laser weapons extensively for air defense or ground fortifications, the likelihood of their small unit successfully capturing the city before them would be akin to chasing a fantasy. Once their position was inadvertently exposed, it would merely be a matter of time before they faced a fierce counterattack from the enemy. Realizing that the situation had reached a critical juncture, the unit leader darkly declared, "We must immediately establish contact with headquarters and report the situation here truthfully. Only with the support of headquarters do we stand a chance of survival." At that moment, the leader had long since cast aside thoughts of personal promotion and further advancement. For the imminent crisis demanded an unwavering commitment to overcome the daunting challenge ahead. 2 department heads acted swiftly and decisively, darting away like arrows released from a bow. One path led directly to the office of the personnel dispatched from headquarters, while the other rushed towards the communication computer room, which could establish direct contact with the main office. It is noteworthy that the composition of personnel sent from the headquarters was quite complex. Not only were there combat forces to assist the attacking military district, but a dedicated group of civilian logistical staff tasked with this arduous mission was also specifically arranged. Although these logistical personnel did not engage directly in the fierce confrontations at the front lines, their responsibilities in support and coordination were equally vital. The destination of the deputy department head was indeed the office of the civilian logistical staff from headquarters. Logically, it would have been entirely feasible to communicate directly with the headquarters through efficient and convenient communication devices. However, out of caution, he felt it necessary to personally present a detailed report to the logistical personnel who had come from the headquarters and to seek further collaborative assistance from them, who were currently providing support. After all, with every additional ounce of support, the hope of overcoming the crisis increased. Are you suggesting that, in addition to the troublesome predicament posed by the military district, there has now emerged a mysterious and unknown new force, equipped with advanced powered armor, formidable laser weaponry, and a vast army of robots? How is that even possible? The personnel of the headquarters displayed expressions of incredulity, as if they had just encountered the most ludicrous joke imaginable. They shook their heads in disbelief, a faint smile gracing their lips, exclaiming, "You truly possess a talent for humor." Their laughter resonated through the room, creating an unsettling atmosphere. However, in the face of such skepticism and derision, the deputy minister did not engage in excessive argumentation. After all, had he been in their position, he too would have been incredulous. The deputy minister merely furrowed his brow slightly, responding with a grave demeanor, "We are not jesting, I assure you. Prior to this, we had already dispatched relevant videos and materials to the headquarters. Just last night, our branch's ground surveillance system captured some astonishing footage. Please take a moment to examine it closely." With that, the deputy minister ceased further discourse and handed over the meticulously prepared documents and video to the personnel before him. Initially, this individual appeared nonchalant, But as he began to peruse the substantial dossier, his expression grew increasingly serious. Subsequently, he gently clicked the mouse to open the video file. Chapter 50. The continuation of military expansion. What unfolded before his eyes was the content captured by the ground surveillance system the previous night. A brilliant crimson laser shooting skyward, piercing through the clouds and staining them a deep red. As the screen continuously displayed the shocking scenes from the school district, accompanied by detailed data and intelligence reports, the expression of the previously scornful staff member grew increasingly grave, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. What on earth is this? The staff member widened his eyes, his face a canvas of disbelief, his voice trembling slightly from sheer shock. Ha, to be honest. We are equally eager to decipher this mystery. The deputy division chief beside him managed a wry smile, shaking his head with an air of helplessness, before adding, who could have anticipated the sudden emergence of such an enigmatic force? We had not received the slightest hint beforehand. It was as if they materialized from thin air. Our division chief has already taken the initiative to contact headquarters, and I have come here with little expectation, merely hoping to procure some assistance from all of you. As he spoke, he gazed at the members of headquarters with eyes full of anticipation. However, upon hearing these words, expressions of difficulty involuntarily surfaced on the faces of the headquarters personnel. One individual furrowed his brow and replied slowly, regarding the matter you mentioned, to be frank, we are likely unable to provide substantial assistance. I believe the deputy division chief understands this as well, given the fierce resistance on the military district's end. Another person promptly concurred. Indeed, in the present day, we find ourselves overwhelmed and tirelessly occupied, with no surplus energy or resources available to assist you. Having said that, he helplessly spread his hands, indicating his inability to provide aid. At this juncture, another individual proposed a suggestion. Since your department has already sent us a request for reinforcements along with relevant reports, why not consider intensifying the effort and requesting additional support? As far as I am aware, our department still has numerous combatants in a state of readiness. The deputy division chief had already anticipated their response. Thus, he did not feel particularly disheartened. After all, the military district presented a rather challenging predicament. After careful contemplation, the deputy division chief concluded that there seemed to be no other more effective course of action available. Reluctantly, he resolved to adopt a temporary measure to initiate large-scale production of the highly anticipated Type A Vanguard, deploying it to the battlefield to divert enemy attention, thereby securing precious time for his side to address the pressing situation. Meanwhile, the circumstances on the division chief's end appeared considerably more optimistic. Upon submitting the detailed report, the headquarters exhibited remarkable efficiency and decisiveness. They swiftly responded to the situation, promising to immediately dispatch a substantial contingent of personnel, ample supplies, and advanced technical support to the division chief's location. The branch chief surmised that the personnel from the headquarters were also intrigued by these unfathomable technologies, prompting their decision to send representatives for an in-depth investigation and eventual acquisition. However, this was of little concern to him. The thought of his current predicament, having fallen so low as to seek aid from the headquarters, overwhelmed him with a profound sense of powerlessness. In such circumstances, he recognized that he possessed no leverage to contend with those from the headquarters. After all, strength dictated everything, and he had long since forfeited his voice in the matter. Upon concluding the call, the branch chief leaned back in his chair, as if all the vitality had been suddenly siphoned from him. He exhaled heavily, that breath seemingly laden with boundless fatigue, helplessness, and a deep sense of defeat. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, more than half a month had quietly elapsed. Throughout this period, Lu Tao, the spy in the guise of a cadre, had not paused for a moment. Ingeniously leveraging his position, he adeptly utilized various means and channels to successfully relay the precise coordinates of the refuge back to Wu Yangming. Simultaneously, vital intelligence regarding the Tianqi pharmaceutical branch's plea for assistance was also accurately conveyed to Wu Yangming. Upon receiving this critical information, a tightness gripped Wu Yangming's heart. Fully aware of the imminent threats he faced, he dared not allow himself a moment's respite. Consequently, in the days that followed, he tirelessly embarked on a series of urgent operations, working day and night without pause. Initially, he rapidly expanded the scale of his army, methodically incorporating the vast areas surrounding the community into his sphere of control. This foundation catalyzed an almost frenzied wave of military augmentation. through relentless efforts. Within a mere span of over half a month, Wu Yangming successfully forged an impressive contingent of up to 100,000 elite synthetic soldiers. Each soldier was meticulously trained and equipped with superior gear, further bolstering the already formidable power armor units. An additional 10,000 units of the T-51 power armor, distinguished by enhanced performance, were introduced, endowing the warriors with exceptional defensive capabilities and mobility on the battlefield. Moreover, the development of aerial forces was equally prioritized. The fleet of flying bird helicopters surged to an impressive 3,000, each outfitted with stealth modules. These formidable machines would provide robust support and cover for ground troops, significantly enhancing the multidimensional strike capabilities during combat. Most crucially, there were 3 brand-new Brotherhood airships. These vessels served as a solid guarantee for the long-range deployment of troops. Currently, there were only 3, but this was merely the beginning. In the foreseeable future, 10, 100, or even 1,000 of such colossal entities would emerge. Together, they would coalesce into a daunting aerial carrier fleet, forming an unceasing torrent of steel in the skies, carrying Wu Yangming's indomitable forces. With thunderous momentum, they would launch fierce offensives and precise deployments across every corner of the world. It was imperative to seize this opportune moment, acting swiftly while nations around the globe had yet to fully regain their composure. Wu Yangming held in his hands a mountain of documents, comprising both physical and digital formats. In the brief span of merely half a month, the synthetic human Lu Tao successfully procured invaluable intelligence. The materials meticulously detailed the underground architectural framework of the apocalyptic pharmaceutical shelter, outlining the personnel allocation, the variety of weaponry and equipment possessed, and explicitly identifying the specific research projects and associated tasks designated for this refuge. The precise locations of critical facilities were accurately marked. Chapter 51. Yangshao. The reason this shelter could operate steadily while maintaining a sufficient power supply was entirely attributable to its vast nuclear reactor. However, the reactor generated significant heat during operation, necessitating effective cooling measures. To achieve this, the shelter was strategically constructed near a river that coursed through the city. Not far from the city center, through a network of pipes, river water was continuously channeled into the shelter, utilized to cool the reactor, thereby ensuring it remained in a safe and reliable operational state. During these past 2 weeks, he and Wu Yangming exhibited a remarkable synergy, orchestrating and executing a series of strategic deployments. A multitude of synthetic humans stealthily infiltrated the inner workings of apocalyptic pharmaceutical, gradually assassinating and replacing numerous employees originally affiliated with the company. Beginning with Lu Tao's subordinates, they then targeted their friends and family, effectively transforming Lu Tao's department into Wu Yangming's private domain. Subsequently, they set their sights on those in lower-tier logistical positions. After an intense series of operations, over 2,000 synthetic individuals have successfully infiltrated the organization. They are strategically positioned across various sectors within the base, poised to gather intelligence and provide cover for the subsequent replacements of synthetic operatives. Wu Yangming is calculating how to swiftly seize control of this branch of Dawn Pharmaceuticals. Once all personnel within are replaced with synthetics, this branch can serve as a springboard, continuously supplying synthetic spies to the main headquarters of Apocalyptic Dawn. This would enable the eradication of all Dawn Pharmaceuticals' influence within the country, executed with seamless precision and devoid of any flaws. However, the unfolding events have not been without complications. Such a large-scale and rapid personnel replacement operation, despite meticulous efforts at concealment and disguise, has not escaped the notice of a select few individuals within Dawn Pharmaceuticals. Among them is a fellow named Yangshao. Like Lu Tao, he is a cadre member of Dawn Pharmaceuticals and has previously led an offensive against the educational district. His unique ability allows him to control zombies, albeit with specific activation conditions. He must be within a radius of at least 5 meters from the zombies. Once he successfully exerts control, it remains steadfast, ensuring that even if he later exits the activation range, the controlled zombies will not succumb to chaos. Although it is true that once one steps beyond their capabilities, they cannot compel the undead to execute overly intricate commands, it is entirely feasible to direct them to launch an assault towards a specific direction. This is akin to the previous 2 waves of attacks that besieged the school district. One must admit, such an ability is indeed quite astonishing. Were it not for the presence of Wu Yangming, the plans orchestrated by Dawn Pharmaceuticals would progress smoothly. and if Yang Zhao's own abilities could develop in a gradual and steady manner, he might truly carve out a substantial realm for himself in the new world created by Apocalypse Pharmaceuticals. However, Wu Yangming possesses means of controlling the undead that are both more efficient and potent, rendering his presence somewhat superfluous. Consequently, Wu Yangming has issued a command to the synthetic human Lu Tao to dispose of him swiftly to avoid any unnecessary interference with the plan. At this moment, Yang Xiao walks with a somewhat heavy gait along the pristine, snow-white corridors of the shelter. His expression is grave, his gaze erratic, his heart seems suspended in the air, unable to find solace. How peculiar, truly peculiar. Yang Xiao cannot help but murmur softly, his voice echoing in the silent corridor, strikingly clear. Recalling a fortnight ago, when Lu Tao returned to the organization, Yang Xiao had a vague sense that something was amiss. Despite Lu Tao's usual banter and biting sarcasm, there was an unsettling feeling that something was not quite right. That subtle sense of dissonance, akin to a fishbone lodged in his throat, rendered him exceedingly uncomfortable. Could it be that after undergoing a harrowing trial of life and death, Lu Tao had suddenly experienced a moment of self-realization? Yang Xiao couldn't help but shake his head, pondering quietly within himself. Typically, Lu Tao was a selfish individual, solely concerned with his own interests. Even when his companions found themselves in dire straits, he would hardly extend a helping hand. However, this time, the accounts from the other three were truly astonishing. Lu Tao had actually risked his own safety to rescue them? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this news, Yang Xiao found it to be the most ludicrous and laughable joke he had ever encountered in his life. If such behavior had been exhibited by someone else, perhaps he could have reluctantly believed it. But for Lu Tao, that was an utterly impossible scenario. Yang Xiao had grown up alongside Lu Tao in the orphanage, and they were good partners who knew each other inside out. Yang Xiao understood Lu Tao's character and approach to life all too well. Back in their days at the same orphanage, there was an organization that came to select suitable children for training. Prior to that selection, Lu Tao had, in a bid to diminish his competitors, stealthily snuck into the orphanage's restroom. He had picked up some unknown item and tossed it into the pot of soup that all the children were to drink. The outcome was predictable. Most of the children who consumed that pot of soup experienced severe diarrhea, suffering immensely. Fortunately, Yang Xiao happened to witness Lu Tao's actions at that moment. Thus, he feigned extreme pickiness, abstaining from even a single sip of soup, which allowed him to narrowly escape that catastrophe. Subsequently, through further investigation, he learned that the internal selection criteria of the organization primarily relied on medical examination reports and genetic analysis, rendering Lu Tao's efforts utterly futile. Nevertheless, this revelation could not conceal the inherent malevolence of that beast, a darkness as profound as being mired in black muck. After Lu Tao successfully infiltrated the organization and began undergoing a series of systematic and in-depth training sessions, the arsenal of methods and knowledge at his disposal grew increasingly sophisticated. Concurrently, he began to metamorphose into a more callous, treacherous individual, devoid of any moral compass. Yang Xiao was acutely aware that should such a ruthless villain ascend to a position of power in the future society of humanity, it would undoubtedly usher in an era of unending calamity and darkness for the world at large. Therefore, with unwavering conviction, Yang Xiao exerted every ounce of his strength, surmounting countless hardships, to gradually ascend to the pivotal position he now occupies. Chapter 52. Taking Action. Thus, Yang Xiao found it utterly implausible that Lu Tao could undergo such a dramatic transformation. What could possibly have caused someone as despicable as Lu Tao to exhibit such an extraordinary change? Yang Xiao was plunged into deep contemplation, his mind racing with various potential factors, yet he could not unearth a convincing and rational explanation. At that moment, a thought struck him. Could it be that he had been subverted? The thought struck Yang Xiao like a bolt of lightning, suddenly exploding in his mind. The only conceivable explanation for his successful escape from such dire circumstances lies in the possibility that he had forged some clandestine pact with the leader of that community. The currency of such a transaction could very well have been the preservation of Lu Tao's life, which would account for his ability to flee. Should the adversary have adequately demonstrated the worth and potential of their faction and offered Lu Tao a promise of a certain degree of status and gain, it stands to reason that Lu Tao might have unhesitatingly betrayed his own, defecting to the enemy's camp. The act of rescuing those three companions appears to be far from the simple altruism it seems. Rather, it resembles a meticulously orchestrated strategy aimed at garnering favor. facilitating more covert intelligence operations within the organization in the future. After all, possessing a good rapport and reputation often proves to be a vital asset in acquiring significant information. Why did those previously uncontrollable robots suddenly become obedient, as if something had malfunctioned within them? Such coincidence seems implausible. They were undoubtedly dispatched to participate in this charade. Their aim was to provide robust assurance for his current endeavor, ensuring that everything unfolded according to their preordained script. Contemplating this, Yang Xiao could not help but gasp in trepidation, a wave of indescribable fear surging within him. The more he pondered, the more plausible and formidable the implications became, leading to an avalanche of terrifying possibilities. He realized that he could not allow the situation to deteriorate further. He must immediately report this traitor to the branch leader and the deputy leader. Despite the absence of evidence, Yang Xiao had already branded his colleague a traitor in his heart. With an urgency that quickened his pace, he hastened towards the office of the division chief and deputy chief. However, just as he was nearing his destination, a shadow suddenly loomed before him, obstructing his path. Yang Xiao, in such a rush, where might you be heading? The newcomer was the synthetic human Lu Tao, who regarded Yang Xiao with a mocking expression, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Yang Xiao abruptly halted, his gaze piercing as it fixated on Lu Tao. At that moment, his eyes gleamed with an intensity that seemed capable of penetrating Lu Tao's very being, revealing the vile depths of his soul. What I do is of no concern to you. Get out of my way, Yang Xiao shouted, his fury palpable. In his eyes, Lu Tao had long ceased to be the trustworthy ally of yore. He had transformed into a despicable and utterly treacherous traitor. The mere thought of Lu Tao's myriad transgressions filled Yang Xiao with an almost primal rage, igniting a fervent desire to rush forward and exact justice upon this betrayer. Oh, do not say such things. How could it be of no concern? Lu Tao chuckled ominously, a chilling laughter that sent shivers down the spine. At that moment, from the corner of the adjacent room, a group of about a dozen individuals slowly emerged. Among them were Lu Tao's subordinates and some inconspicuous low-level staff members from within the organization. With expressions devoid of emotion, they marched in unison towards Yang Xiao, swiftly encircling him. Lu Tao, what exactly do you intend to do? Have you, this despicable, shameless, and vile wretch, finally reached the point of acting against me? Yang Xiao did not anticipate that his adversary would choose such a moment to strike. Surveying the surroundings, he noted the throngs of people, all members of the organization. Naturally, they were all endowed with abilities. His own power, however, was merely that of zombie control, a non-confrontational type. With so many gathered, should a conflict arise, his prospects would be grim. Yet, in this precarious moment, Yang Xiao suddenly let out a cold chuckle. Heh. This laughter resonated incongruously within the tense atmosphere. He then spoke slowly. Lu Tao, do you naively believe I am utterly unprepared for this? As he spoke, his right hand discreetly reached for the pocket of his jumpsuit, where he had concealed a pre-prepared terminal device. At that moment, Yang Xiao's heart brimmed with an indescribable delight. Initially, he had been ruminating on how to expose the crimes of this villain before him, never imagining that the adversary would lose composure and present an opportunity for attack. It was truly a stroke of fortune. At this juncture, all Yang Xiao needed to do was press the button on the meticulously set terminal device, and an urgent distress signal would be dispatched in an instant. Within mere minutes, the rapid response team stationed in the shelter would arrive at the scene with astonishing speed, ready to bring this malevolent creature and his accomplices to justice. Ah, Lu Tao, let me speak candidly. In truth, I have been wary of you for several years now. However, before I could finish my words, what is happening? This cannot be. It should not be like this. Yang Xiao suddenly gasped, his face paling in terror as he realized that the terminal device he had meticulously concealed in his pocket had inexplicably vanished. Beads of sweat cascaded down Yang Xiao's forehead, and his body trembled involuntarily, his eyes scanning the surrounding individuals who surrounded him with predatory intent, filled with fear and vigilance. Meanwhile, Lu Tao stood outside the encirclement with an air of nonchalance, a faint, inscrutable smirk gracing his lips, his gaze imbued with mockery. What plunged Yang Xiao into despair was the sight of Lu Tao tossing a familiar object in his hand. Was that not the terminal that rightfully belonged to him? That is my communication device. How infuriating. When did this happen? Yang Xiao's eyes widened, cold sweat streaming down his brow. At that moment, his mind was a blank slate, consumed by a singular thought echoing relentlessly. It is over. Everything has come to an end. All hope is lost. This was the sole notion occupying Yang Zhao's heart at that moment. Excuse me, everyone gathered here. What is it that you intend to do? Just as Yang Xiao was enveloped in despair, a resonant voice, akin to the tolling of a great bell, suddenly rang out. Chapter 53, Deputy Minister. Accompanying this voice, a figure of formidable stature, resembling an iron tower, gradually emerged before the crowd. The man wore a smile as radiant and refreshing as the summer sun, seemingly capable of dispelling all shadows and darkness. Deputy Minister. Yang Xiao suddenly lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with a mixture of surprise and elation. This deputy minister was a formidable practitioner of physical enhancement abilities, his strength second only to that of the minister himself. Even if Lu Tao and the other less than competent individuals present were to join forces, even if they were to multiply their numbers tenfold or 100-fold, they would undoubtedly fall short against the deputy minister. Witnessing the arrival of his savior, Yang Xiao was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, ready to rush forward and cling to the deputy minister's leg in a heartfelt plea. However, before he could voice his grievances, Lu Tao preemptively interjected, saying, "Oh, it's nothing of great concern. Yang Xiao merely misplaced his communication device, which I fortuitously found. So, I called everyone together to assist in its prompt return to its rightful owner." As he spoke, Lu Tao's expression remained unchanged, his demeanor as serene as a still lake. Not even a hint of increased heartbeat betraying his calm. He then produced Yang Zhao's small communication terminal and walked step by step towards the deputy minister and Yang Xiao, placing the device into Yang Zhao's pocket under his watchful gaze. "Next time, do try not to misplace it again, Yang Xiao," he chuckled. Yang Xiao, however, regarded him with vigilant suspicion, unwilling to lower his guard for even a moment. "Now that the matter is resolved, Deputy Minister, may I take my leave?" "Wait a moment." The deputy minister called out to the synthetic Lu Tao. "Is there anything else, Deputy Minister?" Lu Tao inquired. "There will be no next time," the deputy minister replied, his expression turning solemn, devoid of any trace of a smile. "How sudden? What do you mean by no next time?" Lu Tao, the synthetic version, began to articulate but abruptly fell silent. The deputy minister offered no response, merely gazing at him intently, as the ambient temperature subtly rose by a degree or two, signifying that his adversary was poised for confrontation. "I understand," Lu Tao said, pivoting swiftly to depart. The synthetic Lu Tao possessed all the memories of the original Lu Tao, along with his extraordinary abilities. However, he was not an ability-based synthetic. Rather, he was created by extracting biological samples from the original Lu Tao and subsequently printing them via a synthesis workstation. His powers were entirely derived from Lu Tao's mechanical control, as opposed to the flawless psychic abilities produced by the system. This type of synthetic merely required biological material, unlike the ability-based synthetics that necessitated mystical serums and mandatory evolution injectors. In simpler terms, this indicated a significantly lower cost of production. The ability to acquire units possessing superhuman powers at such a minimal expense could be considered a loophole exploited by Wu Yangming within the game's framework. Nevertheless, to enhance the likelihood of success for the infiltration mission, Wu Yangming deliberately elevated his intelligence to 15 points, allowing him to manipulate abilities with greater precision than the original. For instance, he could now control various electronic devices within his vicinity to cause them to malfunction or to launch an attack on the deputy minister before him. Such words are bound to provoke retaliation, and when that time comes, the integrity of the shelter will be compromised, rendering the mission to secure it intact a failure. Moreover, even if the combined strength of all the machinery within the shelter were to be summoned, it would still likely be insufficient to contend with this deputy branch chief, let alone the arsenal of weapons confined to this vicinity. Should a confrontation occur here, my life would be forfeit upon my demise. The majority of the synthetic spies within the organization, with whom I maintain superficial connections, would also be eradicated, leading to the inevitable failure of the mission. This was the judgment of the synthetic being Lu Tao. As Lu Tao and the others gradually receded from view, disappearing around a corner, Yang Xiao exhaled a long sigh of relief, as if a colossal weight that had pressed upon his heart had finally been lifted. "Deputy Branch Chief, I sense something amiss with that individual." Yang Xiao, unable to suppress his inner doubts and apprehensions, hastened to the side of the Deputy Branch Chief, lowering his voice to urgently convey his observations. Upon hearing Yang Xiao's words, the Deputy Branch Chief nodded expressionlessly, slowly responding, "Indeed, I have sensed it for some time. It is not merely my intuition. Even the branch chief has noticed the recent anomalies in his behavior." In that case, Yang Zhao's eyes widened as he prepared to elaborate, but was abruptly interrupted by the deputy branch chief raising a hand. "I understand your concerns, but we must consider Lu Tao's connections and influence within the branch at present." The deputy branch chief sighed softly, his gaze profound and serious. Since that fateful day, the remarkable tale of Lu Tao's valiant and fearless deeds has rapidly circulated within the party branch. In merely a fortnight and a half, those who held him in profound esteem began to emerge like mushrooms after a rainstorm. Nowadays, in nearly every department of the branch, one can scarcely avoid encountering his supporters. Faced with this overwhelming situation, we find it exceedingly difficult to undertake any action specifically directed against him. After all, improper handling might incite dissatisfaction or even resistance among his multitude of admirers. At this juncture, the deputy branch leader furrowed his brow slightly, although his demeanor remained tranquil. A subtle undertone of deep resignation was discernible in his voice. How could it have come to this? How could they have developed to such an extent? Yang Xiao clenched his teeth, his face a canvas of disbelief intertwined with fury. His voice involuntarily rising an octave as if to unleash all his pent-up grievances through that single utterance. The deputy branch leader displayed a hint of helplessness and responded, "This is indeed an inescapable predicament. The current circumstances have surpassed our control." He continued, "For now, you must keep your distance from them and safeguard yourself. We shall devise a means to address the remaining issues." With that, the deputy branch leader ceased further discourse, shaking his head gently before turning to depart. Yang Xiao stood momentarily in stunned silence, only to realize that his situation was somewhat perilous, prompting him to hastily follow suit. The slip-up had occurred, despite everything having progressed so smoothly before. At this moment, the synthetic human Lu Tao sat in his dimly lit room, biting his nails anxiously, his brow furrowed deeply in a furrowed frown. Chapter 54, Infiltration. Surrounding him were several other synthetic individuals who had been similarly integrated. They remained silent, occasionally exchanging glances, each visage reflecting a myriad of emotions. It was unexpected that they would detect the anomaly. Lu Tao understood that henceforth, he could no longer act with the same freedom as before. The personnel dispatched from Dawn Pharmaceuticals had nearly all arrived. Should their identities be fully exposed, the mission would be irretrievably compromised, leaving them to confront the onslaught of a joint military force from both the branch and headquarters. According to intelligence gathered over the past fortnight, personnel from the Apocalypse Pharmaceuticals headquarters were poised to launch an assault on the community. The specifics of the operation had been meticulously concealed, even from the branch, and Lu Tao was unaware of the precise timing of the attack, though it was likely imminent. Taking a deep breath, Lu Tao steadied himself, swiftly compiling the current situation into a detailed report, which he transmitted through a secure channel to his superiors located in the community where Wu Yangming resided. Before long, he received a reply, "Well done, maintain this course." Upon reading this succinct message, Lu Tao felt a slight sense of reassurance. Initially, he had resigned himself to the belief that he would inevitably face the fate of memory erasure and disciplinary action. After all, this incident had nearly exposed both himself and the replacement mission to the enemy's scrutiny, marking a significant failure. Yet, the response he ultimately received was unexpectedly enlightening. Soon after, a detailed plan arrived, elucidating all his uncertainties. Wu Yangming's subsequent strategy involved finding a way to infiltrate a synthetic spy among the personnel dispatched from headquarters. This spy was required to remain undercover for as long as possible before their identity was revealed, diligently completing tasks such as intelligence gathering and replacement. Akin to his previous endeavors, when conflict truly erupted, Wu Yangming would personally lead his capable subordinates, designated B001 and B002, swiftly to the scene for support. Once they successfully compelled the opposing side to retreat, they could seamlessly integrate the prearranged synthetic spy into headquarters to commence their duties. Upon receiving this news, the synthetic Lu Tao could not help but exhale deeply, as the enormous weight that had long burdened him finally lifted, leaving him with a profound sense of relief. No longer would he have to fear disciplinary action. However, a sudden realization struck him. Why had he been so anxious about potential reprimand? Upon reflection, it seemed that the Creator had never imposed such punitive measures on any synthetic individual. What was the source of this specific and inexplicable fear? Nevertheless, he decided to dismiss it. They merely needed to act according to the creator's directives, without overthinking the matter. He took a deep breath, striving to clear his mind of the bewildering uncertainties that plagued him, and subsequently began to earnestly contemplate the meticulous plan for executing his forthcoming mission. The first course of action was to replace the relevant personnel from the headquarters. In fact, he had previously entertained this notion and had proactively prepared to identify a suitable target. However, this endeavor was far from simple. After all, it was evident that Dawn Pharmaceuticals was sparing no expense in their ambition to acquire the enigmatic black technology held by the general. To this end, they had dispatched a considerable number of adept personnel, encompassing combatants, communicators, and medical logistics, all drawn from the headquarters itself. Even more challenging was the extreme caution exhibited by these individuals from the headquarters. Aside from utilizing the branch's cafeteria and kitchen during meal times, they generally refrained from any form of interaction with branch personnel. This made it exceedingly difficult for the synthetic agent Lu Tao to find a viable target. Nevertheless, diligence bore fruit. After a prolonged period of waiting, he finally identified that target. Just moments ago, during the lunch hour, the individual designated as the target arrived at the branch cafeteria to dine, where an operative already embedded within the cafeteria seized the opportunity to administer a potent laxative into his meal. Before long, the effects the target individual has been successfully transported back to the designated location. At this very moment, it is presumed that the corresponding synthetic being has also been flawlessly created. Indeed, a brilliant flash of blue lightning suddenly flickered before the synthetic Lu Tao. Almost instantaneously, a brand new figure appeared in Lu Tao's room without any warning. This newly emerged synthetic being bore an uncanny resemblance to the previous logistics personnel from the headquarters of Apocalypse Pharmaceuticals, both in appearance and demeanor. Even the attire they wore had been stripped directly from the original owner. The subsequent matters shall be entrusted entirely to you, Wang Su, the synthetic Lu Tao declared, revealing his name. He then rose to his feet, opened the door, and led a procession of individuals out into the world beyond. All right, rest assured. I've got this covered, Wang Su replied without hesitation upon receiving the directive. No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly activated his portable invisibility device. In the blink of an eye, he vanished like a wraith, leaving no trace behind. In a state of invisibility, Wang Su cautiously followed the group ahead, meticulously matching their pace as they made their way outside. The last individual in the line, just before exiting the room, took great care to turn back and gently close the door. Meanwhile, on Wu Yangming's side, the situation was gradually becoming clearer. The logistics personnel from Dawn Pharmaceuticals, named Wang Su, was indeed a member of the external affairs team for this operation. Wu Yangming directly communicated with this synthetic being to obtain crucial information regarding the mission undertaken by Apocalypse Pharmaceuticals. The precise timing of this operation is set for just 1 week later. The adversary, having witnessed the formidable power he previously displayed, will undoubtedly deploy military forces capable of countering his exhibited strength. Wu Yangming resolves to unveil his trump card, the Freedom King. Although he possesses other weaponry options, his current desire is to personally assess the true capabilities of this colossal robot once it manifests in the tangible world. Chapter 55, Freedom King in this game. It has only been activated during the main quest, thereafter remaining idle at the airport. After installing specific modules, Wu Yangming can manufacture the Freedom King using the giant robot fabrication platform. However, even with the enhancements from the mod, its actual performance in the game leaves much to be desired. Due to the limitations imposed by the game's design, it struggles to navigate indoor spaces or the narrow, winding alleys, significantly diminishing its practical value. Of course, there are mods available that could reduce its size, but therein lies the dilemma. If the Freedom King were to be diminished in stature, could it still be considered the Freedom King? Certainly not. The essence of the Freedom King lies in its grandeur. Grandeur is justice. Any mod that seeks to diminish the Freedom King is a path of corruption. Thus, in this game, Wu Yangming's utilization of it is limited to placing it at settlement points as a decorative piece and a formidable artillery platform, or occasionally taking it out for strolls during missions that require ground deployment. Indeed, placing him within the settlement can augment its defenses by approximately 10,000 points. As long as the resource values do not exceed twice the defense points, no faction shall dare to launch an assault on the settlement. Over time, weary from incessant attacks, Wu Yongming decided to position one in each settlement. Now, the superhuman legion dispatched by Dawn Pharmaceuticals has arrived, providing a perfect opportunity to evaluate the performance of the Freedom Titanium in actual combat. Should it continue to replicate its in-game behavior, getting inexplicably stuck beneath overpasses or in alleys, engaging in meaningless spasms, it shall remain stationed at key strongholds as a mere artillery piece. Wu Yongming pushed open the window, his gaze directed toward the area at the heart of the community, once a playground for children. Previously, it was adorned with slides, climbing frames, and various recreational facilities. But it has now been completely cleared by Wu Yongming, replaced by a colossal structure reminiscent of an oversized robot workstation. Within this vast framework, a fully constructed Freedom Titanium was seen intermittently flexing its wrist joints and occasionally raising its foot to tentatively shift. Surrounding the workstation, several power-armored synths stood ready, vigilant against any unforeseen occurrences. As Wu Yongming leapt from the windowsill, landing heavily on the ground, a small wave of air surged beneath him. He then proceeded towards the Freedom Titanium control console situated at the center of the community. Has everything been calibrated? Standing before the command platform, Wu Yongming surveyed the technicians diligently adjusting data on their terminals. With his arms crossed and an expression both solemn and authoritative, he listened intently. "General, all systems have been calibrated." One technician stepped forward respectfully, reporting, "As per your instructions, we have adjusted all weapon systems to full operational capacity, optimizing both firepower and performance to peak levels." The general nodded slightly in acknowledgement, indicating his satisfaction, then issued commands to the surrounding synthetic personnel. "Excellent. From this week onwards, concentrate efforts to eliminate all drones that have been lingering in the peripheral areas. There is no need to convey false intelligence to them any longer." "Understood, General." The collective response echoed. The appearance of the Freedom Titan, resembling a child's toy, would undoubtedly give the enemy a false sense of security. Meanwhile, his 100,000 synthetic soldiers stood ready for action. Among them, 10,000 soldiers were equipped with advanced T-51 power armor, and 3,000 bird fighter jets had activated their stealth modules, strategically dispersed throughout the city, poised for a surprise assault on the impending emergence of apocalypse pharmaceuticals. Wu Yongming glanced at the map displayed on the screen of his handheld device, which outlined various troop distributions and strategic points. As for the three Brotherhood airships, they warranted little concern, although they appeared fragile, seemingly capable of being easily destroyed by a few rockets. Wu Yongming had tested them with small nuclear devices and found these airships to be indestructible structures. The only way to dismantle them was through Wu Yongming, who utilized the workshop to disassemble their constructs. Thus, Wu Yongming positioned them on the lush turf of the stadium. Although a production line for the Swift Bird helicopters had been established, there remained ample space for three Brotherhood airships. One could not help but admire the vastness of the stadium. Preparations were thoroughly made, and now it was merely a matter of awaiting the opponent's advance. Wu Yongming gazed at the sky, leapt into the air, and returned to the 20th floor of the 6-story building he had designated as his quarters. In a week's time, he would observe the entire battlefield from this elevated vantage point. A week passed in the blink of an eye. In the periphery, slightly distant from the residential area, dozens of armed helicopters, clad in pristine white, hovered silently at intersections or atop buildings, or suspended in the air. Their massive rotors whirred, emitting a thunderous roar. Concurrently, white-painted armored vehicles were neatly arrayed at strategic points, their diverse weaponry fully deployed, creating an unassailable defensive line. Beneath the long-abandoned skyscrapers, wide roads were now teeming with throngs of people. Among them were men and women alike, each riding stylish motorcycles or formidable Hummers, all adorned in a similar white livery. Some leisurely perched atop armored personnel carriers. The scene, at a glance, resembled a gathering of ruffians, exuding an air of disorder. Undoubtedly, these individuals were dispatched by the headquarters of Apocalypse Pharmaceuticals, specifically tasked with launching an assault on Wu Yongming. Each of them bore distinct expressions. Some displayed an air of arrogance, as if they regarded all with disdain. Others wore a stern visage, reminiscent of eternal ice, while a few were eager and restless, exuding an intense desire for combat. Nevertheless, they shared a commonality. None of them regarded the modest stronghold before them with any seriousness. In the minds of these combatants, this place was, at best, merely a small military research institution established by the authorities, or perhaps a private army nurtured by a prestigious family hidden within this small city. Chapter 56. The Attack. With their strength and equipment, breaching such a location would be as effortless as a mere child's play, regardless of their origins. The fact that they so carelessly displayed what they held dear for all to see, seemingly eager for others to notice, struck them as an unabashed provocation. It was as if the leader of that faction willingly offered this bounteous gift. Thus, they merely complied with the invitation to claim this grand reward. At that moment, an anxious voice from the logistics personnel crackled through the intercom, urging caution. "Hello, everyone. Do you not feel you are underestimating the enemy? Yet." The response came back defiantly. "Underestimate? Humph. Had it not been for your thorough assessment deeming us capable of effortlessly vanquishing them, would you have dispatched us here?" Following this, a raucous laughter erupted. "Ha ha ha. Surely you have taken into account the unique characteristics of each of us, knowing full well that with our abilities, failure is inconceivable." In conclusion, they did not forget to deride us with disdain. Those mere subordinates, tasked with menial duties, ought to remain in the rear and tend to their own responsibilities. Worry not about matters beyond your grasp. Such words, brimming with arrogance and contempt, pierced through the communication device. The logistics personnel on the receiving end could not help but emit a deep, exasperated click of the tongue. Without hesitation, he forcefully pressed the hang-up button, as if wishing to sever the loathsome laughter entirely. "This is intolerable." These wretched combatants remained as insufferable as ever. The logistics officer, who had just terminated the call, furrowed his brow tightly, the veins on his forehead protruding like worms. His countenance, once relatively calm, was now overtaken by fury. Yet what prevailed was a profound sense of helplessness and frustration. Clearly, he had reached the limits of his patience with these unruly fighters, yet felt utterly powerless to effect change. Observing his wrathful demeanor, a companion gently shook his head and sighed. Alas, there is indeed little that can be done. When the combat prowess of certain individuals escalates to a level capable of contending with an entire legion, many among them often succumb to a distortion of character. Indeed, this group of individuals has merely acquired a sudden surge of power, and yet they presume themselves to be exceptional. Ultimately, regardless of how splendidly they may adorn themselves, they remain nothing more than a band of uncivilized primates. I cannot fathom why the organization has chosen to involve them. Humph. The logistics personnel cursed through gritted teeth, their simmering anger showing no signs of abatement. These individuals are merely primitive beings who have been subjected to a forced evolution serum, fortunate enough to have survived and awakened formidable powers. To those of us who have been nurtured within the organization since childhood, they shall eternally remain outsiders. However, despite the vitriol spoken, deep down, he understood that for now, he must endure. After all, our strength is still insufficient, and the number of our compatriots is woefully inadequate. In the future, as our numbers swell and the strong abound, perhaps this situation will improve. For at that time, those self-important individuals will no longer believe themselves to be unique. With this thought, the logistics personnel managed to steady his emotions, took a deep breath, and returned to the pressing demands of his work. There was truly no other recourse. He could only continue to adapt plans on the fly, revolving around their impulsive and whimsical actions. One must realize that such a significant commotion could not possibly escape the notice of other forces within Hucking City. As for the academic district, it appeared remarkably tranquil, seemingly unperturbed by the upheaval. After all, this territory has already become the domain of Wu Yangming. The orders received by the stationed synthetic soldiers in the district explicitly indicated that there was no need for reinforcement. The teachers and students within the district similarly did not perceive the unknown forces assaulting the community as capable of inciting significant turmoil or posing a serious threat. In stark contrast, the scene across the safety zone presented a different narrative altogether. A resounding bang echoed as Shi Zhaorong, consumed by rage, slammed his palm onto the table before him, vociferously demanding, Why aren't we sending reinforcements?" Beside him, Wang Tan swiftly placed a calming hand on Shi Zhaorong's shoulder, gently urging, "Calm down, old Shi. Our forces are limited. Even if we rush to assist, it would likely amount to little more than a drop in the bucket, hardly making a difference." Nonetheless, Shi Zhaorong remained unwilling to relent, fervently retorting, "But they did not hesitate to support the district back then. It seems he still harbors resentment over this matter." At that moment, Zhang Yan, who had been silently leaning against his chair, suddenly scoffed and remarked with derision, "Humph. What of it? Hasn't the district already been handed over to him? What more does he desire? Let us merely hope that he can successfully hold the line this time. However, Shi Zhaorong opened his mouth, seemingly eager to articulate further thoughts. However, Wang Tan unhesitatingly interrupted him. There is no room for hesitation. We are dealing with a group of deranged individuals, so ruthless that they dare to assault a military district. We must consider the well-being of those within the safe zone. Wang Tan's tone was resolute and unwavering. He then continued, seemingly eager to conclude this debate. Rest assured, with the formidable military prowess demonstrated by our comrade Wu, those marauders will not easily prevail. Once the situation stabilizes, we will promptly organize personnel to assist the surviving populace, providing them with a secure and reliable refuge. This is not only our responsibility, but also an inescapable mission. After delivering this impassioned speech, Wang Ting gazed intently at Shi Zhaorong, hoping for understanding and support from his counterpart. It seemed there was no alternative. At this juncture, Shi Zhaorong could only acquiesce. Meanwhile, at this very moment, the core figure of the incident, Wu Yangming, sat leisurely atop the rooftop. He slightly narrowed his eyes, utilizing his extraordinary vision to keenly observe the distant movements stirred by the wind. In the sky above, several armed helicopters circled, their pristine white exteriors shimmering under the sunlight. Chapter 57, The Assault 2. Although the capabilities of these helicopters were likely inferior to Wu Yangming's bird helicopter, one could not deny their striking appearance. Wu Yangming resolved to seize the manufacturing rights of their production line. Known for his aversion to passivity, Wu Yangming decided to take the initiative. Subsequently, an order was issued, and the synthetic beings, upon receiving the directive, promptly mobilized. Adorned in T-51 power armor equipped with spray-painting backpacks, they traversed the towering edifices with the lithe agility of cheetahs. Before long, they had successfully arrived within the effective range of the Fat Man nuclear launcher, securing advantageous positions. With seamless and fluid movements, the synthetics completed the loading, aiming, and launching procedures. Dozens of miniature nuclear warheads soared skyward like arrows released from a bow, tracing trajectories of impeccable arc. Their target, the strategic crossroads where the headquarters of Apocalypse Pharmaceuticals stood. Deafening detonations reverberated, boom, 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 as the entire metropolis shuddered. Towering conflagrations instantaneously illuminated the daylight sky, engendering a dazzling inferno. The immense shockwaves shattered the windows of every structure within a radius of hundreds of meters. Colossal mushroom clouds billowed skyward, piercing the firmament in a spectacle of apocalyptic grandeur and terror. The Apocalypse Pharmaceuticals command center, which had stood at the crossroads, was instantly engulfed by the raging blaze, its occupants deprived of even the opportunity to issue a warning. At this moment, those stationed at various intersections, tasked with encircling and preventing the enemy's escape, were overwhelmed by an ominous foreboding upon hearing the earth-shattering roar and witnessing the colossal mushroom clouds rising from the direction of the command headquarters. Instantly, they seized their communication devices, anxiously attempting to establish contact with the command center, desperately seeking to ascertain the dreadful events unfolding there. As if to confirm their darkest fears, the communication channels to the command headquarters remained eerily silent, devoid of any response. An atmosphere of tension and unease rapidly permeated the air. Ultimately, they were forced to accept the grim reality that the command center had been utterly annihilated by the enemy. How infuriating! They had been so skillfully outmaneuvered. What manner of weapon could so effortlessly obliterate the command headquarters? Someone roared in fury. Faced with this sudden upheaval, everyone wore expressions of shock and disbelief. Yet, time was of the essence, leaving no room for prolonged contemplation. Without hesitation, they swiftly mobilized to establish communication with personnel stationed at other checkpoints. After all, this was a vast organization with ambitions to control the entire world. Surely they possessed means to respond to such crises. In fact, they had been preordained for action, designated to assume command functions in extreme circumstances, albeit rarely given the opportunity to take center stage in ordinary times. Soon, the news of the command headquarters' complete destruction reached the ears of the combatants at the front lines. The servants, who typically attend to menial tasks, seemed to have been entirely eradicated by the opposing faction. Upon hearing this, a moment of silence enveloped the crowd, swiftly followed by a chorus of laughter. How utterly ridiculous! These fellows can't even protect their own. One person scoffed. Indeed, it's quite fortunate. They've been secretly mocking us all along, thinking we were oblivious to their intentions, sparing us the trouble of taking action ourselves, another chimed in. Yet, a grave expression settled upon the faces of many. For they understood well that the personnel at the command center were not to be underestimated. They were all members of the organization, undoubtedly endowed with abilities. Although their powers may not rival those of the elite special task force, overcoming individuals who had been groomed by the organization from a young age would be no trivial endeavor. Coupled with the immense explosion and the flames they had just witnessed, it was clear that the adversary possessed some form of potent and far-reaching weaponry. However, responding to such an armament could be managed through coordinated yet independent action. If we could accomplish this mission on our own, those proponents of purity would become nothing more than a complete farce. In that case, let us hasten our departure and avenge those servants, someone proclaimed, igniting a fervent response from the crowd. A legion of extraordinary individuals, at that moment, surged forward like a spring outing, racing along the broad thoroughfare. Yet, despite the demise of the command center personnel, they were not entirely unconcerned. After much contemplation and analysis, these individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities deduced, based on the clues and intelligence currently at their disposal, that the adversary was likely in possession of a weapon of formidable lethality. Confronted with such a potential threat, they resolved to adopt a customary yet effective strategy: separate actions. Presently, one of the squads, consisting of 7 members, is in motion. 4 of them are mounted on motorcycles, while the remaining 3 are seated in a robust Hummer. At that moment, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. "Ha ha, ah, what is that?" Following the sound, the group turned to see a diminutive figure standing in the middle of the road. As they drew nearer, their astonishment grew as they realized that this figure was, in fact, a young girl. "What a child, ha!" exclaimed the first individual to spot her, excitement bubbling within him as he maneuvered his motorcycle closer, circling around the girl with fervor. Soon, the other gifted individuals arrived, each face alight with curiosity and delight. As if they had unearthed a captivating new toy, the scene erupted into a lively spectacle. With the Hummer and motorcycles spinning around the unexpected little girl in both clockwise and counterclockwise motions, wheels kicking up clouds of dust amidst the cacophony of revving engines. "Hey there, little sister, this is not a safe place. Come, let me take you to reunite with your mommy and daddy," one of the speakers said, wearing a smile that belied a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. He gradually raised his right hand, and in an instant, crimson radiance coalesced in the center of his palm, forming a dazzling and fervent orb of energy. Subsequently, he extended his arm and aimed it at the young girl. However, an unforeseen event transpired. An invisible force, like a blade, swiftly severed the man's outstretched arm. With a distinct slicing sound, the limb detached from its owner's body, and blood gushed from the severed point, splattering in all directions. The heart-wrenching screams echoed through the heavens. The man, unable to maintain control of his motorcycle due to the excruciating pain, crashed to the ground, rolling several times before collapsing in agony. His body convulsed incessantly, and his face, contorted by the intense pain, revealed the immense torment he was enduring. An Esper besides us," someone exclaimed. "A psychic, moreover, and a formidable one, it seems." Panic ensued, and the remaining 6 individuals hastily retreated on their vehicles, fearing they might become the next victim. In moments, the desolate space was occupied only by the armless man, lying in a pool of his own blood, and the young girl, still standing with an expressionless face. Who is this guy? Does anyone know? They had always regarded those monotonous reports with disdain, turning a blind eye to them. Yet now they finally tasted the bitter fruits of their negligence. I have never held any interest in tedious written reports. Wait, who is this individual? Oh, it suddenly dawns on me. I had glimpsed a report out of boredom, and indeed, there was a remarkably powerful psychic ability user on the opposite side. Suddenly, one of them exclaimed as if a thought had struck him. Isn't that the one they explicitly stated we must bring back? Yes. I remember it was a mission from the Purity faction. I heard about it in a previous meeting. They mentioned something about the perfect age for training, a promising prospect, and so on. In any case, this child was predetermined by the Purity faction. What? So this little brat will eventually become one of those arrogant individuals? In that case, let us eliminate her and show the Purity faction a thing or two. Ha. Previously unconcerned and careless, they now found themselves collectively focused, their minds sharpened and cautiously vigilant towards the fierce little girl before them. This girl was none other than Bai Lili, a subordinate of Wu Yangming. How infuriating! You audacious little brat! How dare you sever my arm? With a furious shout, the ability user whose hand had just been severed by Bai Lili rose. His face twisted in rage, clutching his severed right arm. Instantly, countless red orbs, akin to floating cannonballs, surged around him. These crimson orbs shimmered with an eerie luminescence, seemingly harboring boundless malice and energy. In the blink of an eye, all the red spheres transformed in unison into razor-sharp beams of laser, surging forth like a tempest towards Bai Lili in a relentless assault. Behold, this is the terrifying ultimate move unique to Lu Jiqiang, the Crimson Rain of Death. Someone in the crowd exclaimed in sheer terror. Ha! It seems this audacious little brat is finally facing his demise. Another individual cackled with a sinister grin. Indeed, to drive Lu Jiqiang to such a desperate point, this mission is certainly worth every penny. A third chimed in, their laughter echoing ominously. Alas, it is a pity we cannot retrieve the little brat's corpse intact. Otherwise, it could yield a substantial amount of contribution points. What a lamentable loss, sighed yet another, filled with regret. However, just as everyone believed the outcome was sealed, an astonishing scene unfolded. Every laser beam collided with an invisible barrier, abruptly halted before it could advance. Witnessing this, the onlookers collectively gasped in shock. It was known that the lasers unleashed by their companion possessed terrifying power, capable of effortlessly slicing a formidable war vehicle in half. If one were to unleash their full potential, they could cleave a towering skyscraper as easily as slicing through tofu. Yet, this seemingly indomitable laser was effortlessly thwarted by a defense that appeared deceptively simple, a phenomenon that defied belief. How is this even conceivable? Lu Jiqiang, amidst the throng, exclaimed in a voice laced with terror, his eyes wide with disbelief. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, an immense pressure descended from the heavens, crashing down upon him with the force of a cataclysm. In an instant, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air as Lu Jiqiang was reduced to a crimson pool of gore, splattering outwards in a macabre display. Where he once stood, a perfectly circular depression, fully 3 meters in diameter, now marred the ground. You dare to murder our compatriot? Witnessing this atrocity, the remaining individuals erupted in fury, directing their enraged roars towards the figure before them. You depraved, inhuman monster! They bellowed, their voices raw with animosity, their eyes blazing with a desire to tear the perpetrator limb from limb. In that very instant, a myriad of colossal, polygonal ice pillars, superheated flames morphing into gigantic, hand-like shapes, and serpent-like bolts of lightning as thick as buckets assailed Bai Lili. Even the asphalt beneath her feet seemed to awaken, animated like a viscous slime, ensnaring her ankles. With the precision of a well-drilled army, they launched a coordinated and ferocious assault upon Bai Lili. Yet, at the epicenter of this maelstrom, Bai Lili remained impassive, as if the surrounding chaos held no consequence for her. She slowly closed her eyes, seemingly gathering an immense power within her. Suddenly, a sharp sound resonated through the air. The asphalt that had been coiling around her ankles fell away as if it had lost all control. Following this, a series of explosive sounds erupted, echoing throughout the space. The once formidable attackers, who had been brimming with confidence, did not even have time to utter a scream before Bai Lili, employing her formidable telekinetic abilities, instantaneously crushed them into patches of crimson blood, tightly adhering to the road. The battlefield returned to a profound silence. At that moment, a loud and rhythmic applause broke the stillness. Ha! Truly remarkable. These arrogant fools stand no chance against you. Indeed, you deserve the high praise from our headquarters as the most valuable asset of this operation. As the words fell, a man clad in a sharp suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, emerged into view. Chapter 59, Song 1. A hint of an enigmatic smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Yet beneath his seemingly cultured exterior lurked an unsettling aura that sent shivers down one's spine, leaving an impression of a refined beast. Oh, this is quite unexpected. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Song, my given name One, and I am an officer from Tianchi Pharmaceuticals headquarters, he said with a smile that appeared gentle. He then turned his gaze towards the charming young girl before him, grinning as he inquired, "May I ask for your name, dear sister?" Ha. However, in response to his inquiry, Bai Lili remained silent, her large eyes fixed intensely on Song 1, exuding an air of icy resolve, prepared to strike at any moment. Observing this scene, Songwon hastily waved his hand, explaining, "Oh, please don't be like that, little sister. I am not your enemy." Yet, Bai Lili remained unmoved, maintaining her vigilance and hostility. Finally, after a prolonged silence, Bai Lili slowly parted her lips and coldly uttered, "I am your enemy." No sooner had the words escaped her than a wave of murderous intent surged forth from her, chilling to the bone. Rather than feeling astonished or angry at Bai Lili's fierce reaction, Songwon merely shook his head gently, a look of resigned acceptance crossing his face as he sighed, "Alas. It seems you harbor deep-seated prejudice against us." Nevertheless, he continued, "What I wish to convey is that, like you, I too am a wielder of psychic abilities. Moreover, I believe my strength surpasses yours." As he spoke, Songwon suddenly extended his right hand towards the nearby white Hummer, which had recently been occupied by the combatants. And with a gentle wave, the vehicle, once quietly stationed, began to levitate as if drawn by some mysterious force. Subsequently, under the influence of Songwon's psychic prowess, the Hummer began to undergo a rapid transformation, contorting and compressing. Initially, the vehicle's body was flattened, followed by the shattering of the windows, which then compressed into the car's interior. The tires were forcibly driven into the chassis. This entire metamorphosis transpired swiftly, within mere seconds. As the once formidable Hummer was transformed into a flawlessly smooth sphere, crashing heavily to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. "Behold, resisting me is utterly futile. It would be far more advantageous to join me at Apocalypse Pharmaceuticals. Talents such as yourself are precisely what our organization desperately needs," he stated earnestly, his words genuinely heartfelt. It is worth noting that most other members of the organization had been brought in and meticulously nurtured from a similar age as Bai Lili. With comprehensive and systematic educational training within the organization, she would undoubtedly meet the Purity faction's stringent standards as she matured. Then, will I too be inexplicably discarded at some inconsequential juncture, just like these individuals? Bai Lili retorted mercilessly. In response to her sardonic words, Songwon did not display anger. Instead, he merely exhibited an expression that suggested she had misunderstood the situation. How could that possibly be? Those individuals merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck, fortuitously enduring the effects of the drugs, and unexpectedly awakening a fraction of their formidable abilities. It is solely due to their considerable strength that they were permitted entry into our organization. Ah, truly. This is one of the organization's shortcomings. Such foul and worthless individuals are indiscriminately admitted. If I were to govern this organization, such a situation would never arise. As Song Won-Yue spoke with increasing fervor, his once fair complexion flushed crimson with indignation, the veins on his forehead standing out prominently. Yet, at that moment, Song Won-Yue seemed to suddenly realize his lapse in composure. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly calmed his emotions. In a brief moment, he restored his previously tranquil demeanor, as if the furious individual just moments ago were an entirely different person. "I sincerely apologize for my earlier outburst," Song Won-Yue said with a hint of regret, then shifted his gaze to the side at Bai Lili, continuing, "However, dear sister, you are in no way akin to those worthless beings. Individuals like us are inherently destined to occupy positions of power. Moreover, you are still young, and there lies immense potential for your future growth. Should you choose to embrace the teachings of our organization, it is not difficult to envision the extraordinarily bright and resplendent future that awaits you." At this moment, Bai Lili had successfully advanced to level 6 of her mental abilities with the assistance of Wu Yangming. She not only possessed the same telepathic abilities as Wu Yangming, but also unlocked a distinctly different 6th branch of power, plasma manipulation. Naturally, throughout the encounter, Bai Lili consistently employed her mind-reading skills, delving into the thoughts of the man before her, who outwardly appeared refined yet exuded the essence of a hypocritical beast, impeccably dressed. Consequently, Bai Lili's heart was tumultuously shaken, akin to a stormy sea. Through her telepathy, she discovered that every word uttered by this man named Song Wen was in perfect alignment with the true sentiments she perceived within him. Astonishingly, he genuinely believed that all his actions were justified. This profoundly distorted worldview left Bai Lili utterly astounded. In contrast to the purely malevolent individuals she had encountered earlier, who at least recognized the wickedness of their deeds, Song Wen astonishingly considered the current events and the actions of their organization as entirely rightful and above reproach. "You shameless scoundrels are utterly deranged, devoid of any humanity. Bai Lili's eyes widened in fury as she unleashed a thunderous roar. Unable to contain her inner rage any longer, she lunged fiercely at Songwon. However, he calmly shook his head and sighed softly, saying, "Alas, we have ultimately arrived at this juncture." Utilizing his telekinetic abilities, Songwon levitated his body and ascended into the air, effortlessly evading Bai Lili's vehement in the present day. Bai Lili's intellect attribute has been enhanced to an impressive 30 points, complemented by her formidable Nun ability, which has ascended to level 6, rendering her power truly terrifying. Chapter 60, Defeat at the Speed of Light. At this moment, the range of her Nun ability is so extensive that it envelopes an entire block. Just as Songwon ascended into the air, Bai Lili seized the opportune moment and decisively unleashed her power. A searing flame suddenly materialized around Songwon, enveloping him with lightning speed. This was a new branch of ability acquired after her powers upgrade to level 6, Plasma Manipulation, which allows her to manifest various forms of energy attacks, be it fire, lightning, or lasers akin to energy weapons, manipulating their shape, size, and direction at will. With a sizzling sound, Songwon was immediately consumed by the roaring flames, his suit evaporating in an instant, leaving his body severely burned. What? She possesses 2 abilities. Before Songwon could fully express his astonishment with a scream, Bai Lili mercilessly intensified her assault, using her Nun to strike directly at his brain with overwhelming force. This blow was as heavy as a mountain pressing down on an egg, causing Songwon to faint from the violent concussion. Observing her utterly defenseless opponent, Bai Lili couldn't help but curl her lip in disdain, tauntingly remarking, "Umph. You were so loquacious before, speaking with such confidence. I thought you possessed remarkable prowess. Yet, it turns out you are merely this feeble." Bai Lili's objective has consistently been to capture a certain individual named Songwon, a cadre from the Apocalypse Pharmaceutical headquarters. Encountering this group of external recruits was indeed an unforeseen circumstance. Prior to this, Wu Yongming had successfully extracted memories and information from a logistics personnel's synthetic being at the headquarters. Through meticulous analysis of this data, they gained comprehensive insight into the tasks assigned to this cadre and his daily routes of operation. Consequently, Wu Yongming made a decisive choice, unhesitatingly dismantling the command center, and promptly dispatched Bai Lili to apprehend the cadre. Wu Yongming harbored no concerns regarding the possibility of Bai Lili faltering. Not to mention, Bai Lili had already risen to become one of the 4 formidable individuals under his command, each possessing enhanced abilities at level 6. Furthermore, Wu Yongming himself had also joined the fray. Witnessing Bai Lili's triumphant success, a victorious smile graced his face. Observing the situation, he deactivated the cloaking function of his stealth suit, revealing himself from the shadows. After all, this operation aimed to capture a significant cadre from the Apocalypse Pharmaceutical headquarters, and it was imperative to ensure absolute certainty. Initially, according to his original plan, he intended to remain concealed and deliver a fatal blow when the opponent was unprepared, executing a splendid ambush. However, the unfolding of events completely defied his expectations. The adversary proved to be remarkably weak. Expecting a fierce battle, he was instead met with mere bravado, had he not been simultaneously accessing the memories of this individual named Songwon. Wu Yongming might have doubted whether this man was a mere decoy. At that moment, Bai Lili, who had been closely following Wu Yongming, stepped forward and softly inquired, General, how shall we deal with this individual now?" Nodding in satisfaction, he gently replied, "Well done." As he spoke, he reached out and affectionately ruffled Bai Lili's hair. Indeed, once the synthesis was complete, this individual would serve no further purpose. After that, let us dispose of him. Understood. This heart-stopping scene was not confined to this location. It was unfolding in various corners of the city. At a bustling intersection, the formidable B-001, clad in Tesla power armor, stood like a titan of steel. Behind him, a neatly arranged group of equally well-equipped subordinates donned their own power armor. At this moment, they stood ready, effectively blocking the path of a tenacious team from Apocalypse Pharmaceuticals, composed of 16 members. This squad was markedly different from the one Bai Lili had encountered earlier. Its size was considerably larger, boasting a total of 16 individuals. 6 of them sat securely in 2 armored vehicles, while the remaining 10 rode on motorcycles. The fact that Wu Yongming had specifically dispatched one of his top 4 combatants to intercept them indicated that they were no ordinary adversaries. Among them was a formidable talent named Zhang Wei's, capable of unleashing a staggering 100,000 volts of high-voltage electricity. He was also one of the more esteemed individuals among the abilities recruited by Apocalypse Pharmaceuticals. Wu Yangming specifically instructed that he must be brought back at all costs. At the very least, to ensure the integrity of his brain. Charge forward. What are we afraid of? After all, if something goes awry, the organization will cover for us and take responsibility for repairing the vehicle. Upon witnessing B-001 and a cohort of power-armored soldiers, Zhang Wei's, who had long been regarded as a leader by those around him, issued commands. Confronted with the power-armored soldiers blocking their path, this reckless group, who had never bothered to consult relevant information, utterly disregarded the formidable power armor that their adversaries donned, let alone the immense defensive capabilities and astonishing strength it possessed. Suddenly, one of the Hummers surged forward like a furious beast, its power unleashed. In an instant, the deafening roar of the engine erupted, akin to the growl of a colossal creature, as the Hummer barreled toward the power-armored soldiers with unparalleled speed. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. In the face of the oncoming Hummer, charging like a wild stallion, the power-armored soldiers exhibited no signs of retreat. Instead, they fearlessly advanced, marching with resolute steps directly toward the oncoming vehicle. At the moment of collision, the front of the Hummer crumpled inward at the point of contact with the nuclear-powered armor, shattering along with the engine. While the occupants were violently compressed by the stream, the remaining 13 individuals, stripped of any semblance of complacency, swiftly leaped from their vehicles, fully immersing themselves in a state of combat readiness. My heavens, what on earth is this? How can it be so impenetrably hard, able to withstand the fierce impact of a Humvee? Someone exclaimed in utter disbelief. Enough with the chatter. Regardless of what it is, let us employ our unique abilities to vanquish it. Another shouted emphatically. In an instant, 2 members of the team unhesitatingly crouched down, firmly placing their hands on the ground. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently as though it had encountered a fierce earthquake. Chapter 61, The Fierce Battle. Immediately, beneath where B-001 and his cadre of soldiers clad in powered armor stood, a profound sinkhole appeared without warning. The depressions manifested in perfectly squared shapes, as if meticulously excavated with precision. Peering into them revealed an abyssal darkness that seemed unfathomable. The equipment donned by these powered armor soldiers lacked any devices like jetpacks that could aid their escape from such peril. Yet, to B-001, this minor inconvenience was utterly insignificant. Astonishingly, the army that had plummeted into the chasm was gently lifted back up by B-001's formidable telekinetic powers in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this spectacle, the 13 were engulfed in exclamations. A telekinetic? No way. Weren't we previously informed that only a young girl possessed such abilities here? Where did this fellow emerge from? The 13 exchanged glances, their faces etched with astonishment and confusion. B-002 had long since shed the cumbersome power armor that once encased him, now adorned in a sleek, black uniform that elegantly straddled the line between leather and rubber, fit for a high-ranking officer. He presented himself before the gathered crowd at Apocalyptic Pharmaceuticals with an air of audacity. It was indeed troublesome. Although the general had insisted on the necessity of wearing power armor during combat, he found this newfound freedom rather liberating. Surely, it mattered little, for he was merely dealing with these insipid pests, chuckling to himself. As B-002 murmured his thoughts and stretched his limbs, he appeared quite pleased with his lightweight attire. However, his words ignited a fiery indignation among all present, particularly among the combatants from Apocalyptic Pharmaceuticals, who felt deeply insulted. How dare he belittle us? We are the chosen ones. One enraged fighter bellowed, with others quickly rallying in agreement, creating an atmosphere thick with tension and hostility. The furious abilities users dispersed like arrows released from their bows, swiftly forming a peculiar and fearsome formation that encircled B-001 and the armored soldiers. At that moment, the 2 previously seen earth-manipulating abilities users suddenly bent low, pressing their hands forcefully against the ground as if to rend the very earth itself. In an instant, a deep rumble resonated, and the once flat concrete surface began to rise ominously. Square stone columns erupted from the ground, growing at an astonishing pace. Moreover, even the 2 colossal voids directly beneath B-001 were experiencing a vigorous ascent, swiftly transforming into the grandest of stone pillars. These pillars seemed to possess a life of their own, surging fiercely towards B001 and the armored soldiers at his side. The other empowered individuals were equally undeterred, unleashing torrents of azure flames that roared through the air like ferocious dragons. These flames burned with an intense heat, igniting the very atmosphere around them and crackling with energy. Sturdy green vines, as thick as ancient tree trunks, surged forth from the depths of the earth, their agile forms writhing like a swarm of ravenous pythons, swiftly coiling around their targets. As a respected team leader within the elite recruitment division of Apocalypse Pharmaceuticals, he was naturally unwilling to be outdone. A staggering 100,000 volts of violet lightning cleaved through the sky, with hundreds of arcs resembling fierce serpents lunging menacingly towards the enemy. In the face of this overwhelming onslaught, B001 remained composed. He enveloped himself in a powerful psychic shield and hurled the armored soldiers he had levitated with his mental prowess towards the frenzied assailants from Apocalypse Pharmaceuticals with great force. The flung armored soldiers soared through the air like cannonballs, hurtling towards their adversaries with astonishing speed. Astonishingly, he did not lose his balance due to the formidable force of the throw. Instead, he skillfully harnessed his own inertia and the tremendous kinetic energy generated during the launch, raising the massive chainsaw and power hammer in his hands, and brought them crashing down towards the enemy who was about to pounce upon him. How naive of you to believe that merely tossing these insignificant minnows our way would allow you to strike us effortlessly. Such delusions are laughable, and it shows a profound disrespect for our capabilities. In the face of this ferocious assault, the empowered individuals from Apocalyptic Pharmaceuticals appeared remarkably composed. With a sudden flicker of movement, they rolled aside with ghostly agility, easily evading these seemingly fierce attacks that were riddled with weaknesses. However, the armored soldiers, upon landing, did not succumb to discouragement or hesitation. Upon contact with the ground, they created a massive crater, executing a graceful roll that dissipated most of their momentum, and swiftly rose from the pit. Their movements were seamless, devoid of any sense of delay. Without a moment's pause, they seized their colossal chainsaws, power hammers, and plasma cannons, simultaneously unleashing a thunderous roar, invincible in battle. Accompanied by this impassioned battle cry, they charged forth like tigers descending from the mountains, fiercely advancing towards the empowered individuals who were still boasting and shouting. The empowered beings, undeterred, retaliated against their foes. Fiery flames erupted like dragons, soaring through the air and hurtling towards the soldiers clad in power armor. As dazzling lightning occasionally streaked across the sky, it seemed poised to rend the very fabric of the battlefield. The dense, verdant vines, akin to a swarm of serpents, swiftly spread and entwined themselves around the feet of the powered armor. In an instant, shadows flitted across the battlefield, the cacophony of battle cries mingling with the explosive sounds generated by the collisions of various energies, weaving a breathtaking symphony of combat, vibrant and tumultuous. Initially, the counterattacks of the ability users proved to be somewhat effective, although the blue flames of extreme heat could not directly penetrate the impervious powered armor. The formidable thrust generated by the flames, when expelled at an astonishing velocity, was sufficient to impede the advance of the armored soldiers. Simultaneously, the power of the lightning could not be underestimated. Under the relentless onslaught of such high voltage, many powered armor soldiers began to exhibit slight stiffness in their movements, clearly indicating that this seemingly indomitable equipment was not entirely infallible at this moment. This powered armor is just like what I've read in those novels and comics. Vulnerable to low voltage. Zhang Wei's exclaimed excitedly. Well done. Keep it up. Increase the power output. Another individual shouted, fervently waving his fist in encouragement. I knew it. With so many exposed pipelines, it couldn't possibly withstand electric shocks, But the strength of those pipelines is truly absurd. My vines have wrapped around them several times, and yet haven't broken, one person remarked, a blend of relief and astonishment evident in his voice. As the battle progressed, the confidence of the personnel at Apocalypse Pharmaceuticals soared. Zhang Wei's, witnessing the scene before him, could not help but reveal a triumphant smile. As long as we unite our efforts to vanquish this group of adversaries, we can extract the methods of operating this formidable powered armor from them, and then all these advanced equipments will belong to us. He chuckled softly at the thought. The previously scattered ability users gradually began to converge towards a common focal point, Zhang Wei's himself. Clearly, they intended to form an unassailable defense around him, safeguarding his position and assisting him in systematically eliminating all the powered armor soldiers present. Just as this group believed victory was within their grasp, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The powered armor soldiers, who moments ago appeared beleaguered and unable to retaliate, suddenly erupted with a formidable vigor from an unknown source, fearlessly charging through the intense high-voltage currents. One soldier, striding forward with heavy, powerful steps, swiftly approached the target. Zhang Wei's, gripped tightly in his hand, was an enormous, thunderous chainsaw, seemingly capable of effortlessly tearing apart any obstacle in its path. Invincible, invincible, invincible. Like a pack of wolves, the surrounding powered armor soldiers seemed to have been infected, their deafening war cries reverberating across the battlefield. As the soldier lunged towards Zhang Wei's, he unleashed a ferocious roar, raising his iron hand, clenched tightly around the serrated edge, and with every fiber of his being, he brought it down upon Zhang Wei's shoulder with savage force. The blow, imbued with immense power, descended with blinding velocity, cleaving diagonally from left to right in the blink of an eye. Instantly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air as Zhang Wei's body was brutally cleaved in twain by the horrific impact. Crimson lifeblood erupted in a torrential surge, splattering in every direction. The nearby ability users, desperately attempting to reach Zhang Wei's, were caught unawares, instantly drenched in a macabre crimson tide, their garments and powered armor alike stained with the lurid scarlet ichor. Zhang Wei's, witnessing the gruesome spectacle, his comrades in the vicinity were initially stunned into silence, before erupting in heart-wrenching cries of despair. They could never have conceived that the nascent flame of hope that had just been ignited within them would be extinguished so ruthlessly in the space of a breath. Yet, the nightmare was far from over. Immediately following, the other powered armor troopers unleashed their own deadly arsenals, some wielding colossal, weighty power hammers, raining blows upon the incapacitated ability users. Others manipulated devastating plasma cannons, unleashing searing bolts of verdant plasma that vaporized flesh and metal alike into pungent pools of greenish pus. In short order, the battlefield devolved into an abyss of carnage and chaos. Before long, the battle concluded. The members of the A series possess a modicum of utility. Exhibiting promptness in their actions, they must swiftly cleanse this gruesome scene. It is imperative that they gather the scattered remnants of flesh and blood and take them away. B001 bellowed, his voice echoing across the expansive area. Upon finishing his command, he nimbly approached the parked Tesla T60 power armor, firmly grasped the armor's valve, and turned it to open. He then stepped inside. Almost immediately, a low, resonant hum filled the air as the various components of the power armor began to converge and snugly adhere to his form. In no time, he was clad in a fully equipped and imposing suit of armor. After the battle, donning this apparatus would pose no issue. Once all was prepared, B001 promptly activated the communication device, connecting to the General's channel, reporting, "General, my mission has been successfully accomplished, haha." However, at that moment, a voice of skepticism appeared to emanate from the other end of the line. B001's laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a flurry of anxious explanations. The entirety. The brain is undoubtedly intact, haha. No, General, please don't rush. Allow me to elucidate. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, B002 found her circumstances to be somewhat more manageable, though not without its challenges. The area she was tasked with clearing constituted merely a small fraction of the entire battleground. He and B001 were primarily responsible for countering the two formidable leaders among the group of external recruits from apocalyptic pharmaceuticals, while the remaining smaller teams would be managed by the newly created B003. According to the General, B003 is a command-specialized synthetic being. As another member of the B series, it possesses unique attributes, yet these matters were not her immediate concern. At present, she needed to focus entirely on the task at hand. Although the scope of this operation was relatively limited, she did not underestimate her adversaries. Unlike B001's situation, the enemies faced by B002 were numerous, constituting a small faction that had spontaneously formed among the combatants of apocalyptic pharmaceuticals. A rough estimation revealed approximately 30 individuals. Consequently, B002 had brought a substantial contingent of soldiers to execute the mission. Comrades, let us concentrate our minds. I shall first present the intelligence we have gathered thus far. The leader of this group of empowered individuals is named Chung Mo, who possesses a remarkably formidable ability, invisibility. However, be advised that his invisibility is not merely a matter of rendering his body unseen. It encompasses the concealment of sound, breath, and even the thermal energy he emits. Should anyone attempt to adhere substances such as blood or paint to his person, these attachments will eventually be obscured by his invisibility effect. Moreover, the number of individuals he can affect is limited to a staggering 30. This signifies that we are about to confront a terrifying adversary, shrouded in darkness and entirely undetectable in their movements, yet still capable of making contact with objects. Chapter 63. An unusual sensation. In other words, if we employ a method of direct engagement, my nun ability will prove effective. Henceforth, I shall utilize a specialized wavelength of nun to envelop the surrounding area, thereby constructing a radar-like wave detection network. Even if the opponent possesses some means to obscure certain specific wavelengths of nun, such an action will inevitably result in a distortion of the nun itself. Once an anomaly in the wavelength of nun is detected at a particular location, where I direct my aim, you shall concentrate your fire towards that direction. Understood. All the synthetic beings responded in unison. The operation officially commenced. The soldiers clad in powered armor under the command of B-002 swiftly dispersed. Simultaneously, they activated the cloaking modules of their powered suits, scattering to conceal themselves within the surrounding commercial streets, the interiors of shops, and various nooks and corners. After a period of time, B-002, utilizing her nun radar, sensed that unidentified individuals had entered her surveillance range. The movements and utterances of these individuals were firmly locked in by B-002's perception system, allowing their height, weight, physique, and every subtle feature to rapidly coalesce into a vivid and detailed image within B-002's mind. First, a silhouette emerged, followed by a second, a third, the 12th, and then the 30th. A multitude of targets stepped into the monitoring range of B-002. All targets have been successfully marked on the electronic map. Proceed towards the designated direction as planned. B-002 decisively issued the operational command through the advanced communication device equipped within its power armor. Upon receiving the order, all powered armor soldiers responded immediately, moving in perfect unison, meticulously trained as they divided into 3 columns, silently advancing towards the location of the targets. Before long, all soldiers participating in this mission successfully arrived at the pre-established ambush site. However, at that moment, one soldier could not help but whisper, "Boss, why does it feel exceedingly quiet around here? It's almost unnaturally silent." Upon hearing this, Chung Mo was instantly filled with rage, lowering his voice to sternly reprimand, "Fool! No one can detect our presence. Of course, it is quiet. Our objective is to infiltrate undetected and eliminate the enemy's leader stealthily. Do you understand? Stop making a fuss. Everyone, listen carefully." Chung Mo said with a serious expression, "My abilities are not infallible. While unexpected situations seldom occur during missions, this task is unlike any other." His voice was deep and powerful, exuding an undeniable authority. Someone nearby muttered in confusion, "Is it really that serious? We have undertaken numerous missions, and your abilities, Chief, have always remained remarkably stable." However, the chief shook his head gravely and replied, "Who can truly ascertain the nature of ability? Are you not aware? There was an individual in our headquarters who lost control of his own powers and ultimately perished in flames." At these words, a chill swept through the crowd, their faces reflecting sheer terror. At that moment, without warning, a heavy object, seemingly descending from the heavens, plummeted with astonishing speed from above, striking the ground with tremendous force right behind Chung Mo. The transparent object, in its free fall, stirred up a colossal cloud of dust that enveloped them. Landing just behind Chung Mo, reacting almost instinctively, he crouched down swiftly, feeling a chilling gust of wind slicing past his head like a razor, sending shivers down his spine. What is happening? In an instant, the previously casual chatter ceased, and everyone became acutely alert, scanning their surroundings with heightened vigilance. Each heart raced, nerves taut as a bowstring. As they glanced at the ground before them, an immense, bottomless pit suddenly gaped open, as if the earth itself had revealed a monstrous, fearsome maw. Faced with such a bizarre scene, the assembled abilities found themselves momentarily at a loss, instinctively adopting defensive stances, bracing for what was to come. The sound of thuds echoed, thud, 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 as unseen figures moved, and with each heavy footfall, the ground trembled violently beneath them. The eardrums of the crowd were assaulted by a terrifying sound that reverberated ominously, causing their hearts to involuntarily race. This sound, it belonged to the powered armor. Moreover, it possessed cloaking technology. Everyone, scatter as far as you can. Attempt to act independently. In comparison to the other special operations team members, Chung Imo evidently harbored a more profound and comprehensive understanding of various intelligence. Merely hearing that distinctive footfall, he was able to swiftly deduce the identity of the adversary and instantly formulate a counter-strategy. His own abilities revolved around invisibility and concealment. He was acutely aware of how formidable an unseen enemy could be, particularly one clad in powered armor. The capabilities of his subordinates would likely prove ineffective. Without hesitation, he issued his commands and, like an arrow released from its bow, propelled himself in a specific direction. Although fear consumed their hearts, the others complied with his orders and scattered in haste. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, B002 revealed a barely perceptible smile, for this played directly into her hands. Her mission was to retrieve these individuals intact at all costs. If that proved impossible, she at least had to ensure the preservation of their brains. Their dispersion meant she would not have to confront a consolidated force, for the overwhelming firepower could easily reduce them to a grotesque state. In truth, B002 harbored no fondness for the brutal act of killing deep within her heart. Each time he swung the colossal power hammer in his grasp, the sensation of the enemy's body being mercilessly bludgeoned into a pulp beneath its weight filled him with an overwhelming revulsion. It was indeed loathsome. When he wielded his telekinetic prowess to mercilessly crush his adversary into minced flesh, the feedback transmitted from his brain to his senses was indescribable. That feeling, it was peculiar. It felt as if a dark vortex quietly eroded the sanctum of her inner being, rendering her somewhat peculiar. The sensation was truly ineffable. Thus, if given a choice, he would prefer to accomplish this task through peaceful means. She felt an urgent need to prevent this feeling from spreading unchecked. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 64. Seizing the helicopter. Once this arduous mission reached a successful conclusion, he would unhesitatingly petition the general for a transfer to the logistics team or the intelligence gathering unit. The telekinetic abilities he possessed could surely prove invaluable in logistical operations, while his memory retrieval skills would be advantageous for intelligence collection. This way, he could fully harness his strengths while avoiding the entrapments of such a bizarre state of mind. Oh dear, no. At this very moment, the task at hand must be executed. Focus must be maintained. B002 vigorously shook his head several times to restore clarity to his mind. Returning to the matter at hand, the abilities possessed by the panicked escapees from Dawn Pharmaceuticals, despite being extraordinarily formidable, were undermined by their physical constitution, which remained indistinguishable from that of ordinary individuals, having undergone no form of enhancement or modification. Consequently, when confronted by the agile synthetic soldiers clad in heavy power armor, they naturally found themselves at a disadvantage. It was not long before this beleaguered group of abilities, cornered in the alleys and streets, were relentlessly pursued and surrounded by their assailants. Although these synthetic soldiers were unable to perceive their adversaries, B002 unhesitatingly transmitted the visual intelligence constructed from its psychic abilities directly into the minds of each companion. Thus, a peculiar situation unfolded. While the opponents remained blissfully unaware of their presence, the synthetic soldiers could meticulously observe every movement of their quarry. In such a one-sidedly transparent scenario, the synthetic soldiers, equipped with cloaking power armor, found it effortlessly simple to engage with the abilities. Silently, like phantoms, they approached their targets before launching a sudden attack from behind, effortlessly pinning each ability to the ground. Following this, the ominous black barrel of a gun was pressed firmly against their foreheads, accompanied by a low, menacing voice issuing a warning. Do not move. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Once the abilities surrendered compliantly, the synthetic soldiers swiftly produced the special collars provided by Wu Yongming and deftly secured them around the necks of their captives. As the collar tightened, a mysterious wave of energy swiftly radiated outward, securely sealing the powers within these individuals, rendering them utterly incapable of unleashing even the slightest manifestation of their abilities. The operation proceeded smoothly and efficiently. Before long, approximately 25 of these empowered beings had fallen into the snare, and they were transported back to the compound via advanced teleportation devices. However, at that very moment, the remaining 15, including Chung Mo, were desperately fleeing, striving to evade the relentless pursuers behind them. Boss, what should we do now? Many of our brothers have already lost contact. One of the panting and visibly panicked subordinates exclaimed, his face a portrait of terror as he turned to Chung Mo with a tone bordering on despair. You fool. At this point, you still don't know how to respond. Is there any other option? Undoubtedly, the best course of action is to flee, Chung Mo shouted. Frustration etched across his face. Listen carefully, they are likely facing dire consequences. We have suffered significant losses, and we will undoubtedly lose our voice within the organization. It would be prudent to sever ties with them and escape as far as we can. From the intelligence provided by the organization, I perceive that our adversaries are formidable, well-organized, disciplined, and resourceful. It appears that Apocalypse Pharmaceuticals is not an absolute powerhouse after all. The future of dominance remains uncertain. Thus, it may be wise to dissociate from the organization now. Perhaps when the dust settles, we could seek refuge elsewhere and even secure our citizenship. After a brief pause, he continued, urging them to act swiftly. They should first retrieve the concealed motorcycle and Hummer, as the supplies aboard could be exchanged for a substantial sum at the old human strongholds. However, fate intervened. Just as they prepared to execute their plan, an overwhelming, intangible force descended upon them like a mountain crushing an egg, forcefully pinning them to the ground. Subsequently, this mysterious power dispelled their cloaking, revealing the figure of B002. Emotionless, B002 approached, skillfully fastening a specialized collar around each of their necks. Who are you? How do you possess such immense power? Aside from Dawn Pharmaceuticals, how can you have such formidable superhumans? Chung Mo, pinned to the ground and realizing escape was futile, despairingly inquired. Yet, B002 offered no response. For even she was unaware of the origins of the data that enabled the general to create superhuman beings like herself. With all the powered individuals captured, B002 finally had the opportunity to make contact with Wu Yangming within the community. Report, Commander. This is B002. The mission has been successfully accomplished. Yes. All targets have been apprehended, without exception. My lord, I have urgent matters to discuss with you. The situation is as follows. Shortly thereafter, urgent news regarding the imminent collapse of the combatants spread like lightning to various temporary command posts. How could this happen? Is there some mistake? A commander exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. I always knew these outsiders were unreliable. In critical moments, we must rely on our own kind. Another individual complained indignantly, slamming his clenched fist onto the table, producing a dull thud that reverberated throughout the room. Indeed, in the end, we must depend on our own strength. Someone echoed this sentiment and promptly issued orders. Immediately notify the crew to ascend and stand by, while the ground forces prepare for an imminent strike. Upon receiving the command, the armed helicopters stationed on the rooftop roared to life, their engines igniting as the blades whirled into a frenzy, creating a gust of wind. The helicopters gradually lifted off the ground, racing towards the neighborhood where Wu Yangming resided. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Wait. Crew members, halt. I merely instructed you to ascend. I did not authorize an attack. Why have you recklessly engaged the target? Moreover, the ground forces have yet to complete their assembly and preparations. Urgent cries echoed from the command center, but it appeared that it was already too late. Suddenly, the communication channel erupted with a cacophony of maniacal laughter. Cease your pleas. Your crew members have long since met their demise. The aircraft now belongs to us. Chapter 65. The reactor. The temporary commander was on the verge of unleashing a torrent of invectives, yet before he could articulate those harsh words, the other party unhesitatingly severed the communication. As the irritating busy signal resonated, the expression on the commander's face instantly froze, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Damn it, this is disastrous. Our aerial forces have just been obliterated, he lamented, pounding the table in frustration, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes wide with despair and resentment. After a brief silence, someone shattered the oppressive stillness. What shall we do now? Right, where's Lord Songwon? If that formidable telekinesis master were to intervene, surely his unparalleled power could alter our fate and resolve the imminent crisis. This utterance, akin to a glimmer of dawn amidst darkness, rekindled the flickering flame of hope in the hearts of those engulfed in panic. At that moment, a soft creak echoed as the makeshift tent flap of the temporary command center was slowly lifted. All eyes turned toward the entrance, eagerly anticipating the heroic arrival of Lord Songwon. However, upon recognizing the figure that emerged, a collective gasp of shock filled the air. Songwon appeared, his body marred by numerous wounds, his white battle robe stained crimson with blood, leaving a trail of horrifying crimson prints with each agonizing step. He struggled to maintain his composure, occasionally succumbing to deep, rasping coughs. Yet, it was not the true Songwon who stood before them, but rather an artificial construct created by Wu Yangming, deliberately adorned with injuries to deceive the agents of Tianqi Pharmaceutical. Lord Songwon, upon witnessing the grievous setbacks suffered by the cadre of our department, the onlookers were left utterly astounded, a profound sense of dread surging within their hearts. They could scarcely fathom how the enemy could compel the formidable Lord Song went to such a dire state. The adversary's ability to inflict severe injuries upon our officials and effortlessly annihilate numerous combatants was a stark testament to their formidable strength, which could not be underestimated. The assembly exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. After a prolonged silence, one individual finally broke the impasse. Exhaling a weary sigh, "There is truly no other option. We must retreat." Despite any disdain they may have felt towards the personnel of the External Operations Group, they represented a combat force that the organization could not afford to overlook. With their comprehensive capabilities, the remaining logistics personnel stood no chance alone. Rather than stubbornly persisting here, it would be wiser to swiftly withdraw to the headquarters and minimize unnecessary casualties. Thus, it had to be. Though reluctant, the majority present concurred with this resolution. Not only our contingent, but also those assaulting the military district would need to retreat together. Given that our endeavors had been declared a failure, it was imperative for all personnel of the branch to expeditiously exit the area. The temporary commander present added, and as soon as he spoke, a cacophony of discussions erupted among the crowd. Everyone understood that if the offensive military district's mission were allowed to continue without any support for those stationed there, they would inevitably find themselves isolated and vulnerable to destruction. Hence, the only feasible course of action was for everyone to withdraw from this region together. As the assembly prepared to depart, the provisional commander proclaimed, "Before our leave, we must obliterate the city's power relay station." This declaration incited an immediate uproar. Yet, the significance of this act was soon recognized. Demolishing the power relay station would severely disrupt the enemy's arrangements and maneuvers, thus affording our forces a greater span of time and area for a secure evacuation. Furthermore, considering the considerable losses already sustained, especially the external combat personnel and the obliteration of an entire command center, a grievous blow to their compatriots, they were determined to inflict some measure of retaliation. Even in defeat, he mused, I shall observe how they sustain their production and advancement without the support of electrical power. With this resolution, he determined to take action to sabotage the enemy's electrical infrastructure. The synthetic being, Song-won, who had remained aloof, did not intervene. To do so might arouse suspicion. More importantly, the destruction of these electrical facilities would have little impact on Wu Yangming. Indeed, capitalizing on the widespread paralysis of the city's electrical infrastructure by promptly supplying power resources would undoubtedly be a noteworthy achievement. With this in mind, Song-won's lips curved into a subtle, almost imperceptible smile. At that very moment, far away within the confines of the Dawn Pharmaceutical branch, the personnel received the astonishing news of retreat. This announcement reverberated through the expansive facility via the broadcasting system, penetrating the ears of every individual within. In an instant, a heavy and sorrowful atmosphere swept through the space like a tidal wave, enveloping all present. Some members stood frozen in place, their gazes vacant, while others bowed their heads in silence, tears welling in their eyes. This place was not merely a workplace to them. It was a repository of their laughter, sweat, and dreams accumulated over the years. Now, they were compelled to bid a sudden farewell, and the emotional upheaval was almost unbearable. Simultaneously, in the command room, the branch leader and deputy leader bore expressions of profound helplessness as they confronted the urgent retreat orders relayed from the headquarters and the personnel dispatched to confront Wu Yangming. Though their hearts brimmed with reluctance and nostalgia, as the pivotal leaders of the branch, they were acutely aware of the weight of their responsibilities. They could not allow personal emotions to cloud their forthcoming decisions. Thus, they stifled their grief and initiated a critical task: to activate the self-destruct protocol of the nuclear reactor located deep within the shelter. Even in the face of retreat, they could not relinquish such a vital and significant organizational facility to enemy forces, lest it lead to incalculable repercussions. The self-destruct mechanism is situated adjacent to the nuclear reactor, a critical component that Dawn Pharmaceuticals would never allow to be remotely operated through any terminal. To avert the risk of a hacker triggering an explosion, the control panel is installed on a standalone computer next to the reactor, rendering it incapable of network connection. To initiate it, one must physically enter the reactor room. Moreover, the activation password and key are divided into two parts, meticulously safeguarded by the branch leader and the deputy branch leader. Chapter 66. The branch leader and the deputy branch leader. These two pivotal figures slowly rose to their feet, striding with unwavering determination toward the internal elevator located within the command room, burdened with an immensely grave mission. Upon entering the elevator, the branch leader extended a finger and pressed the button. With a subtle tremor, the elevator commenced its smooth descent, heading toward the place of destiny. However, midway through its descent, it abruptly halted without warning. Simultaneously, the previously bright internal lights extinguished, plunging the elevator cabin into complete darkness. This unforeseen development intensified the atmosphere, yet the branch leader and deputy branch leader remained composed. Humph, do they think this can confine us? How naive! The deputy branch leader scoffed, shaking his head slightly. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly swung his fist with tremendous force, striking the elevator floor with thunderous impact. A deafening crash ensued as the elevator floor collapsed, revealing a vast abyss of darkness below. The branch leader and deputy branch leader surrendered themselves to the descent. Not long after, accompanied by two muffled thuds, the branch leader and the deputy branch leader successfully arrived at the base of the elevator. Despite the rapid descent, they stood unharmed on the solid ground, thanks to their exceptional physical prowess and adaptability. With a forceful kick, one of them struck the tightly shut exterior door of the elevator. With a resounding crash, the door swung open, releasing a wave of stale air. What first caught their eyes was a throng of densely packed synthetic beings, with Lu Tao at the forefront, flanked by numerous white second-generation synthetics wielding Academy laser rifles, as well as third-generation synthetics clad in advanced power armor. However, the synthetics originally assigned to the infiltration mission were conspicuously absent. Indeed, Lu Tao, you have betrayed us. The two branch leaders appeared unfazed by the revelation. What do you intend to accomplish with this scrap metal? Do you think it can overcome us? The branch leader's voice was devoid of any emotion, a light laugh escaping his lips. Respected branch leaders, I cannot permit you to wreak havoc here. Will you simply return to the headquarters with the main force? Lu Tao, the synthetic, refrained from sarcasm, instead offering an elegant smile. It must be noted that this underground refuge had long been regarded as Wu Yangming's possession. How could he tolerate anyone attempting to disrupt and destroy it? Wu Yangming, wearing a serene smile, slowly stepped out from behind Lu Tao, his expression suggesting that all that transpired before him was of no concern to him. At this moment, Wu Yangming was not adorned in the conventional power armor. Instead, he donned a peculiar black bodysuit composed of hexagonal patterns, over which he draped a somewhat worn military coat. This attire, though seemingly ordinary, stood out remarkably in the tense atmosphere. Earlier, Wu Yangming had pondered whether there might be any self-destruct devices on the opposing side, and had thus instructed Lu Tao to investigate. To his surprise, such devices indeed existed. Consequently, Wu Yangming devised a plan. Utilizing his exceptional lock-picking and hacking skills, he led his subordinates seamlessly into the reactor room, where he established a teleportation point. After addressing matters at the front line and upon receiving notification from Lu Tao, he employed the teleportation device to transport himself and his enhanced subordinates to this location. He further utilized his hacking abilities to completely disable the reactor's self-destruct function. At that moment, the branch chief of Dawn Pharmaceuticals could no longer contain his shock and fury, letting out a deep sigh. Truly, where on earth did a person like you emerge from? His once keen eyes were now filled with weariness and helplessness, as if he had endured far too many unforeseen events. In response to the chief's inquiry, Wu Yangming shook his head in bewilderment and candidly remarked, "Indeed, I am just as perplexed as to why I find myself here." He was utterly unaware of the reasons behind his arrival in this world. At that moment, The deputy chief suddenly rose to his feet, glaring furiously and adopting a combative stance. In an instant, centered around the deputy branch minister, the surrounding temperature surged dramatically, rising by over 10 degrees within mere seconds. A powerful shockwave surged forth, and with a resounding bang, the minister's upper garments were violently torn apart, sending fragments flying in all directions. The exposed skin beneath was flushed a deep crimson, resembling that of a cooked shrimp, emanating a chilling heat. "You shall regret not donning that armor, young man," the deputy branch minister bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder in the air, instilling a sense of trepidation. Suddenly, a fleeting shadow darted past, as if teleporting, and a figure materialized before Wu Yangming. In swift succession, a formidable iron fist, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, struck fiercely toward Wu Yangming's body. However, this seemingly tremendous blow landed upon Wu Yangming without effect, akin to a cow sinking into the sea, failing to even cause him to sway. "Indeed, you too possess physical enhancement capabilities?" The attacker's eyes widened in disbelief as they beheld Wu Yangming, unwavering. Initially, they had collectively surmised that Wu Yangming's astounding defensive prowess and immense strength stemmed solely from his awakened superpower, namely, his physical enhancement ability. Yet, following the detailed reports from the 3 survivors, the organization had conducted thorough analysis and research, ultimately arriving at a different conclusion. Wu Yangming's formidable strength was not solely derived from his innate abilities, but rather significantly reliant on that mysterious and advanced powered armor. However, the assailant, serving as the deputy minister, firmly believed that the terrifying power exhibited by Wu Yangming was undoubtedly derived from his own being. For only those who have similarly refined their physical form to its zenith could evoke such a subtle resonance. At this moment, confronted by this young yet unfathomably powerful adversary, a surge of admiration welled up within the deputy minister. In response, Wu Yangming affirmed, "Indeed, as you have surmised, while that auxiliary power armor is undeniably formidable, it is not of paramount importance to me." With that, he nonchalantly shrugged and added, "I simply do not possess the inclination to don it at this moment." Upon hearing these words, the deputy minister was momentarily taken aback, followed by a wry smile of resignation. "Ah, what a free-spirited and unrestrained young man you are." Chapter 67. Confrontation with the 2 deputy ministers. "I am truly sorry, but for the sake of our future, I cannot allow you to persist in this manner." The deputy minister's furious exclamation reverberated, and his already formidable aura surged dramatically, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, instilling dread in all who beheld it. That overwhelming pressure surged forth like a relentless tide, instantly engulfing the entire space and mercilessly bearing down upon every synthetic being present. The synthetic beings, specifically the 3rd generation among them, found it increasingly arduous to breathe under the mounting pressure, their bodies trembling involuntarily. In stark contrast, the 2nd generation of synthetic beings appeared largely unaffected, as they were essentially bioengineered automatons. At the side, the branch chief emanated a dazzling radiance, and soon after, countless enormous cross-shaped swords materialized from thin air. These swords, entirely composed of pure light, radiated an exhilarating wave of energy. Almost simultaneously, both he and the deputy branch chief surged toward Wu Yangming with the swiftness of lightning. The deputy branch chief's iron fist, accompanied by a fierce gale, resembled a shooting star hurtling through the sky, descending with cataclysmic force upon Wu Yangming. Meanwhile, the luminous swords hovering around the branch chief vibrated at an extraordinary frequency, transforming into a breathtaking arc that darted toward Wu Yangming from all directions at a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye. Their combined assault transcended the limits of human imagination, causing the surrounding air to tear apart with a piercing, resonant explosion. In the face of the deputy branch chief's formidable punch, Wu Yangming exhibited no trepidation, resolutely raising his arm to block the impending strike. Yet, at the moment of contact, an indescribable and terrifying force struck him with overwhelming might. Wu Yangming was taken aback, realizing that the strength behind that punch surpassed his own, even exceeding the augmented 30 points of power he had attained. In response, Wu Yangming could only hastily tilt his head aside at the critical moment, narrowly evading the trajectory of the deputy section chief's advancing fist with remarkable swiftness. Simultaneously, he swiftly raised his left hand, akin to a bolt of lightning, deftly deflecting the fist imbued with a terrifying force. The instant the fist was successfully parried, Wu Yongming immediately unleashed his psychic ability, conjuring a forceful psychic fist that mercilessly struck the deputy section chief's abdomen, who had exposed himself in the act of attacking. A thunderous sound erupted as the impact of the blow reverberated through the air, akin to the detonation of a heavy bomb, rendering the once formidable deputy section chief utterly defenseless, propelling him backward like a cannonball. Accompanied by a dull thud, the deputy section chief crashed violently against the immaculate white wall of the reactor room, leaving behind a deep indentation in the shape of a human form. Seizing this brief moment of respite, Wu Yongming hastily glanced at his left hand, and upon inspection, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Despite employing every ounce of his strength and executing such a clever technique to dissipate the force, a sizable bruise had inevitably marred his left hand, a sight that was truly alarming. This vividly illustrated the astonishing power of that earlier punch. Had such a forceful blow struck him directly, though the consequences might not have been insurmountable, he would undoubtedly have sustained some injury. At the very moment when the deputy minister was engaged in an intense struggle with Wu Yongming, the cunning minister was not idle. He stealthily maneuvered through the battlefield, searching for an opportunity to strike. Just as the deputy minister was sent flying, he finally identified his moment to attack. Suddenly, he unleashed a radiant sword of light, which darted towards Wu Yongming's blind spots like a venomous serpent, illuminating the surroundings with a dazzling brilliance, rendering evasion impossible. Surrounding Wu Yongming, bolts of blue light materialized with the swiftness of lightning, swiftly coalescing to form a massive and formidable blue barrier around his body. This shield was composed of countless tightly arranged translucent hexagons, each pulsating with an enigmatic blue glow. The swords of light, rushing from all directions like torrential raindrops, collided violently against the blue barrier. Astonishingly, these seemingly omnipotent blades of light could not breach this shield, nor could they leave even the slightest crack upon its surface. What is this? An energy shield. Witnessing this distinct energy shield, which starkly contrasted with the commonly seen transparent barriers formed by psychic abilities, the minister could not help but exclaim in astonishment. After Bai Lili and the two fused beings had successfully enhanced their psychic abilities to the 6th stage, and after thoroughly confirming the safety of the equipment, how could Wu Yongming possibly refrain from utilizing it for himself? With his formidable psychic abilities and adept mastery of the 6th branch, plasma manipulation, Wu Yongming successfully created a plasma shield, a phenomenon previously confined to the realms of science fiction. Oh, truly, this marks the 3rd ability you have demonstrated. How much more complexity do you intend to introduce before you are satisfied? The unfortunate deputy director is currently ensconced awkwardly within the wall, having exerted tremendous effort to slowly extricate himself from the deep indentation. Swiftly, he reaches to remove the shards of metal pipes that are firmly embedded in his body, gritting his teeth and tensing every muscle in a desperate attempt to staunch the flow of blood that gushes forth. Having accomplished this, the deputy director unabashedly raises his voice, launching into a tirade of complaints. 3 distinct abilities: physical enhancement, psychokinesis, and energy shield. Such a convergence of powers is unprecedented even within our vast organization. The director, standing nearby, wears an expression of disbelief, as though he has witnessed a ghost. After all, in their organization, which is the very source of these abilities, they possess a profound understanding of the principles underlying superpowers. While physical enhancement and energy shields are relatively common, psychokinesis is indeed rare, though not entirely absent. However, the concentration of all 3 abilities in a single individual transcends mere rarity. It verges on the impossible. However, at this very moment, the young man before them effortlessly presented an occurrence that seemed almost impossible. Chapter 68. The recruitment from Dawn Pharmaceuticals. The strength he exhibited could rival that of the few martial arts masters within the headquarters. I said, "Young man, although my current circumstances may not be ideal for such a proposition, I wonder if you would be inclined to join our ranks." The speaker was none other than the deputy branch chief. Blood streamed down his face like crimson rivulets, yet astonishingly, despite his disheveled appearance, his gaze remained as profound as the ocean, betraying not a hint of the weakness and despair characteristic of a dying man. Observing this, Wu Yongming raised an eyebrow, revealing a trace of confusion and wariness. In the face of Wu Yongming's silence, the deputy chief did not linger long before resuming. I am well aware of the nature of our dealings. To this day, I no longer seek excuses or justifications for the crimes we have committed. Pausing for a moment, the deputy chief took a deep breath and proclaimed loudly, "Indeed, at this moment, I am the very demon who ruthlessly slaughtered the entire population of this city. And one could say I have decimated 80% of the world's populace. Nevertheless, I must, in this most heinous capacity, formally extend an invitation to you." Finally, the deputy director raised his head, his gaze unwavering and resolute as he stared intently at Wu Yangming, articulating each word with conviction. "Come, join us. With your exceptional skills, formidable strength, and numerous subordinates, you will undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle that belongs to us, those of us who are labeled as new humanity." In response, Wu Yangming merely offered a faint smile, followed by a resigned squint of his eyes, his expression calm and profound as he regarded the individual before him. He slowly spoke. "Ah, your proposal is quite unexpected indeed. This sudden invitation has caught me rather off guard." His voice was gentle and cultured, akin to a refreshing spring breeze, yet it carried an undercurrent of resolute strength. Wu Yangming gently shook his head and continued, "However, I must regretfully decline your offer to join your organization. I truly have no interest in it. I appreciate your kind intentions, but I implore you to seek others." With that, he raised his right hand slightly, and an invisible force surged forth from his palm, instantaneously spreading outward. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The debris that had been scattered on the ground, the broken bricks, peeling wall plaster, and rusted metal pipes, suddenly appeared to be drawn by some mysterious power, slowly lifting off the ground and gracefully ascending into the air. Wu Yangming's eyes were gently closed, his brow slightly furrowed, as a thought flickered through his mind. In an instant, the fragments suspended in the air seemed to be imbued with life, drawing closer together, compressing, and kneading one another, accompanied by a faint clicking sound. These shards were astonishingly dismantled at the molecular level, only to recombine in a wondrous manner, forming a new material of greater durability. Yet, this was not the end. Under the continuous influence of Wu Yangming's formidable mental power, these newly synthesized materials incessantly contracted and tightened, gradually coalescing into an interconnected whole. Then, an awe-inspiring scene unfolded. These entities rapidly underwent deformation under the meticulous manipulation and shaping of his mental force. Their edges became razor-sharp, while their tips manifested a sharply spiraled form, resembling meticulously crafted spiral drill bits that glimmered with a cold, lethal radiance. These spiral drill bits hovered silently beside Wu Yangming, emitting a chilling light that sent shivers down the spine. With a swift motion of his arm, the drill bits began to spin rapidly. Then, like cannonballs unleashed from a barrel, they hurtled forward with a whistling sound. Having undergone reorganization, they possessed an extraordinary strength coupled with extreme compression, endowing them with unimaginable mass, strength, and weight. Combined with their rapid launch speed and the immense impact generated by their high-velocity rotation, they exhibited astonishing penetrating power. Faced with such a terrifying assault, the expressions of the two department heads shifted dramatically. Their speed was tolerable for an average person, yet for Wu Yangming, it could hardly be deemed rapid. Despite undergoing significant enhancements and modifications, he still appeared somewhat disheveled at this moment. The two hastily raised their swords of light, desperately intertwining them in front of themselves, endeavoring to form a robust shield to withstand the relentless deluge of spiraling drill heads. The drill heads collided against the swords of light, failing to deflect but instead continuing to exert pressure forward in a high-speed spiral, as if they would cease only upon making contact with the enemy ahead. Although the two branch leaders exerted every ounce of their strength in defense, the overwhelming force compelled them to retreat, their steps faltering. Despite their utmost caution, they still fell victim to the fierce onslaught of these drill projectiles. Ultimately, the seemingly indestructible swords of light developed cracks under the incessant barrage before being mercilessly shattered and pierced through, subsequently targeting the flesh concealed behind the swords. The two individuals of the Rao family, with their remarkable agility, instinctively evaded in that fleeting moment when the swords were breached. Though 2 or 3 drill holes grazed their arms and thighs, tearing flesh from their bodies. Cough. Ha ha ha. Hee hee indeed. The waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. It appears that we old fellows can no longer keep pace with your 6 upon him, precisely on his neck, shoulders, and torso, were 4 or 5 circular lacerations of uncanny neatness, ceaselessly gushing forth crimson effluence, seemingly inexhaustible. His once robust arms had been pulverized by a barrage of helical projectiles, instantly transmuted into a gruesome slurry of gore. Contrarily, the branch manager, though ostensibly in a less dire state than his deputy, was scarcely better off. Relentless volleys of helical ordnance, converging upon a solitary point, had utterly breached his luminous sword of defense. A gaping void now marred his chest, the once vibrant heart conspicuously absent, supplanted by a ghastly, tenebrous cavity. Nevertheless, teetering on the precipice of annihilation, the two branch managers from the pharmaceutical conglomerate remained unyielding. Cognizant of their impending doom, an indomitable fire persisted within, compelling them to a final, desperate gambit. With faces upturned towards the heavens, the two doomed branch managers unleashed thunderous roars, as if to vent their collective resentment and fury. Chapter 69. Untitled Draft. The myriad photons constituting the light sword began to rapidly decompose and coalesce, swiftly converging upon the grievously wounded deputy branch manager, now devoid of hands. These scintillating particles, akin to nimble sprites, interwove and fused, ultimately materializing into a resplendent panoply of light armor. Simultaneously, the voids in the vice minister's two mangled arms were seamlessly filled, restoring his combat capabilities in an instant. Revitalized by this newfound strength, the vice minister sprang forth from the dust-laden ground with remarkable agility. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of energy left within him, unleashing a speed that rivaled lightning, far surpassing the limits of human imagination. In the blink of an eye, he effortlessly leapt over the formidable Wu Yangming that stood in his path. As the vice minister moved, an overwhelming force erupted with tremendous intensity. This power surged forth like a tumultuous torrent, accompanied by an astonishing atmospheric pressure that swept through the surroundings, indiscriminately toppling everything in its wake. The first to bear the brunt were the several armored soldiers stationed ahead, who were rendered utterly defenseless, akin to leaves caught in a tempest, and were sent hurtling through the air. Subsequently, the cohort of second-generation androids met a similar fate. Caught in the relentless tide, their inherently fragile bodies were obliterated in an instant, scattering into fragments. At this juncture, the vice minister was singularly focused, his objective unwavering, the reactor situated not far behind. With a resolute determination akin to that of a martyr, he charged recklessly towards the reactor, his sole thought being to sacrifice his own life for the sake of ultimate victory. Should he sue at a distance of 100 meters? The gap was first reduced to 50 meters, then 25, and finally to 15 meters. Victory seemed within reach. However, in the last 10 meters, an impenetrable blue energy wall loomed before him like an unyielding fortress, mercilessly blocking his path. This formidable blue energy wall was the force field activated by the third generation of the Inkle to fend off the Brotherhood's assault on the water purification device. While it could not withstand apocalyptic weapons like the Free Titan, it was more than sufficient to halt the advance of the frail, elderly figure before it. Throughout this encounter, the unwavering focus of both adversaries remained fixated on Wu Yangming, rendering them oblivious to the emergence of several atomic punk-style pillars that had quietly appeared within the reactor chamber. In that moment, the deputy branch chief, akin to a moth drawn to a flame, charged directly into the indestructible blue force wall. Instantly, the radiant armor adorning him shattered into countless fragments that scattered wildly. The immense backlash inflicted severe injuries upon him, twisting and breaking his bones in a gruesome display. Ultimately, all of this was the consequence of our own actions. With those words, the two branch chiefs drew their final breaths. Having successfully dealt with those two formidable troubles, Wu Yangming, with a heavy gait, transported the cold corpses back to the base using the teleportation device. Upon returning to the stronghold, he wasted no time in commencing the creation of their synthetic counterparts. Having high-ranking individuals such as the deputy branch chief and the branch chief as pawns undoubtedly provides immense convenience for future intelligence gathering and the execution of various arduous tasks. Meanwhile, Wu Yangming is acutely aware of the principle of eradicating threats at their root. Thus, he would not easily overlook the remaining personnel affiliated with Dawn Pharmaceuticals within the branch. With the situation now largely under control and many issues resolved, it seems prudent to bring matters to a complete conclusion by apprehending these remnants in one fell swoop. Consequently, he decisively resolved to increase the number of synthetic spies dispatched to the headquarters of Apocalypse Pharmaceuticals. Before long, The synthetic replicas of the branch chief and deputy branch chief were swiftly completed. Without hesitation, Wu Yangming led his team to the teleportation device. And in the blink of an eye, they returned to the enigmatic refuge of Apocalypse Pharmaceuticals. A formidable contingent advanced through the expansive corridors of the refuge like a relentless tide. There was no longer any need for concealment. Branch Chief, when shall we evacuate this place? No, wait, Branch Chief, what are you? Oh, a member, his face contorted with terror. Questioned Wu Yangming, but before he could finish his sentence, a blinding flash of light erupted, and he was instantaneously cleaved into countless fragments by a sword of light, blood splattering gruesomely, instilling a sense of dread. Deputy Branch Chief, what are you doing? Another individual cried out in desperate anger. However, his response was an enormous lead ball hurtling towards him like a cannonball. With a resounding thud, the projectile pierced the individual's chest, causing a violent eruption of blood. The body, akin to a severed kite, was propelled backward, landing with a sickening thud, devoid of life. Any non-synthetic entities that dared to reveal themselves were met with ruthless annihilation. Some were rendered asunder by luminous blades, their dismembered limbs strewn across the ground. Others were pulverized by leaden spheres, their faces unrecognizable, fists embedded deep within their chests, coughing up blood until their demise. Countless unfortunate souls succumbed to the fusillade of fully armed synthetic soldiers, riddled with bullets. The lifeless cadavers were swiftly collected and transported to the rear for the creation of corresponding synthetic beings. This sanguinary massacre proceeded with remarkable ease, as Wu Yangming had preemptively utilized his authority as branch leader to sever all surveillance, network, and electronic devices within the facility, ensuring the secrecy of the events. Nevertheless, a contingent of courageous and dauntless rebels emerged, some evading attacks with their agility, others resisting with unwavering resolve. However, against such formidable adversaries and overwhelming firepower, these acts of defiance proved futile, leaving them to meet their end in pools of blood. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao, with a palpable sense of urgency, led a small band of survivors through the labyrinthine corridors of the dimly lit facility. They maneuvered around Wu Yangming's forces, desperately seeking an escape route from the subterranean sanctuary that had once offered them solace, but now resembled a hellish abyss. How infuriating! What on earth is happening? Why have the branch leaders turned against us with such ferocity? We have clearly surrendered, Yang Xiao bellowed, his voice reverberating through the narrow corridor, laden with profound confusion and despair. Chapter 70, The Massacre. Yang Xiao's mind raced, yet he found himself unable to untangle the chaotic situation before him. The current predicament could not be more evident. Both branch leaders had indeed betrayed everyone. However, he was perplexed. If their orders were to annihilate all who had surrendered, why were some individuals spared? Why? Just then, one of his subordinates suddenly shouted, "Yang Xiao, look ahead." Upon hearing the call, Yang Xiao abruptly raised his head and followed the direction pointed by his subordinate. In an instant, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Lu Tao?" Yang Xiao exclaimed in shock. Not far ahead, a familiar figure was slowly approaching them. "Where in such haste are you off to, Yang Xiao?" Lu Tao inquired with a smile. Yet, behind his seemingly gentle demeanor lurked an air of hidden intent. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiao could contain his fury no longer. Pointing at Lu Tao and unleashing a torrent of invective. "You traitor, villain, scoundrel. Indeed, you have always been a despicable and shameless wretch." His eyes blazed with rage, as if he could incinerate Lu Tao to ashes. At that moment, the surrounding subordinates echoed Yang Xiao's indignation. One by one, they revealed their unique abilities. And in an instant, countless luminous orbs flickered with dazzling brilliance, hovering around them. Fiery flames soared upward, arcs of electricity crackled and leaped, producing a chilling cacophony, while energy entities resembling mayflies danced gracefully in the air. These formidable powers encircled the crowd, forming an indomitable line of defense. Clearly, facing the solitary Lu Tao, they perceived this as a rare opportunity, preparing to make a desperate gamble. However, Lu Tao remained unfazed by the unfolding situation, merely offering a slight smile before leisurely speaking. "Yang Xiao, why do you still cling to your old ways? You are always easily beguiled by superficial appearances, neglecting what truly matters." At this point, what nonsense are you still spouting? Yang Xiao retorted through clenched teeth, subconsciously tightening his grip on his weapon, poised to launch an attack. Boom! With a deafening roar, The entire refuge corridor trembled. Before Yang Xiao could fully articulate his words, an extraordinarily violent explosion erupted abruptly among their ranks. In that moment, it was as if the heavens had collapsed and the earth had split apart. A colossal fireball ascended, and the raging flames rampaged like demons, devastating everything in their vicinity. A powerful shockwave surged forth with an overwhelming force, sweeping in all directions, leaving utter destruction in its wake. Yang Xiao and his companions barely had time to react before being engulfed in this terrifying force. In an instant, cries of anguish and pleas for help intertwined, only to be swiftly engulfed by the roaring inferno and the deafening explosions. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the scene that unfolded was one of utter devastation. Countless charred corpses lay strewn haphazardly across the once pristine white passageway, a macabre mosaic of dismembered bodies. The air was thick with the acrid stench of burnt flesh and the overpowering reek of blood. Some of the bodies were so disfigured as to be unrecognizable, while others were grotesquely mangled, inspiring a visceral sense of horror. Yet, amidst this desolate tableau, through the flickering flames, a solitary figure could be discerned, standing motionless. This individual, formerly just a member of Yang Xiao's retinue, now stood there impassively, his face devoid of emotion, clutching a detonator in his hand. Yang Xiao himself lay prostrate in a pool of blood, his limbs shattered and torn asunder by the blast. Despite the grievous injuries he had sustained, his tenacious life force had yet to fully abandon him. Gazing at the figure wielding the detonator, Yang Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. With a feeble, tremulous voice, he managed to utter the question, "Why?" However, his query was met with silence. The other man merely regarded him with a frigid stare, his eyes conveying a sense of resolute ruthlessness. "Why? What aspect did you seek clarification on? Did you wish to know the impetus behind my betrayal? Or to comprehend the origins of that dreadful explosion? Or perhaps you were confounded by the defection of one of your own subordinates?" Lu Tao advanced towards him, each step deliberate, his gaze so devoid of warmth that it seemed capable of piercing the very essence of his soul. After a moment of silence, the man slowly began to speak. "Very well, since it has come to this, allow me to elucidate matters for you in one fell swoop." Lu Tao took a deep breath and continued. "Firstly, the individual you regard as your confidant has, from the very beginning, been a pawn I strategically placed beside you. As for the sudden explosion, it was caused by a remote-controlled bomb that he had concealed within the supplies of one of you." At this juncture, Lu Tao paused slightly, a barely perceptible cold smirk gracing his lips. He then resumed, his tone frigid. "Moreover, it is of utmost importance to note that I am not Lu Tao at all." Upon hearing this, Yang Xiao, already grievously wounded and smeared in blood, stared in disbelief, his eyes widening as he stammered, "WH. What? You cannot possibly be Lu Tao. How is that even conceivable?" His gaze was filled with astonishment and skepticism, as if the events unfolding before him were merely a surreal nightmare. In response to Yang Xiao's incredulity, Lu Tao let out a derisive snort, retorting disdainfully, "If you choose not to believe, that is of no consequence. Next, I shall introduce you to another individual." Before he had finished speaking, he softly clapped his hands. As the crisp sound of applause resonated, a figure gradually emerged from around the corner. Yang Xiao's eyes widened in utter disbelief, fixated on the person before him. What an astonishing sight it was. The individual standing in front of him bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, as if stepping forth from a mirror. "Humph. What a perverse sense of humor, Lu Tao." The words were forced through gritted teeth by a person resembling Yang Xiao. "Is it truly like this? Is it truly like this?" As the scene unfolded before him, Yang Xiao's emotions escalated into a tempest. The individual bearing his likeness mocked Lu Tao with the same tone and unrelenting scorn that he would typically employ. This spectacle left Yang Xiao utterly astounded, and a profound despair surged within him, engulfing him like a tidal wave. At that moment, Lu Tao gradually approached Yang Xiao, crouched down, and whispered softly in his ear, "Though I am not Lu Tao himself, I possess all of his memories, and I shall convey his final words to you." Chapter 71. The Substation. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiao's heart sank, a foreboding sense of dread enveloping him. Yet, before he could react, Lu Tao spoke again. "You, who are oblivious to your own misdeeds and unaware of the malice you harbor, are far more vile and corrupt than I am." As Lu Tao's words echoed, he slowly straightened his posture, casting a condescending gaze upon Yang Xiao. In that moment, Yang Xiao appeared as though his very soul had been extracted, sitting motionless and speechless. Time trickled by in agonizing silence, the surroundings steeped in an eerie stillness, punctuated only by Yang Zhao's increasingly faint breaths. Finally, after an interminable pause, Yang Zhao's breath ceased entirely, the light of life extinguishing from his eyes. Concurrently, the team members were executing their final critical task before evacuation, launching an assault to obliterate the city's power substation. At this moment, countless soldiers from the secure zone stand ready, some busily patrolling the interior of the power station, leaving no corner unchecked. Others patrol the perimeter, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings intently. "Hey, buddy, how's the battle over at that neighborhood faring?" inquired a soldier, standing straight yet appearing somewhat bored, as he casually swayed his rifle in hand while engaging his equally stationed companion. His comrade slightly turned his head and replied in a hushed tone, "How would I know? But judging by the sounds of gunfire, the fighting must be quite fierce." Hearing this, the first soldier furrowed his brow and murmured in confusion, "Honestly, I still can't comprehend how such formidable weapons and munitions suddenly emerged from that small residential area. They even have helicopters. It's truly astonishing. Indeed, it seems as though they appeared out of thin air. I suspect it might be a secret military base of the authorities," one soldier remarked, his face filled with skepticism. Another soldier shook his head in disagreement, saying, "If that were the case, it would be fortunate, but from what I see, they don't seem inclined to provide us with any aid. I believe these fellows are likely mercenaries retained by some prominent families," he added. The first soldier shrugged his shoulders and replied resignedly, "Whatever the case, it doesn't concern us. By the way, when will the replacements arrive?" Having uttered those words, he turned his gaze towards his comrade, posing a question. After a brief moment of contemplation, the comrade responded, "It should be imminent, by the end of this week. They ought to arrive." Abruptly, amidst their fervent exchange, a cataclysmic explosion reverberated with deafening intensity, akin to a thunderclap erupting from placid earth, resonating throughout the firmament. Subsequently, a violent tremor convulsed the ground, as if the very earth were quaking, causing the once impregnable edifice to sway precariously. "Are you all unharmed?" What transpired? A soldier, who had been toppled by the sudden jolt, managed to regain his footing with considerable effort, before bellowing the question with a strained voice. In that instant, all the soldiers within the power station's safety perimeter scattered in utter disarray, fleeing outwards in a frenzied panic. "Ha ha ha! Humanity is akin to refuse." Accompanied by the deafening roar, for white, armed helicopters, emblazoned with hexagonal insignia bearing the profile of an infant, hovered ominously in the air like formidable behemoths. The engine's roar was akin to a guttural cry emanating from the abyss of hell, inspiring dread. Through the cockpit glass, the pilots could be discerned, consumed by maniacal laughter, their visages contorted into grotesque masks of elation and malice. These individuals appeared to have succumbed to utter derangement, their sole purpose being to unleash the pent-up fury and despair that had long festered within. Without hesitation, one of the aviators depressed the launch button. Instantly, a barrage of missiles, housed within the aircraft, hurtled forth like a torrential downpour, heading directly towards the substation below. Subsequently, the airborne heavy machine guns commenced a frenzied fusillade, with dense bullets enshrouding the entire substation like a deadly mesh. Flames erupted skyward, explosions reverberated incessantly, and thick smoke billowed into the heavens. Amidst the pandemonium, a crew member exclaimed anxiously, "Cease this frolicking. Obliterate this place promptly and evacuate to the transport aircraft at the airfield for rendezvous. What if unforeseen circumstances arise?" His voice quivered, laden with fear and trepidation. Indeed, these 4 helicopters were now their last remaining gambit. Due to the ambush of Wu Yangming, the other helicopters had already fallen into enemy hands. Had these few not been fortuitously parked in a more remote location, they would likely have suffered the same fate. The operation had been devastating for them. Upon their return, the crew members would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. However, in response to his companion's admonition, the pilot who was wantonly firing retorted nonchalantly, "What is there to fear? What is there to be afraid of at this point? The attacking forces are nearly here to converge. I refuse to believe that they can't even handle the pursuers. Let's revel in this pandemonium while we can." With that, he intensified the firepower, continuing the relentless bombardment of the substation. A pristine white armed helicopter, sleek in design and exuding a modern aesthetic, hovered in the sky like a colossal steel eagle, Prominently emblazoned on the side of its fuselage was a striking hexagonal emblem, at the center of which was a lifelike profile of an infant. Nearby, a group of soldiers from the safe zone, having escaped from the substation, gazed up in a mixture of terror and bewilderment at this sudden apparition, utterly perplexed by the identity of this mysterious aircraft. Suddenly, someone let out a cry of alarm. They are the ones who attacked that neighborhood. Why are they coming after us? This exclamation sparked a ripple of panic among the others, who echoed in dismay. We have no grievances with them. Why is this happening? A chorus of desperate questions arose, as these were merely ordinary soldiers, who just weeks earlier might have been unremarkable civilians. They remained blissfully unaware of the sinister machinations of the hidden puppet master, the Apocalypto Pharmaceutical Company, and could not fathom why they were unjustly ensnared in this catastrophic disaster. Yet, regardless of their ignorance of the underlying motives, the consequences were irrevocable. Chapter 72, The Shadow of Steel. In an instant, the white-armed helicopter unleashed a torrent of blinding fire, cascading down like a torrential rain. The overwhelming firepower was terrifying. The substation was engulfed by the relentless onslaught, accompanied by deafening explosions, plunging the entire area into a sea of flames. Thick plumes of smoke billowed into the sky as fierce fires raged, mercilessly ravaging every inch of land. The substation and the soldiers trapped within were engulfed in a cataclysmic implosion, reduced to ashes in an instant. A mere handful of fortunate souls managed to escape the inferno, standing at a distance, disheveled and aghast, their eyes wide with terror and resentment as they fixed their gaze upon the white helicopter in the sky. Bitterness and bewilderment consumed them, unable to fathom why their comrades had become innocent sacrifices. Oh, daring to glare at us, are they? Truly ignorant of their impending doom. As luck would have it, we still have 100 rounds of ammunition to spare. Accompanied by a sinister chuckle, the armed helicopter, akin to a ferocious beast, swiftly pivoted and meticulously adjusted its trajectory, aiming its dark gun barrels directly at the pitiful survivors on the ground. Witnessing the menacing airborne machine gun targeting them, the remaining soldiers in the safe zone succumbed to despair. As if their spines had been extracted, they relinquished all resistance, involuntarily closing their eyes, their faces ashen, and collapsing onto the cold, unyielding ground. Just as everyone believed the end was nigh, boom! A deafening, earth-shattering explosion erupted, as if the very world trembled. Yet, astonishingly, despite the cataclysmic blast, the survivors did not experience the anticipated embrace of death. After a considerable interval, they cautiously opened their eyes, filled with confusion and dread as they surveyed their surroundings. Upon closer inspection, the once formidable armed helicopter, which had unleashed a torrent of fire upon them, now bore a neatly defined gash from which fierce flames erupted, resembling a meteor of fire descending from the heavens. It had lost all control in midair, swaying and spinning chaotically like a drunken man, ultimately plummeting straight down amidst a billowing cloud of smoke and flames, crashing into a distant ruin and kicking up a storm of dust and debris. The remaining 3 armed helicopters, witnessing this drastic turn of events, were struck with terror and hurriedly attempted to maneuver away from the perilous sight. Yet, just as they began to turn, 3 colossal blue beams of light streaked across the sky, evoking a sense of foreboding. These beams, as if punishment from above, swiftly pierced through the unfortunate helicopters. At that moment, a deep, resonant sound suddenly echoed through the air. Boom! 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 This noise resembled the heavy footsteps of an enormous beast, each step reverberating through the earth. Instinctively, people turned their gaze towards the source of the sound, peering through the gaps between towering skyscrapers. Gradually, an unimaginably colossal silhouette of steel began to emerge before their eyes. This metallic giant, exuding steam, resembled a moving fortress. Its head, still emitting a faint blue glow, slowly rotated as if surveying its surroundings. Finally, having confirmed there were no other targets, it turned away and resolutely continued its march in a predetermined direction, gradually vanishing from sight. What was that? Someone in the crowd gasped in astonishment, drawing the attention of all towards the iron giant as it slowly moved away. Was that a robot? Others murmured in confusion, their voices laced with uncertainty and curiosity. The eyes of the few remaining survivors reflected a sense of relief from near death, gratitude for vengeance fulfilled, and even reverence for the colossal entity. At this very moment, beside an abandoned airport runway, overgrown with weeds and long deserted. A group of individuals clad in uniforms emblazoned with the Dawn Pharmaceutical logo anxiously awaited beside 3 enormous white-painted transport aircraft. These individuals are none other than the remnants of the Dawn Pharmaceutical forces that launched an assault on Wu Yangming's settlement. Now, they are preparing to evacuate this perilous and treacherous locale. 3 transport aircraft stand like colossal behemoths, quietly positioned on the ground, their immense frames distinctly illuminated by the golden hues of the setting sun. Each aircraft is adorned with a pristine layer of white paint. Why haven't they returned yet? A man, his face etched with anxiety, exclaimed loudly. He paced back and forth restlessly, his gaze frequently drifting toward the horizon, as if yearning for his comrades to reappear in his line of sight. The overall commander of this operation had been eliminated by Wu Yangming in a decisive strike involving a small nuclear device, necessitating the hasty appointment of a new leader. The troops tasked with assaulting the military district have already regrouped. Now, they await the return of those assigned to attack the substation. Once they arrive, a coordinated retreat can commence. After all, there are 4 armed helicopters, along with 4 teams of crew members, and they have already sustained considerable losses. Further casualties are unacceptable. I am at a loss as well. Just a moment ago, everything was fine, and then suddenly, we lost contact, replied a slender man, shaking his head in resignation. At that moment, a liaison rushed over to report the current situation. We still cannot establish communication with them. It seems as though the signal has been completely severed. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man, chosen as the temporary commander, furrowed his brow tightly, a wave of profound unease surging within him. Could it be that they have encountered some unforeseen calamity? As this thought crossed his mind, his expression grew increasingly grim. Chapter 73, The Great Showdown. No longer can we remain idle. Time is of the essence. We must evacuate this place at once. After a brief, yet intense deliberation, the acting leader decisively issued the retreat order. They were well aware of the organization's supply point, and it would not be long before they could return to headquarters on their own. Now, promptly notify the convoy to prepare for departure. At his command, the previously chaotic crowd sprang into action, hastily making their way to their respective vehicles. The roar of engines reverberated through the air, plunging the scene into an atmosphere of urgency and tension. Suddenly, 3 deafening explosions erupted. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook violently, as if the very fabric of the world was tearing apart. 3 nuclear warheads detonated in succession, unleashing colossal mushroom clouds that soared into the sky, obscuring the sun and rendering the spectacle awe-inspiring. However, astonishingly, the shockwaves and radiation from these cataclysmic blasts narrowly missed the 3 transport aircraft, brushing past them by mere inches. Yet, at that moment, the personnel of Dawn Pharmaceuticals were far too preoccupied to consider such details. For before their eyes loomed a terrifying entity capable of instilling dread in anyone's heart. It was a colossal titan of steel, towering like a skyscraper, each of its steps sending tremors through the ground, as if the earth itself quivered in its presence. This behemoth was forged from indestructible metal, glinting with a cold, menacing light, resembling a colossal harbinger of death from the depths of hell, inexorably advancing towards them. How is this even possible? What a ludicrous jest! How could such a horrifying creature exist in this world? A terrified scream pierced the air, distorted by sheer dread. Everyone, remain calm. Such a colossal form must surely lack durability. The commanding officer bellowed hoarsely, striving to maintain morale and orchestrate a counterattack. Although Wu Yangming had his own plans, intending to allow these individuals to escape so that his carefully placed spies could infiltrate the headquarters seamlessly, he was not prepared to let them return unscathed so easily. Wu Yangming felt that allowing them to leave without a struggle would appear overly abrupt and unnatural. Thus, without hesitation, he activated the Freedom Titan, intending to unleash its fury upon the retreating group from Apocalypse Pharmaceuticals. As the mechanical roars and steam hisses filled the air, the Freedom Titan advanced towards the withdrawing personnel. Look at those exposed conduits, the conspicuous ammunition magazines on its back, and the unprotected joints and hydraulic systems. Such blatant disdain for us. A member of Apocalypse Pharmaceuticals smirked coldly, addressing his companion, his eyes glinting with scorn and derision. No matter how massive this flawed robot appeared, it could never rival them. In an instant, the ability user lifted his left foot and, summoning all his strength, brought it down with tremendous force. In an instant, accompanied by a deafening roar. Several concrete blocks, each as large as a cubic meter, seemed to spring to life, soaring into the air around him. In swift motion, he gestured forward with both hands, and those concrete masses surged forth like a battalion of well-drilled soldiers, charging towards the Freedom Titan. The sound of muffled thuds echoed as the enormous stones struck with breathtaking speed and precision against the exposed joints and pipes of the Freedom Titan's hands and head. For a moment, the shattered concrete fragments scattered like snowflakes in a tempest, creating a spectacle of grandeur. However, to the astonishment of all, that seemingly formidable assault inflicted not a scratch on the Freedom Titan. It stood resolutely, like an impregnable mountain, unwavering and immovable. What? Witnessing this scene, the ability user involuntarily gasped, his voice laced with disbelief and profound terror. His eyes widened, fixated on the colossal figure before him, as his expression twisted in horror, fear creeping steadily into his heart. It is worth noting that although he was merely a secondary logistics personnel, he was nevertheless a trained ability user from an organized system. In comparison to the untrained savages recruited from outside, he may have been somewhat lacking in prowess. Yet, even so, with his previous strength, an attack as powerful as the one just unleashed would have been capable of reducing a sturdy tank to mere scraps of metal. Moreover, she deliberately targeted the relatively vulnerable joints and crucial conduits of the Freedom Titan, intending to inflict significant damage. Just as he stood there, rendered speechless by astonishment, a powerful gust of wind suddenly swept in. A female ability user emerged within the tempest, darting towards the Freedom Titan like an arrow released from a bow. In her grasp, she firmly held a rocket launcher. Although the origin of this enigmatic device was shrouded in mystery, she believed that if she seized the moment to strike at the unguarded nuclear backpack, it would surely obliterate him with the deadly weapon he bore. This female ability user was originally part of the offensive military unit, now reduced to a remnant of soldiers. Indeed, they had suffered a crushing defeat. Although their adversaries had also paid a steep price, her side was left with scant numbers. Including herself, merely a handful remained, armed with limited heavy artillery. Her eyes sparkled with confidence, and a subtle smile curved her lips, reflecting her determination to prevail. After enduring a series of disastrous defeats, she was eager to unleash her pent-up frustrations upon the iron behemoth before her. With a grace akin to a specter, she maneuvered swiftly around the imposing figure of the Freedom Titan, resembling a hawk circling in the sky, ever on the lookout for the perfect opportunity to strike. At last, after a patient wait, she successfully locked onto the nuclear payload nestled on the Titan's back. Without hesitation, she decisively squeezed the trigger of her weapon. A rocket, enveloped in a blazing tail of flames, soared forth with a thunderous momentum, striking fiercely against the indestructible back of the Freedom Titan. Chapter 74, Secret Weapon. A deafening explosion erupted, as if to tear the very fabric of the world apart. Billowing smoke intertwined with surging flames, creating a terrifying shroud that entirely engulfed the towering figure of the Freedom Titan. It hit. The female ability user exclaimed with exhilaration, her heart brimming with the anticipation of victory. However, this elation was abruptly extinguished when the flames and smoke gradually dissipated. What lay before her was the unscathed, steadfast Freedom Titan. How can this be? Impossible. Gazing at the imposing figure of the Freedom Titan, reminiscent of a god of war, the female ability user's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression contorted in shock, and a desperate cry escaped her lips as she stood there, astonished. The colossal iron hand of the Freedom Titan, symbolizing destruction and terror, loomed before her like a mountain descending from the heavens, firmly blocking her path. The female ability user scarcely had time to react before she collided with that cold, hard, glimmering metal hand at an astonishing speed. Accompanied by a chilling cacophony of splintering bones, every osseous structure within her frame succumbed to a comminuted fracture, rendering her as pliant and helpless as a kite severed from its mooring line. Yet, this cataclysm merely heralded the commencement of a harrowing ordeal. Before she could rally from the throes of excruciating agony, the once splayed quintet of iron digits, each as robust as a pillar, abruptly coalesced with the rapacity of a predator's fangs, tenaciously clasping her already ravaged form. The pain is unbearable. No, wait. Please desist. The woman emitted a harrowing lament, her rationality eroded by despair, as she futilely entreated the uncommunicative automaton for mercy. Such supplications, as expected, were incapable of stirring any semblance of compassion within the implacable core of the Liberator. Conversely, it unhesitatingly activated the formidable hydraulic apparatus embedded within its palmar region. With the resonating din of mechanical actuation, the gargantuan hand commenced a gradual constriction, exerting relentless pressure. In the ephemeral blink of an eye, this once redoubtable female adept was inexorably transmuted into an amorphous mass of sanguinary detritus amidst the throes of excruciating pain and abject terror. Subsequently, the Liberator, with the nonchalance of discarding a valueless piece of refuse, casually flung the pulpy amalgamation at its feet. Witnessing this sanguinary and merciless spectacle, the remaining adepts were rendered speechless, their hearts brimming with unbridled rage and profound grief. Never could they have conceived that their comrade, with whom they had stood shoulder to shoulder in battle, a compatriot as dear as kin, could meet such a facile and gruesome demise at the hands of this diabolical Liberator. Execrable, this fiend has dared to slay our comrade. Let us unite and avenge our fallen brethren. It is uncertain who first let out a furious roar, shattering the brief silence. Subsequently, the remaining abilities users erupted in rage, unleashing their unique skills in a frenzied assault against the Freedom Titan. Regrettably, the strength displayed by these individuals seemed feeble in comparison to the combatants that had attacked the stronghold. Now, confronted by a foe more terrifying than 1,000 soldiers clad in power armor, their meager powers appeared utterly futile, akin to a mantis attempting to halt a chariot, foolhardy and misguided. This scene, ostensibly filled with intensity yet fundamentally a futile endeavor, was laughably absurd. However, even with the foreknowledge of their inevitable defeat, these brave and unyielding individuals continued to press on, sacrificing their lives to defend the dignity and honor that belonged to them. Fiery tongues of flame roared like dragons, blinding arcs of electricity sliced through the air like lightning, and massive square stones, forcibly pried from the ground, flew forth like cannonballs with tremendous force towards the Freedom Titan. Yet, disappointingly, these seemingly formidable attacks proved to be no more than a futile tickle against the Titan, inflicting not the slightest damage. This exemplifies the indomitable essence of an invulnerable unit, whose unbreakable form and formidable defenses render any conventional weapon's offense utterly ineffective. The temporary commander, stationed at the rear command post, could only watch in despair as his soldiers exerted their utmost efforts, employing every extraordinary trick at their disposal, yet still failing to shake the Freedom Titan in the slightest. He clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging, his heart brimming with helplessness and fury. At last, after a fierce internal struggle, he seemed to have made a difficult decision. With the situation having escalated to this point, there was no alternative but to proceed. Gritting his teeth, he spoke with a somber expression. He then turned to the nearby young logistics personnel, who trembled in fear, their fighting spirit extinguished, and bellowed, "Listen carefully. You lot, release those 3 entities immediately." Upon hearing the command, one of the logistics personnel, quivering, inquired, really, must we release them, sir? Once unleashed, those 3 will be uncontrollable." Another logistics member echoed, "Indeed, sir. The original plan was to deploy them remotely during our retreat. If we release them now, we might become their targets ourselves." The young logistics personnel gazed at the unfolding scene, terror etched on their faces, involuntarily emitting cries of despair as if the apocalypse had arrived. At this critical juncture, what other options do you think we have? I am the highest commander here now, and all must adhere to my orders. The temporary commander glared fiercely, his voice booming as he shouted to the crowd. His words resonated like thunder, cutting through the tense atmosphere with remarkable clarity. Upon receiving the command, the assembled personnel responded in unison, "Yes." Despite being engulfed in fear and unease, the logistics personnel, acutely aware of their lack of options in the face of their superior's stern demeanor, trudged heavily towards the terminal situated within one of the transport aircraft. They began to fumble with the controls in a frantic manner, as their fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard. A series of intricate data and commands were incessantly fed into the system. Meanwhile, within the airport, what was once a waiting area had been rendered unrecognizable. The tables, chairs, various barriers, and security equipment that had previously occupied the space were now entirely cleared away by the personnel of Apocalypse Pharmaceuticals. In the vast emptiness of the area, the only prominent feature was the 3 enormous black boxes positioned centrally on the barren floor. At that moment, A thunderous sound of machinery filled the air as the colossal black boxes began to slowly unveil their compartments. As the doors creaked open, an unsettling aura seeped out, chilling to the bone. The interiors of the boxes were shrouded in darkness, resembling bottomless abysses. Yet, amidst this obscurity, 3 pairs of blood-red eyes flickered with an eerie luminescence, akin to the glimmer of fireflies. However, the faint illumination betrayed an insatiable thirst for blood and a semblance of maddened frenzy. A deafening roar erupted, reverberating through the skies like a wrathful bellow emanating from the depths of the inferno. The convergence of these 3 roars engendered a formidable sonic deluge, reverberating profoundly within the hearts of all who heard it. The sound, akin to that of a bestial denizen of the netherworld, was replete with unbridled fury and ferocity, evoking images of colossal, tusked monstrosities. The mere auditory perception of these 3 roars was sufficient to render ordinary individuals prostrate with terror, bereft of any capacity for resistance. At that juncture, as if incited by the aforementioned auditory provocation, the Liberty Prime abruptly pivoted its massive form, exuding an aura of suffocating oppression, its metallic carapace gleaming with an icy luminescence. A dazzling azure laser beam erupted from its ocular sensors, cleaving the firmament like a bolt of lightning. Concurrently, it launched 3 nuclear warheads with astonishing velocity, directing them toward the airport's core with cataclysmic force. In a fleeting instant, an earth-shattering detonation resounded, and infernal flames ascended skyward, engulfing the entirety of the airfield in a conflagrant sea. Structures succumbed to the overwhelming concussive force, instantaneously devolving into heaps of rubble. A miasma of smoke and dust obscured the heavens, rendering the once magnificent airport unrecognizable. This unforeseen spectacle left the temporary commander on site utterly dumbfounded. His orbs dilated, and his jaw slackened in disbelief at the unfolding events. As the one in command, a profound sense of helplessness surged within him. The logistical personnel standing nearby were gripped by unmitigated horror, their countenances ashen and their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Yet, amidst the extreme trepidation, some surreptitiously breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps it was the absence of having to confront those 3 colossal beasts that imbued them with a sense of liberation in the wake of this sudden calamity. The disaster struck so abruptly that, after a brief moment of shock, they found themselves relieved. At least, they no longer had to face that terrifying adversary. With a thunderous roar, the entire scene was enveloped in an eerie silence. Initially, everyone believed that the 3 highly anticipated secret weapons had perished. Yet, to their astonishment, one had miraculously survived. From the rubble, a formidable force suddenly lifted the debris, revealing a shadowy, gargantuan creature that slowly rose to its full height. It appeared as if a demon had emerged from the depths of darkness, exuding an aura that instilled fear. Upon closer inspection, the obsidian giant bore numerous wounds. With one arm severed at the shoulder, blood cascading down its form. Nevertheless, despite such grievous injuries, it resolutely stood amidst the ruins. Its towering figure of 5 meters resembling an unyielding mountain, offering unparalleled solace and awe to every individual from apocalyptic pharmaceuticals present. Just as the spectators remained entranced in their astonishment, the Dark Titan suddenly surged forward with an unimaginable velocity. Its speed was akin to that of a high-speed train, whipping up a tempestuous gale. In the blink of an eye, it dashed toward the Freedom Titan, unhesitatingly embracing its legs. With a cataclysmic crash, the black giant collided forcefully with the left leg of the Freedom Titan. In an instant, the earth trembled and dust swirled. Yet, despite the black giant exerting all its might, it could not advance the mighty Free Titan even the slightest bit. Witnessing this scene, the hearts of all present leapt to their throats, their breaths nearly suspended in sheer tension. Time seemed to stand still, each second stretching into eternity. 1 second, 2 seconds passed, and suddenly, the colossal Free Titan began to shift, its robust legs slowly moving under the strain of the black giant. Although the movement was minuscule, the formidable soles of its feet lifted slightly off the ground. Oh! A wave of gasps erupted from the crowd, their astonishment rising like tumultuous ocean waves, each crest higher than the last. Oh my! Others began to shout with fervor, their voices brimming with excitement and anticipation. Do not falter. More voices joined the chorus of encouragement, their throats raw from the effort. as if they wished to transmit every ounce of their strength to the valiant warriors battling before them. Strike that obstinate iron block. The roars reverberated through the heavens, deafening in their intensity. This seemingly insignificant achievement ignited a fierce blaze of determination deep within the hearts of the apocalyptic pharmaceuticals personnel. Once weary and tense, their eyes now sparkled with fervent light, fists clenched tightly as they resolutely intensified their firepower. In that moment, a deluge of lightning, flames. The warriors seemed to have forgotten all fears and difficulties, wholeheartedly immersing themselves in the fierce battle. Their abilities were awakened to an unprecedented extent, unleashing a formidable power that had never before been displayed. However, fate has a penchant for cruel twists. Just as victory appeared within reach, the Free Titan suddenly extended a colossal hand, forged of steel, and with astonishing swiftness, seized the head of the black giant, lifting it effortlessly. The entire scene was plunged into an eerie silence, as the joy that had just illuminated the faces of the onlookers vanished without a trace. Chapter 76, Hope. The giant, suddenly hoisted into the air, descended into chaos, its eyes wide with rage and fear etched onto its grotesque visage. It flailed its arms wildly, clawing at the frigid iron hand that gripped its head, desperately seeking to escape the suffocating confinement. Yet, in the face of such fierce resistance, the Free Titan merely tightened its grip slightly. With a resounding thud, the black giant, which had been thrashing in desperation, instantly became rigid, its body slackening as if life had departed, falling limp and motionless. Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding crowd was left in stunned disbelief. Someone murmured in despair, "How could this happen?" Their voice laden with incredulity and hopelessness. A deep sigh escaped from someone, lamenting, "It is over. Everything has come to an end, and hope has vanished." As these words were uttered, it seemed as though all remaining strength dissolved from the crowd, prompting them to relinquish their resistance and struggle. One by one, they stood frozen, their faces ashen. The Freedom Titan, however, remained indifferent to their reaction. Coldly, it lifted the corpse of the black giant before its gaze and activated its scanning device, meticulously examining the remains. Moments later, having seemingly determined that the body held no further utility, it casually discarded the massive and heavy form as though it were mere refuse. Subsequently, it slowly turned its head, directing its gaze toward the group that had recently unleashed a frenzied barrage upon it, now reduced to lifeless figures sprawled upon the ground, leaning haphazardly in every direction. At that moment, the makeshift commander of apocalyptic pharmaceuticals found himself engulfed in profound despair. Leaning wearily against a nearby structure, his eyes were vacant, staring blankly ahead. In his line of sight stood the colossal robot, quietly imposing. Its enormous mechanical eye flickered with a disquieting azure glow, clearly indicating the laser weapon housed within was continuously accumulating energy, poised to deliver a fatal strike at the final moment. The temporary commander understood all too well that he and his comrades would soon meet their demise. Yet, despite confronting such dire circumstances, he felt no trace of regret within his heart as the acting commander. After all, at least in the final moments of life, he finally realized his long-cherished desire to become a true commander. Furthermore, once the news of his demise reached the organization, he would, according to protocol, be entitled to the honor of a double promotion. For someone who had been an orphan since childhood, such an ending seemed remarkably perfect. His life, at this juncture, harbored no further regrets. Contemplating this, the temporary commander found his heart gradually calming. He slowly straightened his body from the iron frame, closed his eyes tightly, and spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the impending death with the most open-hearted demeanor. In an instant, a dazzling blue laser was unleashed, its brilliance so intense it appeared capable of incinerating everything in its vicinity. With his eyes shut, the temporary commander, heightened in his sense of smell, could distinctly detect the acrid scent of air scorched by the searing heat. However, as seconds ticked by, the death he had anticipated did not come. Filled with confusion and dread, he involuntarily opened his tightly shut eyes. In that fleeting moment, an astonishing sight unfolded before him. Countless translucent lenses, formed of concentrated light, layered upon each other like shields, closely aligned along the path of the laser beam. These lenses glimmered like gossamer-thin crystals, radiating a mysterious and resplendent glow. When the powerful blue laser struck these lenses, they ingeniously refracted it, dispersing it into myriad minute rays that swiftly darted in all directions, away from any inconsequential targets. In this breathtaking moment, several lenses, unable to withstand the intense scorching of the laser, were instantaneously vaporized, leaving no trace behind. Yet, concurrently, a myriad of fragments of light surged forth, swiftly filling the void and tenaciously resisting the onslaught of the laser. At that very instant, a middle-aged man clad in a pristine, specialized uniform appeared before the temporary commander. His gaze was profound and piercing, exuding an air of seasoned composure and resolute strength. The temporary commander, upon recognizing him, gasped in astonishment, You are indeed the branch chief of Fuhua City." Before he could fully recover from his shock, another figure darted forward like a bolt of lightning, moving with such astonishing speed that it left them momentarily speechless. The once seemingly indomitable and formidable giant figure, in that instant, appeared to be struck by a violent storm, staggering backward as if overwhelmed by an unexpected force, taking a substantial step back involuntarily. Accompanying this heart-stopping scene was a thunderous roar that reverberated across the entire airport, akin to rolling thunder, penetrating the ears of every member of the pharmaceutical team, causing their eardrums to resonate. That was the deputy branch chief of Fuhua City. I cannot be mistaken. He personally came to the command room earlier seeking our assistance. A gasp of disbelief erupted from the crowd, igniting a wave of astonishment. At this very moment, an expression of disbelief adorned the faces of all those present. No one had anticipated that such a seemingly inconsequential branch leader could possess such extraordinary power. How splendid! At long last, we have welcomed the beacon of hope that promises to save us all. Almost simultaneously, an overwhelming sentiment of anticipation and joy surged within each individual's heart. Prepare for retreat. Quickly notify the remaining personnel to gather swiftly into the transport aircraft. The branch leader bellowed sternly at the temporary commander, who remained momentarily dazed, staring intently at him. Upon hearing the branch leader's command, the commander, who had just been in a state of bewilderment, finally snapped back to reality. He gazed in the direction indicated by the branch leader and beheld approximately 100 individuals surging like a tide from another corner of the airport. Undoubtedly, these individuals belonged to the ranks of this very branch. However, a flicker of doubt crept into the commander's mind. Why did it seem that their numbers were significantly fewer than anticipated? Yet, upon further reflection, he considered that there might be some unspoken reasons behind it. Chapter 77. The mass of corpses, since it was best not to inquire about matters that should remain unasked. Lest he invite unnecessary trouble upon himself, he promptly buried this concern deep within his heart and resolutely turned his attention to the preparations for retreat. Before long, everyone had gathered into two of the transport aircraft. Engines roared to life, and they began to move towards the runway, gradually accelerating. One remaining craft malfunctioned during the recent explosion, rendering it inoperable and necessitating its abandonment. The temporary commander reported the situation to the branch chief via headset. "Well, it is unavoidable. I shall address it upon our return to headquarters," the branch chief responded. Indeed, despite the lack of a hierarchical relationship, the temporary commander felt an inclination to act under the leadership of the branch chief of Fuhua City. "Have you all evacuated? If so, we shall follow suit." As personnel began to disperse, the branch chief exchanged a glance with the deputy branch chief, nodded, and then leapt into the air, forming a vessel of light. They alighted upon it and swiftly ascended in the direction of the transport planes. As the saying goes, one must fully commit to the performance. The Free Titan would not easily allow these two transport planes to depart unscathed. Its immense head slowly turned toward the departing aircraft, its eyes gleaming with a chilling light, clearly resolved to bring them down. Yet, just at that critical moment, a multitude of zombies surged into the airport like a frenzied tide. They came in dense, overlapping waves, a scene reminiscent of a devastating tsunami that swiftly engulfed the Free Titan. Although these smaller zombies were individually weak and posed little threat to the Free Titan, which could effortlessly crush several with a mere stamp of its foot, the sheer volume of their numbers was overwhelming. However, the staggering number of zombies was truly overwhelming. Even with the formidable strength of the Free Titan, it found itself momentarily at a loss against the relentless tide of corpses, necessitating a halt in its pursuit. At that moment, the Free Titan resembled a creature besieged by a swarm of bothersome flies. Although it could utilize its powerful laser weaponry to eliminate the zombies clambering upon it, the sheer volume and agility of the undead akin to cockroaches, made it no easy task to completely rid itself of them. Inside the transport aircraft, which had retracted its landing gear and was gradually accelerating for takeoff, the temporary commander gazed in astonishment through the porthole at the shocking scene outside, unable to suppress an exclamation of wonder. "This is the capability of my subordinate, Yang Xiao," the deputy branch chief explained, having sensed the commander's confusion. "You have such a powerful ability user in your branch, and yet you still require our assistance." The temporary commander was even more astounded by this revelation. The deputy branch chief elaborated, his abilities were not initially strong. They merely experienced a breakthrough due to significant stimulus. However, even such a development can serve to buy us some time. Upon concluding his remarks, the deputy branch chief naturally displayed a hint of despondency. Upon hearing this, the temporary commander recalled the mere 100 survivors from earlier and began to speculate. It was likely that this Yang Xiao, the ability user, had encountered an ambush on the road, witnessing the deaths of friends and family before his eyes. And it was in this profound sorrow and rage that he had experienced his breakthrough. The temporary commander felt confident that his assumptions were close to the truth. As often depicted in novels and television dramas, he rose and patted the shoulder of his companion, stating, "Now it is all over. One day we shall return for vengeance." His gaze revealed a resolute determination. However, the reality was far more complex. Yang Zhao's formidable abilities were, in fact, a result of the enhancement operations conducted by Wu Yangming. To elevate the prowess of this master of zombie control to such extraordinary heights, Wu Yangming had expended a considerable amount of precious resources. After all, Dawn Pharmaceuticals specialized in biotechnical advancements, and Yang Zhao's unparalleled skills in zombie manipulation undoubtedly held immense potential in this domain. At last, when the two transport aircraft successfully departed from this world, the Free Titan and the zombies clinging to it gradually ceased their movements. The entire scene fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the gentle rustling of the breeze through the ruins. In that moment, the Free Titan resembled an actor who had just completed a captivating performance, standing quietly at the center of the stage. Observing the situation closely through an advanced drone monitoring system, Wu Yangming wore a satisfied smile. Everything unfolding before him had materialized as he had envisioned, filling him with a profound sense of accomplishment. He was now prepared to address other minor issues within the city. Despite having successfully struck a decisive blow against one of Dawn Pharmaceuticals' branches, this was merely the beginning. There remained the main branch and other branches located in different countries. Given that he has now laid bare both himself and his affiliated forces before the enemy, it signifies that he must hasten his pace and swiftly embark on the path of development. At the forefront of this endeavor is the very city beneath his feet. Wu Yangming resolved to initiate a comprehensive transformation, molding this city into an industrial metropolis entirely driven by assembly lines and mechanization. In his vision, all labor positions would be supplanted by efficient, precise, and tireless robots. The automated production lines within the game would operate on pure electric power, remaining impervious to damage as long as they are not physically harmed. The refuse collected throughout the city would be fed directly into machines for automatic decomposition into raw materials, while any surplus could be recycled without generating any harmful emissions, thereby ensuring both environmental sustainability and energy efficiency. Coupled with the game's formidable, inexhaustible power generator, which provides a continuous supply of energy to the entire city, his fleet of robots would consistently maintain robust output, possessing boundless manpower to tackle various challenges. This city would become Wu Yangming's impregnable stronghold. Having temporarily addressed one branch of Dawn Pharmaceuticals, his next ambition was to unify all other factions within the city's confines. Presently, he aimed to resolve the issue of the safe zone. Recalling the unpleasant encounters from his last visit, where that group sought to usurp his military authority, Wu Yangming would no longer entertain any notion of concession. He resolved to assert direct control over this territory through formidable military force. After all, it is undoubtedly destined that he, commanding a well-trained and disciplined regular army, should take control of the entire city, a most reasonable occurrence. Chapter 78, Urban Development. Surrounding the city, numerous smaller villages and towns are scattered across the suburban areas. Wu Yangming had long made meticulous preparations for these locales. He deployed a substantial number of helicopters and an array of armored units, swiftly converging on various target locations to initiate containment, suppression, and cleanup operations. The disparity in equipment between the two sides was immense, rendering the challenges posed by zombies and bandits, who had taken to the hills, trivial. It was anticipated that these tasks would soon be accomplished with ease. Within the city, aside from the safe zones, a few relatively smaller groups of survivors remained. For instance, atop the television tower, a group of journalists and television staff had fortuitously survived and sought refuge there. Regardless of their circumstances, the significance of the television tower was paramount. It stood as the tallest structure in the city and occupied a central position. With some modifications, it could serve as an information relay station and become the headquarters for Wu Yongming's command operations. Thus, the mission commenced. Time hastened by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. During this period, Wu Yongming received a succession of joyous tidings and accolades. Several towns and villages previously located on the outskirts of the city had fallen under his control. The crucial highway intersections and the service stations along the routes had been established as temporary outposts. Moreover, even the various factions within the city, which had previously acted independently, now exhibited a remarkable sense of propriety. They willingly chose to align themselves with the formidable camp led by Wu Yongming. At present, everyone unreservedly accepted the governance of Wu Yongming and his subordinates, willingly submitting to their unified command and jurisdiction. Even the military district located in the southern suburbs unexpectedly reached an accord with Wu Yongming. This military district had already expended considerable manpower, resources, and various precious assets in its prolonged struggle against Dawn Pharmaceuticals. When the envoy dispatched by Wu Yongming arrived for negotiations, he candidly expressed that he regarded Tianqi Pharmaceuticals as an adversary and indicated his intention to integrate into the official framework in the future. In light of such forthrightness, the military district unequivocally consented. To the leadership of the military district, Wu Yongming's actions were merely a strategy to accumulate political capital and notable achievements before formally joining the system. They found no fault in this mindset, especially given the exceptional circumstances. After all, actions speak louder than intentions, and this was the common approach. At such a perilous juncture, the willingness to provide resources and military support was far preferable to the elusive private forces of the prominent families, which undoubtedly existed somewhere, but remained unseen. Furthermore, the internal casualties within the military district were grievous, and the supplies and weaponry stored in their base were nearly depleted. In such a situation, how could there be any justification for rejecting the cooperative overture from someone who might very well become a colleague in the future? Thus, before long, a colossal industrial metropolis, resembling an enormous behemoth, dramatically commenced its construction, under the tireless and boundless energy of Wu Yongming's robotic army. In harmonious collaboration with several meticulously selected key cyborgs to whom he delegated certain workshop privileges, this city was poised for a monumental transformation. The once towering edifices scattered throughout the city were systematically dismantled and subsequently deconstructed with meticulous precision. The bricks and rubble, which had borne witness to the city's rise and fall, were on the verge of being reborn in a fresh guise. The entire city resembled a grand tapestry, ingeniously divided into 4 distinct zones: the industrial zone, the agricultural zone, the residential zone, and the military zone. Among these, the military and industrial zones were closely adjacent, occupying the most expansive swathes of land. These 2 areas not only sustained the economic lifeblood of the city, but also formed a robust defensive bastion for its safety. Following closely was the agricultural zone, which provided an unceasing supply of sustenance to the city. The residential zone, by contrast, was relatively smaller. However, this did not imply that Wu Yongming was indifferent to the personal lives of the surviving inhabitants. The grim reality was that, following the cataclysm, the population of the city had dwindled significantly. Despite Wu Yongming's tireless efforts to gather survivors from every corner of the city and even from surrounding counties and villages, their total number barely reached 40 to 50,000. Such a sparse population naturally rendered the scale of the residential zone incomparable to that of the other 3 zones. He unearthed a plethora of pertinent information from the archives of government institutions, thereby discovering that the city in which he currently resided was named Fuhua. Historical data and analyses indicated that the resident population here typically stabilized between 1 and 2 million. It is crucial to note that this figure did not account for the numerous surrounding counties and the myriad villages dispersed throughout the region. Yet now, even when aggregating the populations of all these locales, a lamentably small fraction remains. With a heavy heart, Wu Yongming could not help but let out a long sigh. The restoration of the population remains a formidable challenge. If only the synthetic beings could reproduce autonomously, many of these issues would be alleviated. At this moment, seated in his spacious and brightly lit office, Wu Yangming furrowed his brow, intently scrutinizing a report meticulously compiled by a cadre of synthetic bureaucrats endowed with enhanced cognitive attributes. This document, while encompassing various routine matters, also contained numerous policies critical to the welfare of the populace. Wu Yangming had long ago augmented his intellectual capabilities to a full 50 points. Whether in terms of learning aptitude, mastery and retrieval of memory, or logical reasoning and problem-solving skills, he had experienced a remarkable enhancement compared to before. Thus, he was acutely aware of the significant importance of these policy highlights and the profound implications they entailed. Even though Wu Yangming usually maintained a rather indifferent demeanor towards strangers and lacked sensitivity to numerical data, he could not help but feel a chill ascending from his spine upon witnessing such a drastic population decline. Beads of cold sweat even formed on his forehead. The restoration of the population and the development of livelihoods are matters of utmost importance. As a leader of a powerful faction, the time had come for Wu Yangming to confront these pressing issues. Prior to this, he had meticulously compiled all relevant information regarding Tianqi Pharmaceuticals and forwarded it to the authorities through the military district. Simultaneously, he had gleaned a general understanding of the current conditions across various regions of the country from the materials provided by the government. Chapter 79. The report of the situation in major first-tier cities appeared relatively optimistic, although the population decline posed a severe challenge. The relevant departments had managed to respond in a timely and appropriate manner. Aside from the initial shock and significant impact brought about by the outbreak of the crisis, these cities retained approximately 1/3 to 1/5 of their populations. Overall, the fundamental functions of the cities remained largely intact, and order was, by and large, preserved. This was undoubtedly good news, though the actual conditions abroad remained uncertain. However, the audacity of Liming Pharmaceuticals to orchestrate such a ruthless act on a global scale undoubtedly indicated the covert support of one or more nations behind the scenes. In such circumstances, having the formidable national strength of Donghua as a backing was far preferable to relying solely on one's own organization to contend against a world-class criminal syndicate. Exhausted, he decided it was time to take a stroll and unwind. As Wu Yangming murmured to himself, he slowly rose from his seat. He stretched languidly, then deftly pushed his chair back beneath the desk. Following this, he ambled towards the office door with a somewhat weary gait. Upon reaching the entrance, he grasped the doorknob and gently turned it, allowing the door to open effortlessly. Without hesitation, he stepped out of the office. Along the way, those around him appeared to be engrossed in their own realms of work. Aside from necessary exchanges, scarcely a word was spoken. Even as Wu Yangming passed by, they remained absorbed in their tasks, none pausing to greet him or offer a salutation. The reason for this was straightforward. These synthetic beings had long received Wu Yangming's stringent directives, which prohibited any extraneous activities during work hours, save for essential reports. To him, expressions of loyalty and camaraderie, akin to those among humans, were entirely superfluous for beings of absolute allegiance. After work hours, they were free to engage as they wished, but during office hours, frivolities were strictly unwelcome. In this silence, Wu Yangming finally arrived at the elevator. He stepped inside and precisely pressed the button for the lowest level on the control panel. As a gentle hum resonated, the elevator began its smooth descent. Shortly thereafter, the doors opened with a soft sigh, and Wu Yangming stepped out into the lobby of the television tower, arriving at the ground floor. At the reception desk, where one would typically find a smiling hostess greeting visitors, two fully armed androids clad in black Marine Corps uniforms stood in their place. In the expansive and grand hall, soldiers in advanced T-60 power armor patrolled with synchronized and powerful strides. They wielded automatic laser rifles, their cold gleams emanating an ominous aura, with dark barrels that seemed poised to unleash deadly energy beams at any moment. Their eyes, sharp as a hawk's, scanned every nook and cranny with unwavering vigilance, leaving no suspicious detail overlooked. Such stringent security measures instilled an overwhelming sense of reassurance in Wu Yangming, elevating his spirits to a state of blissful contentment. As Wu Yangming stepped through the heavy front doors of the first-floor lobby, a refreshing breeze enveloped him like the gentle caress of ocean waves. He inhaled deeply, savoring the intoxicating fragrance that lingered in the air. In just over a month, The air quality in this area had transformed remarkably, free from the noxious fumes of vehicles and the emissions of factories. Breathing in the fresh air felt as though it could wash away all worries and fatigue. With this thought, a satisfied smile graced Wu Yangming's face. The production line he operated was not only efficient and energy-saving, but it also produced no harmful emissions or pollutants. This environmentally friendly approach to production not only aligned with the principles of sustainable development, but also contributed to the preservation of the surrounding ecological environment. However, just then, a cacophony of noise shattered the serene beauty of the moment. Wu Yangming turned his gaze towards the sound and beheld a group of individuals engaged in fervent debate not far away. As he approached, the content of their conversation became clearer to him. A guard, clad in uniform, confronted a woman with a serious and exasperated expression, stating, "I have reiterated countless times, Miss Martha, that this area is currently off limits. Even though you have worked here in the past, rules are rules and cannot be altered." The woman, referred to as Miss Martha, pleaded anxiously, "I implore you, just allow me to enter this once. I merely wish to meet your leader." Ever since Wu Yangming had relocated his office to this building, he had swiftly erected a formidable concrete wall using the workshop, which stood as an insurmountable barrier, isolating all irrelevant individuals from the premises. Moreover, he had meticulously assigned a cadre of well-trained subordinates to guard every entrance, ensuring the internal security remained uncompromised. At this moment, his synthetic guard was entangled with a blonde woman. "General, Miss Martha, I have emphasized repeatedly that this is a military installation, and without a pass, no one may enter. Furthermore, the general has issued explicit orders not to meet with any unauthorized personnel." The synthetic guard remained resolute, yet the blonde woman showed no signs of surrendering. "Please, it is truly important. Just let me see the general, will you? It's urgent, I beg you." The woman clasped her hands together, bending deeply in a dramatic bow reminiscent of a large shrimp, her face etched with urgency and earnestness. As Wu Yangming approached, he immediately recognized the familiar visage. Memories surged back to the moment he first traversed to this place, when he had seen this woman on a television news channel. Recalling that scene, she appeared to be in grave danger, engaged in a fierce confrontation with a terrifying zombie, yet fortuitously rescued by her assistant. Wu Yangming felt a surge of caution and discreetly activated his unique telepathic abilities. In an instant, an invisible force penetrated the mental defenses of the woman outside, allowing him to meticulously sift through every thought in her mind, seeking to ascertain whether this unexpected visitor harbored ulterior motives, or if she was yet another spy lurking in the shadows. At that moment, her thoughts were completely consumed with how to extract crucial information from the person before her, probing into the hidden truths behind the unfolding events. "We need the truth. The public is desperate to understand what is truly happening," she cried out fervently. Chapter 80, decisively. Quickly revealed to us the true culprit. Her gaze was fixed intently on the individual before her, as if attempting to pierce through his exterior to uncover the secrets concealed deep within. "Miss Martha, please remain calm. Do not act so impulsively, or you risk being apprehended and imprisoned." At that moment, the assistant who had initially rescued her hurriedly grasped the corner of her garment, persistently offering words of comfort in an attempt to dissuade her from her extreme actions. However, Martha remained completely indifferent to the assistant's entreaties, resolutely following her own path. Witnessing this scene, Wu Yangming felt a sense of helplessness. In truth, he was acutely aware of the reality surrounding this situation and had already submitted the pertinent information he possessed to the authorities. Nevertheless, the officials had expressed their reluctance to disclose any information to the survivors at present, fearing that revealing the truth could incite unpredictable and reckless reactions from those who had narrowly escaped disaster. Yet, even so, many among the survivors were not lacking in intelligence. The serious issues concerning the pharmaceuticals produced by Dawn Pharmaceutical Company had become widely acknowledged in their private conversations. Wu Yangming could still empathize with Martha's current state of mind, for she was at the epicenter of a colossal catastrophe, having lost numerous dear family members and friends, though he himself felt little of that emotional weight. However, considering the presence of a journalist, it seemed fortuitous. With this thought in mind, Wu Yangming gradually stepped forward toward the entrance. As he approached, the synthetic soldier stationed at the door immediately straightened his posture and respectfully rendered a precise military salute. "No need," Wu Yangming replied with an air of calm detachment. his composed demeanor suggesting that nothing could disturb the tranquility within him. Understood. Upon hearing Wu Yangming's response, the synthetic gatekeeper respectfully nodded, then turned and walked back to his post with a mechanical gate, diligently guarding the entrance. Meanwhile, Wu Yangming directed his gaze towards a blonde woman standing just outside the gate. He approached her slowly, each step exuding a tranquil confidence. Upon reaching a distance of only a few paces from the gate, he halted, and through the cold iron barrier, he inquired, "What would you like to know?" Wu Yangming's voice was deep and steady, devoid of any fluctuations or emotional tides, akin to a precisely functioning machine, merely conveying information. The blonde woman outside the gate, Martha, fixed her unwavering gaze upon the young man before her. The powerful aura emanating from him made Martha somewhat anxious. Yet her heart brimmed with anticipation and curiosity, coupled with the gatekeeper's evident reverence towards Wu Yangming. She was already convinced that the man before her was indeed the legendary general spoken of by many. However, when faced with this enigmatic general, Martha found herself at a loss for words. The myriad questions she had prepared were now lodged firmly in her throat, a torrent of thoughts swirling within her mind. Yet she was uncertain how to articulate them. Her beautiful blue eyes initially glanced timidly at Wu Yangming before they fell helplessly to the ground, fixating on the earth beneath her feet. After a moment of silence, Martha seemed to have made a resolute decision. She lifted her head to gaze once more at Wu Yangming, clenching her teeth tightly, and shouted almost as if in a plea, I want to know everything. We all do." Wu Yangming, with an expression devoid of emotion, unhesitatingly slid the file bag through the crack of the door. The bag appeared unremarkable, yet it contained information of utmost importance, its contents identical to the report previously submitted to the authorities. Instinctively, Martha reached out to catch the file bag, her face a canvas of confusion. She stared at the bag in her hands for a moment before, as if awakening from a dream. She lifted her gaze and asked in bewilderment, What is this?" Clearly, she had yet to fully grasp the significance of the file bag. Wu Yangming raised an eyebrow and replied coolly, "The truth you have long sought is contained within." Upon hearing this, Martha's eyes widened in disbelief as she sought confirmation. "Are you truly giving this to us just like that?" Her voice was laced with astonishment, as if she could hardly believe that the situation could unfold so seamlessly, doubting whether she had misheard. Wu Yangming made an inquisitive sound and retorted, "What else would you expect? Should I bombard you with a plethora of nonsensical philosophies before shooing you away like beggars?" Martha was momentarily rendered speechless by his unexpected remarks, taking quite a while to regain her composure before stammering, "But you are so readily entrusting us with such a significant matter." Wu Yangming impatiently interrupted her, stating, "This is not a matter of great importance. The documents have been backed up numerous times. You have the right to know the truth. However, do not expect any further assistance from me, apart from this folder." No sooner had he finished speaking than he turned on his heel and strode away, leaving Martha and her assistant standing dazed at the door, watching his receding figure with a mixture of emotions swirling within them. "Well, Miss Martha, you have finally obtained what you desired. We can head back now," her assistant exclaimed excitedly, his fervent gaze fixed intently on the mysterious folder. Meanwhile, the synthetic gatekeeper hastily chimed in, "Indeed, Miss Martha, there remain numerous zombies lurking in the sewers around here that have yet to be cleared. They are quite elusive and troublesome, so it would be prudent for you to return to the safety of the residential area as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, Martha was momentarily taken aback, then gently nodded in acknowledgement. "Ah, yes, I understand. Thank you. It has indeed been quite troublesome for everyone during this time." As she spoke, she performed a deep bow to the synthetic gatekeeper, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Faced with Martha's sincere gratitude, the synthetic gatekeeper appeared somewhat taken aback, hastily waving his hand and laughing. "Huh, Miss Martha, you are far too kind. I haven't really done much, ha ha ha." Accompanied by a hearty chuckle, Martha gradually turned away, eventually disappearing at the distant end of the road. Meanwhile, the synthetic gatekeeper stood silently in place, watching them fade away until their figures were completely absorbed into the vast twilight. Chapter 81. Residential Area. Wu Yangming hastily departed from his location, unhesitatingly striding towards the garage at the rear entrance. He planned to drive to the market near the residential area for a bit of leisure, as there were few other diversions available in the vicinity. He had heard that within that market, There existed a group of audacious and well-fed survivors who dared to venture into the unclaimed ruins of buildings, scavenging for potentially useful items and resources. Some individuals even delved into the dark, damp, and perilous sewer systems, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the mutated zombies that had managed to escape and hide within. Although the spoils acquired by these reckless survivors seemed rather insignificant for Wu Yongming at that moment, the opportunity to step outside and refresh his spirits was indeed a commendable choice. Before long, he arrived at the rear entrance, where a striking motorcycle awaited him, an impressive trophy acquired from the hands of a combatant from Dawn Pharmaceutical. In truth, if the need arose, he could effortlessly fabricate a similar mode of transportation. However, for reasons unknown, the act of utilizing vehicles seized from adversaries always bestowed upon him a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Despite his ability to create superior machines, Wu Yongming felt an inexplicable allure in the experience of riding something belonging to another. With deft hands, he grasped the keys hanging nearby, inserted them into the lock, and with a gentle turn, the vehicle roared to life. This motorcycle did not emit the deafening roar of a conventional engine, but rather the calm and steady hum of an electric motor, clearly indicating its advanced all-electric drive technology. As he twisted the throttle, Wu Yongming surged forth like an arrow released from a bow. The motorcycle beneath him zipped along the pristine concrete road with the swiftness of lightning. The fierce gusts of wind struck his face with vigor, lifting his bangs high. Now, with few private vehicles on the road, the expansive pavement appeared exceptionally desolate, interrupted only by the occasional lumbering truck transporting construction materials, making it seem as if the wide road were solely his domain. At this moment, as he raced unrestrained down the empty thoroughfare, Wu Yongming felt an exhilarating rush. Wow, this electric drive can unleash such formidable power. It seems that Dawn Pharmaceuticals possesses remarkable expertise in the realm of electronic technology, he exclaimed to himself with excitement. Indeed, long before his journey through time, he had been an unabashed motorcycle enthusiast. Regrettably, due to financial constraints, he had seldom found opportunities to fervently pursue this passion. In the present moment, having finally encountered such a remarkable opportunity, how could he possibly refrain from indulging himself? Suddenly, a sharp left turn appeared ahead. Upon witnessing this, Wu Yongming's lips involuntarily curled into a smile, for he knew that the long-awaited moment had arrived. He was about to relive that long-lost thrill. He deactivated his psychic abilities, relying solely on his physical senses to absorb everything around him. He swiftly adjusted his posture. As he entered the bend, his body naturally leaned inward, aligning his head and shoulders precisely with the direction of the turn. Simultaneously, he secured his inner ankle firmly on the foot peg, while tightly gripping the motorcycle with his thighs to ensure stability. Next, Wu Yongming gently twisted the handlebars to the right. Under his exceptional control, the motorcycle leaned effortlessly, akin to an arrow released from its bow. He skillfully balanced the throttle and brakes, adjusting their forces with impeccable precision, maintaining a steady speed. Fully engrossed in maneuvering the motorcycle, he adeptly modified the bike's sway to counteract the formidable centrifugal force as the curve approached. Leaning slightly to the side, he established the optimal angle between his body and the vehicle, achieving a harmonious unity between man and machine. With determination, Wu Yongming twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle surged forward like a wild stallion breaking free. Accompanied by the roar of the engine, the bike swiftly burst out of the turn. However, at that precise moment, an unforeseen incident transpired. A piercing, high-pitched whistle rent the air, followed by an explosive crash. Wu Yongming, along with his vehicle, was propelled through the air like a projectile, colliding forcefully with the roadside barrier. The immense impact caused both him and the motorcycle to tumble beyond the confines of the road. Gasping for air, Wu Yongming extricated himself from the ground, his disheveled appearance betraying his recent mishap. He furtively glanced around, silently imploring that his embarrassing predicament had gone unnoticed. Assured that his plight had not been witnessed, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Subsequently, he inhaled deeply, focusing his mental energies to harness his unique ability. In an instant, the damaged components of the motorcycle began to shimmer with an ethereal glow, each piece gradually reverting to its pristine condition at an astonishing rate. Thereafter, with the dexterity of a seasoned mechanic, Wu Yongming meticulously reassembled the restored parts, fitting them together with the precision of a jigsaw puzzle. Before long, a brand new motorcycle stood before him once more, Brushing off the accumulated grime, Wu Yangming mounted the vehicle, gently turning the ignition key. The engine emitted a low, tranquil yet potent roar. This time, he dared not be complacent, cautiously piloting the motorcycle at a measured pace, ensuring a safe arrival at his destination. Presently, the vehicle glided into the residential district. Upon entering, one can distinctly perceive that the ambience here diverges significantly from that of the outside world. Although many faces still bear traces of despondency, overall, their spirits have improved considerably. For these residents, the current living conditions illuminate a glimmer of hope for revival. Compared to the previously bleak and hopeless days, the present situation is undeniably much brighter. As the vehicle traverses the road, Wu Yangming randomly approached a passerby to inquire about the precise location of the market. After receiving an accurate response, he pressed the accelerator and sped towards his destination. The journey revealed a stark contrast. Unlike the somewhat desolate and somber streets outside, the residential area bustled with vibrancy. One could observe numerous electric bicycles weaving through the alleys, and occasionally, a few private cars would pass by. The shops lining both sides of the road stood closely together, their myriad calls and shouts creating a continuous symphony of sounds. Chapter 82. East District Sewers. Come one, come all, come and have a look. Freshly made braised meat. Its aroma tantalizing, and its flavor rich. Don't miss out as you pass by. Authentic cured meats with a unique taste that guarantees you'll crave more. Delicious clear soup noodles, smooth and chewy, with savory broth. Come and taste for yourself. Faced with such a lively and bustling scene, Wu Yangming could not help but feel a wave of emotions. Throughout his time in this residential area, he had consistently maintained a relatively lenient management approach, embracing a free-range policy. In this place, whether it be food, vegetables, or daily necessities such as oils, sauces, and vinegar, not to mention tobacco and alcohol, there is virtually no excessive regulation or constraint. After all, the existing stock is simply too vast to exhaust. Reflecting on it, I previously stored a considerable amount of medicines and spirits, which now seem entirely unnecessary. Moreover, given the current drastically diminished population, imposing stringent controls in these areas holds little practical significance. Consequently, the majority of shops are typically run by individual merchants possessing certain skills, offering a diverse array of goods, such as braised meats and roasted delicacies, or everyday items like soap and toothpaste salvaged during the clearance of ruins. As Wu Yangming strolled along the roadside, he was astonished to witness individuals selling rudimentary gaming consoles and makeshift computers constructed from various spare parts. Oh, these individuals must be the audacious adventurers he had heard of earlier, daringly venturing into the outside world to gather such items. At that moment, a sudden shout pierced the air. Hey, is there anyone willing to accompany me to go fishing in the sewer on the eastern side of the city? The sound instantly captured the attention of those nearby. Following this, someone responded, fishing in the east? That place isn't exactly close. I think it's better to pass. Another interjected, isn't that in the agricultural zone? In my opinion, it would be wise for you to remain prudent. Someone jested. You truly cannot sit still for a moment. If you continue to stir up trouble, be wary of spending a week in detention, and perhaps then you shall learn to behave. Another added, you ought to know that the cleanup crew and construction team have frequented that area numerous times. I doubt there is anything novel or entertaining left to discover. Wu Yangming found himself irresistibly drawn to the conversation of these individuals, scrutinizing their appearances. At first glance, they bore a resemblance to street thugs, yet upon closer inspection, he sensed a different essence. Moreover, the mention of the sewers piqued his interest, as he had received reports regarding them. The city of Fuhua, neither large nor small, harbored an astonishingly extensive sewer system, the magnitude of which was almost beyond belief, with most of its structure serving little practical purpose. Following a thorough investigation and delving into the memories of those affiliated with Dawn Pharmaceuticals, the truth gradually came to light. The peculiar phenomena were a result of clandestine efforts by Dawn Pharmaceuticals during the city's early development, orchestrated to facilitate their covert operations. Typically, these sewers were utilized for certain experiments and the disposal of experimental waste. It seems that a laboratory had once been established in that area. Due to these unusual circumstances, the waste abandoned by Dawn Pharmaceuticals in the sewers contained a minuscule fraction of resilient life forms, which began to proliferate and flourish on a grand scale. In earlier times, the Dawn Pharmaceutical Company had designated personnel to operate robots or dispatched capable individuals to manage the cleaning of these experimental subjects. Although it was impossible to eradicate them entirely, these perilous specimens were effectively confined deep within the sewers. However, now that all the staff of Dawn Pharmaceutical had been eliminated by Wu Yangming, the responsibility of cleaning up this batch of experimental subjects naturally fell upon his shoulders. Nonetheless, this task posed no difficulty for Wu Yangming. Initially, he issued orders to seal off all entrances and exits of the sewers, strictly prohibiting any unauthorized access. Subsequently, he deployed his synthetic armed forces to collaborate with the powerful robots, embarking on a comprehensive cleaning operation within the sewers. Yet, despite such stringent prohibitions, there remained a handful of exceedingly curious individuals who could not suppress their impulses, leading them to engage in bizarre and inexplicable activities. Those who disregarded the rules typically faced administrative detention ranging from 1 week to half a month. The sewers they intended to explore were located in the eastern region of the city, an area designated for agriculture and also home to educational institutions. There, apart from the numerous skilled individuals dispatched by Wu Yangming to cultivate the fields, only the synthetics and a limited number of students and teachers from the educational district could be found. Beyond that, it was quite rare to encounter any other signs of life in the agricultural zone. Given the substantial number of skilled workers, it seemed unnecessary to allocate additional military forces to this area. Aside from the designated area for teachers and students, the school district, and various agricultural infrastructures, Wu Yangming typically refrains from deploying too many personnel for frequent and intensive patrolling tasks in this locale. Who could have anticipated that such a vulnerability would present an opportunity for those restless individuals to venture so far from home? Additionally, their inclination towards fishing suggests that these individuals are rather idle, their energies lacking proper outlets. It seems imperative to devise a means to engage them in more productive endeavors. Otherwise, the continuous depletion of our valuable human resources is untenable. In that very moment, an idea suddenly sparked in Wu Yangming's mind: fishing. If there are fish to be caught, it implies the existence of a suitable environment for their growth. He contemplated inspecting the site himself, considering the prospect of establishing a fish farming venture if the location proved promising. Although he had overheard that the fishing spot was somewhat akin to a sewer, it mattered little. After all, the common folk would consume whatever was available. Most importantly, he yearned to join in the revelry and seek amusement. With that thought in mind, he resolutely set off in that direction. As he approached the group, a friendly smile adorned his face, and he greeted them. "Hello, everyone. Are you heading towards the east of the city? If it's not too much trouble, may I accompany you?" Upon hearing Wu Yangming's unexpected greeting, the individuals were momentarily taken aback, before collectively exclaiming, "Ah, hello. Do you wish to join us? Welcome, welcome." It is evident that they were completely unprepared for anyone to approach them unexpectedly. However, it matters little, as this is how they are accustomed to meeting new people. "Oh, but I must mention that I am currently running a noodle stall at home, and my parents have requested my assistance, so regrettably, I will not be able to join everyone this time. I suppose it is for the best, as being detained for half a month would indeed be quite severe." Chapter 83. The mindless. At that moment, one individual in the crowd echoed, "I feel the same way. I have visited that sewer numerous times, and, to be honest, I am beginning to find it rather tiresome." Others nodded in agreement, chiming in with their own sentiments, saying, "Yes, exactly, I share your thoughts." After exchanging a few more remarks, they gradually began to disperse to attend to their own affairs, quickly vanishing into the streets, leaving the original proposer of the excursion to the eastern part of the city standing alone. He scratched his head and turned to Wu Yangming, saying with a hint of resignation, "As you have just witnessed, it has become increasingly difficult to gather a crowd lately, and now it seems I am left all by myself." After a brief pause, he continued, "So what do you think? If you still wish to go, shall we embark together, just the two of us? Oh, by the way, my name is Zhao Hui." He introduced himself to Wu Yangming. "I am Wu Gang. My family used to be in the lumber business," Wu Yangming replied, of course, not disclosing his true name, but instead fabricating an alias. Wu Yangming nodded readily, saying, "That sounds perfectly fine. In that case, when shall we set off?" Upon hearing this, the other party instantly became exhilarated and eagerly replied, "Let us proceed at once. Time is of the essence. We must hasten our departure." With that, the two exchanged knowing smiles and set forth on their journey towards the eastern part of the city. In the pitch-black, murky depths of the sewer, the overhead tunnel light emitted a faint and shadowy white glow, resembling flickering will-o'-the-wisps amidst the darkness. The curved walls were adorned with dark green moss and peculiar, pulsating growths, clinging tightly to the stone surface like a thick, oppressive velvet blanket, invoking an unsettling chill. Wu Yangming and Zhao Hui tread cautiously through this ominous locale, their footsteps echoing distinctly in the eerie silence of the sewer. What an eye-opening experience this sewer has proven to be. I never anticipated discovering a railway down here, Wu Yangming exclaimed in astonishment. He gazed upward at the rusted tracks, his mind brimming with curiosity. Indeed, I had previously contemplated exploring the sewer in search of items to salvage, hoping to earn a few contribution points to exchange for materials. To my surprise, I have stumbled upon this treasure. Zhao Hui beamed with pride, enthusiastically showcasing his invention to Wu Yangming. Impressive. You've gone to great lengths for amusement. Have you been relying on this hand-crank cart for your travels? That must require considerable upper body strength, Wu Yangming remarked, as he rhythmically mimicked the motion of cranking alongside Zhao Hui, expressing genuine admiration for his friend's ingenuity. It is evident that this railway track is yet to be electrified. Any movement of the train relies entirely on manual effort. Fortunately, the supply of food in the living quarters is relatively unrestricted. Otherwise, sustaining oneself with such an intense physical exertion would be a daunting challenge. Wu Yangming pondered to himself. Indeed, these individuals have been overindulged. His gaze gradually shifted towards the railway. Although he had previously gleaned pertinent information about this track from the meticulously organized report by Dawn Pharmaceuticals, witnessing it firsthand still evoked a sense of astonishment and disbelief within him. This is, after all, a seemingly inconspicuous small to medium-sized city, where even securing government funding appears to be a formidable task. Yet, Dawn Pharmaceuticals managed to secretly amass sufficient funds to privately construct a railway that not only connects to various destinations, but also links to other cities. Currently, this railway remains in the construction phase, yet to be successfully integrated with other branches of Dawn Pharmaceuticals. Otherwise, reflecting on that sudden attack, it is likely that the personnel from Dawn Pharmaceuticals would have swiftly absconded using this very railway. Nevertheless, this railway holds great potential. It must be incorporated into the overarching planning for future urban development. By making use of this partially constructed railway route and integrating it with the operational railway tracks within the game, the transportation of resources and goods will become remarkably convenient and efficient. Old Wu, hide quickly, Zhao Hui shouted urgently yet in a hushed tone, swiftly pulling the unsuspecting Wu Yangming to the nearby outlet. The two crouched low, scarcely daring to breathe, their eyes fixed anxiously ahead. They had been ambling leisurely when Zhao Hui's gaze inadvertently swept around the corner, causing him to tense up as if he had encountered something profoundly terrifying. Thus, this sudden warning and instinctive action to hide ensued. Before them, at the corner, beams of bright light suddenly flared to life, reminiscent of searchlights, swaying unsteadily as they approached. The illumination intensified, drawing nearer, causing their hearts to race uncontrollably. At last, the sources of light were fully revealed, an ominous group clad in heavy rubber suits, their heads adorned with gas masks and helmets, their identities obscured. Armed with uniquely designed firearms, they marched in unison, moving rigidly forward, resembling a special task force on a clandestine mission. As they advanced, they scanned their surroundings, seemingly in pursuit or eradication of a target. Their actions suggested a hunting expedition, yet the nature of their quarry remained shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, Wu Yangming was all too aware of the identity of these enigmatic figures and the implications of their activities. They were the mindless ones, creations born from the blasphemous technology of a band of deranged scientists nestled within the mountain ranges of a game. The human brain was extracted and replaced with coils, giving rise to a chilling flesh and blood automaton. This peculiar creature was constructed to serve as labor for the group of bottled brains. However, within the narrative of the game, these mindless beings appeared to spiral out of control and ultimately proved to be ineffective. In contrast, the creations of Wu Yangming did not encounter such issues. His motivation for crafting these entities was, of course, retribution. The previously captured personnel from Dawn Pharmaceuticals had lost their utility, yet executing them outright seemed excessively cruel. For Wu Yangming was not a fiend. He aimed to avoid senseless slaughter whenever possible. At that opportune moment, Wu Yangming recalled his mountainous module and conceived the notion of transforming these useless individuals into mindless drones. In doing so, he could maximize their last vestiges of vitality while simultaneously addressing the nuisance posed by the filthy, mutated creatures lurking in the sewers. Thus, these former captives were transfigured into mindless beings, fighting alongside Wu Yangming's robotic minions in the arduous task of purging the mutated threats from the sewers. Through this method, they could atone, albeit slightly, for their past transgressions. Notably, the extracted human brains were not discarded thoughtlessly. Rather, they were ingeniously repurposed in the engineering of mind-controlled robots. For Wu Yangming, no resource should be squandered lightly. Even a single grain of rice in a bowl would be meticulously utilized to its fullest potential. After the departure of those mindless individuals, Zhao Hui and Wu Yangming cautiously emerged from the outlet. Zhao Hui, still somewhat shaken, patted his chest and remarked, "I truly cannot fathom the origins of these fellows. Their demeanor appears exceedingly perilous. In fact, I have encountered them 2 or 3 times already." Reflecting on his previous encounters, a wave of trepidation washed over him. Wu Yangming, in deep agreement, nodded and added, "Indeed, they must be a group devoid of any survival value. Otherwise, how could they have fallen to such a plight?" His words betrayed a sense of disdain towards those individuals. "Enough dawdling. We must hasten our journey," Zhao Hui urged, gesturing for Wu Yangming to follow his lead. Wu Yangming quickened his pace to catch up with Zhao Hui. His curiosity piqued as he inquired, "By the way, old Zhao, we keep proclaiming our intent to fish, but where exactly are we headed to cast our lines?" Zhao Hui smiled enigmatically, responding with confidence, "Do not fret. Following me is undoubtedly the right choice." With that, he strode forward without a backward glance. Wu Yangming, though still harboring some doubts, chose not to press further. Closely trailing behind Zhao Hui, before long, the duo arrived at a grand reservoir. From a distance, the reservoir resembled a petite lake, its expanse quite impressive. It was likely designed to collect rainwater during torrential downpours. At that moment, they stood atop a winding iron walkway that spanned the reservoir. This iron corridor appeared remarkably sturdy, seemingly capable of bearing immense weight without the slightest compromise. Upon meticulous observation, one can discern that not only is the structure remarkably sturdy, but the traces of rust on its surface are also few and far between, indicating that it has recently undergone meticulous maintenance by a dedicated individual. Standing aloft, gazing down through the neatly arranged gaps of iron plates beneath one's feet, one can distinctly perceive the murky, brownish water below. This stagnant water lies still and silent, resembling a lifeless pool, disturbed only occasionally by ripples that momentarily break the calm. With deft movements, he skillfully sought out a spot that offered a broad and comfortable view, then gradually crouched down, gently unzipping the bulging zipper of his backpack. Accompanied by a soft rustling sound, he cautiously retrieved 2 pristine fishing rods from within, commencing the methodical process of assembly. In a short while, the 2 rods were fully assembled. He then casually picked one up and, with a smile, extended it to Wu Yangming beside him. Without hesitation, Wu Yangming reached for the rod, swiftly and adeptly preparing the bait and other necessary arrangements. With a confident flick of his arm, he cast the hook accurately into the water. After completing these tasks, both men extracted petite, exquisite folding chairs from their bags and settled into them with ease, quietly awaiting the fish to bite. Although Wu Yangming felt a surge of curiosity about the peculiar and extraordinary catches that might ensue, he was acutely aware that excessive reliance on mind reading and X-ray vision would significantly diminish the enjoyment and thrill that fishing promised to bring. After much contemplation, he resolutely disabled any potentially distracting abilities, immersing himself wholeheartedly in this enigmatic fishing journey, patiently awaiting the impending joy of a fruitful catch. "Old Zhao," I remarked, "with your confident demeanor, it seems you have frequented this fishing spot more than once or twice." With a chuckle, I urged him to share how he had previously dealt with his catches during the lengthy wait for a bite. The increasingly curious Wu Yangming could no longer contain his inquisitiveness and struck up a conversation with his companion, Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui smiled subtly, a glimmer of pride in his eyes, and replied leisurely, "As for my past catches, I typically create a fish print as a keepsake, then carefully extract their innards to preserve them as exquisite specimens. After all, some fish possess truly bizarre shapes, embodying a unique aesthetic." "Odd shapes?" Wu Yangming pondered, slightly bewildered. Is that truly a fitting description for fish? Are there really such peculiar specimens? And what of the smaller fish? How do you handle them? Surely, you wouldn't turn them into specimens as well. Zhao Hui nodded and continued, of course not. For the smaller fish, I prefer to bring them home and nurture them with care. Watching them frolic joyfully in the aquarium brings a different kind of delight. Just as Wu Yangming intended to inquire further about the unusual fish's appearance, a sudden, crisp splash interrupted their conversation. A bite! Zhao Hui exuberantly shouted as he forcefully yanked on the fishing rod in his grasp, swiftly beginning to reel in the line. As the fishing line gradually tightened, the elusive prey beneath the surface of the water began to emerge. However, upon discerning the creature that had been caught, both men involuntarily gasped in astonishment. What lay before them, ensnared by the hook, was a so-called fish, its body a riot of vibrant hues, chaotic and disordered, with an extraordinarily bizarre shape. Its overall appearance resembled a grotesque mass of fish flesh, and the texture of its surface bore an uncanny resemblance to human skin. Even more alarming was its gills, which were exposed and displayed a vivid crimson hue. Most chilling of all were its eyes, resembling the compound eyes of countless insects. Densely and erratically scattered across half of its head, each orb shimmered with an eerie glow, fixating intently on the two men, evoking an unsettling chill. This creature appeared as a grotesque monstrosity, its body covered in fleshy lumps, contorted and deformed, provoking a visceral sense of revulsion. The creature dangled precariously from a slender fishing line, thrashing and writhing in Zhao Hui's grasp. As it struggled, its body spun in the air, revealing its fleshy pectoral fins and irregular appendages protruding from its abdomen to Wu Yangming's gaze. This bizarre sight stirred within him an inexplicable curiosity, a morbid fascination that, despite its repulsiveness, compelled him to look on. Chapter 85. The laboratory, is this really a fish? Wu Yangming exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. Isn't it? Zhao Hui replied. Look, it has a tail and fins. It is undeniably a fish. Alas, the appearance of this creature leaves much to be desired. It would be best to release it quickly, lest it vex my heart. As Zhao Hui muttered to himself, he delicately donned a pair of rubber gloves and reached to unhook the fish from its mouth. His movements were gentle and cautious, as he feared causing harm to the pitiful creature. At last, Zhao Hui successfully liberated the fish from the line and gently placed it back into the water. With a splash, the fish swiftly vanished beneath the surface. A bystander, witnessing the entire scene, could not help but remark, "You are indeed a kind-hearted person." Zhao Hui smiled with pride and replied, "Haha, what do you think? Isn't it rather amusing?" The other person nodded helplessly, responding, "Yes, amusing." Yet, despite the words, their thoughts whispered within, questioning how such an event could be deemed entertaining. After all, it was merely an oddly shaped, unattractive fish. Wu Yangming turned away, dismissing the others, and focused intently on the exquisite fishing rod in his hands. Having traveled such a great distance, it would be unthinkable to return empty-handed. Wu Yangming mused to himself, contemplating that he should at least attempt to catch something to take back. Thus, he settled into silence, patiently awaiting a bite. As time slipped away, 5 or 6 hours passed unnoticed. Just then, a companion spoke up, saying, "I say, old Wu, it's getting late. Perhaps we should start packing up to head back." Upon hearing these words, Wu Yangming felt a wave of frustration wash over him. After toiling for so long, he had failed to catch even a single fish. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of composure, nodding in response. "All right then, let us depart." Deep down, however, he was quite discontented, believing that his luck had been remarkably poor that day. Fortunately, his mindset was relatively stable. He chose not to dwell on the matter too much. After all, the fish in this reservoir were most likely discarded experimental subjects from Dawn Pharmaceuticals, and even if he managed to catch a few, he would certainly not take them home. The two of them proceeded to tidy up their fishing gear, walking side by side along the path they had come. As they traversed the sewer, Wu Yangming could not resist striking up a conversation with Zhao Hui. "Is this trip merely for the purpose of fishing?" Zhao Hui smiled slightly and replied, "Not entirely. While fishing is indeed our primary objective, consider this. Having made the effort to come here, wouldn't it be a wasted journey if we didn't manage to acquire something of value to take back? Listen to me," he continued. "The municipal authorities have been fervently engaged in various recycling initiatives lately. They are collecting all sorts of items you can think of: copper, iron, cardboard, and even kitchen waste. While we may not fully comprehend their intentions for gathering such refuse, The rewards they offer are certainly tangible contribution points, Zhao Hui exclaimed with evident excitement. At that moment, he lowered his voice and spoke mysteriously. Let me tell you, there is a rather peculiar facility nearby, filled with a plethora of discarded equipment. I gazed at the components, uncertain of their purpose. They appeared to be of little significance, so I casually disassembled them to sell as scrap metal. Upon hearing this, Wu Yangming couldn't help but feel perplexed. Strange facilities? Could they belong to an unexplored area? Although this region had not been thoroughly investigated, the general layout and structure should have been well mapped by the robots and cyborgs I dispatched. Despite his profound curiosity, he remained silent, closely following Zhao Hui as they pressed onward. Given the vastness of the sewer, it was inevitable that there existed uncharted territories. Thus, they resolved to explore further. Before long, they arrived at what resembled an outlet, a dark and foreboding opening exuding an eerie atmosphere. Nevertheless, they hesitated only briefly before plunging into the abyss. Within the narrow passage, barely wide enough for a single person, they found themselves ensnared in a labyrinthine maze, twisting and turning for no less than 18 bends, until they ultimately reached what seemed to be an endpoint. Yet, this so-called terminus was not a true conclusion. Rather, it revealed the entrance to a dilapidated, rust-ridden ventilation duct. This duct appeared to be a forgotten remnant of time, its walls adorned with mottled rust, reminiscent of the wrinkles on the face of an aged elder. Cautiously, they ventured into the duct, where a musty, decayed odor assailed their senses. As they progressed slowly along the ventilation shaft, they soon discovered a window that had evidently been intentionally opened by someone. Through the window, a mountain of cabinets, storage boxes, and desks can be seen, stacked haphazardly to form a makeshift staircase. One by one, the two individuals wriggled through the window, using hands and feet to scale the clutter below. Once both feet had finally found solid ground, Wu Yangming surveyed his surroundings, murmuring to himself, "This place is." Before he could finish his thought, Zhao Hui interjected with a beaming smile. "What do you think? Doesn't it feel like there are treasures everywhere?" "Haha. There are some items I wouldn't even dare to touch, fearing that I might inadvertently diminish their worth." With that, Zhao Hui proudly lifted his chin. However, in stark contrast to Zhao Hui's exuberance, Wu Yangming wore a furrowed brow, unable to muster a smile. Despite the apparent neglect of the room, suggesting it had long been abandoned, the conspicuous hexagonal infant care sign on the wall indicated that this must have once been a laboratory under the auspices of Dawn Pharmaceuticals. The reasons for its abandonment remained a mystery. Yet, the untouched items scattered throughout the space hinted at a hasty evacuation, one that likely overlooked the removal of potentially hazardous materials. Moreover, he had not encountered any mention of this facility in the report, and as this realization dawned on him, a flicker of unease crept into Wu Yangming's heart. What if this fellow were to become contaminated by some bizarre and unknown entity, and then, like a headless fly, recklessly plunged into the throngs of bustling crowds? The consequences would be utterly unimaginable. Just envisioning such a scene sends shivers down one's spine. Moreover, it appears that this individual has visited several times. It is truly astonishing that such a terrifying occurrence could transpire unnoticed, instilling a sense of dread. Chapter 86. Cultivation Tank. Fortunately, I have arrived at the scene in a timely manner. With my own capabilities and strength, I believe I can prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. After all, my synthetic beings are not to be trifled with. Hey Lao Zhao, why does the atmosphere here feel so peculiar, sending chills down my spine? Wu Yangming feigned a worried expression and called out to Zhao Hui. "Oh, come on. Don't be so alarmist. It's not that serious. I've been here 3 times already, and the previous visits were with a group of friends." Zhao Hui replied with a carefree demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the current circumstances, even casually recounting experiences that sounded quite dreadful. Good heavens. It seems this chap did not venture here alone, but rather brought a whole entourage to this eerie locale on multiple occasions. With this realization, Wu Yangming resolved, upon returning, he must ensure this place is thoroughly sealed off, preventing anyone else from easily trespassing, lest they encounter unforeseen dangers. Indeed, we are currently immersed in the pursuit of enjoyment, and it would be unthinkable to abandon our quest midway. Thus, despite the apprehensions that linger, we must resolutely press on. Consequently, Wu Yangming closely followed Zhao Hui, delving deeper into the facility, step by step. The surrounding environment appeared somewhat dim, with only a few feeble lights barely illuminating the path beneath their feet. After an indeterminate duration of walking, the two finally arrived before a tightly shut door, evidently sealed. The door appeared exceedingly heavy, as if it bore countless secrets and the unknown. Alas, this is the deepest point I have reached thus far. Previously, I exerted all my strength, yet could not manage to budge this formidable barrier, Zhao Hui lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Wu Yongming, gazing at this insurmountable obstacle with unwavering determination, replied, "Very well. Our task today is to devise a means to open this wretched door." No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Hui slowly lowered his backpack and cautiously retrieved an object from within. At first, Wu Yongming presumed it was merely a piece of ordinary modeling clay, but upon closer inspection, he gasped in astonishment. It was C4 explosives. Moreover, the explosives were already connected to a detonator and ignition device, poised to unleash a cataclysmic explosion at any moment. "How on earth did you acquire such a thing?" Wu Yongming could not help but exclaim in disbelief. In response to his friend's inquiry, Zhao Hui wore a smug smile, proudly declaring, "Hee, I crafted this all by myself. How impressive, isn't it?" Upon hearing these words, Wu Yongming felt a slight surprise in his heart, yet he swiftly regained his composure. Since his arrival in this world, through a period of investigation and understanding, he had already discerned the considerable disparities between this nation and his homeland, particularly in terms of societal customs. Therefore, he was not particularly astonished that Zhao Hui could fabricate such perilous explosives. Before the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, the powerful and illustrious clans of this world loomed large, akin to colossal entities dominating the landscape. They not only possessed immense wealth and vast territories, but were also tacitly permitted to maintain their private armed forces. Although, on the surface, laws explicitly prohibited these clans from owning military facilities such as armories, clandestine constructions had never ceased. The so-called legal regulations appeared to impose little restraint upon these influential clans. In contrast, the authorities seemed relatively lenient in their governance of ordinary citizens. Perhaps this reflected a subtle strategy of balance, attempting to alleviate social tensions by granting the populace a modicum of freedom. When it comes to weaponry, even formidable items like C4 explosives, though not directly purchasable, still allowed for the collection of necessary raw materials through various means. With a certain level of technical proficiency, one could successfully manufacture them with a little research. It is not difficult to imagine that this is perhaps intended as a warning to the scions of illustrious families. Do not overstep your bounds, lest one day a desperate and unrestrained throng of barefoot individuals rises up, risking their lives to confront you, sending these privileged offspring to their demise. Zhao Hui meticulously manipulated the C4 explosive in his hands, skillfully molding it into a shape that fit perfectly with the lock. He then produced a potent adhesive, carefully affixing the bomb onto the lock. Hurry, we must swiftly retreat to another room," Zhao Hui urged anxiously, gripping the detonator tightly while signaling to Wu Yongming. Although he understood that even if the bomb were to detonate directly on Wu Yongming, the latter's extraordinary physical prowess would likely render him unharmed, he opted to proceed with caution and adhere to standard protocol. Wu Yongming, comprehending the urgency, nodded and symbolically followed Zhao Hui to conceal themselves. No sooner had they hidden their forms than Zhao Hui decisively pressed the detonator. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted. Boom. The deafening explosion seemed poised to tear the very fabric of space apart, with a tremendous shockwave sweeping forth, carrying with it a torrent of smoke and debris in all directions. Haha, it's done. It was worth the time I invested in crafting this C4 explosive. Come, let us see what treasures lie within. Zhao Hui emerged from his hiding place, his face alight with exhilaration, and hurried towards the once closed door that had now been blasted open. Meanwhile, Wu Yongming followed at a measured pace, maintaining a distance of 5 or 6 steps behind, ever vigilant and prepared to swiftly extricate himself should any unforeseen circumstances arise. While it could be confidently asserted that no adversary capable of instigating his hasty retreat would appear, this remained a mere supposition. After all, just moments ago, utilizing his formidable mental powers and clairvoyant abilities, he had thoroughly surveyed the conditions within this area with utmost clarity. Thus, the two men cautiously stepped inside. Upon entering, they were immediately confronted by an astonishing array of cylindrical glass incubation tanks, arranged in a seemingly haphazard yet deliberate manner, resembling a forest constructed of transparent pillars. Among these tanks, some remained relatively intact, allowing a clear view of their contents through the crystalline glass walls. However, others had suffered varying degrees of damage, with alarming fissures marring their surfaces or having completely shattered, leaving shards of glass glimmering ominously on the ground. In some of the glass tanks floated enigmatic creatures, their fates uncertain. They exhibited a range of grotesque forms, some twisted and deformed, others with missing limbs, and still others bearing terrifying visages, as if spawned from the depths of a hellish abyss. The broken tanks, in particular, appeared even more tragic and horrifying. The experimental specimens, once vibrant, now languish in a state of near demise. Half of their forms dangle precariously over the jagged edge of shattered glass. Time's relentless erosion has rendered them either desiccated as withered timber, transformed into mere husks, or reduced to stark, pallid skeletons leaning forlornly, creating an extraordinarily eerie tableau. How astonishing! This scene appears to have been plucked directly from the pages of a science fiction novel. What on earth are these entities? Zhao Hui's eyes widened in disbelief. His mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg, his countenance a portrait of astonishment as he surveyed the bewildering surroundings, utterly shaken, momentarily at a loss for words. Beside him, Wu Yongming displayed a similar expression of shock, yet quickly regained his composure, responding thoughtfully, "Who can say? However, I believe it would be prudent for us to promptly report the situation to the municipal authorities." With that, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Utilizing his extraordinary vision to pierce through the dim confines of the laboratory, directing his gaze towards an area shrouded in darkness. There, a massive nest emerged faintly into view. This nest was not constructed from ordinary materials, but rather assembled from an uncountable array of construction debris and an abundance of steel and concrete fragments, exuding an unsettling aura. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Yongming stepped forward, resolutely advancing towards the nest concealed in shadows. As he drew closer, the interior of the nest became increasingly discernible. In the heart of this immense lair, 3 uniquely shaped, vividly colored eggs lay quietly, resembling slumbering treasures, patiently awaiting the revelation of the secrets concealed within their shells. Not far from this nest, a staggering gaping maw loomed ominously, evidently excavated by an unknown colossal beast, its sheer magnitude instilling a sense of dread. The entrance and its inner walls were encrusted with a peculiar amalgamation, an enigmatic white viscous substance intermingled with fragments of concrete, steel reinforcements, and various construction debris, which had solidified over time into an exceptionally smooth material. "Look, something incomprehensible has constructed a nest here. We must promptly notify the cleanup team," Wu Yongming exclaimed, hastily crouching down to cautiously retrieve a severed limb of a robot. Upon closer inspection, his heart sank, for he was all too familiar with the design of the severed mechanical arm. It belonged to none other than the ingenious Mr. Crafty. At this moment, the fractured mechanical hand was ensnared by a seemingly milky, now solidified, adhesive substance, firmly securing it to the nest. It is worth noting that the cleanup team dispatched by Wu Yongming was no trifling matter. This formidable unit typically comprised 4 heavily armored synths, complemented by 2 agile raiders and 3 adept technicians skilled in repair and operation. Each member of this formidable and efficient team possesses exceptional skills and is equipped to face any arduous challenges without fear. They conquer the intricately concealed enemy strongholds hidden beneath the city. With clearly defined roles, they operate seamlessly. Among them, the synthetic soldiers clad in heavy power armor undertake the critical task of frontline assault, charging fearlessly into the heart of the enemy ranks, bolstered by their impenetrable defenses and formidable firepower. Meanwhile, the agile raiders swiftly eliminate any adversaries attempting to escape the onslaught, ensuring that not a single foe slips through their grasp. The adept engineer assumes a vital role in logistical support, providing medical care while swiftly repairing damaged equipment and other robots to maintain the team's combat readiness. Given the operational environment, characterized by intricate networks of sewers and pipes filled with sewage, they do not deploy the large and relatively sluggish Iron Guardians. When encountering narrow passages or convoluted corners that even the power-armored soldiers find challenging to navigate, the engineer collaborates with the raiders, adhering to the principle of never acting alone to avoid the perils of isolation. Although these engineers are not primarily designed for combat, they have undergone a series of advanced modifications, rendering them formidable in their own right, capable of confronting multiple threats posed by the enemy. It is evident that those who can effortlessly dismantle and repurpose such powerful robots to construct their lairs are far from ordinary adversaries. At that moment, Zhao Hui also spotted the mechanical hand held by Wu Yangming and exclaimed, That is the mechanical hand of the cleaning team's robot. I have seen it before in the living area and the sewers here." Clearly, Zhao Hui was aware of Mr. Xiaoshou's prowess and thus understood the peril posed by the master of this lair. Since everyone had reached a consensus, there was no time to waste. They needed to act swiftly. They had to complete their mission and withdraw safely before the lair's master returned. As Wu Yangming spoke, his hands did not pause for a moment. He quickly and carefully stowed the 3 eggs from the nest into his backpack space. After all, having come this far, returning empty-handed would leave Wu Yangming feeling somewhat awkward and dissatisfied. Fortunately, it seemed that Zhao Hui had not noticed the 3 eggs, which perhaps would not lead to any significant issues. Just as Wu Yangming was lost in thought, Zhao Hui suddenly interjected, "Let's not rush to leave. Wait a moment. I plan to install a camera here. To be honest, I am quite curious about what this mysterious creature actually looks like." Before he finished speaking, Zhao Hui immediately began to busy himself around the lair, tinkering with some peculiar little gadgets. Chapter 88. A dull conclusion. Before long, a compact camera was successfully installed. At that moment, Wu Yangming could not help but voice his complaints, exclaiming, "Alas, merely installing the camera is insufficient. How shall we resolve the issue of the signal? Can we truly rely on it to automatically transmit the footage back?" In response to Wu Yangming's skepticism, Zhao Hui chuckled confidently and replied, "Fear not, for I have already devised a strategy. We can initially record the footage with the camera, and when we return here next, we can retrieve the content through a specific signal device." To Wu Yangming's astonishment, he widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Are you truly willing to do that?" In this apocalyptic environment, the resources consumed in such an endeavor are not negligible. Yet, Zhao Hui, with an air of indifference, simply smiled and remarked, "What can I do? This is my passion. Besides, all these materials have been painstakingly crafted by my own hands." With that, he swiftly tidied up his belongings and produced a portable terminal, initiating contact with the outside world. Once all preparations were complete, he and Zhao Hui hurriedly made their way back through the ventilation shaft from whence they came. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the space, infused with a chilling sense of rage. It was evident that the master of the lair, the colossal and unidentified beast, had returned. Upon hearing the thunderous roar, the faces of the 2 men turned ashen, and their steps involuntarily quickened, as if they yearned to escape the perilous vicinity at once. Before long, they reached the railway and leaped onto a dilapidated handcart. At that moment, their sole focus was to flee from this place, distancing themselves from the terrifying beast as swiftly as possible. Wu Yangming gripped the handle of the cart tightly, pouring all his strength into vigorously shaking it, as though he sought to channel every ounce of his energy into its movement. His arm muscles tensed, veins bulging, and with each heave, a rush of wind accompanied his efforts, hoping to propel the cart forward like an arrow loosed from its bow. However, the situation was far from straightforward. It appeared that the enigmatic inhabitant of the lair was unwilling to allow Wu Yangming and his companion to escape easily, seemingly intent on thwarting their flight. At this critical juncture, Wu Yangming's astonishing psychic radar came into play. He clearly sensed that the enormous beast was following the scent they had left behind, charging directly towards their location. This behemoth, imbued with unfathomable strength, had forcibly created a massive hole from the vent they had just traversed, and it was now advancing towards them with alarming speed. As the creature drew nearer, its deafening roar resonated like thunder, reverberating throughout the space. Simultaneously, its sharp claws scraped against the ground, producing a chilling, grating sound that sent shivers down one's spine. The sudden and ominous noise, growing ever closer, even unsettled Zhao Hui, who was typically composed. What on earth is happening? If that colossal beast has always been here, I have ventured here several times before, yet it has never pursued me so relentlessly. Could it be that my earlier act of blasting open that grand gate has provoked it, leading to its unyielding chase after us? Zhao Hui inquired, his face etched with confusion. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere, Wu Yangming's heart remained surprisingly tranquil, akin to still waters, even swelling with a tinge of uncontrollable exhilaration. To him, this heart-stopping chase only heightened the thrill and enjoyment of the experience. It was as if a clear mirror reflected his thoughts. He comprehended precisely why this enigmatic beast was so intent on their pursuit. After much contemplation, he surmised that it was most likely due to his reckless act of absconding with those 3 mysterious eggs. "Old Zhao, muster your strength and accelerate," Wu Yongming shouted towards the front, where the driver, Old Zhao, was. "If we continue to dawdle like this, our lives may very well be forfeit. Oh dear. This is the end. We're doomed, utterly doomed," Old Zhao lamented, his voice tinged with a whimper. "Why is it that when you speak, there is not a hint of fear in your tone?" Amidst their desperate struggles, the handcrafted wooden cart they were in seemed on the verge of disintegration. The wheels spun rapidly along the tracks, creating a dazzling array of sparks that ignited the night like brilliant fireworks. At that moment, the stark contrast between the sheer terror of Old Zhao and the unrestrained excitement of Wu Yongming was as disparate as heaven and earth. Yet, the harsh reality is that despite their utmost efforts, the feeble kinetic energy generated by the humble wooden cart is utterly insufficient to facilitate their escape from the relentless pursuit of the unknown colossal beast behind them. As the creature draws nearer, its distinctive features imprint themselves in Wu Yongming's mind through the probing of a peculiar mental ability. Its entire form is a pallid, milky white. Its body resembles that of a feline, with skin exuding a strange, viscous slime akin to that of a blind eel. The head bears resemblance to a certain species of fish, with a jaw that bifurcates, opening into a gaping maw reminiscent of blooming petals. Sinister spines extend from its vertebral column to the tip of a lizard-like tail, while its muscular physique is sharply defined, exuding an aura of formidable strength. One such creature could easily decimate an entire robotic cleanup squad. Thus, it becomes apparent that this species is the very reason for the abandonment of the laboratory at dawn. Wu Yongming mused upon this, letting out a deep, reluctant sigh. Alas, though such a course of action is exceedingly dreary, the circumstances leave no room for choice. With resolute determination, Wu Yongming closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and concentrated all his abilities into the palm of his hand. In an instant, a force of staggering potency surged from within him, sweeping towards the beast 500 meters away with the might of a tidal wave. A tremendous boom echoed as the creature, caught unawares, had no time to utter a cry before being instantaneously crushed into a grotesque pool of vivid crimson gore beneath the weight of that terrifying power. The once deafening roars of the colossal beast, along with the resounding thuds of its collision with the ground, abruptly ceased as if silenced by an unseen force, plunging the entire tunnel into an eerie stillness. What on earth has happened? Why has it suddenly grown so quiet? Zhao Hui, exerting every ounce of strength to propel the cart forward, exclaimed in terror. Simultaneously, he dared not halt his efforts, fearful that any pause might lead to unforeseen peril. Chapter 89. The Scarlet Mist. I am uncertain as well. Perhaps it realized we were fleeing too swiftly and, acknowledging its inability to pursue, chose to abandon the chase. Thus, the two returned safely to the living quarters. After parting ways with Zhao Hui, Wu Yongming promptly notified the cleanup team to conduct a thorough search of the vicinity. The presence of eggs indicated reproductive capability, suggesting the existence of both male and female specimens. However, if they reproduce asexually, the situation becomes more complicated, as there should have been multiple entities by now. This perilous beast must be eradicated without a trace. Upon returning to the living quarters, Wu Yongming immediately contacted the armored and engineering units to take control of the unknown laboratory within the sewers and secure the surrounding area. They also initiated a search for this enigmatic creature. It was astonishing to discover such a thing lurking beneath the agricultural zone. As Wu Yongming traversed the streets, he noticed the occasional floating surveillance drones broadcasting propaganda, their speakers echoing the voice of the female reporter who had previously stirred up trouble beneath the television tower. At this moment, she is broadcasting the information obtained from Wu Yongming. The surrounding populace displays an unmistakable fury, initially harboring suspicions and gradually reaching a consensus that it was indeed the handiwork of Dawn Pharmaceuticals. They now possess irrefutable evidence. The anguish of losing family and friends, coupled with the rage of having lost all possessions, has finally found a means of expression. Moreover, the journalist named Martha has notably emphasized in her report the various actions of Wu Yongming, from the initial discovery of Dawn Pharmaceuticals to the subsequent confrontation at the airport. A colossal circular screen at the heart of the residential area displays drone footage captured during the skirmish. Wu Yongming is quite pleased with this. It forms a crucial part of the propaganda campaign. His achievements cannot merely reside in written documents, nor can he depend solely on the military allies to validate his endeavors. Otherwise, once order is restored, the officials might choose to treat him with indifference, and within a year or so, the populace would likely forget him altogether. Although he possesses overwhelming military might, it is prudent to avoid unnecessary complications, as such matters can significantly affect one's disposition. What if one day he fails to control his fury and abstains from beef altogether? Wu Yongming has always been skeptical of moral principles. He places his faith solely in the power he wields, whether it be military strength or influence. He desires them all. Returning to the parking area, Wu Yongming ponders while using telekinesis to levitate both himself and his motorcycle, swiftly making his way back to his stronghold. No sooner has he seated himself than the communicator begins to ring urgently. The captain of the armored division reported that they had reached the area of the subterranean laboratory. Yet the circumstances were exceedingly peculiar. General, a strange red mist pervades the air, drastically reducing visibility. Our detection equipment is also experiencing interference. Aside from the data from BB Kid and the electronic instruments inherent to the powered armor, many facilities are displaying anomalies. The captain's voice crackled through the communicator, tinged with a note of anxiety. Wu Yongming furrowed his brow, urging heightened vigilance and caution against impulsive actions. He resolved to establish a solid defensive position upon the arrival of the engineering team before gradually advancing the search. Due to the considerable limitations of electronic devices from the game in the real world, Wu Yongming had extensively utilized the electronic apparatus available in this realm, primarily sourced from confiscated equipment belonging to Dawn Pharmaceuticals, along with support from official channels. He had not anticipated encountering an obstacle to these electronic facilities now. What exactly was this red mist, and why had it not appeared before? Wu Yongming was engulfed in confusion. After terminating the communication, he reached out to the engineering team, urging them to hasten their pace. He was acutely aware that the secrets concealed within this unknown laboratory, along with the perilous behemoth, could very well be pivotal to the future trajectory of the entire living district. After all, he could not monitor the entire city and the vast sewer system that surpassed it incessantly. Meanwhile, on the other side of the living district, the populace, enraged by the malfeasance of Dawn Pharmaceuticals, began to rally. Some individuals spontaneously organized themselves, demanding to join the military in a concerted offensive against Dawn Pharmaceuticals. They held up banners and chanted slogans as they marched towards the administrative office situated at the heart of the residential area. Wu Yongming was not taken aback by this. He promptly dispatched a dedicated team to mediate the situation. He was acutely aware that if the citizens' emotions were not properly managed, it could potentially lead to greater chaos. Therefore, he specifically assigned the composed B-002 to lead a small contingent of soldiers to the administrative office. "Everyone, please remain calm," B-002 proclaimed from atop a military vehicle, holding a megaphone. "We understand your anger, but violence will not resolve the issues at hand. The government will provide a thorough explanation and will investigate and punish the wrongdoings of Dawn Pharmaceuticals." Despite the public's outrage, Wu Yongming had no intentions of enlisting them into the military. At this critical juncture, the paramount objective was to restore the population. It was imperative not to allow them to become mere fodder for battle. In essence, the focus was on encouraging them to procreate and plant trees, striving to recover the population to pre-crisis levels within a generation. Thanks to the efforts of B-002 and the soldiers, the citizens' emotions gradually stabilized, and they began to disperse. Meanwhile, on the other side, the engineering troops finally arrived. Under the cover of armored units, they swiftly commenced the establishment of defensive positions and employed pipes connected to extraction machines to siphon the mysterious mist onto land for concentrated processing. As the fog gradually dissipated, the instruments and equipment that were not part of the game began to function normally again. Upon receiving this news, Wu Yongming immediately activated the live broadcast on the screen of the 2 Malawian Kwacha's security robot. Given the presence of that peculiar mist, it is prudent to rely on products from reputable game developers. This security robot boasts a formidable unicycle and a large screen capable of live broadcasting the situation on site. It is further equipped with a shoulder-mounted cannon and a small-caliber machine gun, augmented by various modifications, rendering it capable of handling most scenarios. The robot is a creation of Robert Industries, designed by Mr. House to address armed conflicts following the outbreak of nuclear war. and it has not been circulated in the market. Upon encountering the sealed entrance to the underground laboratory, he promptly commanded a specialized ocular robot to approach and, using the unique weapon situated beneath its spherical body, shattered the barricaded door. He, in turn, controlled the MK-2 guard robot, leading a squad of robots to cautiously venture into the building for exploration. Having recently visited, the familiar sights greeted him, including the vast ventilation shaft once utilized by Wu Yongming and Zhao Hui, now expanded by the monstrous creature. The interior of the building was dim and damp, with eerie lights flickering upon the walls. They advanced through the corridor, probing areas previously unexamined by Wu Yongming. Chapter 90. The Hunt for the Behemoth. Occasionally, strange sounds echoed around them. Suddenly, a violent tremor resonated ahead, causing the ground to shake. Wu Yongming swiftly issued commands to the surrounding robots to prepare for combat. A colossal, unidentified creature surged forth from the shadows, its appearance reminiscent of the monstrous beast that had previously pursued both him and Zhao Hui. Yet its size was considerably more imposing. Encircling its neck was a frill akin to that of a chameleon, with eyes that glimmered ominously in red, and a mouth split into 3 jagged sections, emitting a deep, resonant roar. For reasons unknown, it exuded an air of palpable fury. Wu Yongming, deftly maneuvering the 2 Malawian Quachas-type guard robot, unhesitatingly activated the shoulder-mounted cannon and unleashed a barrage of fire upon the beast. The squad members joined in, and the cacophony of gunfire and explosions reverberated through the structure. The terrifying onslaught erupted against the creature. A single small rocket could obliterate flesh and send forth a spray of crimson. Despite sustaining injuries, the beast remained agile, lunging relentlessly at the swarm of robots. It's massive. 3-part maw seized a skilled technician, followed by a gruesome crunch, swiftly draining his health before unceremoniously spitting him aside. Nearby, a raider, now reduced to a single arm, seized the opportunity to unleash a prepped head-mounted laser at the beast. The creature, seared by the laser's intensity, let out a furious roar, swatting the already weakened raider against the wall, rendering him motionless. Meanwhile, the other robots were not idle. They unleashed a variety of munitions, rockets, laser cannons, and small-caliber machine guns upon the creature. Cornered and desperate, the beast opened its cavernous maw, releasing a plume of vivid red mist, the very culprit responsible for the previous malfunctions of electronic devices. The colossal beast erupted a crimson mist like a monstrous wave, instantly engulfing the robots positioned before it. However, the robot belonging to Wu Yongming remained unaffected, relentlessly assaulting the beast's formidable form. After a fierce skirmish, during which several robots were lost, they ultimately succeeded in slaying the seemingly invulnerable creature. The battle proved to be a grueling test of endurance, as they could only wear down the opponent through sheer persistence, revealing the creature's tenacious nature. It became evident that the source of the red mist was indeed troubling. The sheer volume suggested that the number of such beasts was likely substantial. From the safety and warmth of his office atop the television tower, Wu Yongming could not help but mutter a curse. He understood that this was merely the beginning. Within the building and throughout the subterranean sewer systems, many more of these perilous entities awaited. Fortunately, the losses remained within an acceptable threshold, and the damage to the remaining robots was not severe. Repairs could be accomplished with the robot repair tool. 3 individuals clad in power armor, each adorned with a white cross on their chests, advanced and utilized a portable welding apparatus that resembled a combination of a welding gun and a high-capacity battery. With a few deft applications of electricity to the prostrate robots, they miraculously revived them. Wu Yongming ordered additional robots to penetrate deeper into the laboratory, where they ultimately uncovered a lab of even greater magnitude than the one he had previously explored with Zhao Hui. This expansive facility was replete with an array of advanced instruments and equipment, alongside several petri dishes containing peculiar biological specimens. Within a locked electronic door of the laboratory, Wu Yongming discovered several desiccated corpses, evidently those of scientists from Dawn Pharmaceuticals who had perished within its confines. He also unearthed a collection of documents and data stored on a computer. After a preliminary analysis, he was astounded to uncover that the biological experiments conducted by Dawn Pharmaceuticals in the past were even more audacious than those of the present. These unknown behemoths were indeed their creations. Their ambitions extended beyond merely evolving humanity. They aspired to construct a biosphere worthy of what they deemed the new human race. The audacity of these technological innovators was staggering. As Wu Yang examined the data relayed by the security robots, he felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. The abstract nature of their operations had led to their secret elimination within Dawn Pharmaceuticals, implying that those he had previously confronted were merely pawns inserted into the organization later. Alarmingly, the documents indicated the involvement of aristocratic families. Wu Yangming surmised that perhaps these abstract thinkers sought to enact some form of vengeance against Dawn Pharmaceuticals before their demise, implicating high-ranking officials to lowly clerks, those in collaboration with the noble families. They had even marked the locations of various underground bases across cities. What serendipity! The acquisition of this information was sufficient. It would save him the hassle of deploying synthetic operatives to infiltrate each Dawn Pharmaceuticals stronghold individually, thus expediting their forthcoming assault. Wu Yangming delegated control to the synthetic armed forces accompanying him, utilizing the two Malawian Quach's security robots, which were AI-controlled for seamless integration into their operations and ready to take command of the squad at any moment. Wu Yangming, armed with undeniable evidence, swiftly disseminated it across the residential, industrial, agricultural, and military districts. Constrained by the infiltration of personnel from Dawn Pharmaceuticals within official circles, and apprehensive of potential pressures from influential families on the authorities, Wu Yangming opted for a preemptive strike. By making the evidence public, the populace, upon learning of the involvement of both aristocratic families and officials, erupted in even greater fury than before. Long-simmering grievances against the tyrannical dominance of these elite families now reached a boiling point. Their ire was directed not only at Dawn Pharmaceuticals, but also at those officials who had colluded with the company to obscure the truth. Under the mounting pressure from the masses, this unrest spread to other cities, prompting the government to establish a special investigative task force to conduct a thorough inquiry into Dawn Pharmaceuticals and the implicated officials and aristocrats. Wu Yangming, leveraging his achievements, gradually expanded his influence centered around Fuhua City. As the investigation progressed, an increasing number of dark secrets were unveiled. High-ranking officials embedded within the government who were associated with Dawn Pharmaceuticals were apprehended, while those who were not members but had colluded with them faced execution. The complicit aristocratic families were classified as terrorists, stripped of their civil rights, and identified by the authorities as threats requiring military intervention. However, the situation was not entirely straightforward. In certain beleaguered cities, those aristocratic families who had been deprived of everything, upon catching wind of the developments, transported whatever they could salvage to the cities under the control of Dawn Pharmaceuticals, thereby consolidating a formidable force to resist. It is precisely for this reason that the official joint operation request was dispatched to Wu Yangming's office. Chapter 91, The Western Offensive. Wu Yangming stood in the command center, his gaze cold and penetrating as he surveyed the electronic map before him, reminiscent of the one used by the Brotherhood and Inkley. The flickering three-dimensional cursor illuminated his impending objectives, akin to a beacon of fate. His fingers lightly tapped the tabletop, producing a rhythmic sound, each beat seemingly inquiring into the future of this land, despite the fact that his territory had yet to be fully stabilized, and that numerous internal instabilities lurked beneath the surface, such as the colossal beasts residing in the sewers. Wu Yangming remained unperturbed. His robotic forces were capable of relentless operation, tirelessly working around the clock. The mutated creatures within the sewers had been largely eradicated, with only a few remaining giants concealed in obscure corners, which posed little cause for concern. It was merely a matter of time before they would be entirely dealt with. Once the issues were resolved, he planned to utilize the subway system within the sewers to connect the surrounding cities. Straightening his posture, he turned to face the screen behind him, which displayed his formidable armed forces. Airships hovered above the military base, resembling iron behemoths, poised to tear through the heavens at any moment. Swarms of agile helicopters circled around the airships, their small size and nimbleness enabling them to penetrate any urban area and seize air superiority. Furthermore, the vast army of powered armor troops, clad in high-tech battle suits, resembled futuristic warriors, marching in impeccable formation, each step resonating with firm resolve, exuding an unparalleled aura of intimidation. This was the grand military parade, an endeavor undertaken by Wu Yangming, serving not only as a pre-war mobilization, but also as a demonstration of strength to all parties involved. It acted as a warning to various factions while instilling confidence among the populace within his territory, simultaneously suppressing latent risks. Initially, Wu Yongming intended for the official forces to weather the chaos, allowing him to conserve his strength in the shadows, subtly orchestrating through synthetic operatives. However, according to intelligence relayed by the officials, the suppression operations in the eastern and northern regions had largely concluded. Aside from a few remnants of the Dawn Pharmaceuticals who had not managed to escape, there were no significant issues remaining. Those officials and aristocratic families who had colluded with Dawn Pharmaceuticals disintegrated under the official onslaught. Yet, new challenges soon emerged. A significant number of these individuals, carrying an abundance of resources, fled westward like cornered animals. There, they merged with the local factions of Dawn Pharmaceuticals, forming what appeared to be an indomitable alliance. Presently, this Western alliance of Dawn Pharmaceuticals, while not boasting an overwhelming military might, possessed an ample supply of manpower, material, resources, and technology. Meanwhile, the official forces and regional military districts, after enduring numerous brutal confrontations, had suffered considerable depletion of their vitality, although they had not entirely lost their capacity for resistance. Each recent endeavor seemed to stretch their capabilities to the breaking point, as if they were desperately clinging to the last remnants of a once formidable strength. A subtle equilibrium has been established between the two parties. In previous circumstances, it was highly probable that the officials would have made concessions, perhaps with a slight maneuver, to absolve them, effectively integrating them into the official fold. However, due to Wu Yongming's disclosure of all pertinent information, the situation has now reached a critical juncture where a response is imperative. Wu Yongming reflected on the officials' current predicament. They were at a point where they even needed to borrow a mechanical hand. Indeed, this group of inept individuals pales in comparison to his homeland prior to his journey through time, Wu Yongming mused internally. In this world governed by the principle of survival of the fittest, no assistance comes without a price. He had no intention of working for free, nor would he dispatch troops for a mere pittance, only to hand over the territories gained to others. If he were to act, he would aim for a grand endeavor. He had already conceived a bold plan to seize control of the Western territories. Wu Yongming swiftly convened his think tank, or rather, a council centered around B-type synthetic beings and key commanders in the command center located at the television tower. In the conference room, all eyes were fixed on Wu Yongming. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are all well aware of the current situation. The officials are incapable of independently confronting the Western Alliance. A true man cannot remain subservient for long. This presents us with both a challenge and an opportunity. Wu Yongming's voice resonated passionately throughout the room. B001 rose, his eyes alight with excitement. Boss, our airships and powered armor units possess exceptional combat capabilities. Capturing the West should be well within our grasp. Wu Yongming shot him a fierce glare before venomously retorting, should you dare to disassemble my objective into fragments once more, I shall transform you into a mind-controlled automaton. Alas, I shall never dare again. The general continued, at this moment, the Western Alliance possesses ample resources and manpower, along with a formidable array of weaponry. I propose that prior to launching an offensive, we first secure the choke point between the southern and western regions to prevent our logistical and ground forces from falling prey to ambush. B002, who had been listening intently, interjected. Wu Yongming nodded slightly in agreement, but then, with a grave demeanor, remarked, indeed, even if we hold the upper hand, we must not grow complacent. The Western Alliance's ability to amass such considerable resources and troops in a short span certainly indicates their prowess. Moreover, they have long been entrenched in the West and are well acquainted with the terrain. He pondered aloud. As for the populace, do they still have any living citizens over there? Wu Yongming could not suppress his skepticism. Even if they do, it is likely that only a few survivors remain hidden away, individuals who would scarcely constitute a force. At that moment, a seasoned strategist spoke up thoughtfully. I propose we first deploy the Falcon drones for comprehensive reconnaissance of the Western territories to ascertain their troop deployments, defensive fortifications, and resource reserves. Wu Yongming contemplated this suggestion for a moment and found it to be quite sensible. They likely possessed their own air defense capabilities, such as ground-based missiles. Perhaps they would lose one or two drones, but to Wu Yongming, that hardly seemed a significant concern at present. Understood. I shall proceed as you instructed. The reconnaissance mission is to commence immediately, and the outreach to minor factions must be conducted with due diligence. It is permissible to furnish them with T-45 power armor and live ammunition. After meticulous planning, Wu Yongming issued orders to prepare for combat in the western regions. Thus, in the ensuing days, the flying bird drones traversed the rugged mountains and urban-rural landscapes of the west and south, akin to a multitude of migratory birds. They airdropped soldiers primarily at toll booths and gas stations occupied by Dawn Pharmaceuticals. The intelligence gathered from the ground was incessantly relayed back to the command center, where Wu Yongming's team analyzed and studied it day and night, gradually forming a clearer understanding of the Western Alliance's situation. Simultaneously, agents responsible for liaising with minor factions operated discreetly, clad in stealth suits and armed with an array of equipment. They ventured deep into the territories of the Western Alliance to establish contact with the resistance forces lurking in the shadows. Chapter 92. Occupation of most regions. Surprisingly, there remained a few small-scale resistance organizations in the West. Though their numbers had dwindled and their presence was scattered, their collective strength was not to be underestimated. After showcasing the prowess of the power armor and expressing a willingness to provide a certain quantity, several larger survivor factions finally agreed to collaborate with Wu Yongming. They pledged to offer intelligence and armed support to his forces at critical moments. With all preparations in place, Wu Yongming resolved that the time had come to launch the offensive. Although he could utilize the teleportation device to directly transport these troops to the opposite side, Wu Yongming preferred to keep the teleportation technology as a trump card. After all, in the face of such a significant disparity in strength, there was little need to be concerned about a mere fragment of time. Employing teleportation technology on a large scale to relocate the army would undoubtedly expose this technique to the public eye, diminishing his strategic options for future offensives against other nations. He personally boarded a command airship, gazing down at the neatly arranged power armor troops below, a surge of ambition swelling within him. With a decisive command, the airship ascended slowly, accompanied by hundreds of flying machines, while the transport vehicles laden with power armor soldiers kicked up billowing clouds of dust, advancing resolutely towards the west. As Wu Yongming's forces encroached upon the territory of the Western Alliance, a fierce battle commenced. The defensive strength of Dawn Pharmaceuticals was exceptionally tenacious, relying on robust fortifications and intricate terrain to launch a vigorous counterattack against Wu Yongming's troops. In an instant, the sounds of gunfire and explosions intertwined. Smoke, billowing as flames soared into the sky. Scanning the fallen revealed that the adversaries were merely ordinary humans, likely the private armies of affluent families. It was perplexing why these individuals continued to follow their lords, who seemed to be nearing their demise. Wu Yongming pondered this briefly, yet swiftly dismissed such distractions from his mind. In that moment, he stood composed in the command cabin of the airship, directing the battlefield. Utilizing drones to monitor the situation in real time, he continually adjusted his combat strategies in response to the enemy's defensive weaknesses. Under his command, the powered armor troops alternated between concentrated assaults and dispersed flanking maneuvers, gradually breaching the enemy's defenses. However, the progress of the battle was far from smooth. A contingent from the Western Alliance suddenly emerged from the flanks, encircling Wu Yongming's forces. This army was entirely composed of various bioengineered monstrosities, interspersed with an array of automated robots, bomb-laden robotic dogs, and suicide drones. Although these threats posed little challenge to the combatants equipped with the thoroughly enhanced powered armor modified by Wu Yongming, the sheer number of adversaries led to a stalemate, plunging the powered armor troops into a fierce struggle. "How infuriating and troublesome," complained a soldier clad in powered armor, his infinite laser rifle firing continuously. "They can't penetrate our armor, and yet a single bullet or laser could resolve this. How vexing. Yet it still requires a bullet to handle them. And one must aim the weapon. What a waste of time." Another soldier, armed with a rotary machine gun, adeptly removed the spent magazine and replaced it with a new one. With so many units, even if they were all pigs, it would take days to deal with them. One of the combatants, outfitted in powered armor, raised his metallic hand, and a group of modified Type 1 shock troopers surrounding him was suddenly hurled into the air by an invisible force, only to be torn asunder. After completing all these tasks, he turned to his colleagues and curtly remarked that there was no time for idle chatter. They must hasten to their duties, lest they squander even more time. The remnants of destruction were not in vain. All the dismantled robots and bioweapons from Dawn Pharmaceuticals were methodically collected by the adept hands of the specialists and transported to the rear. Once scanned and cataloged for production, They were disassembled into raw materials using the in-game production line. Wu Yangming observed the battlefield through the screen, unable to suppress a mocking laugh. Engaging with robots? Such trivial skills dared to challenge the experts. Although the majority of his robots were occupied with the extensive cleanup of the sewers and the construction of the subway system, the larger robots, like the Iron Guardians, remained idly at hand. Due to his phobia of insufficient troop strength and firepower, a substantial quantity of various robots, particularly the Iron Guardians, had been produced in large numbers once resources became ample. It could be said that aside from regular patrols, approximately 2/3 of their stock remained available. Being a product of a game, these robots did not require maintenance or recharging, making them exceedingly convenient. In summary, he decided to deploy tens of thousands to give them a taste of the challenge. A convoy composed of super heavy trucks continued to advance towards the front lines, each capable of transporting around 20 Iron Guardians. Hundreds of transport aircraft formed a colossal steel tide in the sky, with each plane able to carry up to 50 units, deploying them directly via parachutes upon reaching their designated locations. 3 mechanical legs equipped with wheels serve as both support and mobility devices, their entirety enveloped in robust armor. The armament typically consists of laser Gatling guns and missile launchers, resembling diminutive tanks. Upon the arrival of these Iron Sentinels at the front lines, their laser Gatling guns and missile launchers effortlessly dismantled the enemy's defenses, advancing the front toward the inner sanctum of the Dawn Pharmaceutical Alliance. Meanwhile, the survivor factions allied with Wu Yangming played their part, fueled by their fervent animosity towards Dawn Pharmaceutical. In accordance with prior agreements, they launched a surprise assault from the enemy's rear after donning powered armor, simultaneously splitting into 2 groups to sever the connection between Dawn Pharmaceutical's headquarters and its troops, thereby disrupting the logistics of the Western Alliance. Seizing this opportunity, Wu Yangming commanded airships to unleash a fierce attack on the enemy's left flank, while the powered armor troops descended from the skies to initiate a charge. To their front lay Wu Yangming's forces, to their rear, the vengeful fire of the Survivor Coalition, and to their right, the position of Dawn Pharmaceutical's headquarters, which had been encircled by the Survivor Coalition, leaving no avenue for retreat. Thus, besieged on all sides, the forces of Dawn Pharmaceutical were annihilated within a short span. Except for the main urban area housing the headquarters of Dawn Pharmaceutical, all cities in the west fell under Wu Yangming's control. Following the conquest of these territories, Wu Yangming refrained from hasty actions, instead dispatching engineering teams to undertake construction and establish garrisons in the occupied regions. In the northern region, a workshop for synthetic beings, a robotics manufacturing facility, an exoskeleton production line, and an avian assembly area have been established, directly harnessing local resources for military production, with a design division set up locally in the West. It can be said that a deep-rooted presence has been firmly established in the West. In light of these developments, Wu Yangming deliberately postponed the assault on the headquarters of Dawn Pharmaceuticals for more than half a month. During this prolonged period, Dawn Pharmaceuticals experienced a torturous existence. At this juncture, the Dawn Pharmaceuticals alliance found itself mired in chaos and despair. Their forces had suffered significant losses, morale had plummeted, and under the influence of the synthetic beings in leadership roles, internal divisions began to emerge. Chapter 93. The final escape in the spacious yet decaying conference room of Dawn Pharmaceuticals headquarters. The lighting flickered dimly, casting an air of impending extinguishment that enveloped the entire space in a shroud of hopelessness. A group of individuals sat around a massive conference table, their chairs aligned with meticulous precision. At the forefront was the regional head of Dawn Pharmaceuticals for the Donghua area, once vibrant and commanding all branches within Donghua, now reduced to a mere shell, devoid of spirit. His attire was disheveled. The buttons of his shirt were mismatched, the collar wide open, exposing a gaunt chest, and a slovenly tie, wrinkled like a tattered rag. His gaze was vacant, eyes hollow and devoid of life, as if he could no longer perceive even a glimmer of hope for the future. His face was unkempt, adorned with a scruffy beard, and beneath his eyes, a thick ring of dark circles suggested he had long neglected his own appearance. Now, let us commence the meeting. His fatigued voice resembled the labored gusts emitted from a dilapidated, nearly obsolete blower, hoarse and devoid of vigor, emanating from a mouth full of yellowed teeth, long neglected by the brush. He extracted the documents in his hand and shook them, the pages rustling softly, before he let out a heavy sigh, imbued with an inexhaustible sense of helplessness and despair. As you can see, we are left with only this headquarters. His voice was low and tremulous. Now, we have but two choices, one of which is surrender. He slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the others present, devoid of its former authority and sharpness, replaced instead by profound exhaustion and fear. A profound silence enveloped the room, so intense that it felt as though time had come to a standstill. The only sounds were the occasional heavy breaths, echoing like a haunting stillness. Let me be clear, surrender equates to death. At this juncture, do not harbor illusions of negotiation. His tone was frigid and resolute, each word striking the hearts of those assembled like a heavy hammer. Then, we shall choose the second option, a young officer declared eagerly, his hands instinctively clenching into fists beneath the table. The second option, indeed, in truth, it appears we have no other choice left. The person at the head of the table forced a wry smile, his expression one of indifference to life and death. Yet within that smile lay a deep-seated resentment and helplessness. We still have one underground railway line available to us, which we can utilize. His voice rose slightly, as if to bolster his own spirits. Is it the one? The route leading to Southeast Asia? A middle-aged man exclaimed, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes, only to be swiftly overshadowed by concern. But Chairman, the route through Southeast Asia requires traversing the east, does it not? Is there not a possibility of interception? The proposed path is to navigate through the extensive subterranean works of Donghua, where the railway has yet to be fully laid. However, if we rely solely on the tunnels, we can swiftly cover a third of the distance using trains for transporting construction materials. An elderly gentleman, bespectacled and composed, raised a counterpoint, his voice steady, yet his gaze shimmering with optimism. In preparation for the railway, the tunnel's interior has been largely restored. We should first evacuate as quickly as possible via the existing railway, and then proceed on foot. No, walking is unnecessary. There are still some small construction vehicles at the worksite that can be utilized for transport. Then let it be so. I shall gather personnel to organize the evacuation preparations. A diminutive official spoke cautiously, his tone laced with a hint of servility and timidity. Wait a moment. That train cannot accommodate so many people. The chairman remarked coldly, a flicker of severity crossing his gaze. Haha, Chairman, what you mean is. The small official was interrupted before he could finish. We need individuals to impede the pursuers. But there are no buts in this matter. I assert that we can only take a few officials with us. The sacrifice of the others will be forever etched in our memories. The person in the main seat spoke coldly, his tone devoid of any emotion, as if discussing a matter entirely unrelated to himself. Yet, those were our companions, alongside the noble families that had steadfastly supported us and now sought refuge with us. How could we? The young official could not help but interject, his face reflecting shock, though his voice dwindled into a whisper. How could we not? The person in the main seat shot him a fierce glare. This is a matter of life and death. We cannot risk our lives for those inconsequential individuals. As for the noble families, having chosen to ally with us, they should have anticipated the consequences of today. A flicker of helplessness and indifference shone in his eyes. The person in the main seat opened his eyes and gazed at him with an impassive expression. I recall that you have a wife and 2 children. You must consider their fate. We shall return to exact our vengeance one day. Until then, let us honor those compatriots who are destined to sacrifice. Well, if that is the case, the young official replied, his voice heavy with disappointment and resignation. He understood that at this juncture, there was no alternative. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. A life to seek revenge is paramount above all else. Very well, it is settled then. Everyone, bring your families here. After my speech, I will lead you through the secret passage beneath this conference room to the subway station. The person in the main seat declared, his tone carrying a hint of relief. Now, everyone hurry and prepare. Time is of the essence. He waved his hand. The assembly rose in unison, silently departing the conference room. Their faces bore a myriad of expressions. Some were filled with anger, others with resignation, and still others with fear. They understood that, from this moment forth, their fates had been irrevocably altered. The individual seated at the head observed the departing figures, a flicker of anguish crossing his visage. He returned to his chair, leaned back against the upholstery, closed his eyes, and inhaled deeply. He was acutely aware that he had made a brutal decision. Yet in this dire predicament, he had no alternative. Memories of past glories surged within him. Those once celebrated triumphs and riches now faded into mere wisps of smoke. A profound sorrow and helplessness welled up in his heart, But soon, he regained his stoic demeanor. He recognized that this was not the time for lamentation. He must strive to kindle the flame of hope. "Do you have any opinions?" he inquired, directing his gaze towards the two individuals seated directly across from him. "Huh," the chairman jesting, one of them replied. "We are but the defeated strays, bereft of any opinions." They were indeed the two department heads from Dawn Pharmaceutical's Fuhua City branch, the architects of their misfortunes. Chapter 94. The conclusion of battle. The chairman squinted, his gaze piercing like a needle aimed at the two. The entire Fuhua branch was the sole survivor that had managed to break free and return to headquarters after being besieged nationally. No member from any other city branch had returned. None at all. This harsh reality weighed heavily upon the chairman's heart like a leaden stone. He could not shake the feeling that these two individuals, along with the entire Fuhua branch, exuded an inexplicable aura of strangeness. The sensation eluded his articulation. In pursuit of the truth, he assembled an investigative team to meticulously examine the entire sequence of events, even conducting genetic tests, which ultimately yielded no abnormalities. Yet, that unsettling feeling clung to him like a parasite, impossible to shed. Ordinarily, he would have easily concocted an excuse to detain them. However, the extraordinary prowess of these two individuals, coupled with the emergence of their supporters within the organization, entrenched in pivotal positions, complicated matters significantly. Their repeated victories against the official onslaught further solidified their standing, leaving him, as the chairman, hesitant to act decisively against them. After scrutinizing them for a lengthy spell, the chairman gradually rose, striding with measured steps toward the periphery. He understood that he bore a weightier mission, to rally forces for the impending final confrontation. "Prepare for evacuation," he instructed, despite harboring deep-seated disdain. For now, it remained merely a suspicion. In this dire predicament, their loyalty had not faltered, indicating they still belonged to the fold. At such a critical juncture, their strength was indispensable. "Understood, Chairman," the two responded respectfully. On a battlefield shrouded in smoke, Wu Yangming's forces surged like a mighty tide, effortlessly breaching the core defenses of the Dawn Pharmaceutical Western Alliance, advancing rapidly toward their headquarters. "Hey, old Zhang, can you believe I just survived a rocket strike unscathed?" A young soldier clad in T-45 power armor, Xiao Wang, eagerly examined his weapon while excitedly conversing with the seasoned veteran, Lao Zhang, beside him. Lao Zhang broke into a wide grin, exclaiming, "Need I say more? This power armor is composed of an unknown material, incredibly resilient." His voice resonated with confidence as the iron fists of the armor relentlessly struck the skull of an enemy he had captured. The visceral sensation of each blow landing upon the adversary provided a cathartic release for the survivors, who had long endured oppression at the hands of Dawn Pharmaceuticals. "Huh, who says vengeance is hollow? I'm on cloud 9 right now." Many like him donned the T-45 power armor on the battlefield, all survivors previously contacted by Wu Yangming. After receiving their gear, they had successfully severed the logistical and reinforcements lines of Dawn Pharmaceutical's frontline forces. Now, they fought alongside Wu Yangming as they pressed forward. At this moment, Wu Yangming stood approximately 1 to 2 kilometers away from the headquarters building, gazing intently at the edifice that symbolized the enemy's dominion. Before the outbreak of war, it had served as a medical research company established by Dawn Pharmaceuticals within Donghua, and beneath this structure lay the domestic headquarters for their biochemical research. "General, we have breached the core defenses. Shall we launch an immediate assault on the Dawn Pharmaceuticals headquarters?" asked his aide, B002, hastily approaching Wu Yangming. Wu Yangming shook his head slightly, responding in a low voice, "Not yet, they cannot escape." His voice, deep yet imbued with strength, resonated amidst the cacophony of the battlefield, reaching only the ears of his aide, B002. The once fearsome bioweapons had vanished from sight, leaving behind only human soldiers equipped with conventional firearms, likely exhausted of their ammunition. "Advance." With Wu Yangming's commanding shout, the call to arms was officially sounded. A colossal humanoid robot, Freedom Titan, approached with heavy, powerful strides, its massive metallic form obliterating all military defenses in its path. Trailing behind the Freedom Titan was a battalion of powered armor soldiers and a multitude of robots. These automatons varied in shape and function. Reconnaissance drones scouted and replenished ammunition, agile machines cleared the debris, while nimble assailants wielded dual blades to harvest the scant remaining lives of the enemy. Towering sentinels, armed with heavy weaponry, resembled mobile fortresses, their eyes glinting with a chilling red light, exuding an aura of death. Everything unfolded with meticulous precision, akin to the interlocking gears of a finely tuned clock. In stark contrast, the defensive forces at the headquarters of Dawn Pharmaceuticals were thrown into disarray. They gazed at the oncoming tide of attackers, their faces etched with fear and despair. What shall we do? Their assault is too fierce. We cannot withstand it. A soldier cried out in panic. Quick, summon aid from headquarters. The commander bellowed hoarsely, yet his voice quivered, betraying his profound sense of hopelessness in the face of the dire situation. The Free Metal Titan initiated the assault. Its head-mounted laser cannon instantly unleashed a formidable blue energy beam that swept towards the defenses of the Dawn Pharmaceuticals headquarters. The ground reverberated with thunderous blasts as the defensive structures were effortlessly reduced to rubble, clouds of dust and smoke obscuring the sky. Charge! Roared the synthetic soldiers clad in T-51 power armor, joined by the Western survivors adorned in T-45 suits, as they surged towards the enemy positions. The opposition's resistance appeared feeble. Under the overwhelming offensive of Wu Yangming's forces, their defenses were torn apart as if made of mere paper. We cannot hold. Retreat! Cried the soldiers of Dawn Pharmaceuticals, discarding their helmets and armor in a frantic bid for escape. Thinking of fleeing? Not so easily. Wu Yangming scoffed, gesturing with a grand sweep of his hand, prompting the robotic troops to pursue the fleeing adversaries, systematically eliminating them with their weaponry. The towering edifice of the Dawn Pharmaceuticals headquarters loomed before them as the Free Metal Titan strode forward, raising its colossal mechanical arm and delivering a thunderous blow to the building's exterior. With a resounding crash, a gaping hole was created in the wall. Advance, commanded Wu Yangming, as the power-armored soldiers swiftly penetrated the structure. Inside, the remnants of Dawn Pharmaceuticals forces were making a desperate stand, firing their meager remaining handguns at the armored soldiers, their efforts proving utterly futile. As the battle progressed, Wu Yangming's troops gradually seized control of every corner of the headquarters. Meanwhile, outside the building, Wu Yangming gazed at the edifice now under his command, his heart swelling with profound emotions. He understood that the triumph in this battle was not merely a significant blow to the Western Alliance, but also a powerful reckoning against the dark forces of Dawn Pharmaceuticals. General, the mission is accomplished, B-002 reported to Wu Yangming with an expressionless demeanor. Wu Yangming nodded slightly, instructing, notify the troops to secure the battlefield and attend to the wounded. Chapter 95. The Nightmare Demon General, this is the place. B-002's voice was barely above a whisper, laden with gravity as his gaze fixated intently on the floor of the building's hall. According to the transmitted intelligence, this was indeed the entrance to Dawn Pharmaceuticals. Beside him, a squad of synthetic soldiers emanated an aura of coldness. Meanwhile, the expressions of the Western survivors varied, their faces etched with the weariness of time. A blend of tension and anticipation as they confronted the stronghold of an enemy they had once deemed insurmountable. Now, they were on the verge of breaching it. A long-standing fury and hatred about to find resolution. Inside the hall, the flickering light cast a dim glow, wavering uncertainly in the stillness of the air, as if it might extinguish at any moment. The enormous hexagonal emblem of Dawn Pharmaceuticals loomed eerily under the oppressive illumination. Beep, 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 beep. A sharp sound suddenly shattered the silence, resonating with the mechanical clatter of a hydraulic machine throughout the vast hall. The colossal emblem slowly parted in the center, accompanied by the creaking of gears, revealing a staircase that gradually emerged. Wu Yangming's brow furrowed, his eyes narrowing as he meticulously probed the air with his psychic ability, leaving no inch or fluctuation unchecked. Once he confirmed the absence of danger, he nodded slightly, signaling his subordinates to proceed ahead. To think that spies could still be inserted within. Old Li's eyes widened in disbelief, his face etched with incredulity as the wrinkles deepened with astonishment. He turned to the now familiar synthetic soldier beside him, urgently inquiring, "Who exactly is your leader?" "Well, I'm not entirely sure either," the synthetic soldier replied, its electronic eyes flickering momentarily, maintaining its customary indifference. Meanwhile, within the monitoring room of Dawn Pharmaceuticals, the atmosphere was suffocatingly oppressive. The harsh, pale lights cast a cold glow in every corner, illuminating the flashing alarm lights on the walls, which imbued the entire space with a palpable sense of despair. Damn it! Who could it be? Who has opened the gates of the base? A man with reddened eyes, clad in a pristine uniform and encased in an equally white composite armor, pounded his fist furiously against the table in front of him. Veins bulged on his forehead, beads of sweat rolled down, and his face twisted in anger. He was the temporary commander, saved previously at the airport by the synthetic soldier of the deputy minister, and had now ascended to the rank of official commander. "What shall we do, Commander?" asked a trembling soldier nearby, his body quaking slightly, his face awash with fear. "There is no other choice. Let the nightmares go out and hold them off for a while." The commander gritted his teeth, forcing the words through clenched jaws, his eyes reflecting a hint of reckless desperation. Wu Yangming, surrounded by a tight formation of powered armor soldiers, strode steadily along the path leading to the reception area of the underground base. Within the corridor, the crimson alarm lights flickered wildly on the walls, casting a sanguine glow upon the assembled figures, their T-51 power armor illuminated in a blood-red hue, cold and rigid, resembling grim specters from the depths of hell. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder mingled with disinfectant, and each step echoed heavily throughout the passage. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the foyer. To their astonishment, they beheld a group of children, regardless of gender. Each child donned immaculate garments adorned with the emblem of Dawn Pharmaceuticals, and under this eerie illumination, their pristine attire appeared particularly glaring. Their features were exquisitely perfect, their skin so pale it seemed almost translucent, evoking an involuntary warmth in the hearts of those who gazed upon them, lulling their vigilance. "Dear adults, please do not harm us," pleaded these childlike beings, their lips curling into what seemed to be an innocent smile, yet their eyes betrayed a subtle strangeness. They spoke words of supplication while maintaining their smiles, adopting a pitiful demeanor that was both enchanting and chilling. B002, who had always cherished children, held his weapon, his gaze rife with conflict. His face was etched with compassion, yet he remained on high alert, tempted to step forward, inching closer. However, the Western survivors, seemingly struck by a jolt of instinct, abruptly trained their weapons upon the seemingly harmless children before them. Their faces were contorted with anguish and rage. Some had reddened eyes, while others clenched their jaws, their bodies trembling slightly with hatred. "Wait, do not approach them. These imps are not human at all," a survivor vociferated, his facial muscles contorted with agitation. "They will either metamorphose into monsters or detonate." Another survivor, his voice laced with lamentation and his brow slick with perspiration, exclaimed, "My wife and children were slain by their self-immolation." A middle-aged man, his eyes crimson and brimming with tears, his face etched with sorrow and despair, lamented. The true nature of these children was self-evident to Wu Yangming. Their monstrous visage was no revelation to him. He possessed the ability to datify their profiles, discerning their demonic essence with a mere scan. Furthermore, Wu Yangming had a recollection of these childlike entities from reports obtained from the branch chief and deputy branch chief synthetics. They were designated as nightmare demons, not a species of bioweaponry, but rather creations fashioned through a peculiar modulation. Various types and species of bioweapons were molded into the guise of frail children, exploiting their innocent appearance to deceive and lull others into complacency, facilitating infiltration missions or the instigation of terrorist attacks. Giggle. "Sir, please don't hurt us." With their disguise unmasked, these imps maintained their eerie smiles. Their mouths stretched into grotesque grins, uttering the same lines in a broken, repetitive manner, akin to a malfunctioning radio. Their limbs began to elongate rapidly, the sound of bones contorting resonating starkly in the silence, as claws sprouted instantaneously. In the dim light, a cold glimmer flickered as monstrous figures, with arched backs and horns sprouting from their heads, transformed into grotesque beings with fearsome visages, roaring and lunging towards Wu Yangming and his companions. Some of these creatures, with their corpulent bodies akin to mountains of flesh, rolled forward with reckless abandon, causing the ground to tremble beneath their weight. Others brandished claws as sharp as blades, viciously swiping at their targets with a sharp hiss slicing through the air. There were also those whose lower halves remained unchanged, yet their upper bodies morphed into quivering masses of flesh, propelling themselves at an unimaginable speed towards Wu Yangming and his group. Chapter 96. Despair. Among them was the silhouette of a first-type scout. Witnessing a seemingly delicate young boy suddenly transform into a muscular figure of darkness left Wu Yangming at a loss for words. "Be cautious of those fleshy orbs. They are explosive," Oldly exclaimed urgently, his face etched with concern. Yet, regardless of the warning, some were unable to evade in time. A deafening explosion erupted, engulfing everything in flames, and the immense shockwave hurled several powered armor soldiers into the air, their bodies crashing against the walls like kites with severed strings, leaving behind horrifying marks. Fortunately, the protection of their powered armor spared them from severe injury. However, this incident ignited the fury of the crowd. Power hammers, large saws, rotary machine guns, laser Gatling guns, every weapon in hand unleashed a torrent of fire upon these twisted monstrosities. The flames erupting from the gun barrel illuminated the entire foyer, as smoke enveloped the space, intermingling with the cacophony of battle cries and the monstrous roars, creating a deafening symphony. It must be said that these creatures were utterly feeble compared to their counterparts dispatched to the front lines. Not only were they fragile, but they were also diminutive, perhaps a consequence of some peculiar alteration. In no time, they were entirely eradicated, leaving behind a grim tableau of dismembered limbs and a pungent scent of blood. The acrid smoke lingered heavily in the air, each breath laden with the sharp odor of flesh singed by laser rifles and laser Gatling guns. The nauseating amalgamation of gunpowder and blood filled the atmosphere, rendering the base's foyer akin to a hellish purgatory, strewn with the incomplete corpses of biochemical monstrosities. Severed arms and fragmented limbs lay haphazardly scattered, some bodies blown to pieces with exposed organs, while others were cleaved apart by sharp blades, their flesh and bones a grotesque sight. Yet, for the resourceful technician accompanying the team, these remnants were merely salvageable resources, methodically collecting what lay on the ground. It was over, completely over. A surviving enemy soldier, his legs buckling, collapsed to the floor, his face reflecting utter despair as he witnessed the carnage through the surveillance. How could they be so formidable? We are no match for them. Where did they even come from? I have never heard of them before. Another soldier leaned against the wall, his body trembling uncontrollably. The commander's face was as pale as a sheet, devoid of any color, his eyes bloodshot and trembling lips quivering, his teeth chattering audibly. "Commander, what should we do now?" A timid soldier inched forward, hunched like a frightened mouse. His voice quivered with the threat of tears, his features twisted in terror. Suddenly, the commander spun around with the swiftness of a cheetah, seizing the soldier by the collar and lifting him off the ground. The soldier flailed helplessly in midair. "What should we do? How should I know? You ask me, and I shall ask whom?" The commander bellowed, his face flushed with rage, spittle flying onto the soldier's face. The soldier's complexion turned ghostly pale, his eyes wide with fear, scarcely daring to breathe. "Let us head to the conference room," one soldier suggested. "Indeed. The officers must have a plan," another echoed. At that moment, the commander recalled that his comrades from Dawn Pharmaceuticals were all capable individuals, and with the officers, the chairman, and the two formidable members from the Fuhua branch, they might yet breach a line of defense and escape. The more he contemplated the potential, the more hopeful they became, supporting each other as they staggered, limping toward the conference room. Their silhouettes appeared particularly disheveled in the dim light. Along the way, the increasingly close sounds of gunfire and screams formed a dismal symphony of despair. They could only cover their ears and pretend not to hear, hastening their steps toward the conference room. At long last, they stumbled into the conference room, initially believing they might discover a glimmer of hope, a refuge provided by the chairman and the officials. Yet, the scene before them shattered their last vestige of hope. The room lay desolate, chairs and tables strewn haphazardly across the floor as if ravaged by a tempest. At the center stood an electronic door unlike any he had ever encountered. Where were the chairman and the officials? Where had they gone? The commander bellowed furiously, his voice echoing in the vast emptiness of the chamber. Could it be? Could it be that the leader abandoned us to flee alone? A soldier voiced the most disheartening speculation, trembling as he spoke. His words, though whispered, detonated like a bombshell among the crowd, inciting a wave of horror. Faces turned ashen, their eyes brimming with shock and despair. The commander's countenance swiftly darkened, more profound than the ominous night sky. His eyes widened, seemingly on the verge of bursting from their sockets, veins on his forehead bulging like twisted earthworms. He roared, "Impossible! How dare he? How could he abandon us?" His voice grew hoarse from rage, his body trembling with fervor. At that moment, a soldier in the corner discovered a note. His hand quivered as he picked it up, revealing the inscription, "For the future of Dawn Pharmaceuticals, I must preserve my strength. You are on your own." His complexion drained, as if he had witnessed the apocalypse. The commander snatched the note, scanning the words, his expression shifting from fury to disbelief, culminating in utter despair. He tore the note into shreds, the fragments cascading through the air like their shattered hopes. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, "This coward! This traitor! I shall kill him!" His voice echoed in the desolate conference room, imbued with despair and fury, to the extent that he forgot he was no match for the chairman. With fervent intensity, he overturned the table, desperately attempting to pry open the electronic door's seam on the floor. His eyes sparkled with a frenzied light, resembling a trapped beast. Ultimately, the commander collapsed onto the ground, cradling his head in his hands, his body trembling uncontrollably. Once, he had been unwaveringly loyal to the leader, willing to sacrifice everything, even his own conscience, for the so-called grand enterprise of Dawn Pharmaceuticals. He had led his soldiers into the fray, battling the enemy, believing he was striving for a noble cause. Yet now, he realized he was merely a discarded pawn of Dawn Pharmaceuticals, callously abandoned at the most critical moment. Memories of fallen comrades flooded his mind. They had devoted their lives to this organization, only to meet such a disheartening fate. His heart swelled with regret, lamenting why he had failed to discern the company's true nature. Chapter 97. Assassination of the Chairman. The other soldiers stood frozen in place, gazing at the scattered fragments of the note, uncertain of their next steps. A heavy, oppressive atmosphere enveloped the conference room, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Only the commander's intermittent sobs and the soldiers' labored breaths disrupted the suffocating silence. Once, they were a formidable force, equipped with advanced weaponry and well-trained soldiers. Yet now, in this battle, they have been utterly defeated, losing not only their combat prowess, but also their faith and hope. In this moment of despair, no one knows what fate awaits them, whether they will be captured by the enemy, perish in this dark world, or surrender. Time passed unmeasured until the commander slowly raised his head. His gaze, once filled with frenzied rage, was now replaced by boundless fatigue and resolute determination. In a hoarse voice, he declared, "Brothers, we cannot simply sit idly by and await our demise. Even if our leader has forsaken us, we must carve out a path to survival for ourselves." The soldiers exchanged glances, their eyes still reflecting confusion, yet the commander's words shone like a faint flicker of candlelight in the darkness, providing them with a modicum of strength. Among them stood a young soldier, his face still bearing the remnants of youth, hesitantly speaking up, "But where can we go? The enemy surrounds us." His voice trembled, echoing helplessly in the vastness of the conference room. The commander rose, brushing off the dust from his clothing, his gaze sweeping over each individual. "We will make our way to the secret passage of the base. It can be utilized by both officers and us." After all, it was merely an electronic door designed to conceal an escape route, constructed with materials and technology that weren't particularly robust. Before the abilities of Dawn Pharmaceuticals, it was easily pried open. Together, they supported one another as they advanced down a corridor towards the passageway. The corridor was permeated with a damp, moldy odor, and the flickering lights on the walls seemed poised to extinguish at any moment. As they made their way, memories of the once thriving Dawn Pharmaceutical, now fallen into sudden decay, flooded their minds. They recalled the heavily guarded base, now left in disarray, their hearts heavy with nostalgia. At last, they reached the exit of the passage, a formidable iron door emblazoned with the emblem of Dawn Pharmaceutical, now a grim irony. Just as they prepared to depart, a sudden, heavy footfall echoed from beyond the passage. The commander's expression shifted dramatically as he murmured, "Quick, take cover." Instantly, they huddled into the corners, weapons clutched tightly in their hands, scarcely daring to breathe. The footsteps grew louder, and as a figure emerged at the passage's mouth, the commander sprang forth, gun drawn, and commanded, "Don't move." Yet, as he beheld the figure before him, words escaped him. A battalion of soldiers clad in gleaming power armor materialized, flanking the exit and encircling them in a swift and calculated maneuver. From their ranks, a young man stepped forward, casting a cold glance in their direction before brushing past them as if they were inconsequential. The commander, surveying the despondent faces of his comrades, was overwhelmed with guilt. He spoke softly, "Brothers, I am deeply sorry for all of you. Had I not blindly trusted our leader, we would not have found ourselves in such dire straits." The soldiers shook their heads in unison, one veteran lamenting, "This is not your fault. We all fight for the beliefs that reside within our hearts, only to have those beliefs exploited by others." In the crucial moment as the countdown neared its end, the commander suddenly declared, "To hell with it. We shall fight to the last breath. Even if we perish, we will take a few enemies down with us." The others rallied in response, and countless orbs of light, electric serpents, and flames materialized around the dawn of their final stand. They were prepared to engage in a last desperate battle against their foes in the final moments of their lives. However, upon charging out, they discovered that the enemy merely chuckled as a few individuals stepped forward from their ranks, wielding melee weapons such as power hammers and massive chainsaws equipped with handles. The commander instantly realized that they were not regarded as worthy adversaries. To the enemy, the resolve of sacrificing their lives was nothing more than a jest. In a fit of rage, the commander's words were cut short as a power hammer crushed his skull into his chest, extinguishing his life. His enhanced physical capabilities failed to manifest even at the very end. "Commander, boss." The remaining empowered soldiers began unleashing their abilities upon the enemy. Yet their efforts were futile against the defenses of the T-flames danced, and lightning entwined as two individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities lunged towards the armored soldiers, only to be mercilessly shredded by the roaring chainsaws, their flesh and blood splattering. Three physically enhanced individuals, their muscles swelling to the point of bursting through their garments, had their heads obliterated under the assault of the mechanized gauntlets, akin to watermelons exploding. In no time, the warriors of Dawn Pharmaceuticals were entirely annihilated. How laughable! This futile resistance, boldly spat upon their corpses. Yet, at least these fellows fought until the very end. Meanwhile, the chairman of Dawn Pharmaceuticals in the Donghua region, having long since fled, along with various officials from the headquarters, were aboard a construction train, hurtling towards the unfinished end of the railway. Accompanied by their families, wives, children, parents, they sat in solemn silence. The construction train emitted a sharp whistle as it raced along the tracks, sparks flying from the friction between wheels and rails, flickering momentarily in the darkness. The chairman sat at the front of the train, his gaze hollow as he stared into the impenetrable blackness outside. Have we truly escaped? Oh. Though it is a construction vehicle, at least it is high speed. Suddenly, without warning, the train began to shake violently, the shrill sound of emergency brakes piercing through the carriage. Panic-stricken, everyone turned their eyes to the window, where they beheld the tracks ahead had been sabotaged, a massive obstacle lying across the middle of the tracks. The train, propelled by inertia, continued to glide forward, on the verge of colliding with the obstruction. The carriage filled with screams. At this critical juncture, a cadre endowed with telekinetic abilities abruptly rose to his feet, his forehead veins bulging. He concentrated intensely, striving to levitate the front of the train in an attempt to mitigate the force of the impending collision. Through his determined efforts, the train's front gradually lifted, skimming past the edge of the obstruction before ultimately coming to a halt not far away. Chapter 98. The First Encounter with Extraterrestrials. The crowd, still shaken and breathless, had little time to recover before a small girl clad in ordinary attire began to approach the train from the shadows. The chairman's complexion turned ashen. He recognized the gravity of the situation. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to maintain a facade of composure as he stepped down from the train, demanding, "Who are you? Why do you obstruct us?" Amidst the oppressive atmosphere of the dimly lit tunnel, he had momentarily forgotten about Bai Lili, the initial target of their conflict. Facing this final adversary, Bai Lili slowly raised her head, her clear gaze astonishingly calm as it pierced through the crowd. Her lips parted slightly. "Is it so? You do not even know who I am. Why you sought to kill me?" In stark contrast to her tranquil inquiries, the surrounding walls trembled slightly under the force of her surging telekinetic energy, fragments of plaster cascading down and momentarily levitating. The chairman, positioned at the forefront of the assembly, felt a heavy weight in his heart upon witnessing this scene, as if a colossal stone had struck him. He understood that this young girl had come for vengeance. Their path of escape was likely to meet its end here. Drawing a deep breath, he endeavored to steady himself and shouted, "Everyone, prepare for battle." Before he could finish his words, a mouthful of fresh blood erupted from his lips. A hand, without warning, pierced through the body of the chairman from behind. "Ha ha! Little children should not engage in such violent antics all day. Dear Lily," a hearty voice resonated from behind him. The chairman, his face contorted in terror, summoned his last remnants of strength to turn his head. What met his gaze was the smiling visage of the deputy director of the Dawn Pharmaceuticals Fuhua branch, and that hand which impaled his chest belonged to this very demon. Lily's eyes widened in shock and fury. her heart ablaze with anger at the theft of her chance for vengeance. At the feet of the deputy director lay countless corpses of Dawn Pharmaceuticals executives and their families, sprawled in disarray, a scene too horrific to behold. The bodies were pierced by luminous swords, radiating white photons, casting an eerie glow in the dimly lit room. Why? The chairman strained to utter those words, squeezing them from his throat with his final breath. He then slowly closed his eyes, a once mighty figure. The supreme authority of Dawn Pharmaceutical in the Donghua region fell with a resounding thud. Lili gazed at the lifeless body, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Yet her stubbornness forbade them from falling. Her chest heaved violently. After what felt like an eternity, she exhaled deeply, releasing her clenched fists. The veins on the back of her hands bulging from exertion, gradually calming at last. She lifted her gaze towards the deputy director, whose face now bore a look of helplessness and sorrow, for it pained him to witness a child burdened with such bloodshed. Bai Lili let out a cold snort and addressed the synthetic subordinate. I certainly do not wish to be referred to as Little Sister Bai, someone who has barely been alive for half a year. The subordinate replied with a chuckle. Oh, come now. We even replicated memories together. My psychological age is 54, you know. Bai Lili then inquired, have we gathered everything? If so, let us return. She remarked, I must say, these officials are exceedingly cautious. They never afforded us the opportunity to collect samples of their biological tissues, forcing us to resort to the rather grim method of termination before extraction. As he spoke, the subordinate crouched down and extracted a luminous sword from a corpse, meticulously collecting flesh and blood from the remains. Bai Lili averted her gaze from the gruesome scene, her mind drifting to cherished memories of living with her parents. Reminiscing about the past. Let us not waste any more time here, she urged once more, her eyes betraying her fatigue. Lili, is it all over? Came the voice of Wu Yangming, who had just arrived. Brother, yes, General, it is all concluded. Upon seeing Wu Yangming, Lili's dull and weary eyes regained a flicker of vitality, though she quickly masked it with a fa-aude of seriousness. Well, since it is all done, let us return to rest. I have matters to attend to, Wu Yangming said, his gaze lingering on the dark tunnel behind them. Brimming with anticipation for the new map, he was eager to explore. However, he knew that the time was not yet right to embark on such an endeavor. Having recently secured the western region, he must solidify his existing territories and forces, ensuring that his manpower and military presence permeate the entirety of the West. According to the memories gleaned from the corpses beneath his feet, this tunnel appears to be two-thirds complete, making the situation simpler and allowing for a more measured approach. However, there is one particular matter that occupies his thoughts. His subordinates have uncovered something remarkable within the core laboratory of Dawn Pharmaceuticals' Donghua headquarters. It is an extraterrestrial specimen. Upon confirming that several officials and the remains of the chairman had been recovered, Wu Yangming entered the desolate laboratory, where documents lay scattered and various pieces of equipment were askew. Among the chaos, his gaze was drawn to a translucent, jellyfish-like organism suspended within a cylindrical glass cultivation tank. Visually, it resembled the Martians from Metal Slug, with tentacles for a lower body, its entire form a translucent blue, and a disproportionately large head with no visible mouth. Inside its cranium, there pulsated a vast mass of brain tissue, radiating a blue luminescence akin to that of humans. This, he realized, was the source of superhuman abilities. Wu Yangming stared at the jellyfish in a daze. Early on, he had extracted a substance known as extraterrestrial biological matter from that blue forced evolution serum. He had once pondered what this extraterrestrial matter might have been like when he was still an alien being himself. Yet, upon reflection, he felt a tinge of disappointment. This jellyfish creature seemed, how should he say, lacking in functional beauty? Nevertheless, that enormous brain certainly appeared to possess formidable potential in terms of superpowers. Wu Yangming, without engaging in unnecessary conversation, retrieved a scanning device. He first scanned the data, then utilized the operational methods gleaned from the deceased scientist's brain to manipulate the control panel. He extracted a sample of bodily tissue from the petri dish and introduced it into the newly constructed cloning and synthesizing machines. It was perplexing, given that the theory of extraterrestrial biological matter was fundamentally a part of bodily tissue. Why could they not directly create an alien using either the cloning machine or the synthesizer? Wu Yangming grumbled as he operated the machinery, confident that the omnipotent mod could resolve any control issues. Chapter 99. The Extinct Alien Civilization Before Long, two identical extraterrestrial beings, reminiscent of blue jellyfish adorned with peculiar luminescent patterns, were created. The corpse of the alien lacked such patterns. Did they simply vanish upon death? A sense of indifferent curiosity flickered in Wu Yangming's mind as he refocused on the two extraterrestrials. Initially, they merely twitched, their supple bodies gradually unfurling within the incubation chamber as if acclimatizing to this entirely new realm. Subsequently, their tentacle-like limbs began to writhe slowly, imbued with a sense of exploration and unfamiliarity as they raised their sizable, translucent heads. The two jellyfish-like aliens gazed in bewilderment, their already large eyes widening further, fixated on Wu Yangming with a mixture of curiosity and perplexity towards this strange life form. Suddenly, as if sensing something, their previously dazed expressions transformed into vigilant ones. They abruptly turned their heads towards the corpse that constituted their very being. Among them, the one birthed from the cloning machine was inexplicably engulfed in a seething rage. Its once tranquil surface emanated a faint blue glow, a direct manifestation of its fury. Objects in the vicinity began to levitate, and blue sparks flickered into existence mid-air, crackling and exploding with a cacophony of sound, as an invisible force bore down upon Wu Yangming. This force exuded an overwhelming pressure, as if intent on crushing everything in its path. Yet, Wu Yangming remained composed, arms crossed, a hint of disdainful amusement gracing his features, entirely dismissive of the impending threat. What a farce! How could the original possibly compare to my forged perfection, honed through countless trials? A smirk danced upon Wu Yangming's lips as he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to the massive head of the alien. The impact was not forceful, yet it sent the creature's head lurching to the side, causing it to spin and crash to the ground. Dazed and bewildered, the alien scrambled to its feet. Shock etched across its face, eyes wide with disbelief. It seemed utterly perplexed by the current situation. Its once furious gaze had transformed into one of clarity, filled with confusion. However, it soon began to thrash its tentacles, as if venting its dissatisfaction, intensifying its efforts to unleash a torrent of telekinetic force upon Wu Yangming. The blue sparks in the air grew increasingly dense, and the surrounding objects were swept into chaos, reduced to mere dust. Crack! Crack! In this instance, Wu Yangming unleashed a flurry of strikes, delivering two sharp slaps upon the alien's head, producing a crisp sound. The alien soared into the air, akin to a magnificent pitch thrown by a masterful baseball player. After being propelled backward, it astonishingly altered its trajectory and crashed against the wall before falling. The alien, now thoroughly shocked and enraged, felt a tempest of psychic energy surging within, its form resembling a volatile source of energy, radiating brilliance. However, it was soon overwhelmed by an even more formidable force of psychic energy. Its body spiraled uncontrollably towards the ground, its tentacles flailing helplessly in the air, desperately seeking a final opportunity for resistance. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Wu Yangming's mouth as he chuckled softly. Ha ha ha! Such trivial skills dare to display themselves here. Subsequently, those writhing tentacles were similarly subdued. Wu Yangming furrowed his brow, his expression slightly peculiar, as if sensing something amiss. A sudden thought struck him. He appeared to be the counterfeit, while these aliens wielded the authentic superpowers, rendering him merely a fool within this domain. Yet, he quickly regained his confidence, his demeanor resolute. Regardless, the strong shall dictate the narrative. From this moment forth, humanity shall be the origin of psychic abilities, and this group of aliens will be deemed the imitation. Armed with a device designed to inject control chips, Wu Yangming approached the alien with measured steps. The alien was engulfed in fear and resistance, its initial fury now profoundly overshadowed by a deep-seated terror. It struggled with increasing intensity. Its tentacles, pinned to the floor by telekinesis, began to quiver slightly in an attempt to break free from this confinement. Clearly, this extraterrestrial being possessed considerable intelligence. Although it may not have comprehended the purpose of the weapon in Wu Yangming's grasp, it could surmise that it was no mere trinket. The more it resists, the more exhilarated I become, he chuckled to himself. A peculiar smile adorned Wu Yangming's face, taking on an especially sinister quality in the dim light. He advanced step by step, the gun in his hand glinting with a chilling metallic sheen. With the clone alien thrashing desperately, he thrust the barrel into its massive, translucent head and pulled the trigger, implanting a control chip into the creature's brain. At the moment of implantation, a surge of blue electricity coursed across the alien's surface, causing its body to convulse violently, emitting a deep, mournful sound that only its kin could comprehend. Surely this must be effective. After all, its brain is fundamentally similar to that of Earth's mammals. This device has proven to be effective even on mutated amputee creatures. Wu Yongming furrowed his brow slightly, uncertainty flickering across his expression. He fixated on the alien's every movement, silently praying for the success of the control chip. The alien twitched momentarily on the ground, but quickly regained its composure and rose again. A hint of bewilderment filled its gaze, as if it were still acclimating to the unfamiliar presence within. "Hello, can you speak? Do you understand?" Wu Yongming waved his hand before the jellyfish-like alien, his face a mask of scrutiny as he meticulously assessed its condition. His gaze was intently fixed upon the alien's eyes, seeking any flicker of acknowledgement. The gelatinous being, devoid of a mouth or eyes, was incapable of speech, yet it steadfastly focused its intent gaze on Wu Yongming, seemingly striving to convey something. Its body trembled slightly, and its tentacles writhed restlessly in the air. "Listen, perceive, understand. I comprehend, I understand you, my master." A voice, neither distinctly male nor female, resonated directly within Wu Yongming's mind. This voice was unlike any language he had encountered before. It merely projected the intended meaning into his consciousness. Wu Yongming, however, was not taken aback. His expression remained serene. After all, a creature without mouth or eyes could hardly communicate through vocal vibrations. Given their extraordinary capabilities, telepathic communication seemed a likely medium for them. He nodded, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. "This simplifies matters. I have inquiries to pose to both of you." Wu Yongming's lips curled slightly, revealing a contented smile. The cloned alien and the synthetic alien obediently gathered around him, their forms drifting slowly by his side, as if awaiting their master's command. "From where do you hail? What is your home planet, and in which star system does it reside? What precisely are you?" Wu Yongming's demeanor was stern, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the two extraterrestrial beings.